Chapter 799, The Battle Begins. Chapter 799, The Battle Begins. Translated by Barrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. No one was more familiar with the Ocean Guardian stronghold than Yuan. Every inch of space inside had been memorized by him, and every battle position was carefully selected by him. He had thrown out all of the past installations and deployments, and reconstructed everything. The Honorable Marshal Continent's intelligence had obtained the layout and positions of the Ocean Guardian stronghold, but it cannot be considered successful, as they did not have the new plans. But, the generals of the Honorable Marshal Continent did not care. In the face of 22 siege boats, all strongholds were like biscuits. They watched the battlefield leisurely, some even had tea prepared, and had their teacups in hand, engaging in leisure conversation in small groups, and would occasionally turn to look back at the situation. This is truly exciting. Such a scale of flames have never occurred in the Sacred Saint Galaxy's history before. We have made ourselves impatient. I bet the enemies must be fully suffering from their predicament. That's right, I was still thinking if I would be able to witness the third best guardian under the heaven's splendor, but I guess we have no chance. In the face of absolute power, what's the use of those so-called famed generals? Go Changwendao listened to his subordinates' conversations. He lowered his head and drank his tea and did not make a sound to stop them. When he had first brought up such a plan, many of them had went against him intensely, and if not for his persistence, they would have never been able to achieve even a quarter of the current scale. Thinking about how the Ocean Guardian stronghold would wail under the splendor of light auras and the entire southern region trembling in his presence, an ineffable pleasure surfaced from his heart. The large-scale siege boats were just completing their preparations to begin their siege, which was relatively complicated. The amount of energy spewed out from the large-scale siege boats was astonishing, as there were no materials ever able to bear the power, thus they required many complicated compositions and structures to share the pressure. Large-scale siege boats were extremely powerful but at the same time weak, as they basically did not have any defensive capabilities. The complicated compositions meant that they would be easily destroyed. Yuan's only chance was to take the opportunity while the war monsters were preparing to launch a surprise attack and destroy the boats. Once they complete their preparations, Yuan would have no more chances. Go Changwendao had specially laid out meticulous traps, thus his direct subordinated army was anxiously waiting. If Yuan were to give up on the stronghold and decide to fight to the death with them, Go Changwendao would be equally happy. An intact Ocean Guardian stronghold was far more valuable than a stronghold reduced to rubble. He only needed to allocate a small force to guard the throat, and it would aid the process of entering the southern region. Go Changwendao's attention was already beginning to turn towards the situation in the entire southern region. He knew that the higher-ups were far more interested in Heaven's Road than the Sacred Saint Galaxy, but Go Changwendao thought differently. Rather than placing their bets on the remote and unknown Heaven's Road, wouldn't it focus on the Sacred Saint Galaxy? The sense of unifying the entire Sacred Saint Galaxy was far more enticing to any military general than conquering an unknown world. The largest achievement we can get is still unifying the Sacred Saint Galaxy. Conquering Heaven's Road might help make it easier for us to unify the Sacred Saint Galaxy, but by the time we conquer Heaven's Road, I will no longer be young. The Shang continent can no longer play any tricks to change the situation in southern region. This is enough. With the defeat of the Southern Alliance, we can use the pontoon bridge to move further in quickly. With the Southern Alliance as the bridge, we will attack the southern region, and that will greatly ease everything. Master, the preparations are complete. The reporting of his subordinate broke his train of thoughts. He raised his head and looked up, to see that Yuan did not appear. He shook his head. Yuan might be good at defending, but he does not have enough manpower. Although it is a trap, it was their only chance. It is uncertain hope, but Yuan did not take it and is waiting to die. Such an action made Go Changwendao, who had dedicated his life to being on the offensive, be unable to accept it. But come to think of it, all the generals who are proficient in defense seem to have the same moral integrity. Go Changwendao thought, since you are heartfelt about your shell, then I shall break it for you. Begin the attack. All of the generals stopped their discussions as they focused onto the battlefield. One after another, the majestic beast-like mountains gradually lit up with light auras, like ancient beasts awakening from their slumber. Inside the Ocean Guardian stronghold, it was so quiet that even the sound of a pin falling could be heard. Everyone were holding their breaths. Yuan's gaze never left the large-scale siege boats, and when he saw the light auras blossoming out, he took a deep breath and shouted, "Open all the sluice gates." Sluice Gate 1 opened. Sluice Gate 2 opened. The urgent command quickly passed down, the atmosphere quickly turning anxious. Inside the unnoticeable shadows, many sluice gates were opened, causing chaotic energy from the sea of energy to surge in. Behind every sluice gate was a silver star treasure. The star treasures fervently absorbed the energy that poured in, as though they had not eaten for thousands of years. Every star treasure blossomed with flickering light auras. The soldiers inside the stronghold were roused. The undulation that suddenly appeared was not unfamiliar to them, for they were the undulations produced by the star treasures absorbing energy. It was just that the intensity of the undulations far exceeded their expectations. They are truly powerful. Xia Yuan's pupils flashed with light. He did not know if he was worthy of holding the title third best guardian under the heavens, but in the aspect of preparing deployments, he had unshakable confidence. This pride was deeply concealed, something no one knew. It was just like how no one knew how meticulous he had restructured the Ocean Guardian stronghold, which was to him his best creation. He had planned extremely carefully for the stronghold. Not only that, he had even prepared trump cards that no one knew. Star treasures. The moment when he had landed his eyes on the Sword Forest stronghold, he was immediately attracted to the unique defense technique it held. His own attainments on defense deployment was profound, and without spending much time, he understood the theory behind Sword Forest stronghold. After that, when Bing equipped the Swift Army with star treasures, he irresponsibly requested for Xia Yuan to probe out tactics for himself. Xia Yuan had spent a great deal of effort to understand the star treasures, and thus his attainments became even more profound. The former Ocean Guardian stronghold was already perfect in his heart, but he still got a few star treasures from Bing. It was just because of his desire for perfection that he felt that even without the star treasures, no one would be able to siege and occupy Ocean Guardian stronghold. Who knew they would actually be used? Xia Yuan did not mobilize them right from the start. He was waiting for the large-scale siege boats to start their attacks. He never interacted with such boats before, but he had relative knowledge towards the weaknesses of the war monsters. Upon unleashing their attacks, they were unable to move, and required as much time as it needed to prepare to cool down. Target 15, prepare to engage. The subordinate's tone had anxiousness mixed in, the atmosphere quickly turning anxious. Their 22 large-scale siege boats aimed at the target number, and prepared for the next command. A dazzling thick light beam suddenly shot through the battlefield, heavily smashing down onto Ocean Guardian's stronghold. Bang! Everyone's vision turned white, no one could see anything, the entire Ocean Guardian stronghold trembled, and everyone inside swayed around. Everyone held firmly onto anything they could around them, as their minds buzzed about. Cold exhales and surprised sounds came out from aboard Go Chang Wandao's warship. Even for the generals of Honorable Martial Continent, very few of them had ever seen the large-scale siege boats unleash attacks. Oh my god! Too scary! As expected of the best siege weapons, that light beam's diameter was at least 20 m. If I am not wrong, it should be 38 m. Truly despairing. That's right, a man's strength is so insignificant in front of these monsters. Astonished cries and praise came out continuously. Many of the Honorable Martial Continent's generals revealed fervent looks. Their hearts were trembling, their entire bodies filled with a sense of pride. How powerful are we? This is the Honorable Martial Continent, our Honorable Martial Continent. In the face of such power, who can stop us? No one can stop us. The southern region is ours, the entire Sacred Saint Galaxy is ours. When the light aura dissipated, the Ocean Guardian stronghold appeared in their vision. The defensive barrier had evidently dimmed down, causing another round of surprised sounds. For such a large-scale stronghold, Ocean Guardian stronghold's defensive barrier was definitely sturdy and firm. In the next moment, the defensive barrier of the Ocean Guardian stronghold recovered its brightness. But everybody did not care. They had just released the attack from one large-scale siege boat. Once they released more attacks, Ocean Guardian stronghold's energy barrier would shatter. If they did not have any large-scale siege boats, they would have to sacrifice many people just to cause the thick defense barrier to tremble. Previously, when they sent out probes, they were unable to even affect the barrier at all. 22 large-scale siege boats were right outside the firing range of Ocean Guardian stronghold's warship weapons, causing them to be able to watch as their turtle shell crumbled piece by piece without any ability to counterattack. How pitiful was that? The second large-scale siege boat opened fire, and the third. Dazzling light auras enveloped the battlefield. The bright light auras pierced everybody's eyes to the point that it hurt. But even so, the generals of Honorable Martial Continent did their best to open their eyes wide and witness the battle, as missing it would only make them regret it for the rest of their lives. The large-scale siege boats attacked at a very slow frequency. Every attack that struck the defensive barrier would produce an extremely loud explosion. It sounded like ancient giants striking down with large heavy hammers. Every strike would cause everybody's hearts to thump, the numb feeling causing them to revere at the attacks. The dazzling eye-piercing silver light and bassy explosions enveloped the entire battlefield. The killing zone encompassed Ocean Guardian stronghold and its surrounding, the undulating energy extremely fatal inside. The aftermath of the explosions were enough to shatter warships, showing the immense might of large-scale siege boats, the top-grade monsters in the battlefield. The impregnable Ocean Guardian stronghold was like a small wooden hut in the middle of a storm, swaying incessantly. Bang! The explosions continued for an hour, which only continued to become stronger and stronger, causing everyone to be roused.
The Ocean Guardian Stronghold's defense barrier is about to be broken.
Yet inside Ocean Guardian Stronghold, it was extremely quiet.
From the initial panic, the swift army soldiers had quickly adapted.
Even though the ground beneath their feet were trembling, they remained steadfast and calm. But the atmosphere was extremely tense, everybody's expressions were stretched taut with anxiousness. Rapid orders were constantly shouted out and repeated throughout the stronghold.
The defensive barrier is less than 10%. The star treasures are almost full. The defensive barrier is broken. Star treasures replenishment complete.
2 officers responsible for the star treasures shouted out at the same time with flushed red faces.
It's time. In that instant, Xie Yuan's face turned sinister as he roared out with all of his might, fire. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 800, Tang Tian's Reflection. Chapter 800, Tang Tian's Reflection. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
Fu Zhengji was enormously proud with his own success. The army was growing steadily and quickly, and in a few days, it had its rough shape. Although the master was rather harsh, but thinking about the bright future, his heart could not help but be filled with excitement.
The Xin Domain's first army, thinking about that name made him smile the entire night.
If there was anything bad, that would be the master being too strict. There were many times when he felt that everyone were doing well, but they would always hear and angered again after that. Now, whenever he heard those words, he would subconsciously tremble. It was not only him, Jizai, the unbridled bewitching blade, completely did not dare to throw a temper. The 2 of them were beaten to the point that they did not dare utter a word, and the people beneath them dared not even gasp. After the long time, Fu Zhengji also grasped Master Ghostface Mask's temper.
Definitely a perfectionist.
He can never see any defects or flaws, and his demands are so harsh to the point that it has become fearful. Furthermore, those who are crafty and try to provoke him will definitely die horribly. Although every soldier was carefully picked out by Fu Zhengji, but none of these martial artists ever thought that the training would be so tough.
This is so cruel.
Fu Zhengji initially considered himself as one who had seen everything, but the daily training made him feel as how the days had stretched into years, his skin had become tough, and ultimately he himself did not know how he managed to hold on for so long. Even Jizai, who proudly announced that he had never suffered before, would always stare blankly in space. Upon hearing the master calling them for training, his eyes would reveal a deep sense of fear. Technically, with their understanding of the law surface that had reached the apex and their control over their power also reaching a state of ease, such training should not be too difficult for them. But no one expected the master to have such high demands. To them, it had turned from the possible to impossible. 200 law surfaces attaining a 100% resonance. That was just impossible. When Fu Zhengji heard Master Ghostface Mask announce that with his trademark emotionless and monotonous voice, he was instantly stunned and stayed petrified right on the spot for a few minutes before gradually regaining his senses, subconsciously wishing to refute him. But the shadow that Master Ghostface Mask had casted over his heart was too strong, and the intense shadow made him stop rigidly 2 seconds before he blurted the words out.
For me to refute Master's first orders, am I trying to die?
To him, there was nothing more to say about the Master's strength, he was too strong. In the entire Xin domain, the only one able to compete with Master is the number 1 Dooku. Whether his Master or Dooku was stronger was not something he could judge. But Master is too young, despite being strong, and thus taking it for granted. If not, he will never propose such an unrealistic goal. Do not judge them based on him and Jizai completing the resonance with their law surfaces. How high level were they? Their control over the power projected from their law surfaces were top-notch in Xin domain. It might not look difficult for the 2 to complete the resonance, but the level of technique required in it was not low. The 200 people also had perfected law surfaces, but they were of a lower standard compared to the 2 of them. Their control was incapable of reaching such detailedness and carefulness. Furthermore, it was 200 people. Not 2, but 200, a complete 200. What did 200 law surfaces being in complete resonance mean? As long as any one of them were to make a mistake at any point in time, they would unable to resonate. Fu Zhengji thought about it in another way. Maybe Master is just giving everyone a long-term goal. 100% is too exaggerated, but 50% is probable. Even if we obtain 50%, 100 law surfaces resonating, how terrifying would that power be? Fu Zhengji thought that he had clearly understood the matter, only realized how naive he was after the training. Master is actually trying for 100% resonance. The seemingly impossible goal caused everyone to be dumbstruck. But the Master personally brought everyone taut rein together. He remained expressionless, and definitely did not talk about face. As long as there was a mistake, they would have to repeat the entire procedure. Countless of them felt that the master was striving to achieve extraordinary things, and going through such high-intensity training. Ultimately it was the master that was the first to collapse. As expected, after the training on the first day, the master was so tired he could not even lift his fingers. Everyone secretly heaved a sigh of relief. On the second day, the master was even more fatigued. Everyone saw a glimmer of hope. On the third day, upon training, the master fell asleep, and did not even eat. Everyone felt that victory was close. Fourth day, fifth day, sixth day. Day after day passed, the people who were patiently waiting could no longer hold it in. Everyone knew how tired the master was the day before. On the second day, the master looked as though he had been reincarnated. He was not shaken by the prior day's events, and looked like a machine that did not know fatigue. He went through the training without lessening the intensity, but actually increased it. Going through the training, the master was like a demon. His expressions never changed. He was extremely strict and stern. He never shouted. His indifferent tone of speech was forever patient as he corrected them. In that despair, some people gave up, and absconded through the night. Fu Zhengji arrived on the training grounds as usual, his footsteps extremely sluggish. In the distance, there were a few bamboo poles with a few soldiers hanging from them. Fu Zhengji immediately focused his eyes. He did not know what method the master used, for their law surfaces were all sealed. Fu Zhengji's heart trembled. He had never heard of law surfaces being sealed. But the scene before his eyes spoke reality. How far is master's comprehension on laws? Could it be that master is actually like Duku, a martial artist with a law domain? That thought flashed past his mind. The people who were hung up could not rely on the power projected from their law surfaces, rendering them like babies hung up through the night, causing their facial expressions to be sunken. All the soldiers that entered the training grounds jumped. Many of them rejoiced that they did not go crazy and tried to escape. In time, the entire army was afraid. The entire army kept quiet out of fear. This time, Tang Tian was not like his usual self, about to start training, but he had his hands beneath his chin, reflecting. He was not trained for army warfare, but was forced to it. Bing had once thought of pushing him to be a mechanical martial artist, but never urged him to be some military general. Even Bing, a man who basked in the glory of the Southern Cross Army, felt despair upon thinking of Tang Tian's path as a military general. Thus Tang Tian had never thought that his talent with regards to army to be anywhere good. But the reality was right in front of him, and it was his best idea. If the army was truly successful, the Sin domain naturally could not hold him back, and whoever Duku was, Tang Tian need not even care. At that time, who will dare continue imprisoning a member of the Null Division? Wouldn't they quickly send them obediently back to me? Tang Tian was not a man who liked to admit defeat, and since he thought it was a good idea, then it must be him not doing well in another aspect. But, what am I doing wrong? If only Bing was here, Tang Tian whined in his heart. But it was only for a moment. There isn't anyone to help me, so I have to rely on myself. He racked his brains, and did his best to recall how Bing trained the armies. Discipline is strict and partial. There are rewards and punishments. Hold up. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. He felt that he had grasped the crux of the problem. That's right, I always give punishments, but never gave rewards. No wonder, Tang Tian revealed a look of enlightenment. To want the horse torn, one has to feed the horse first. Tang Tian still understood that simple logic. But the question is, what can I reward them with? Tang Tian felt joyous over his clarity. This is good to resolve. Wait a minute. Tang Tian suddenly realized, he was not in the Ursa Major constellation or the Sacred Saint Galaxy, but in the Sin domain, where he was penniless. I am penniless. Tang Tian's face darkened. To a nouveau riche who had used his money to buy armies and buy warships, and threw money everywhere to win his enemies, the feeling of being penniless was extremely terrible. Empty promises, although Tang Tian's skin was thick, but he was never unable to do such a thing. It was reasonable to think about Fu Zhengji and his family wealth, but Tang Tian had never thought of using them. Originating as Andrew Academy's tyrant, Tang Tian had a very simple thought process. If people were to follow you, and you were already not giving them any benefits, but you want to dredge up their family wealth as well? That was not reasonable at all. Tang Tian never spoke about principles with his enemies, but with regards to his own companions, he was extremely prudent. And upon thinking about his next enemy being Duku, all the small wealth were unable to rouse him. A portion of money equals a portion of power. This logic is the same everywhere. Upon thinking about it, Tang Tian was not angry, but felt that he had taken advantage of everybody. In any ordinary day, it is fine if everybody listens to your orders, but if you were to make them go all out for nothing, it would be unforgivable for being so stingy. After ordering Fu Zhengji to bring the men down, he continued to think about the problem.
If only I had my silver Aquarius cabinet, that would be good. There are a pile of oddities and star treasures in them. If not, would I be in such a difficult situation? If not, little fool would be fine too. He can easily refine out a few spirit treasures and dazzle the hell out of everyone here. Refining spirit objects. Tang Tian, who was about to go crazy from thinking, suddenly had his eyes lit up with the idea. He did not know how to refine spirit objects, and there were no star treasures in Sin Domain that he needed to refine as well. But the materials in Sin Domain were extremely unique, and completely different from Heaven S Road and the Sacred Saint Galaxy. Senior Goi Wu's forceful subjugating bead had many unorthodox methods of refinement processes, but Little Fool was the one more proficient in it, as Tang Tian never cared about it. Now that he was forced in such a situation, he could only frown and attempt to recall about the bits and pieces. This recollection lasted through an entire night. Fu Zhangji had become worried. Is master discouraged because of the soldiers attempting to escape? That cannot happen. Although there are a few small twists and turns, but the army's future is extremely limitless. He was about to advise the master that the army was directly linked to him and his family's future. I cannot let master continue being so dispirited. He found master and heard Tang Tian mumbling delirious ravings, which he did not even understand a bit. Before he could even speak up, Tang Tian saw him with lit up eyes and spoke out, "Your green swords, take them out for me to see." Fu Zhangji's heart jumped. Master sees something in my green swords? But after thinking about it, he felt that it was impossible, as Tang Tian did not use swords. Furthermore, master even gave the death thumb ring to Su Yi. How can he desire my green swords? Fu Zhangji's entire head was covered with perspiration, but he still gave his green swords over to the master. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 801, Dual Swords Enlightenment. Chapter 801, Dual Swords Enlightenment. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Tang Tian did not have much knowledge about refining weapons, but as the saying goes, because of a small problem, one is unable to accomplish big things. He had no choice but to force himself to do something. He carefully inspected the green swords in his hands. Chief Green Swords, the Fu family's inherited treasure, was ranked 39 out of the treasures in Sin Domain. The chief green swords were a pair of swords, one long and one short. The long sword was roughly 45 centimeters, and the short sword was roughly 21 centimeters. The sword bodies were moss green with a flowing luster, and the most unique point was that there seemed to be regiments of mists inside the swords. Holding onto the two swords, an indescribable undulation occurred in Tang Tian's mind. Being startled, Tang Tian only reacted after a while. It was the undulation from laws. Fu Zhangji did not know that Tang Tian was thinking of raining weapons, but he knew that the master was extremely interested in his chief green swords. But to him, he knew that the master should be interested in the treasures, and not the sword itself. The chief green swords were created by the Han family ancestors. In that year, the ancestors accidentally obtained a piece of swelling ink wood, and it is reasonable to say that this swelling ink wood was ordinary. But this piece of swelling ink wood was buried in a piece of void mud. Void mud is naturally related to spatial laws, and thus this piece of swelling ink would also gain the use of spatial laws. The swelling ink wood contains poison naturally, which is a sub-branch of the life laws, and after merging with the spatial laws, it produced a miraculous change. The green light threads released by the long sword is extremely poisonous and hard to catch, and if the opponent's comprehension of laws is not profound enough, he will definitely be poisoned, and it can even infect through space. Tang Tian nodded his head. The undulations from the chief green swords were hard to detect. He then asked, "And LD? Quo, are the treasures in Sin Domain related to laws?" Fu Zhangji immediately flattered him. Master's brilliance is right, but... Tang Tian heaved a sigh of relief, for as long as it was related to laws, it was fine. Although he was not that reliable, but he was not dumb. For him to place his attention on refining weapons, he had some methods that he could utilize. His confidence naturally came from his awakened god armor. As long as it was law-related, then the awakened god armor was somewhat invincible. After activating awakened god armor, the chief green swords in his hands immediately became different. The chief green swords in front of him seemed to be enlarged multiple times. The moss green blade had countless minute holes. They were like water plants, and surprisingly, these minute holes were linked to an independent space. The spatial holes were filled with green threads, and these densely packed green threads constantly emitted a green mist. They moved like water plants, swaying left and right, causing the mist released to seem to flow around. When Tang Tian's consciousness extended through one of the green threads into the independent space, he was shocked. Inside the independent space, the green threads grew tenaciously. Tang Tian was clearly able to feel the vigorous life force contained in them. They took root inside this independent space. Even in the awakened state, Tang Tian could not help but be surprised. Tang Tian was not unfamiliar with independent spaces. Ocean Prison Swords Ocean Prison was also a type of unique space. In the eyes of Heaven's Road people, independent spaces were extremely mysterious and extremely difficult to understand. It was only precisely because such independent spaces possessed properties of spatial laws that Tang Tian could sense it, but in Heaven's Road where energy transformation occurred, to want to find this unique law was extremely difficult. In Heaven's Road where there was energy transformation, the independent spaces that were not affected by the energy transformation had unconventional attributes which attracted countless saints. But what Tang Tian was thinking about was a different matter. The Heaven's Road training system was energy transformation. Because of its less density, they focused more on efficiency and techniques became even more elaborate. Compared to them, the Sacred Saint Galaxy that was brimming with energy allowed their training methods to be very broad-based. But intrinsically, both were the same. But the Sin domain walked a completely different path. Without the existence of energy, they used power of the physique to incite the power of laws. This was different from what Tang Tian used to understand. In his past understanding, laws themselves did not possess power, but used any external energy to produce power. This thought was dismissed, as it meant that if the power projected from law surfaces was placed in Heaven's Road or Sacred Saint Galaxy, it would still be very powerful. He realized that he had made a mistake. The power projected from the law surface was in fact still the power of the physique. The so-called law surface was like a power source formed from a martial artist's comprehension of laws and through a transformation in the body. But there was an additional level, which was transforming the tangible power of the physique into an invisible power. That also meant that the so-called power of laws still stemmed from a person's body. Laws are like large furnaces, while the power of the physique was the fuel being combusted, and the flames formed after the combustion was the power of the laws projected out. The different furnaces would produce different flames, and the bigger the furnace, the more intense the flames combusted. Law threads are like the beginner-level furnace, while law surfaces were better furnaces, making law domains thieviest furnaces. Many suspicions and concepts that he never understood were being opened up, causing Tang Tian to become excited, as he realized the fallacies many people had made. Many people used to think that to gain enlightenment on law domains, one needed to spend a lot of time on laws, thinking that as their enlightenment on laws grew more profound, they would naturally gain enlightenment on law domains. But many of them did not notice a problem: the bigger the furnace, the more fuel it required to combust. How can a large furnace produce large flames with a bit of fuel? With sufficient power, would there be the possibility of having a law domain? But after thinking carefully about the people around him, for example Fu Zhangji and Ji Zhe, who struggled to find a breakthrough on laws, actually did not spend much time refining their own bodies. They thought that their bodies had reached a bottleneck, and compared to the vast and boundless world of laws, a human's body potential to upgrade was limited and truly pitiful. It had to be said that a Sin domain martial artist's body's quality when placed in Heaven's Road or Sin domain would definitely be of the top grade. Tang Tian himself walked the path of body refinement, and knew how arduous and difficult it was. When the body reached a definite level, it was extremely difficult to even improve a step. He felt that his thoughts were in the right place, but to improve, ordinary methods was not possible. His first thought was to use laws to temper his body, which he had previously experienced, but that was with the entry-level law threads. What if I used law surfaces to temper my body? I should try it when I have the chance. He suddenly thought of another problem: if we were to say that laws are like furnaces, then can this furnace only combust power of the physique? What about energy? But he quickly shook his head, and threw that thought to the back of his mind. Tempering the body and energy are two different systems, how can that do? Even in the awakened state, this conclusion made his chest somewhat pain. To him, the Sin domain was definitely the best place to have a training grounds, as they could gain enlightenment on laws extremely quickly. Saints who gained enlightenment on laws, be it in the Sacred Saint Galaxy or Heaven's Road, were peak experts. But now that he understood more, the Sin domain's enlightenment on laws was even more closely related to power off the physique. While in Heaven's Road and Sacred Saint Galaxy, the enlightenment on laws were more with energy. It was the same laws, but with an invisible and tight barrier separating the two apart. Come to think of it, even if the Sin domain is not suited for the training system of Heaven's Road, doesn't mean it isn't suitable with Ursa Major constellation trained in the zero energy body, and after personally experiencing it, Tang Tian realized that going through the reducing energy transformation after training in true power to obtain the zero energy body was stronger than the locals of Sin domain. Any member of the Null division had extremely strong bodies, and when placed in the Sin domain, they would be classified as having the most outstanding bodies. It could be said that the Sin domain was the place that allowed Tang Tian to grasp the true essence and improvements on the zero energy body. Tang Tian removed all the complicated thoughts in his mind. All of these are thoughts for the future, it is too early to think about it. He placed his attention back onto the chief green swords in front of him.
The green light threads were composed from laws, while they themselves were not poisonous, but the faint green mist they emitted was extremely toxic. And this toxin also had spatial attributes, with extremely strong permeability. Upon being infected, it would mean definite trouble. What was more surprising was that entering the independent space, the light threads were still thriving tenaciously. Inside the vast and boundless independent space, the light threads were naturally minuscule. But if they continue to grow, after 100 years, after 1,000 years, after 10,000 years, how much would all of these green light threads formed by laws grow into? Inside the entire independent space, there would be a sea of poisonous green grass. To the everlasting independent space, even if the sea of poisonous green grass was nothing, but any saint that accidentally stumbled in, none of them would actually realize that it was a world formed by two short swords. Wait a minute, two short swords. Tang Tian's eyes suddenly blossomed with light aura, his consciousness infiltrated the independent space, and realized that the light threads of the two swords truly entered the same independent space, but they were clearly differentiated.
Why not connect the two of them? This brazen idea surfaced in Tang Tian's mind, and in a heartbeat, he took action.
Although he had activated the awakened god armor, and his mind was even clearer than before, but the impulsiveness that had long been ingrained into his bones can never change.
Tang Tian quickly found the two furthest light strands separated.
He started controlling the two light strands, and tried tying them up together. But he quickly realized that the two light strands were actually too slippery. Whenever he tried to tie them up, they would naturally loosen, and once again regain their original form. After thinking about it, Tang Tian felt that he had no idea how to link them up, and decided to let them grow together. He carefully controlled the two law threads and placed the tips towards each other. The two law threads would gradually grow, and after a long time, they would eventually meet. Time seemed to have stopped right at this moment, and all the light threads suddenly stopped swaying.
An indescribable ripple suddenly emitted out. Tang Tian's heart jolted.
Outside, Fu Zhangji was fixated on the master holding onto the pair of swords, with his eyes closed, as though Ash was meditating. For a long time, the master looked like a statue as he remained unmoved.
Is master truly interested in the chief green swords? Is it embarrassing for him to ask for it?
Fu Zhangji immediately became confused. The chief green swords were the inheritance of the Fu family, and held significant importance to the Fu family.
Suddenly, an indescribable undulation exploded out without any warning.
Fu Zhangji trembled, he immediately raised his head, and when he saw the scene before him clearly, he was instantly stunned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 802, New Chief Green Swords. Chapter 802, New Chief Green Swords. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
The chief green swords in Master Ghostface Mask's hands suddenly erupted with a dazzling light aura, forming one large and one small green ball of light. The green balls of light were extremely dazzling, attracting the eyes of everyone else. Intense layers of ripples appeared around the master, the indescribable undulations quickly pervading out in all directions. Fu Zhangzi reacted, spatial undulations. The intense undulations meant that the space around had become extremely chaotic.
Any chaotic space was extremely terrifying for any martial artist.
Fu Zhangji's face had distorted, he was flung outwards and pulled in as he struggled to escape. If he were to be pulled in, he might be dismembered. Only after flying out for over 30 m did he truly stop, which he instantly turned to look at Master Ghostface Mask with fear in his heart. The entire barracks was shaking, all the soldiers were running out, and upon seeing the scene they were overwhelmed.
What's happening?
Ji Zhe asked with a look of suspicion on his face.
I don't know.
Fu Zhangji looked to be stumped, his gaze fixated on the big and small green balls of light in the master's hands. The ripples that came out incessantly originated from the two balls.
Are those the chief green swords from my family?
The chief green swords were the inheritances of the Fu family, which he obtained when he was young. After using it for so many years, he thought he had perfect knowledge of it. But the chief green swords in his hands had never revealed such a scene. Could it be that the sword had chosen its rightful owner? Or are there other undiscovered mysteries of the chief green swords? Upon thinking about it, Fu Zhangji became excited. But he immediately felt apprehensive. If the previous chief green swords was eyed by master already, then wouldn't he be even more interested with the improved chief green swords?
The light auras emitted from the swords grew more dazzling, the spatial undulations became more intense. Tang Tian's body was lifted off the ground as he floated in midair.
The chaos lasted for an hour before concluding, and the chief green sword retracted its light auras.
Tang Tian landed on the ground and threw the chief green swords to Fu Zhangji. Go and probe it out yourself.
The boulder in Fu Zhangji's heart instantly got lifted up. He took the swords and replied emotionally, "Thank you, master." Ever since he had grasped the awakened god armor, he would gain enlightenment on the various sorts of laws day in and night out. His understanding of laws had far surpassed people like Fu Zhengji and Ji Zhe. But after witnessing what had happened, he was still immensely shocked. The green threads that had grown were in fact still laws, which meant that laws could grow?
The light threads that had grown in the independent space could be considered a merger of laws.
Countless thoughts swept past his mind. He did not even greet anyone and disappeared in a flash.
He needed time to digest.
Old Fuwa, come let our brothers witness what had happened. Ji Zhe walked over with a look of curiosity. It was not only him, the other members had gathered. The commotion had been witnessed by all of them, and they would be lying if they said that they were not interested. Especially that many of them were locals of Sharp Wind City. How could they not have seen the chief green swords before? Fu Zhangji was also brimming with curiosity. The chief green swords had various changes on its exterior. The originally reserved moss green luster had become jade green like jadeite. The sword blade was covered with deep green rhombus grid lines, which were simple and imposing. The sword hilt's end had a few more circles which contained hairs that resembled water plants waving gently, but the most unique feature was that these strands seemed to be intermittent.
Everyone could not help but marvel at it.
Fu Zhangji had the greatest shock from the swords. The undulations from the chief green swords had become extremely unfamiliar to him. If not for the entire process happening right in front of him, he would never believe that the pair of swords in front of him were his own original chief green swords. The spatial undulations that caused people's hearts to palpitate was faintly discernible. Carefully experiencing the undulations, Fu Zhangji suddenly raised the short sword in his left hand and swung it out. The short sword disappeared in mid-air. In the next moment, in the training field 800 m away, an explosion of green mist suddenly appeared. The green mist dissipated extremely quickly. In the blink of the eye, the entire training grounds was enveloped by it. Everyone's face changed. They had trained in the exact training grounds for days, and knew the length of the training grounds by heart. The standard square training grounds had a length of 3 kilometers, and the stone slabs on the ground were 1.5 m thick. The dense green mist did not reduce one bit, and looked like a sea of green mist. Fu Zhangji waved his hand, and the sea of green mist enveloping the entire training ground suddenly disappeared. This green mist could appear and disappear without any warnings. Someone summon a gale in that. The one who spoke was Fu Zhangji, who had a strange expression written on his face. Wind laws were extremely common, and there was someone amongst the crowd who trained in wind laws, who summoned a gale into the training grounds. The thick stone slabs that cove. The training grounds suddenly dissipated like sand, and being blown by the wind, they started thinning out at speed visible to the naked eyes. Everyone that was shocked by the initial sea of green mist became dumbstruck. Ji Zhe's body flashed and appeared in the training grounds. The moment he landed, he was amongst the stone slabs. He crouched down with a serious look. There were countless of minute holes in the stone slabs packed densely together, as though a group of ants had eaten their way through, making the stone slabs extremely weak. He was overwhelmed with shock. He then understood why there would be sand. The entire training grounds had completely been eroded, and became extremely loose. Ji Zhe had seen many things and was knowledgeable. Upon seeing the needle-sized holes, he knew it had something to do with spatial laws. But the quantity and the scale of it was too big. He would have never expected that there would also be poison. Equipped with poison and spatial laws, the attributes were not as simple as 1 + 1. Fu Zhangji suddenly flung the short sword again, and just like the previous time, upon leaving his palm, it disappeared, and appeared a 100 m away in an instant. Just as everyone thought that the sword was about to explode once again, Fu Zhangji gently waved the other sword in his hand, and silently, the sword a 100 m away disappeared. Chi! A target on another training grounds had smoke and sand raised up around it, and a visible fist-sized hole had punctured through it. The originally dumbstruck people's face distorted once more, countless of them revealing fear in their eyes. None of them were amateurs. How could they not recognize the power of the move? Such a method was mostly used for assassinations. It was unavoidable and undefendable, and furthermore, they did not even sense any spatial undulations, meaning that it was almost undetectable. Furthermore, there was poison. Everyone turned silent. Even Fu Zhangji was shocked, dumbstruck like a chicken. The old chief green swords could also use spatial laws, and when he had fought against Tang Tian, he had relied on it to escape. But the old spatial laws would release halos of light, followed by an intense spatial undulation. Spatial undulations were what all martial artists who train in spatial laws hope to decrease as much as they can. The fewer and smaller the spatial undulations, the more concealed they will be, and making their powers even stronger. But decreasing spatial undulations was an extremely difficult problem posed to the entire Sin domain, and numerous people had spent countless effort on it with no results. But his spatial undulation was extremely faint, and even Fu Zhangji himself had difficulty detecting it. His mind was stupefied and buzzing. How did Master do this? In the midst of the shock, he did not know that the entire barracks had gone bonkers.
Old Wang, give me slap, am I dreaming now?
Old Bai muttered with a face filled with dejection. Old Wang, who was equally dispirited, complied and slapped him.
Pa! Oh my god!
Xiao Chou, who was at the said, wailed out. He held onto his face and turned and stared at Old Wang. Old Wang, why the hell did you slap me? Old Wang awoke from his stupor and reacted, apologizing immediately. I hit the wrong person, the wrong person. Old Bai also reacted and laughed. I am not dreaming, Old Fu, you have seriously profited this time, but... Profited for sure. Everyone around nodded their heads, sighing and feeling emotional. Fu Zhangji was awoken by them repeating the phrase profited for sure. Upon waking up, he held onto his chief green swords and anxiously slipped away. Seeing how Old Fu is terrified, it seems as though he thinks that we wants to steal it from it. Old Bai said unhappily.
Don't you?
Old Wang asked.
We do. Everyone all shouted out again.
Their eyes were all filled with jealousy, eyeing Fu Zhangji, who was running away.
Who knew Master A. Tuli had such means?
Old Bai looked as though he was sighing.
Unfathomable.
Old Wang said.
This is unprecedented.
Small Chio shouted out.
We can't let Old Fu monopolize on this convenience.
Old Bai said with emotions. That's right, this time, Old Fu has done it, he has truly stepped into dog shit.
Old Wang said.
Tian, stepping into dog shit is bad luck, but there is a saying that after the bad luck, one will obtain great benefits. It is like having a bird shit fall on you, and you can immediately buy a lucky draw and win.
Master Ji Zai is about to as well. Xiao Chou said. Everyone turned their DS in unison. Truly, Master Ji Zai had disappeared. Do you guys want to be like them?
Old Bai turned and asked.
Do you have a treasure?
Old Wang retorted. Even poor souls must have dreams. Xiao Qiu said unhappily. Old Bai spoke out. Did Master say it has to be treasures? The majority of us might not have treasures, but don't we'll have a few good weapons? Even if they cannot be improved like Old Fu's, but they will still be improved, and we will still have profited. Upon saying that, everyone turned quiet. Everyone's eyes turned red with jealousy once more. That's right, if Master can improve treasures, then wouldn't it be easier for their things to be improved? But although they did not have treasures, their weapons were of good qualities, and there were bound to be a few that would work. In truth, many of their weapons were just a line away from being treasures. If they could be upgraded just slightly, even so slightly, they had a possibility of entering the realm of treasures. That would essentially be a leap in quality. There were only a few treasures in the Sin domain, and although the weapons in their hands were also top-grade weapons, but the difference in might was like heaven and earth. They knew it for themselves. If their weapons were able to upgrade even so slightly, their value would increase exponentially. And what if they were upgraded to treasures? Upon thinking about that, it immediately became an attractive lure. In their positions, all of them being important figures of their own families, ordinary wealth was unable to shake them. But there were treasures that were priceless, and even they were unable to refuse them. Everyone started thinking about how to make the master help improve their weapons.
Should we kneel in front of his door? Someone suggested. Unprofessional, you will be hung up by master. Someone immediately snorted. The rest nodded their heads. Give master money? Do you have more money than master? Everyone scoffed. Entice him with beautiful women? Master Gu Shui will hack you to death. Master Han Bingning will hack you to death. Then we can only use guys. Master will personally hack you to death.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 803, Success. Chapter 803, Success. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
Tang Tian was oblivious to what was happening outside. He was completely immersed in his own world.
In the awakened god armor, he became extremely sharp and astute regarding laws.
But inside the independent space of the chief green swords, the two strands of law threads that grew together had impacted him greatly.
The law threads of the chief green swords had merged attributes with spatial laws.
Tang Tian knew the value of it. In Sin domain, a martial artist could only train in one type of law. It was common understanding in Sin domain to not bite off more than one could chew. One single law was enough for a martial artist to gain enlightenment of the true meaning of laws.
Tang Tian also had the same kind of thought, but one law itself had its own disadvantage, and that was its limitations.
Training in one single school of techniques was something that Heaven's Road also had, but very few people did it. Because any battle situation will forever be complicated, one sword to cut through a million laws might sound tyrannical, but to actually want to do it was an extremely difficult thing. The majority of martial artists would specialize in one school of martial techniques, and learn other schools of martial techniques as support, to be able to face all sorts of situations. Purely using one school of martial techniques meant that they required even more coordinated matching to be able to face complicated situations. But in the Sin domain, Tang Tian could not see any team coordinations. Tang Tian would have felt that this reality was strange if he had just entered Sin domain. But now, Tang Tian did not find it weird. In all the places he had been, he did not like the Sin domain the most. It was a stagnant place. Not only had they lost their courage to make a stand and fight, they also lost the courage to expand, and they lived as though they were simply waiting to grow old and die. They did not have any motion to explore, no motion to create. The godlike young lad did not like the Sin domain at all. He shook his head and threw all of the complicated thoughts to the back of his mind. They were not for him to think about. It was too complicated for the godlike young lad to focus completely on coordinating with just one specialty. Maybe Bing will be interested in this, or maybe Tang Cho as well? The godlike young lad did not like doing things he was not proficient in. But he realized he had great interest in something else. How many laws are there truly? No one knew. They were as vast and endless as the stars in the sky, and was also one of the reasons why the Sin domain did not bother probing. The laws in Sin domain were like a sea of gemstones. One could pick any up and it would be a beautiful and dazzling gemstone. In Heaven's Road, all of the martial techniques were slowly created and improved through generations. It was a slow and arduous process, where pure energy had no value. All of the variations in the techniques were the blood, sweat and tears of every generation. Laws naturally did not lack in variations. That was what people of Sin domain thought. To their understanding, they would definitely find a suitable law inside the sea of laws. They did not need to care or consider the merging off laws, and only needed to find the law they wanted. But Tang Tian thought differently. He had been the big boss for so long, and thus he thought differently from ordinary people. For example, he would think about if there was a solution that had the feasibility of pushing into a large-scale system. He was no longer Aone Man Shou, he had the Ursa Major constellation and the Shan continent, and was undoubtedly an overlord. When the Null Division started training in laws, Tang Tian had some discoveries. The laws that they had gained enlightenment from were the most ordinary and easily trained laws. It was not strange. Before they had obtained their zero-energy bodies, all of the Null Division members were very weak, and thus the laws they had were halted at the superficial levels. On this point, they could not even compare Toth locals who grew up in the Sin domain. To Suyi and people of his level, they would definitely be shocked at the Null Division's enlightenment on laws, but they were all monotonous fillers and had different variations, which would gain the disapproval of others. But Tang Tian did not see it that way. He himself was the model example. His current state was multiple times stronger than how he was in the past, and had seen God knows how many martial techniques, but he was still using fundamental martial techniques to date. With regards to a large-scale army, too much of something might not necessarily be good. For the Null Division's case, it was beneficial as an army. 3 to 5 types of laws could be populated in a large scale, and once they could merge, it meant even more variations. The things that Sin domain did not care about were treasures to Tang Tian. Other than the ability to increase the Null Division's fighting capabilities, it could also increase Tang Tian's, and would be an immense help. He thought about his own awakened god armor. It was in truth formed by many law threads. But all of these law threads were in disorder and in a jumble. Tang Tian had once thought to sort them out, as he felt that it was the crux of improving the awakened god armor, but no matter how he tried, he could not find a way to comb out the law threads. The two similar law threads in the independent space that grew together gave him a revelation. Am I able to do it like that? But he quickly realized that his own law threads could not grow. Under what circumstances can the law threads grow? He carefully recalled the Chief Green Sword's law threads in the independent space. Why will they grow? Growth was the most ordinary thing of life, and all life will never stop growing upon existence. The most fundamental part of growth was grooming, and all growth required grooming. Law threads are not alive. Could it be that its growth also requires some sort of grooming? But if it is, then what is the thing to groom the growth of law threads? He thought about the Chief Green Swords. Could it be the swelling ink wood? Possible. But wouldn't that mean that every law requires different things to be groomed? The awakened god armor contains countless of laws, the workload required. If it were any ordinary person faced with such a horrifying workload, they would definitely feel discouraged. Furthermore, it was just a guess. Tang Tian did not feel discouraged at all. Instead, he was filled with enthusiasm. If these questions were solved, that meant that the might of the awakened god armor would definitely become stronger. I shall find the things to groom the law threads. Tang Tian rushed out of the room. He was extremely eager to test it out.
The moment he ran out, Jizai, who was waiting outside the entire time, stepped forward with a virtuous look. A master. Tang Tian was surprised and stopped. What's the matter? A small matter. Jizai nodded his head and bowed. Hearing that it was a small matter, Tang Tian waved his hand. If it's a small matter, don't look for me, I am very busy. Jizai sensed that it was going south, and quickly chased after him. It's not a small matter, it's not a small matter. Tang Tian was pestered beyond his limit. Speak, what's the matter? That is this subordinate's blade. I hope that master can check it out. Jizai revealed a flattering smile, where all the members in the distance revealed looks of disgust and loath. Jizai did not care at all. What was wrong with smiling? The bewitching blade was his nickname, and also the name Ophi's blade. The chief green swords were a low-ranking treasure, and of a completely different grade compared to his bewitching blade. But the might it could be produced after the master had toyed with it caused his heart to turn cold. It had completely beat his bewitching blade by a whole level. Treasures were extremely expensive and precious in Sin domain, and only a few could obtain a name. Treasures were objects that could not be bought with money, and it was unheard of that the power of treasures could be raised. If such a news were to be released, the entire Sin domain would definitely not sit still. Which of the old monsters wouldn't have good things on them? The small barracks would definitely be overcrowded. What was wrong with smiling? A leader can submit or stand tall as required. Might is definitely not something that belonged to the honored. Come, master, come. He watched Tang Tian earnestly. His pitiful and anticipatory gaze was extremely heartbreaking. What a pity Tang Tian could not see it. Give it here. Jizai was startled. He was prepared to throw out a pile of currying favor techniques, but even before he began, he succeeded? But he quickly reacted and took out his bewitching blade. Master, think about what you can do with it. It'll be fine if I break it? Jizai's heart tensed up, his face flushed red. Oh my god, how could I forget about that? The bewitching blade had a special history. It was created by his ancestor, and perfected and groomed through generations, to finally be what it was in his hands. If it were to be broken. But the words had already been said, and it was too late to regret. He felt as if he had swallowed a hard seed. It was extremely tough to swallow as he spoke pitifully. Master, please do not scare this subordinate. Tang Tian looked at him with disdain. Look at your own terrified look. Master is great, how can this subordinate compare to you? Jizai immediately flattered him. That's true. Tang Tian became pleased upon hearing that. He patted Jizai on the shoulders and immediately changed. Relax, I will be careful if it truly gets broken. Jizai calmed down. The master was rich and overbearing, and he presumed that he would be compensated. Then you can only count yourself unlucky. Tang Tian said with a look of as a matter of fact. Jizai's face darkened, he drooped his head low, there was remorse in his heart, he hated himself so badly he wanted to smack himself twice. I lost myself in material greed, I truly got lost in this stupidity. If it is truly broken. Ancestors, please don't crawl out from the grave and find this disciple. This disciple no longer have any weapons. Tang Tian completely ignored Jizai. It truly was as though someone had sent him a pillow the moment he wanted to sleep. He studied the other party once again. For Jizai to give me his bewitching blade, he truly is a good man. Tang Tian coughed slightly. I will give you an important mission. Master, please guide me. Jizai groaned weakly and without strength. Tang Tian acted like he did not hear it. Find a few materials that can be manufactured into weapons and bring them here. Master, what materials do you need? Jizai was still weak. Every sort there is. Tang Tian replied. Every sort there is. Jizai stared at the master blankly. Master, do you think you are ordering dishes in a shop? You want one of every sort there is. Do you know how many materials there are in this world? Are you joking? Tang Tian glanced at him. The more kinds there are, the better it will be for your bewitching blade. Jizai trembled, his eyes immediately turned red, and as though he was on adrenaline, this subordinate will start obtaining them now. Seeing Jizai disappear like the wind, Tang Tian was extremely pleased. Such a good worker. When the members in the distance were observing them, they could not hear the conversation, but upon seeing Tang Tian accepting Jizai's bewitching blade, and Jizai leaving excitedly, everyone went into an uproar. He succeeded. Jizai succeeded as well. Xiao Qiu became extremely excited. Succeeded in what? Old Bai did not realize what was happening. Throwing dog shit. Xiao Qiu said with a face of jealousy. Tian, stepping into dog shit is bad luck, but there is a saying that after the bad luck, one will obtain great benefits. It is like having a bird shit fall on you, and you can immediately buy a lucky draw and win. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 804, Auspicious and Peaceful Galloping Horse City. Chapter 804, Auspicious and Peaceful Galloping Horse City. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Jizai's bewitching blade was extremely unique. It had a long and narrow body, with a smear of red that flowed along the cold blade tip. There was an indescribable bewitching sensation mixed with the cold, making it like a blood-red snake waiting to ambush its prey in the darkness. Truly living up to its name of bewitching blade. Tang Tian was surprised. The blade did not have a spirit, but it had an aura of a living thing. He only sensed this aura from star treasures. The Sin domain did not have spirits, and another same great treasure like the Chief Greenswords did not have the same aura. Interesting. Tang Tian's interest increased. He activated the awakened god armor and carefully observed the bewitching blade. Upon activation, the bewitching blade in front of him changed entirely, the long and narrow body dulled down, presenting pure bewitching blood. No, accurately speaking, it was countless of red law threads intertwined with each other, gradually flowing and squirming around as though it had life. Blood law. It was Tang Tian's first time seeing blood laws. He carefully observed the densely packed law threads. Blood laws was a sub-branch of life laws. Blood existed in almost all of life, and was crucial and cannot be lacked in life. It contained a great amount of power and miraculous uses. With regards to the knowledge of blood usage, it was not only Sin domain that had it. In Heaven's Road, there were many martial techniques that incited the power of blood. The bewitching blade's blood laws were extremely powerful. As long as it obtained a drop of the enemy's blood, it called to a degree, affect and control the blood in the enemy's body. This meant that as long as it drew blood, the enemy would lose his sole control over the blood in his body. It could also devour enemy's blood, which would be transformed into pure vitality and nourish the user, which was at the same time an equally terrifying attribute. No one was willing to face such a weapon. The bewitching aura is formed because of the squirming dark red law threads. Why is that? Tang Tian did not understand. The Chief Greensword's laws was poison, which was also a sub-branch of the life laws. It swayed like water plants and produced poison, yet it did not produce the aura like that of spirits. Under the awakened state of the awakened god armor, his understanding of laws was rarely cryptic, but at the moment he had difficulty understanding the situation. Just based on this point, it was reasonable for the ranking of Bewitching Blade to be higher than the Chief Greenswords. Tang Tian immersed himself in this unique phenomenon. I heard that Master had also built an army. Suyi laughed. His current realm had made him become increasingly calm and collected, his gaze deep like an abyss. I wonder how is it now? Emily was startled for a moment, then spoke out. Crazy Tang is building an army? He is definitely trying to put on airs again. The others were rather envious of him. The term Crazy Tang was not something anyone could casually say, and the friendship of the past was even harder to obtain. Others might feel that Emily was more valuable to the master, but it was a relationship truly hard to obtain. It would be weird if he didn't. Han Bingning said indifferently. People who were familiar with Tang Tian would know that his personality was that erratic. All the unexpected and extremely exotic matters were nothing out of the ordinary to him. Nietzsche laughed. He did not comment. As someone who came from the Leo constellation, and according to the situation, he felt that he had no position to comment. Of course, it was not what others saw. To be in charge of Null Division already proved the trust the master had placed in him. Nietzsche, who was fully aware of how the world works, knew that this trust was not easily obtained and was precious. Gentlemen die for those who appreciate them. It was not something difficult for Nietzsche, who had long pledged Tang Tian as his lord. He would never be willing to even say anything bad. With regards to the master building the army, he merely laughed about it in his heart. He was filled with respect towards the master's strength and courage, but being a military general was a completely different system, and without years of study and training, it would be difficult to even grasp the door. Master's thoughts must be from a momentary interest, like a child suddenly interested in something. He would definitely toy with it. Master's sincere heart is still rather naive. It isn't weird at all. He must definitely be jealous of our achievements. Emily said happily, and started flaunting off his muscles and maintaining a fierce look. I know Crazy Tang too well. It must definitely be like that. This time, it will be him eating our dust. The more Emily thought, the more excited he became. Ever since the two knew each other, he had always been suppressed and beaten by Crazy Tang, so he would never let go the opportunity to mock Crazy Tang. The rest were naturally not like Emily, who was so carefree. They were still respectful towards him, but what? The barbaric bull was right. The latest battle achievement that Null Division had was definitely dazzling. They were invincible. If saying that the battles with the small families were not enough to convince others, then their battles with 4 list of powerhouse martial artists had shook Sin domain. For a list of powerhouse martial artists, such a lineup in Sin domain was enough to devastate cities.
Many people felt that although the Null Division might not be able to resist the four main cities, but if they wanted to take care of the Null Division, they would have to fork out a hefty price. This view was steadily growing in the Sin domain, as the market price of the Null Division prisoners was steadily swelling. It was just that now, no one was willing to get the Null Division prisoners to do manual labor. The majority of the powerhouses insisted that the Null Division was incapable of fighting with the four main cities, and chose to bide their time and sit on the sidelines. But there were also a few smaller powerhouses that chose to send the Null Division prisoners in their hands to Galloping Horse City. Many people thought that Null Division would use their momentum of victory to conquer more places, but they never expected them to mobilize their troops in Galloping Horse City instead. The Null Division was also affected by the momentum, but were suppressed by Nietio. On one hand, he did not receive any orders from Tang Tian, on the other, Nietio was not affected by the victories. The current Null Division strength as standard had been stretched, the first few members who were saved had experienced the most battles and their strengths were improving very quickly, and had the most knowledge with regards to tactics, but the members who were saved recently still required more time. In other words, it was not the best time for them to fight, as they required to consolidate their strength. But, the four main cities did not give up handling the Null Division. Dooku did not agree to handling the Null Division, but did not reject either. Inside the four main cities, the support to kill the Null Division was extremely strong, and he did not plan to push it down either. Furthermore, he was extremely interested towards the way armies would battle, and he wanted to see the limit of the Null Division. The more battles, the more pressure, the more the Null Division would be compelled to reveal their true capabilities, that was where he was interested in. He did not care who would win or lose, as ultimately it would still be him winning. Under Dooku's tacit acceptance, Galloping Horse City was recently under waves of attacks. All sorts of brigands would continuously siege Galloping Horse City like lunatics. But Nietio quickly displayed astonishing might with the Null Division as they continued to defeat the enemies. To other people, the Null Division looked ready to fall at any moment, but Nietio was enduring the hardship gladly. To him, the intensity faced by the brigands could not compare to the four list of powerhouses martial artists. Frequent but low-intensity battles, isn't this the best method to grind an army? There were times where he would intentionally have a few mistakes and portray that they were extremely fatigued and injured, to prevent the brigands from running. But even so, their recently achievements were so glorious that I'd have been shocked many of them half to death. The brigands destroyed by the Null Division were no nameless people, many of them were notorious and big-time bandits who all fell in Galloping Horse City. The Galloping Horse mincemeat field had revealed everyone's emotions towards the consecutive days of battles. They were forced to do so. In the past, the Sin domain lacked the notion to improve, because the structure in Sin domain was too stable, to the point that it lacked space for improvements. But out of the blue, Tang Tian appeared with his Null Division, causing the already decaying building to completely collapse. So an army is so powerful. Battles could be fought like that as well. The Galloping Horse mincemeat field had greatly affected the entire Sin domain, every battle was witnessed by countless people. Almost all of the powerhouses had sent out their own men to spectate the battles. Good morning, brother, you're here regardless of rain or shine. That's right, if we miss it, it will truly be a pity. I wonder if there will be a battle today. Sigh, these bandits are truly one of a kind, they are not increasing their efforts, are they living up to their greedy nature? We can only wait and see. Come, try the tea that I brought, we shall drink slowly and wait. Still, brother, you have prepared amply. This trend continued for days. To the point that the mountain peak facing Galloping Horse City that had the best view started to have servants standing guard. All of the clever small businesses saw a business opportunity, and ran over there to sell their food, and earned good business. But of course, the wealthier families directly sat on their boats and watched the entire field from a bird's eye view. Although the bandits were not lacking in men, but after watching their companions fail and fall day in and day out, they started to change their tactics. They started to initiate the Null Division's movements, techniques and coordinations. Although they were not comparable to the Null Division, but they gave off a new aura. Even the battle with the Null Division became much more enjoyable. There was nothing more convincing than this. Supposing that previously, many people were still skeptical, then, the improvement of the bandits made everyone realize that the Sin domain was entering the era of armies. A few intelligent people returned home even more excitedly. During this period of time, newly established armies sprouted out like spring bamboos growing after the rain, they continued to appear endlessly. Whichever powerhouse that did not produce an army was embarrassed to leave their homes. As for what to do with an army, Galloping Horse City became the only place to gain experience. The area around Galloping Horse City became extremely crowded. Along with the Null Division and the bandits, the spectators who moved and arranged themselves around excitedly made the atmosphere even more terrible. The continuous defeats made the Galloping Horse City a bottomless hole that had claimed countless lives, giving people a vibe of unfathomable depth. Although the majority of them imitated the Null Division and increased their fighting capabilities, they were still unable to defeat the Null Division. Furthermore, they were unable to retreat. They were recruited by the four main cities who spent a great deal of money. If they were to retreat, it would mean offending the four main cities. And after fighting for so many days, the hatred with the Null Division could no longer be absolved. If they were to withdraw, it was equal to offending the two greatest powerhouses of the Sin domain, and they would have no way to live after that. The majority of them felt that it was impossible to get off, and could only harden their skins. But these bandits were all crafty and cunning men. If we can't fight, if we can't escape, then we shall delay. Every day, they would send a small group and feign a battle. Upon seeing that the situation was turning south, they would retreat and run. After a while, they would send another batch of people. Because of that, the overall situation stabilized, and everyone calmed down again. Galloping Horse City actually landed in a rarely seen peace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 805, The New Bewitching Blade. Chapter 805, The New Bewitching Blade. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. The stalemate between the Galloping Horse City and the bandits caused the higher-ups of the four main cities to become flustered and exasperated, but they were helpless to do anything. The bandits were naturally very satisfied with the situation. They were not betraying the deal with the four main cities, and could prevent their own strength from diminishing too much, and if they delayed sufficiently, they could take the money and leave. Whether or not the four main cities would regret was something that they did not care, as the four main cities had gathered almost 90% of the bandits in Sin domain just for this. Even if it was the four main cities, they had to consider the consequences of offending everyone. But not all of the bandits were satisfied. For example, Zhong Libai, he was not satisfied at all. Do not be mistaken by Zhong Libai's achievements. In the bandit world, he was still an amateur, and compared with the old and veteran bandits, he was extremely ordinary looking. And along with his terrible personal strength, many people looked down on him. In their eyes, he was a bandit not worth interacting with. Previously, everyone thought that the Galloping Horse City was a cash cow, and strived to be first and feared to be last, preventing Zhong Libai to find an opportunity. And after both parties came to a tacit understanding, the bandits were shocked to realize that it was an absolutely good opportunity to learn, giving Zhong Libai even less space to find an opportunity. Compared to the bandits, Zhong Libai's understanding of armies was much more profound. The bandits' happy improvements were nothing to him, but what truly concerned him was the Null Division's improvements. Personally watching the Null Division grow from an unripe army to an adept force, seeing how the Null Division was quickly growing in Nietzsche's hands, he felt extremely terrible. Nietzsche was his most direct rival. The both of them came from extremely similar backgrounds. The Null Division was already slowly forming up, but NNBS. He had not accomplished anything. There was nothing that could make him feel as terrible as that. When Zhong Libai saw Sima Xiao, his face turned extremely dark. This is your plan? The last time, the person who came to talk business with him was Sima Xiao. Initially, it was planned out well. Zhong Libai was to mix with the bandits, and was to serve as an insider as a bandit, but who knew that he would fall into such an awkward situation? Sima Xiao waved his hands nonchalantly. Who would have expected that Dooku would be interested in armies? Half of the authority of the four main cities lies with Dooku. If he doesn't say anything, how can these people stir the stormy sea? They can only make more noise. Speaking about it, Sima Xiao also turned moody. He and Sima Xiangshan had landed themselves in a good position with much difficulty, but were also awarded with heavy responsibility. Especially the mission to purchase the bandits to deal with Ghostface Mask was on Sima Xiao. The two of them thought that their opportunity had come. The initial part of the plan flowed extremely smoothly, but out of their expectations, Dooku actually did not initiate to move out on Ghostface Mask himself. The higher-ups of the four main cities were divided, which was a surprise. They had underestimated Nietzsche's progress on consolidating the Null Division, and the four list of powerhouses martial artists actually failed to siege the Galloping Horse City, scaring away the bandits for a period of time. The bandits had initially bragged about slaughtering their way into Galloping Horse City as quickly as possible, but in the end they worked extremely carefully. All of them became extremely idle. The original plan had become completely different. Then I have to waste my time here? Zhong Libai snorted. Don't do anything temporarily. Sima Xiao thought for a moment and replied, Dooku has already begun building his army, and with his arrogance, how can he tolerate his own army being weaker than other people? He will definitely send his own army to defeat the Null Division. Regardless of what plans he have at that time, when he prevails over Null Division, the four main cities will definitely take action. You are a black horse piece, and can only unleash your maximum capabilities at that time. Zhong Libai was dejected, but he did not say anything. In truth, aside from staying at where he was, he had nowhere to go. At such a time, it was not up to him to retreat or not. There were too many bandits converged together. If he wanted to separate and leave them, it would probably cause the other bandits to group up and attack him. Bandits were all unlawful people. He had countless men under him, but he did not have many experts, and due to their ill discipline, no matter how hard he trained them, he was still lagging far behind compared to the meticulous and disciplined Null Division members. His discipline was lacking, his strength was also lacking. The Null Division was able to be so rampant and confident and repel so many bandits was because they had the strength to do so. Zhong Libai did not have the strength, and naturally did not dare to do anything reckless amongst the bandits. Even Dooku was making an army now. Tell me, do you think others won't do it? Sima Xiao retracted his smile and said with a serious look, "This is our last battle in Sin Domain. If we win, then we can fight out way back to the Sacred Saint Galaxy, and no one in the Sin Domain will be our opponent. But if we fail, then we will just die without a burial. No matter how strong the Null Division is, how can they contend against the entire Sin Domain, furthermore a Sin Domain that is developing armies?" Zhong Libai's face turned serious as well. Sima Xiao's words were not spoken just to scare him. If the Sin Domain truly found the way to build an army, then their only advantage would be lost, the powerhouses would gather together, and this force was not something the Null Division could handle alone. Seems like I have to train harder. Zhong Libai decided in his mind firmly. Luckily for him, the various bandits were finding ways to imitate the Null Division, so training as an army was no longer a special thing. When Ji Zhe took back his bewitching blade, he was stunned. The dark red blade body was like the glow of a setting sun, its bewitching aura was gone, it was calm and warm, without any cold intent. This sensation is not right. How can this bewitching blade be fit with its name? It is not bewitching at all. When Tang Tian saw Ji Zhe's suspicious expression, he scoffed, but he did not say anything, as he felt that it would be better for Ji Zhe to probe out the blade himself. Tang Tian gained plenty from the refining of the bewitching blade, far more than that of the chief green swords. Everyone had already gathered around. "Master Ji Zhe, test your blade out." Yes, let us witness it. Truly exciting to see what will come." Ji Zhe's mood was feeling nervous. The bewitching blade was a top-grade treasure. It would not be easy to find our placement if it was broken. He grabbed onto bewitching blade's hilt, and swung it twice to test it out, and felt that its weight seemed to have lessened, but it was extremely apt for him. When he imbued power into bewitching blade, he was instantly stunned. His eyes revealed a look of disbelief. This is a dazzling blood-red light lit up on the blade edge without warning. The blood-red light quickly grew like an expanding balloon, expanding quickly. The swelled-up dark red light aura swept past everybody's body, transforming into a blood-red screen, enveloping everyone within. Everyone immediately felt as though they were in blood, their vision was blood-red, and the dense and bewitching blood smell pervaded every corner. In the blood screen, a faint but strange power was faintly discernible, but when they tried to detect it, it would become untraceable. Everyone was stunned by the scene, and all around Ji Zhe, the silence was so loud that they would be able to hear a needle drop. Domain. Someone shouted out with a trembling voice. Everyone who had their own guesses to what the new power would be immediately turned pale with fright. It was Law Domain, the legendary Law Domain, that only Dooku alone in the present generation had obtained. Law Domain, seemingly the highest level of law power, absolute power that could devastate the heavens and earth. All of the members were not weak, albeit not famous experts. To them, the Law Domain was an unreachable legend. They stared at the blood screen in shock, their minds blank. This is not a Law Domain, or more accurately, it is not a true Law Domain. Tang Tian's voice broke the silence, but for some reason, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The indescribable fear disappeared, they gradually regained their senses, and their pale white faces had a tinge of blood once more. If such a treasure is able to unleash a Law Domain, how terrifying is that? No one could imagine that. Even Ji Zhe was unable to imagine such a concept. He heaved a sigh of relief, but his mind had a faint disappointment. Law Domain, the power that everyone desires to have, but he quickly organized his emotions. His willpower was far firmer than ordinary martial artists, and he quickly woke up from his sense of loss. If my weapon's power surpasses myself, then I will only become its slave. Every treasure is like a fierce beast. If I do not have sufficient strength to subdue it, I will only be destroyed by it. Wait a minute, it is not a true Law Domain. Ji Zhe suddenly realized the unspoken words that Master Ghost Face Mask had said. This is imitating a Law Domain, or more accurately, you can call it an incomplete domain. This blood screen is formed from blood laws. All of us know that the realm of laws are differentiated by law threads, law surface and law domain. But how do they evolve? While studying the bewitching blade, I realized a few peculiar things. Law surfaces are in truth formed from law threads, so how did one thin rope become a flat surface? By weaving, everyone has seen grass-woven mats before, right? How do threads become a defined space? By becoming a grass basket. This bewitching blade uses this concept, and imitates out a similar space. Tang Tian said with pleasure, but his face was covered by the ghost face mask, so the members could not see his happy smile. Instead, through the mask, his voice had become a notch lower. Everyone's eyes turned round, the majority of them barely understood him, but those who were slightly more intelligent revealed looks of consideration. But all of them were like obedient students listening to him earnestly, without concealing their emotions of revere. Even the high and mighty Ji Zhe had an expression of shock. Are you joking? Even if this is not a true law domain, but after studying it for a while, you have already grasped what a law domain is? What does that mean? It means you, my master, your understanding on laws is already at the peak. Holding onto the bewitching blade, the blood screen in front of him was a completely different scene. Every member in his eyes was like a regiment of blood, he could clearly feel their veins throbbing, could see their blood flowing, even the minute and fine veins were clearly caught by him. In his eyes, there were no secrets hidden, he could dare confirm that as long as he wanted it, he could cause their blood to flow in reverse. Is this what a law domain is? Everything was in his control, the indescribable intoxicating feeling surfaced in his heart. But when he looked at Master Ghostface Mask, he was suddenly stunned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 806, Duca comes to visit. Chapter 806, Duca comes to visit. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Master Ghostface Mask was actually just a blurred light shadow. It was as though a bucket of ice water was poured over Ji Zhe. The sensation that everything was within his control immediately disappeared without a trace. What made him even more shocked was that he was actually unable to sense the master's aura at all. There was clearly a blurred light figure standing in front of him, but he was actually unable to sense its existence. It was as though he was staring at a ghost in front of him, and a bone-chilling sensation crept up from his feet. Ji Zhe was clear of his own strength, and losing to Master Ghostface Mask was not surprising, but previously, he had sensed that he was close to Tang Tian. At his level, the ability to sense power was extremely astute. Even if it was Duke, he was able to sense the distance between them. Is the reason of this because I am not familiar with the new bewitching blade? Ji Zhe tried his best to suppress the fear and shock in his heart, but no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to even sense the master. That blurred light figure was like air, with nothing being there. How is this possible? The light screen gradually grew smaller, and everyone sensed the blood-red vision receding. Tang Tian sensed that Ji Zhe's face was white and rigid, and asked curiously, "What, is there something you are unhappy with?" When the others heard him, they all turned to look at Ji Zhe in disbelief. They already felt that it was inconceivable. Why would Ji Zhe still be unhappy? Ji Zhe, who was being stared at by everyone, regained himself, seeing that they were filled with envy, jealousy and their unkind gazes. His straightened back was like an overcooked break that started to turn soft. He nodded his head and bowed. This subordinate is too happy, to the point that I lost myself. Really? Tang Tian became suspicious of him. Ji Zhe's back started perspiring. He immediately nodded, real. Why, really? Then that's fine. Tang Tian also heaved a sigh of relief. Although the blade was not his, if he were to truly break it, he would have lost face. I, godlike young lad, can lose anything, but not my face. Suddenly, Fu Zhangji rushed over like a gust of wind, and before he had even got close, he was already shouting out loud, Master, Master, not good. Not good. Tang Tian turned his head and looked at Fu Zhangji with confusion. Fu Zhangji rushed before Tang Tian did not even have time to catch his breath. He immediately reported, Master Duku is also building an army. Duku is also building an army. This news surprised Tang Tian slightly, but it was just slightly. So what, there's nothing to be so anxious about. He looked at Fu Zhangji with doubt. Upon seeing his master's nonchalant behavior, Fu Zhangji became anxious. His master, Duca's power to rally people is unlike any others in Xin Domain. As long as he calls out once, half of the experts in Xin Domain will follow him. I heard that there are around 20 experts from the list of powerhouses. Even the most ordinary soldiers have to go through 3 rounds of filters. Every single person is an expert on their own. Master, what should we do? Upon hearing that, Tang Tian was truly surprised. He was surprised that Duca's rally had called out 20 experts from the list of powerhouses. That was undoubtedly terrifying. Tang Tian already had a good grasp on the power levels regarding the list of powerhouses experts. The list of powerhouses only had 50 names, but upon adding the infamous men, who had strength equal to the experts on the list of powerhouses, the total was still less than 100. Duca's summon had already obtained 20 of them. His power was truly terrifying. But, how can I, a godlike young lad, be so easily scared? Tang Tian snorted. What are you panicking about? Do you think an army is so easily built? These words were not feigned. Although Tang Tian was not a military general personally, but under the influence of Bing, he understood that building up an army was not a simple matter. The Sin Domain, who was used to fighting solo, to want to accept the army style, how could it ever be easy? I am still grasping the lost surface resonance. Master, they must definitely be doing it for us. When they form their army, they will definitely come look for us, Master. They are already calling themselves Sin Domain's first army. Fu Zhengji said with a pained look. That was where he felt the real pain. Ever since Tang Tian had made up the God Armor Army, Fu Zhengji had always used the name Sin Domain's first army, and was filled with yearning towards the future, as it represented his own limitless future. Now, everything is gone. No wonder Fu Zhengji felt so lost. Duke held an extremely high position in everyone's heart, something that Tang Tian was unable to imagine. And Duke's army was known by everyone, causing them to talk about it. Compared to that, Tang Tian's side was too miserable. Duke's army had 20 list of powerhouses martial artists, while on their side, they only had 2. The difference in power between both parties made them feel dejected. Tang Tian did not have any fear towards Dooku, so he could hardly understand what Fu Zhengji felt, but when he looked at the rest, he realized that all of their faces were pale as well, as though their spirits had left their bodies. Even Ji Zhe, who had obtained his new bewitching blade, was dumbstruck like a chicken. Seeing their disappointed looks, Tang Tian immediately flared up. Look at all of your frightened faces. All of you do extra training. He watched as they stumbled to do more training, but seeing their lowered heads, Tang Tian could not help but frown. He never thought that the news of Dooku building an army was enough to scare everyone. It was something Tang Tian had never thought of. From the start, the people who stayed around him were all people unafraid of dying, and even the lupus race, who were weak, were stubborn in nature. He had never worried about such problems. Everyone would move with him proudly, not one fearing death. Fu Zhengji and the rest did not dare to disobey Tang Tian's orders, but their morale had dropped rock bottom, where the results of trainings proved further. This cannot go on. Although Tang Tian was not considered intelligent, but he was not dumb at all, and knew of the complications. How can I make them not feel discouraged? What Tang Tian did not know was that Dooku's announcement of building up Sin Domain's first army had stirred a sensation in Sin Domain. Dooku was publicly known as the #1 man of Sin Domain, but he was a very reclusive man and rarely appeared in public. When he made the announcement of building up an army, the 7 great families near the 4 main cities immediately publicized their support, and following that, the geniuses and elites of the various families flooded Tothdu residence. In less than 2 days' time, the news had spread through every corner of Sin Domain, and countless powerful martial artists had replied. It was Dooku, Sin Domain's #1 man. When he stood out, the entire Sin Domain would move for him. No one focused on the Null Division in Galloping Horse City anymore. No one cared about Ghostface Mask in Sharpwind City. The entire Sin Domain had their eyes on Dooku. The higher-ups of the 4 main cities who were initially attempting to balance the power had all kept quiet out of fear. No one dared to voice out their discontent. An army, Sin Domain's first army. Just as Tang Tian was furious about the morale, Fu Zhengji barged back in and stammered out loud, "Emma Master, someone wishes to see you." Upon seeing Fu Zhengji's panicked look, Tang Tian was so angry that he opened his eyes wide and scolded, "What the hell are you panicking about? Look at yourself now." "Who is it?" "He calls himself Dooku." Fu Zhengji gritted his teeth and said, "Dooku." Tang Tian was startled. He had never expected for Dooku to personally find him. He looked at the extremely ordinary middle-aged man standing in front of him. "This is Dooku? Sin Domain's #1, Dooku. Dooku was also sizing up Tang Tian with interest. He suddenly laughed, "Brother Gue, do you mind taking your mask down?" Hearing that, Tang Tian happily took his mask down and said outrightly, "My surname is not Gue, my name is Tang Tian." Upon seeing Tang Tian's face, Dooku was shocked. "I never expected Mr. Tang to actually be so young." He was truly taken aback, but it was not only him. Fu Zhengji and Ji Zhe, who were by the side, were equally dumbstruck. They had never thought that the ferocious and cunning Master Ghostface Mask was actually so young. It was especially so for Ji Zhe. He was already considered the youngest and most outstanding talent, but upon seeing Tang Tian, who looked to be younger than him, yet so much stronger than him, he almost could not believe his own eyes. This is too much. Ha ha ha, what can I say? If your talent is great, it is easy to be young. Tang Tian said happily, immediately revealing his true identity. Dooku replied somewhat emotionally, "When I was at Mr. Tang's age, my strength was far lacking compared to Mr. Tang. The next generation will always be more powerful. Ha ha ha." Tang Tian laughed without any control and waved his hands. Don't compare with me, this godlike young lad will forever be more fierce, ha. Fu Zhengji and Ji Zhe stared at Tang Tian in shock. Is this still the firm and decisive, emotionless, and unfathomable Master Ghostface Mask? This seemingly dumb-looking man, exactly where did he crawl out from?
On the contrary, Dooku did not seem to mind. Geniuses were always so exotic. He was nowhere much different when was young, but instead felt that Tang Tian was a frank person, and laughed. I, Dooku, am not wiser despite being older than you. I wonder if I can call you junior brother, but... Tang Tian already felt that Dooku was an extremely nice person, and without further ado, he replied, no problem, then I will call you old Do. Fu Zhangji and Jizai looked at each other, their faces were covered with confusion, feeling that the scene in front of them was extremely strange. Shouldn't the two of them be talking about fighting and killing each other? Why did they start calling each other with such intimacy? What sort of situation is this? Dooku laughed, then everyone will be family from now on. Relax, junior brothers' matters will be old Do's matters from now on. I have already gotten the various cities to send junior brothers' subordinates back to Galloping Horse City. Then I have to truly thank old Do. Tang Tian retracted his laugh and said earnestly. Although we had some differences and friction between us in the past, but it shouldn't be much, the exchange off blows will eventually lead to friendship. Dooku revealed a harmless expression, but us brothers have no benefits in being in conflict. The people below will think that junior brother, you are trying to steal their rice bowl, but old Du knows that the Sin domain can't hold junior brother, and junior brother ultimately wants to fight your way back to the sacred Saint Galaxy. Tang Tian raised a thumb, old Du, you have good eyes. Dooku then looked at Tang Tian, can old Du ask something? Is junior brother friends or enemies with Honorable Marshal Continent? Mortal enemies. Tang Tian said without hesitation. The entire Sin domain are mortal enemies with Honorable Marshal Group as well. Dooku said calmly, many people think that old Du I have built an army just to defeat you, junior brother, but they do not know that old Du I only have one goal, that is to return to the sacred Saint Galaxy. For the sake of leaving the Sin domain, many of our ancestors have died, but no one succeeded. My teacher died for this, as well as my grandfather. I know that the methods of the past have no use, and for many years, I have been thinking of how to get out of this goddamn place. It was until I came to Galloping Horse City, did I finally realize, it is army, only with armies can we get out of this place. When he finished speaking, Dooku's expression was extremely sinister. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 807, A New Breakthrough. Chapter 807, A New Breakthrough. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. No one would have ever thought that Dooku and Ghostface Mask would end up in an alliance, even for Tang Tian himself. But after thinking about it, Tang Tian felt that it was extremely logical. Only the people who were willing to make the Sin domain their home would see Tang Tian as their enemy. For Duke, a man who barged to the Sin door, the man who stood at the peak, how would he have such feelings? Tang Tian saw that Dooku was a nice man to be with. He had seen many people in Sin domain, but Dooku was the only man who had not lost his fire. Tang Tian did not like Sin domain, because he hated the atmosphere, which was filled with people who had resigned themselves to their circumstance, a place with no courage, like ostriches that had buried their heads in the sand, living in fear. He felt vexed, and the godlike young lad hated vexing things. Of course, old Duke could tell that Tang Tian was out of the common run. His eyes were extremely strong. That meant that they were both the same. A man can be old but be young, and a middle-aged uncle could have the heart of a youth. Dooku was the number one of Sin domain, and that required some standard. What Tang Tian did not know that old Du was not just that. After Dooku announced his alliance with Ghostface Mask, with lightning-quick methods, he quickly gained control of the other families of the four main cities. The reason why the four main cities initially wanted to balance the powers, but were helpless against Dooku. Tang Tian did not take heed of such information. He himself had many things to do. Null Division and Zhongli Bayek were once again returning back to Sharkwind City, and most of them did not immerse themselves in the joy of gathering back together, as all of them threw themselves back into training. After experiencing the tribulations in Sin domain, everyone deeply realized that strength was the most important. The alliance with Dooku meant that he no longer needed to waste time engaging in battles in the Sin domain. The only thing left was how to rush through the death path and NB.SP. to home and how to break through the Sin door. Dooku had once barged his way to the Sin door, but returned with a failure. The Honorable Marshal Continent had an extremely strong defense placed at the Sin door. No one wanted to fall at the last crucial moment. The majority of the Null Division members who were returned needed to quickly familiarize themselves with the brand new fighting methods. Even Sima Shao had to put his identity down, and like an ordinary member, immersed himself in training. Also training fervently were Zhongli Bai in the East Immortal Division, who had changed its name to the Zhong Division. It was because his troops had swelled to a scale far larger than what it initially was. When Duke announced his desire to build an army, many of the head bandits all turned tail and ran alone, leaving behind the group of bandits that had lost their heads, and all of these were rounded up and taken in by Zhongli Bai.
What made Zhong Libai unhappy was the entire incorporation was completed under the help of Null Division. The Zhong Division was much larger than the Null Division, and after a careful selection process done by Zhong Libai, he still had 10,000 men, but their fighting capabilities were still far lacking compared to Null Division. Zhong Libai was unable to see his subordinates be treated as cannon fodder, and especially after thinking about how he owed Niacho a favor, it was as though he was swallowing a mosquito. He could only helplessly owe Niachu more and more, causing Zhong Libai to place all of this anger onto his army. That was how the Devil Zhong clan special training raised its curtains. Zhong Libai, who was filled with so much anger and hatred that he directly placed his camp next to Null Division, and that was how the two divisions started to compete.
Tang Tian was busy with his own God Armor army.
Both Niechio and Zhong Libai were unable to achieve law surface resonance, and only Tang Tian could. Law surface resonances might cause both of them to be dumbstruck, but he still required to train to truly put it to use. Luckily for Tang Tian, he did not need to worry about morale. Ever since he and Duke formed the alliance, his subordinates looked as though they were all on adrenaline shots.
This made Tang Tian somewhat unhappy. This might be old Deuce prestige. You thugs, wait till we arrive in Sacred Saint Galaxy, will you truly know how powerful this godlike young lad is. Tang Tian, who looked at them in anger, silently increased the difficulty of the training, causing the God Armor Armito immediately jump in front. Old Du, who disappeared for a few days, once again appeared in Tang Tian's training grounds with an ice-cold lady behind him. Du Xinu was curiously sizing up the training camp that was in full swing. Everything was extremely unfamiliar to her. Ever since her elder brother had decided to build an army, she had agreed, and set her heart to it. She had even ran over to the vicinity of Galloping Horse City and observed the battles between Null Division and the bandits. In terms of intellect and foresight, Du Xinu was undoubtedly the number one in the Du family, and that's why Duke had handed the responsibility of building the army over to her. She did not let his expectations down, and very quickly made great progress. But she was never arrogant or proud. She knew that she had a better hand compared to the Null Division, as all the elites of Sin Domain were under her. All of them had all experienced countless battles and had outstanding talents. With a bit of instructions, they would quickly gain enlightenment on the matter. In a short span of time, the first army that she built up was formed. But everything that she was witnessing had a stark difference as compared to what she knew. It was not only Du Xinu, but Dooku himself was shocked. That's Tang Tian?
Dooku's eyes focused, his heart overwhelmed with shock. The last time he saw Tang Tian, he only felt that Tang Tian was a direct and frank person with a good personality. But as to how strong Tang Tian was, Dooku in truth did not hold much hope. To him, the only one he could rely on was still himself, and the Sin Domain army. His alliance with Tang Tian was that he hoped to borrow the strength of the Null Division.
Dooku could still recognize the Null Division's strength, to be able to be the teachers for Sin Domain army.
And from what he had heard, he and Tang Tian had no conflicts in interest. So when he met Tang Tian the last time, Althoff did not place Tang Tian's strength in his eyes, but he was not neglectful.
But is this seemingly cool and indifferent guy wrapped completely in law threads, as though he was born from the heavens truly Tang Tian? Why can his body hold all types of law threads? Why is Tang Tian's aura so strange? Duke had seen countless of experts with all types of power, all of them had aura and strength that were unique to themselves, but Duke had never seen an aura such as what Tang Tian was emitting. It was not a bone-chilling cold, but Tang Tian was like a god that had an apathetic and indifferent demeanor. As he clearly understood all living beings, like a god overlooking humans without any thread of emotions. When this thought surfaced in Dooku's mind, he scared himself. Gods? Damn it! What am I thinking?
What a joke! As though he had sensed Dooku's attention, Tang Tian, who was in the air, glanced towards Dooku's direction. An indescribable and extreme sense of danger instantly enveloped Dooku's body without any warning, causing Duke's calm and collected face to finally change. Ever since he had stepped into the law domain realm, no one could be his opponent, and the intuition towards danger became extremely unfamiliar to him, as he no longer remembered when was the last time he had such a feeling. But he knew that the sense of danger was not because Tang Tian had any hostility towards him, but it stemmed from his own instinctive reaction towards Tang Tian's glance.
His instinctive sense towards danger was what made Dooku truly felt fear and shock.
That meant that in his subconsciousness, Tang Tian was already strong enough to pose as a threat to him. If it were anyone else, they would definitely exclaim that it was an impossibility, and doubt their own senses. But Dooku did not. He understood and trusted his senses, and his intuition towards power and danger had long become instinctive to him. At his level, he had attained a deep level of understanding towards himself and the world. He was very clear that if he sensed danger, then it meant that danger truly existed around him. For a man who had not stepped into the realm of law domains to actually be able to pose as a threat to him, the answer definitely lied on the armor on Tang Tian's body.
Dooku's understanding of laws was something no one in Sin Domain could contend with.
With one look, he could tell that the armor on Tang Tian's body was made up of countless of law threads. All of these law threads were fantastic oddities of every description, and between each of them, there were no relation. It was like a mash-up of all laws, to the point that there were some laws that even Duko found unfamiliar. Duko had never seen such a type of armor. Duko was overwhelmed with shock, but even more excited, and started to scrutinize it. All of the law threads were not truly in a mess, but as though they were woven with each other. If Tang Tian had known that Duko had only used one look to see through Awakened God armor's profound mysteries, he would have definitely been shocked.
Tang Tian's Awakened God armor had improved greatly, due to Toei's enlightenment from Bewitching Blade.
The law threads attached to his body were combed and woven like how the Bewitching Blade had done it. Currently, the Awakened God armor on Tang Tian's body was no longer as messy as before, but had a rough outline of a real armor. It was just that there were still many law threads floating on its exterior, as Tang Tian's understanding of laws was still shallow. All of these myriad of laws engendered even more laws, and even sorting out a portion had already spent a great deal of his mental strength. But of course, this effort was not wasted, although he had only sorted out a portion, but the Awakened God armor's might had greatly increased. This could be seen when he tried synchronization, as his synchronizing had improved greatly. The rise in synchronization made Tang Tian satisfied, but there were many problems that were revealed in training that made Tang Tian feel upset. His previous thought about combining the power of 200 law surfaces into one was an attack that was definitely unstoppable. But after the subsequent trainings, Tang Tian found out that it could not be realized. It was due to the attributes of laws. Amongst many laws, there were many that were basically incapable of merging. This reality made Tang Tian feel distress, but after that Tang Tian found out that it might not be a bad thing. In terms of strength, although it might not be able to reach the expected degree of terror, but the diversity of attacks had its benefits as well. The merging and combining of different laws could produce different variations, and causing the attack to be filled with a myriad of changes. To the enemy, it was definitely a nightmare, as it meant that they were incapable of predicting the attacks. Even Jizai and Fu Zhangji were excited about this point. Everyone tried out different combinations with abundant spirit, to see what sort of attacks they could produce. It was a brand new world, all of them only trained in one type of law, and they had never thought that the power of laws could be merged in such a way. Just based on this thought was enough to make them all excited. The originally vast and boundless laws were able to merge and transform, making the world even more vast and boundless. Instantly, Duku and Duxian watched the scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 808. What the hell is going on? Chapter 808. What the hell is going on? Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
Fu Zhengji felt as though his lungs were on fire. His throat was filled with smoke and ash as he glanced at Ji Zuho was near him. Jizai's face was also covered in perspiration. The dark red blood light flowed from his body as hair remained unmoved like a statue. Fu Zhengji could not help but feel envious. Being young is so good. Of course, he was more envious of Jizai's bewitching blade. Not only could the new bewitching blade influence an enemy's blood flow, but at the same time it could be used on oneself, nursing himself back to health, increase recovery, and reducing fatigue. Prepare for the 213th round, Tactic 33. Tang Tian's voice was monotonous, like a lifeless robot. Fu Zhengji trembled, and threw the thoughts to the back of his mind. Jizai, who was like a statue, seemed to come back to life as well. His tense body immediately relaxed as he opened up his eyes, breathing heavily. His face revealed color once more. The rest immediately focused. All of them revealed looks of fatigue, but all of them still did their best and made themselves focus even further. They were doing their best to remember Tactic 33. It was truly a nightmare training, but everyone was completely numb to it, and even the unbridled and arrogant people could not even hold on to any thoughts of anger. It was not that they did not dare to, but it was because they did not have any energy to do so. There was no distinction between days and nights. Master Ghostface Mask, oh no, he was Master Tang Tian, never knew what fatigue was, and continued to make them try new things continuously. At the start, everyone was filled with excitement. The combination of laws, it was something new. Everyone started discussing about what the combinations would unleash, what uses. But after going through 500 cycles of probing, breaking up, forming up, breaking up again, forming up again, everyone felt splitting headaches and were extremely tired. At the end, whenever the order was given out, they were and NBS. Almost moving on instinct. No one discussed about the combination of laws, and even if they had the energy, they would be scolding about the damned combination of laws. But what a pity, they had no strength at all. Everyone was now completely in admiration of Master Tang Tian. Look at him, Master is still so energetic and focused. It is like a breeze in the park for him to do this training. Does he not know what tired feels like at all? They all felt that it was inconceivable. And when Tang Tian took out thick tactics handbooks and threw it to them, and asked them to memorize all of it, the 200 men on the field became petrified, looking like terracotta soldiers. 67 different type of tactics, and 328 types of combinations of various sizes. The simplest was a combination of 2 men, and the most complicated was a combination of 12 men. Just by looking at these numbers made their eyes confused and their scalps numb. Furthermore, these tactics contained different types of combinations, the attack sequence and type of coordinations were all different. The level of complication was too numbing.
Master, you must definitely be joking. Yes, you must definitely be.
The soldiers who had sluggish expressions and their mouths wide open looked towards the master, who in their vision had an expressionless face.
After 500 rounds of training, how many types of combinations have they tried?
Even they themselves did not know. Every day, their training schedule was so packed it made all of them panic.
But Master actually memorized all of them.
The terracotta soldiers were all so frightened that they almost broke into pieces. Are you still a human, Master, are you? The terracotta soldiers painfully began frantically memorizing the 120-page tactics handbook. Compared to this tactics handbook, facing Master Dooku was no long as terrifying.
Master, we can help you kill Dooku, just let us go. Pay attention on the attacking sequence. Tang Tian's gaze swept across everyone. He was extremely not satisfied.
It was already at their 213th cycle off training, but all of them were still not fully proficient and frequently made a lot of mistakes, and countless faults started to appear in the training. But it did not cause his mood to falter, as even he himself had to admit that the tactics were extremely complicated. If not for him being in the state of awakened god armor, he would definitely be unable to complete the surprising tactics handbook, and even memorizing it would have been difficult. In the awakened god armor state, all of these extremely complicated combinations were as simple as A, B, C to him. But only he had the awakened god armor. Tang Tian was clear about this point. He who was in the awakened state was extremely quick-witted. He was not aerial military general and did not have any experience in tactics, but his understanding of laws had given him the ability to merge all of their fighting capabilities. It was enough. He did not understand strategies, so he would use strength to speak. As long as he could do that, the 200-man army could explode with astonishing might and devastate the enemies in front of them. Of course, the prerequisite was that his thoughts could be realized. The 213th cycle of training was not wasted, although the members were extremely tired, but they performed far better than before. They all had relaxed their bodies and breathed slowly. They gathered their focus, and every single figure looked like bows that were slowly being pulled.
Killing intent silently pervaded out.
The current Tang Tian was extremely sensitive to the changes in the surroundings. He could clearly feel the invisible killing intent in the air, and could clearly sense the state of every single member. Tang Tian's expression did not change, but his focus reached the peak. He was the core of the entire army, and had controlled the attacking rhythm of the entire army.
Every member's law surface had to be linked to him to be able to complete the law surface resonance.
If it were pair-by-pair combinations, it meant that he had to organize 100 resonances.
The God Armor Army's battle style was something that no other army could replicate. Unless they had someone who was like Tang Tian, who was able to link everybody's law surface.
Tian, the author, could not decide between Awakened Army and God Armor Army, but they are the same thing. It might stick to the God Armor Army. The God Armor Army in the air suddenly plunged into a strange silence, and the air around them congealed.
Attack! The biting cold order sounded out in the air.
Fu Zhengji moved. He unsheathed his chief green swords, and a green mist that corroded the air instantly appeared ahead of them. After that, the member beside him moved as well. Looking from below, it looked as though an invisible lash had swayed. The two ends of the lash had moved towards the same direction. Following that, this invisible lash's two sides lit up with a splendor at the same time, and many ice crystals sprinkled out along with countless of wind blade gales, converging together. It was ice laws and wind laws. The completed combination formed a white hailstorm that screamed out. It was the effect of 10 members attacking at the same time. Before the hailstorm had subsided, 13 members who trained in water blades made their moves. A great quantity of water bubbles enveloped the white hailstorm. When the water bubbles touched the hailstorm, they were quickly frozen, but the flexible yet fast water blades actually split the hailstorm into 13 parts. 5 members who trained in vortex laws made their moves at the same time. The 13-parted hailstorms were quickly compressed, then stretched, then revolved, and 13 long hailstorm ice spikes revolved at a great speed in the air, releasing extremely cold hissing sounds. Then came a dazzling myriad of light auras that blossomed onto the 13 hailstorm ice spikes, which were enveloped with flames, poison, death aura, etc. The members who trained in spatial laws had already prepared. Spatial undulations appeared in the formation, and every hailstorm ice spike's edge all started to flicker with a faintly discernible black dot. An extremely hard to detect ripple started pervading out with the black dot at the center. They were the spatial blades formed from spatial laws, and were serving the role as the spear tip.
Dooku was unable to remove his gaze from the hailstorm of ice spikes.
If we were to describe Tang Tian's gaze as one that made him instinctively feel danger, then the 13 hailstorm ice pikes formations had made his heart thump extremely hard and fast, causing him the intense urge to make a move on them.
What the hell is going on? He could not believe his own eyes. Even a pike formed by a law domain expert was unable to shock him as immensely as the 13 hailstorm ice pikes. What am I watching? Combinations. Combinations of laws. Laws can actually be combined. Oh my god.
He subconsciously reenacted the scene of having the pikes landing on an enemy's body. There was no protection that could possibly stop the terrifying pikes. Even he himself, when facing the pikes head-on, could face the possibility of his law domain crumbling. Furthermore, there was poison mist rippling in the spatial undulations, which would actually weaken the enemy prior. Everything that was happening before his eyes was completely capsizing all of his knowledge. He forcefully suppressed the overwhelming shock in his heart. His gaze that was filled with fear swept through Tang Tian's formation. In the formation, there was another scene of lights. Lightning gathered and formed into many lightning balls. Suddenly, from the shadows of the formation jumped out a black figure that devoured the lightning balls and instantly disappeared. Dense dark curtains that varied from the night laws had enveloped the lightning balls, concealing every bit of aura. Devouring one lightning ball after another, which were all compressed inside the dark curtain. If they were to be unleashed, their might would be inconceivable. The dark curtains that had shrouded the lightning balls were like sharks swimming in the deep, dark sea, which could launch fatal attacks at any time. Dooku's pupils trembled again. The lightning balls that were compressed alone were fine. Such an attack could be blocked if prepared well. But using the dark curtains to conceal the lightning balls, in a chaotic battlefield, would become the best weapons for ambush. Receiving the highly compressed lightning balls without any preparation would definitely feel like being heavily struck by a stick in the gut. Jizai's bewitching blade unleashed the blood screen that revealed many holes, transforming into a blood web. The faint green light rain that sprinkled onto the blood web caused many green dots to form on the blood web. Those were buds, a product of life laws. Upon coming into contact with the enemy, it would start absorbing the enemy's vitality and grow bigger and stronger. Dooku's gaze was already trembling once again, and at the moment, even his lips were trembling. Too sinister, too ruthless. The blood-devouring web adding the buds, as long as anyone were to touch it slightly, they would be sucked dry. Inside the formation flew out many dazzling light discs that looked as though the sun was rising. All of these light rays flew up into the sky and like magnets, they started to merge together, at long last forming a gigantic light disc. This light disc was the most ordinary form of attack in lights, but when more than 10 of such light discs merged, it had become extremely terrifying. The light disc that spanned over 10 m in diameter was instead not as bright as individual light discs. Instead, the teeth of the discs had dark gold lines. Run! Dooku jumped in fright from the thought that had just entered his mind. Hold up! His eyes seemed to have grasped something, and when he swept past the light disc, his pupils instantly dilated. A sword light had blossomed behind the light ray without any omen. Just surrender now. That was the only thought that appeared in Dooku's mind. Duxinu, who was by his side, had an extremely pale face. Her legs gave in, causing her to fall onto the ground. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 809, Duxinu's Judgment. Chapter 809, Duxinu's Judgment. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. When Tang Tian flew down, Dooku eagerly stepped forward. What is this tactic? Why is it different from the Null Division? Tang Tian removed the awakened god armor, revealing his pale white face. To activate the awakened god armor, it required him to be at his peak state, and the law surface resonance had an extremely huge stress on Tang Tian, although the majority of the stress was absorbed by the armor, but as the controller, Tang Tian needed to bear some of the burden as well. Law surface resonance, Tang Tian did not hide anything. Seeing Dooku's anxious expression, Tang Tian knew he was not faking it, and he himself had to flaunt some of his abilities from time to time. But as he was so tired to the point that he could just lay on the ground, he could only explain it in a few words. Law surface resonance? Dooku's eyes widened. He exclaimed out loud, how is that possible? In terms of the understanding of laws, there was no one that could compare with Dooku in Sin Domain. With Tang Tian's one-line sentence, Dooku could roughly guess everything out. He was able to understand the resonance of law surfaces, and was able to understand the power produced by the resonance would be tremendous. He merely muttered to himself, and was able to think clearly. But, he also knew that to achieve law surface resonance required extremely harsh and demanding conditions. Like how there were no two leaves the same in the world, there were no two completely identical law surfaces in Sin Domain. People trained in different laws, people had different talents, the duration of how long they have trained were different, the depth of comprehension between each person were different, and thus the law surfaces formed by every person would be completely different.
For two law surfaces to completely resonate, how much coordination and understanding was truly needed, Duke could understand. If it were only two-person, Duke would not be as surprised as he currently was, but NNB. SP, how many people were there? 200 of them. How did Tang Tian do it?
If Duke claimed that his understanding of laws was second in the world, no one would dare claim to be first.
The things he saw far surpassed ordinary people.
The 200 men could be considered a small army. Tang Tian was the true core of the army, and he was able to connect 200 law surfaces. That was what Duke felt was inconceivable. To successfully gather 200 people's law surface to resonate, then completely match their undulations and to synchronize all of them, how terrifying was that? Just by calculating this much, Duke knew that the power was able to sweep out a few cities. No one was able to bear such an intense power, no one.
Even he himself, Duke, the number one of Sin domain, in the face of such power, would instantly perish.
How does he do it? He looked at the youth who still had a tinge of naivety to his face, and was speechless. In a short few breaths, Tang Tian had already recovered much more. He immediately shook himself and said with please, how did I do it?
It is a long story.
After that, Tang Tian used an extremely exaggerated tone, and talked about his enlightenment on the awakened god armor, the process of discovery of the law surface resonance, the important point being the brilliance of the godlike young lad. This old Du has not seen the world, I shall scare him.
Du Xianyu was absent-minded, she had not regained herself from the shock previously.
But the scene before her made her feel amused. The crowd that was seated all over in front of them with a young man standing amongst them facing her elder brother with exaggerated hand gestures and talking about his experiences, along with her elder brother's expression that was either stunned, strange or shocked. She was at a loss, her eardrums were buzzing, she could not make out a word he was saying, and was just subconsciously watching the amusing scene. In terms of comprehension of laws, she was lacking compared to her brother, but Dooku had handed the task of building the army to her, naturally because she had her own forte. The law she trained in was similar to Nie Chio's, yin-yang formation, and as she was a calm and decisive person, she was the most perfect candidate. She did not disappoint her brother's expectations of her. The army she formed out was extremely meticulous, and with the null division tactics, she quickly formulated her very own tactics. Upon seeing it, even Dooku had to praise her. It made her feel proud. But all of her pride was completely demolished upon seeing the training grounds. She was immensely affected and shocked. The 200-men army displayed a power far more than what she thought was the limit. The unprecedented combination of laws was brimming with exponential creativity and power. In the few centuries of Sin domain, Noon had actually thought that laws could be combined.
Its deadly offense and myriad of variations along with the abundant layering was unblockable.
She even thought of herself as an enemy of the army in front of her. What can I do with my army against this small army? 10 seconds later, her entire body trembled. She realized that regardless of what she tried, she was unable to defend against them. The two were on completely different levels. This was what had struck her the most. There was nothing that could make her feel as much pain, being an arrogant person. She stood in position as though her spirit had left her body, leaving behind a puppet-like exterior. Every ounce of strength had been sucked up from Fu Zhangji and everybody else's bodies, all of them laid on the ground weakly, trying to use the time to recover as much as possible. Hearing the master exaggerate and talk to Master Dooku, making him stunned again and again made them feel immensely pleased. It was Master Dooku, the number one man of Sin domain. To scare and surprise him was something not easy to do.
No one dared to waste time.
They knew of the master's perverse recovery rate. After the continuous training, they had long grasped Tang Tian's habits. If they did not grasp the time to recover, they would suffer even more in the next cycle. As expected, in the next few seconds, they heard Tang Tian speak to Dooku without hesitation. I'll talk to you later again, I need to go back and train. With that, he turned and shouted, get up, all of you get up, let's prepare to start again. Everyone who was lying on the ground struggled to stand up with faces filled with solemn.
Woo, we knew it would be like that. Suddenly, Du Xianyu could not help but ask, they haven't completely recovered. If you train like that, wouldn't it affect the training results? What she did not expect was Tang Tian's direct reply, yes it will. Just as she was trying to solve the question herself, Tang Tian explained, but this is in line with a battle situation. If they are able to accomplish the tactics at their limited state, then at any other times, they will definitely be able to accomplish it as well. And it is even easier to break through while at their limit. There are so many benefits, and just by being a bit tired only. A bit tired only? Everyone's faces turned green, their faces that were solemn turned into anger. Master, you call this a bit tired only? They had to admit that training while at their limit was extremely effective, because they could clearly feel the growth in their strength. One must know, for a person as old as Fu Zhangji, they had already passed their prime age of growth, but he was actually still able to feel the relative improvements. For people like Ji Zhe, the growth was even more apparent. Du Xianyu was stunned. This is too fearsome already. She knew about being able to break through much more easily at the limit, but knowing it and achieving it was completely different matters. It was not only being fierce to the soldiers, but he had to be fierce to himself. Duke was re-evaluating Tang Tian once again. He had to admit that he had to reorganize his thoughts about the young man in front of him. A youth who was able to be so harsh to himself was extremely rare in Sin domain. Duke had extremely complicated emotions in him. His choice to ally with Tang Tian was undoubtedly the best decision. The God Armor Army's powerful fighting capabilities made him feel extremely confident of barging through the Sin door. Even the Sin door is unable to withstand such a powerful offense. But upon thinking about Tang Tian's age, Duke had a rare emotion of jealousy. Even if he was already the number one person in Sin domain, in front of Tang Tian, he had no feeling of bliss. He could not help but smile bitterly. Truly, comparing with others will simply infuriate oneself. One will definitely lose out. I have been a frog in a well the entire time. Being the number one in Sin domain is just that thinking about it, he was filled with even more desire to break out of the Sin domain. The vast world outside was even more majestic. Upon thinking about it, he became excited. Du Xianyu suddenly asked, "Can we learn to perform law surface resonance?" "No, we can't." Duke shook his head. He knew that his sister had suffered an immense setback, but still spoke to her honestly. Tang Tian is able to realize all of this is because of his awakened God armor. His awakened God armor is formed from his own special technique, the God Fist, Demon Six Seals and the unique critical state. The only one that I can achieve is being in the critical state. Du Xianyu did not know what to say. Seems like we will definitely be able to barge through the Sin door this time. Duke purposely spoke with a bit of warmth. Du Xianyu was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "We will also use this training method to train while at the limit." Duke knew that his sister had been completely incited, and could not help but smile. Du Xianyu raised her head. "If we can return to the Sacred Saint Galaxy, what will be our course of path?" Duke was startled for a moment. He had never truly thought about that. He suddenly understood what his sister meant. The God Armor Army was strong enough, the probability of returning to the Sacred Saint Galaxy was not small anymore, but what will they do once they were back in the Sacred Saint Galaxy? Duke spoke earnestly, "Sister, please advise me." Du Xianyu hesitated for a moment, then said, "We will follow Tang Tian." Duke was surprised, although he had formed an alliance with Tang Tian, but he had never thought about following him. But he knew his sister's character. She was never one to be reckless, and said, "Sister, please elaborate further." Du Xianyu chuckled. "Firstly, Tang Tian and us have a common enemy. Secondly, we have been away from the Sacred Saint Galaxy for too long, and we know nothing about the Sacred Saint Galaxy, as who knows if it might be completely different from the records our ancestors have. To travel alone, we will most likely hit a wall. Furthermore, the Sin domain uses laws, while the Sacred Saint Galaxy has energy. How much it will influence us, and how much we can be an influence, these are unpredictable indicators." Duke nodded his head. He did not interrupt his sister, as these 2 points pointed to danger. Du Xianyu then sighed lightly. "Thirdly, if we were to seek for a place ourselves, we will be weak, and will undoubtedly need a power supporting us for us to continue surviving, and I think that brother knows the current mood of the entire Sin domain. There are very few people who are willing to move out like brother. Without people, without a unified agenda, how can we accomplish anything?" Duke was silent. He felt extremely unhappy about it. Maybe in time, they will understand and wake up from this nightmare. That will be a long time. Du Xianyu spoke honestly. "Brother, will you wait till then? I am afraid that the Honorable Martial Continent will not let brother do what you want. And will Tang Tian even care about the Sin domain?" Duke asked solemnly. Du Xianyu chuckled. "Whether Tang Tian cares or not isn't important, as long as brother cares. So, brother, you need to live. You need to live as long as you can and not forget about why you want to leave. Bring your goals with you, for you to be able to change the Sacred Saint Galaxy." Duke was roused, and he immediately said, "I will go and speak with Tang Tian now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 810, Zhong Li Bai's Monstrous Little Thoughts. Chapter 810, Zhong Li Bai's Monstrous Little Thoughts. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. What crazy tactic is Crazy Tang doing? Emoli gazed at the little black dots with a serious expression. He muttered to himself as the undulations that spread out from the distance was extremely frightening. No one bothered about him, as everyone else were equally focused. It was not their first time witnessing the God Armor Army training, but every time they witnessed it, they would be able to experience it even more. The brilliant splendors released had caused immense shock to the Sin domain citizens, but to the people from Heaven's Road, it was nothing much.
In Heaven's Road, the brilliance from the martial techniques were even more exquisite and gorgeous. But in everyone's eyes, it was not the brilliance they were looking at, but the undulations unleashed by the black dots, causing everyone's scalps to turn numb.
Sima Zhao's gaze never left Tang Tian's sacred land, his heart was completely overwhelmed with shock.
How much has this guy grown in this short span of time?
The experience in the Sin domain was simply a nightmare to Sima Zhao.
His fighting capabilities had been reduced to zero, and he had lost his connection to the Scorpio Magatama. The Scorpio King that was well regarded in Heaven's Road had actually fallen to such a state. But, he was a man that came from nothing, and his persevering temperament was far out of the ordinary, to be able to become the ambitious and ruthless overlord that he was. His agile reactions and outstanding mind had quickly obtained his own freedom. His situation was far better than many others, but he was still not satisfied, and immersed himself in the bitter training.
But compared to that guy, Sima Zhao was feeling all kinds of emotions.
Although he was on the same boat with Tang Tian, but as his identity was more sensitive, he was not considered as part of Tang Tian's group amongst the people. In the short run, they might be allies, but in the long run, the two were still competitors. Watching his opponent grow exponentially while he himself was stuck made him feel as such. He was initially pleased with his own improvements, but upon watching Tang Tian's progress, he suddenly had some understanding towards the Honorable Martial Group's emotions. Honorable Martial Grindstone, that was the nickname Honorable Martial Group had given Tang Tian before, as they were still underestimating him. But as time passed, the Grindstone was still there, but there were no more swords. If the Honorable Martial Group are to face with this nickname again, they must definitely feel even more complicated than me. Upon thinking about that, the stuffiness in Sima Zhao's heart lessened greatly.
But when he thought about it, if the current powerful Tang Tian were to return to Heaven's Road, who would be able to fight with him?
Deep in his eyes, a sinister look flashed. Looking on helplessly at his opponent that was vying for hegemony, threw him further and further behind, naturally he would not feel happy. There were even times when the sense of helplessness had surged in him. But aside from Sima Zhao, everyone else who were shocked were filled with joy. As Tang Tian got stronger and stronger, it meant that their future was brighter.
Tang Tian's God Armor army not only gave Du Xinu and Sima Zhao an immense pressure, but it also gave Niechou and Zhongli by the same immense pressure.
The God Armor army had awakened a brand new way of fighting. It was a brand new innovative army. Niechou and Zhongli Bai had received the largest attack. It toppled everything they had learnt, and even caused them to act together. The last time the two of them worked together was when they were thinking of unriddling the trainings of Null Division. The two of them discussed for 2 days, with even more intense quarrels. The reason for the God Armor army is because of their law surface resonance. Do we have anything to our advantage? Unless we find another answer for this, from the looks of it, Master's method has no probability of being spread.
If it is not law surface, what about law threads? Can they have complete resonance?
It should be able to be realized, but its might is too weak and has no practical value.
Heaven's Road military generals use control auras to control the battle. Are we able to use this aspect to find a breakthrough?
In theory, we can, but the demands for the general will be very high, and at the moment we are unable to achieve that. After 2 days of discussions, the two of them were fatigued, but they had managed to clear up a few vague and hazy areas. Zhongli Bai had stubble on his chin, but his face was flushed red with excitement with light in his eyes. The God Armor army is a typical high-end small army like the silver frost mounts of the past, and difficult to duplicate. I feel that we do not need to be affected by them. We should look at it from a bigger point of view. Where will our future battles be? The Sacred Saint Galaxy and Heaven's Road. Those places play with energy. Whether or not laws can be acclimatized there, we will not know, but we need to think of something. I feel that we can walk the path of warships. That is a battle tactic suitable for us.
Mechanical spirit weapons are also a good addition, Niechou said.
Zhongli Bai thought of her moment, and the light in his eyes blossomed even further. That's right, do you remember that extremely ugly mechanical spirit weapon? The one that we saw on our first day at Three Spirits City.
Yes, I do. Niechou's breathing quickened. He will never be able to forget the aura from the monster.
If we are equipped with those mechanical spirit weapons, who can stop us? When Zhongli Bai said those words, he could not help but tremble. He was overwhelmed by the thought itself. Upon thinking of that ugly and sinister monster looking around arrogantly in the training grounds, he could feel his blood boiling. As for the warships, he had long thrown them out of his mind. Who cares about warships when the assault with mechanical spirit weapons was much more enjoyable?
Great idea.
Niechou was moved by the suggestion. The ugly mechanical spirit weapon that resembled a monster looked as though it was made just for Zhongli Bai. He could imagine after the entire Zhong division were to be equipped with those killing machines, how powerful they would become. In terms of bearing, Zhongli Bai was the model for the Leo constellation's military generals. He was brave, decisive, firm with his assaults, like a heavy hammer unleashed with great momentum. But his meticulous control was another matter. Nietzsche did not let it get to his head, and maintained himself. I want to take a look first to see if warships are suitable for the Null Division, but warships are more suitable for you. Zhang Libai also nodded his head. The size of warships were much larger and had more weapons deployed that stressed on coordination. To Nietzsche, who was someone who looked at the big picture, a meticulous military general, it was perfect for him.
Nietzsche laughed. When we arrive back in the Sacred Saint Galaxy, we need to confirm it.
Zhang Libai, who was excited over his own idea, spoke. Since we already know our general direction, we need to change our training style. Laws require too much time to train, and we do not have time for them to do so. We are about to barge through the Sin door. Master will definitely not stop for long, and we will definitely return to the Sacred Saint Galaxy. Regardless if it is the warships or little monsters, we must get ready ourselves. We should emphasize more on the heavy demonic execution for our trainings. Heavy demonic execution was excellent to temper the body, and furthermore there was still the replenishment from the life origin essence inside the golden steel gravel. As to barging through the Sin door, he could not imagine who was able to stop Master's God Armor Army. Even if they were able to stop Master's God Armor Army, then the Null Division and Zhong Division would not be able to fight them even if they were to fight as one.
That's right, your troops needs to train more. Nietzsche reminded him kindly.
Zhong Libai's face immediately turned as black as a pot. The majority of his Zhong Division were made up of ex-bandits, and were not shameful mobs. Bandits themselves did not have any upbringing in terms of tactics, although Zhong Libai had already grasped the time to train them, but to attain Null Division's current standard, they still had a long way off.
The emergence of the Ursa Major constellation was directly linked to mechanical armies.
Currently, mechanical armies were no longer a rare product in Heaven's Road, and for the various families that did not have them, they would be able to obtain some for research. The important thing about building a mechanical army was that the soldiers needed to have high attainments in tactics.
On this aspect, the soldiers of Ursa Major constellation were famous.
They had good bodies, with the heavy demonic execution and golden steel gravel, adding that Sin Domain's bodies were naturally powerful. It was not a problem.
Damn it!
I must definitely train these bastards to the point between life and death. Upon thinking about the tides of bronze monsters trampling everywhere they go, invincible wherever they swept, the fighting intent in Zhong Libai surged out. He no longer wanted to sit any further. He stood up suddenly. I will supervise their training. He left Nietzsche's room filled with killing intent. Tang Tian was naturally happy about Duke's desire to join them. He accepted it gladly. He had never thought much about it, or if there were anything wrong with it. But Fu Zhangji and Jize were stunned. Duke and Tang Tian's alliance had already caused their eyes to almost fall off, but Duke had joined Tang Tian's camp. This. Not only did they not understand, but others as well. Regardless of influence or power, to the Sin Domain, Tang Tian and Dooku were of completely different levels, but the development had surpassed their expectations.
Tang Tian's people were naturally joyous, but Dooku's subordinates all opposed it.
Dooku then gathered all of them together and told them what Du Xinu said, and instantly they were all mute. Although they knew how to speak powerful words, but upon thinking about the foreign Sacred Saint Galaxy, all of them no longer had the confidence. They did not even have an inkling of what the current Honorable Martial Continent's shadow looked like. They were like an entity who had been behind closed doors for too long. Suddenly realizing that he had to leave, he would be filled with unease and fear. That was an ordinary matter. But what made everyone truly convinced was when Nietzsche came to visit, and gave generous practical evaluations and focused propositions to Du Xinu's army. An expert would be known upon showing his cards, and Du Xinu in the list of powerhouses martial artists who initially thought they understood how armies worked, realized that they were more naive than the rest. Heaven's Road military generals had long established a prudent system, which had matured through history and various styles. Nietzsche's suggestions looked upon many minute details, but when all of these seemingly ordinary details were put together did Du Xinu realize that the potential of an army could be greatly increased. Attempting to barge into Sin Door and returning back to the Sacred Saint Galaxy was no longer new news. It had spread through the entire Sin Domain, and had become the hottest discussion topic. Everyone in Sin Domain had complicated thoughts, fear, panic, lost, anticipation all mixed together, but everyone knew, regardless of success or failure, the Sin Domain was going to change. But Tang Tian, who was right in the heart of the storm, was instead extremely calm. He was patiently training and testing new things, waiting for the battle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 811, When Kang's News. Chapter 811, When Kang's News. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Do you have any news about the front lines?
Lu Kai handed over the wine pot to Wen Kong, and when the rest heard the question, they immediately rushed over.
Wen Kong had just returned from state duties, and would definitely have new information.
The Sin Door was separated from the world, and going from the Sacred Saint Galaxy to the Sin Door was not easy, and according to Oriels, they only had one chance every 3 years to return to Honorable Marshal Continent for state duties. In the Sin Door, the Southern Expedition was the hottest topic. In the recent centuries, the Honorable Marshal Continent had fought many wars and won all of them. They swallowed all the various continents in the West, and had become the current overlord. After the accumulated victories, it had caused all the Honorable Marshal Continent citizens to have a sense of self-confidence since young. They firmly believed that the Honorable Marshal Continent was undefeatable, and possessed a zealotry towards battle, far more than any other normal citizens. To not be able to participate in the Southern Expedition had made all of these soldiers who were sent to guard the Sin Door extremely remorseful, but the Southern Alliance was still their most focused on topic. It was just that they were too far apart, and only when someone came back from state duties would they be able to obtain the latest news. When Kong accepted the wine pot and drank a mouth. The Sin Door had plenty of alcohol. According to the drill books, mounted personnel who drank on duty were to be heavily punished. But it was the Sin Door. What drill books were there? The Sin Door was cut off from the rest of the world due to it having an extremely harsh environment without water or oil. It was an extremely terrible and cruel place to work, and naturally no one was willing to work here, as it was a place like a penal sentence. The commanders were all people who had offended the higher-ups in the past, and the soldiers had to follow them unluckily. After Tang for a decade, all of their great ambitions and goals were washed off. From training every day, it became training once every 3 days, and then it became once every 10 days. After that, they did not train at all. The mounted personnel could not escape, and occasionally there would be random Sin Domain citizens who would challenge them, and if they were to truly let the Sin Domain people escape, their own families would follow suit. But for the past few years, the Sin Domain people never appeared, and the days were so bland it made them despair. When the last Sin Domain person appeared, the army was mobilized, and everyone came to watch the commotion. The mounted personnel was extremely bored, and they would play cards and drink to pass the time, otherwise, they truly did not know how to live their days. Seeing that everyone had gathered around, when Kong basked in the attention for a moment, before becoming serious, General Go Chang has met his match this time. Are you for real? Could it be that the Gold Continent has made their move? Or could it be that General Go Chang is intentionally acting weak? Everyone immediately flew into a commotion. Everyone knew who Go Chang Wendao was. As one of the 5 Honorable Marshal Tigers, in terms of offensive capabilities, he was the champion. The 5 Honorable Marshal Tigers had the highest prestige in the Honorable Marshal Continent, something no outsider will ever know. The low-ranked soldiers all revered and respected the 5 Honorable Marshal Tigers. Moreover, they were different from the famed generals of other continents. Aside from Mu Jixia, the 4 of them had extremely outstanding battle achievements. While all the other continents' famed generals were playing hide-and-seek with pirates, the 4 of them were already slaughtering and taking over continents. Maybe there were people who were stronger than the 5 of them in terms of personal strength, but when it came to taking control over warfare, especially large-scale expeditions, the other famed generals were a grade apart from the 5 Honorable Marshal Tigers. This point had cut deep into the Honorable Marshal Continent's people's hearts. So when they heard that General Go Chang had met his match, everyone's reaction was intense. There were 2 brats. When Kong extended out 2 fingers. 2 brats? Did you get it wrong? When Kong, you better not be lying to us. That's right. And they are brats? Do you think that everyone are like General Chiu? There must definitely be something wrong with the information. General Chiu is an outstanding young genius that only appears once every few centuries. Everyone were rather disdainful about Wen Kang's information, and all of them expressed their disbelief. Wrong, one of them is not young. When Kong feigned mysterious, seeing that he had gotten everyone in suspense, he then sneakily added, one of them is called Xiaoyu, and speaking about him, he comes from a bit of a background, he is Baiyu's classmate. Who's Baiyu? I've never heard of him before. I think I know something about him. There seems to be a man called Baiyu in the southern regions by family, but he isn't someone famous. I say, we have never heard of him before. When Kong, can you stop exaggerating and make it sound as if Baiyu is like some big figure? Everyone had looks of ridicule. When Kong retracted his gaze, you've never heard of him before, right? Me either. But, General Chiu Suhua suffered greatly under Baiyu and lost 30,000 men, and General Feng Yanman died in battle. Everyone quieted down, all of them revealing looks of disbelief. 3 great armies. General Go Chang Wendao pounced straight for Southern Alliance. General Moxian took the left flank while General Chiu Suhua took the right. At that time, General Chiu Suhua led a great army of 150,000 and was locked in stalemate with Southern Region's Allied forces, where the Sacred Pagoda Army was the core. The Allied forces' defensive lines were in imminent danger, and from the looks of it, General Chiu Suhua was about to win. But Bai Yu and his White Crow army appeared at General Chiu Suhua's flank like ghosts, and launched a fearsome ambush, causing General Chiu Suhua to have many casualties. And you guys have never heard of Bai Yu before. The White Crow army under him had just only recently been upgraded to a gold-grade army. That's right, everyone was hoodwinked by him. Everyone thought that he was supposed to delay General Moxan. When Kang's tone was serious, a battle that lost 30,000 men, it was something rarely seen in the honorable martial continent's history. Furthermore, the commander-in-chief was General Chiu Suhua. Even if everyone were biased towards him, they had to admit that Bai Yu was outstanding as well. In time, everyone was stunned. Xia Yuan is Bai Yu's classmate, and his past is even more miraculous. That time, the Southern Alliance, at that time there was no Southern Alliance, it was called the Shan Continent. At that time, the Shan Continent did not have an army, so they thought of a way. They decided to buy armies. It had to be said, when Kong knew how to speak, as he had attracted everybody's attention. Buy armies? Everyone was flabbergasted, their faces were filled with disbelief. They were all grown men, and had never heard of something so preposterous as to buy an army. Yes, when I heard about it, I was also stunned. When we talk about Southern region people, we call them naturally gifted traders, and they naturally know how to do business. This Shan continent is so rich they bleed oil, and upon encountering a problem, without saying a word, they just buy. At that time, the Shan continent did some business with the Bai family, and Xie Yuan was the product of the business. Everyone concentrated on the information. It was too strange. This Shan continent is truly too rich and overbearing. Without saying a word, they gave Xie Yuan a silver-grade army's configuration. And the most extravagant thing, do you all know what it is? Spirit objects. This Shan continent actually gave everyone in Xie Yuan's swift army a spirit object. When Kong said that, even he revealed a look of envy. What the hell, truly a nouveau riche. No wonder we are trying to get the Shan continent. With so much money at stake, who can hold back? So what if they are rich? Alright, what do we do now that we are vying for it? Everyone started to exclaim out loud. All of them had bloodshot eyes and were drooling all over. When Kong saw their expressions, he was secretly pleased. In truth, when he heard of such a matter, he was nowhere better than them. He coughed lightly. At the start, we did not even care. PFFFF, Swift Army? No one had heard of them before. General Go Changwondao is such a fearsome man. He is definitely an absolute treasure blade. Wherever he goes, everything gets sliced up. The Southern Alliance's defensive lines quickly got crushed, and from the looks of it they looked as though they were about to crumble. At that time, they were prepared to bring down all the defensive lines, but ultimately they realized that there were still people holding up. It is because that position is strangely strategized, and if they wanted to bring everything down, they have to first get rid of this nail that is stuck there. Ironblood Brave Horse Master Cliff was just nice at that location. Master Cliff sent his third army to remove that nail, but ultimately failed, and the third army was lost. After that, Master Cliff sent his second army but also failed. Ultimately, Master Cliff could no longer take it, and took his direct subordinated army of 300 men to fight their way up, but in the end, they still lost. Almost 1,000 men. Sigh, everyone sucked in cold air. Ironblood Brave Horsecliff was one of the 3 leading generals under Go Changwondao, who was unmatched in bravery. Everyone was army men, and they knew the strict and stringent levels in their armies, and the disparity in strength. Cliff's army was of another grade, a few grades higher than them, and Cliff's direct subordinated army were the elites amongst elites, and the only ones stronger than them were the direct subordinated armies under the 5 honorable martial tigers. This Xie Yuan is truly powerful, but Xie Yuan became famous in that one battle, and obtained the title, 3rd best guardian under the heavens. After that, he retreated to the Ocean Guardian stronghold, where General Go Changwondao decided to make a move himself. The scene at the battle was heaven-changing. General Go Changwondao brought exactly 22 large-scale siege boats with him. Sigh, the sound of everyone taking in cold air sounded out again. 22 large-scale siege boats, how majestic was that? Everyone's mind thought about the grand and spectacular scene, and many of them became excited. After that? Someone could not resist but asked. When Kong quickly calmed down. After that? Someone else urged impatiently. But very quickly, everyone noticed when Kang's silence, and were all stunned. After that, the Ocean Guardian stronghold suddenly launched a fearsome counterattack. No one knows what it was still. When Kang's voice was somewhat dry, it was too powerful, far more powerful than the attacks from the large-scale siege boats. At that time, 3 of the large-scale siege boats exploded because of the attack. Impossible. That's right, how is it possible to have an attack that strong? What attack can be stronger from the attack of a large-scale siege boat? Everyone flew into an uproar again. Large-scale siege boats were the ultimate war monsters.
Although they had many weaknesses, but they possessed devastating offense, giving them the position to overlook the entire battlefield.
It was some sort of spirit object attack. When Kong was silent for a while before continuing, the higher-ups have already guessed that it is a type of spirit object attack. It uses the spirit object's ability to absorb energy, forming energy vortices that resonates with each other. The higher-ups have already calculated it, they require more than 6 spirit objects to launch such attacks. Every attack also demands a high price from the soldiers. Everyone plunged into silence, they wanted to refute him, but they had nothing to say. An attack that required 6 or more spirit objects was something they could not imagine. The battle was intense. When Kong could feel that his own throat was dry, and his body started trembling, the stronghold is unable to move, and unable to dodge. The large-scale siege boats had also dropped their anchors toe tack, and were unable to move. At this time, there were no other tactics possible, and both parties just shot at each other. Everyone's mouths were wide opened, their faces pale white. In the short few sentences, it had described the entire battle, causing everyone to choke. The battle lasted for exactly 6 hours. When Kang's voice was trembling, as though he was speaking deliriously.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 812, The Miraculous Battle. Chapter 812, The Miraculous Battle.
Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
The exploding light auras would illuminate the ruins of the stronghold from time to time. The soldiers were frantically throwing their star treasures into the battle. The star treasures that they treasured and hoarded over in any ordinary day were all exploding brightly. One after another of their sinister and frantic young faces were actually covered with perspiration and tears. They were unwilling.
In the past, they were just a small army responsible of security.
Any spirit object was enough to buy their entire army, and for a long time, they remained as lowly dirtbags.
Who could still remember that they were dirtbags?
Who could still remember the dual-wing swallow Xiayuan in it? A small-time army that was bought, a middle-aged indecisive military general that was obscure and unknown, completely changed after that business trade. They did not dare to harbor excessive expectations, they did not dare harbor much hope. In the past they were all muddle-headed, and had wasted their years. Xiayuan's ears could not hear any other sounds apart from the intense explosions and attacks, to the point that Hugh was almost deaf. But he gave it his all, waving his arms, roaring words out that even he did not understand or make out, encouraging the soldiers, encouraging himself. Even if he could not hear himself, even if everyone could not hear him. Under the occasional explosions and light auras, in the silent and trembling scene, Xiayuan, who looked like he was crazy, was actually extremely calm. His train of thoughts drifted, and his former days passed by quickly. It is a bit regretful, not being able to become a gold-rank general, but Master bought us at such a cheap rate, he has truly profited.
But, how can I compare to Master in doing business? But, I do not regret it one bit.
Xiayuan's eyelashes trembled, he gradually opened his eyes, the sunlight that shot in through the window had shone on his face, making him feel warm. It was as if everything happened a lifetime ago, for the same few days, he had the same dream, and every time he woke up, his chest would be filled with so much sadness. The battle had ended long ago, but he knew it would be a battle that he would never forget for the rest of his life. He sat up, and wore his shoes, and looked around the sickbay. In it were all of his soldiers. The swift army had suffered a great loss, far more than all the battles that he had ever faced before added together. The remaining army was less than a fifth of what it used to be, and even these survivors did not come back completely unharmed. Xiayuan quietly patrolled around all the familiar faces sleeping on the beds calmly. His movements were extremely gentle. After inspecting everyone down to the last soldier, he looked around as there were many more empty beds, and aloft the familiar faces that had parted forever appeared in his eyes.
He quietly walked out of the room.
Sitting down on the chair under the sun, he wept. The battle of the Ocean Guardian stronghold had shook the entire world. It was a battle huge enough to leave its mark in the war annals. The degree of bitterness had shook the entire Sacred Saint Galaxy to be speechless. 22 large-scale siege boats, that terrifying lineup was enough to cause any military general to feel despair, so much that they would lay down their weapons and surrender. Not one stronghold was able to resist the assault of 22 large-scale siege boats. But the Southern Alliance did it miraculously. Xiayuan's defense in the Ocean Guardian stronghold lasted for a whole 6 hours, and destroyed half of the large-scale siege boats. Just as Go Chang Wendao thought that victory was at hand, Crane suddenly appeared with his Star Treasure army, and slaughtered his way in. The large-scale siege boats were unable to move instantly and became the targets when they got close. All of the large-scale siege boats were put to flames, and not only that, all of the medium-scale siege boats seemed destroyed as well. Go Chang Wendao was so furious he moved out himself. But what he did not expect was that this mysterious army did not retreat, but instead relied on the wreckage of the siege boats and engaged them ferociously. The intense battle was fought amongst the wreckage. The large-scale siege boats were literally as big as strongholds, while medium-scale siege boats were the size of hills, in which the battle was amongst such large wreckage. Go Changwendao's fleet was unable to expand out in this complicated terrain, while the other party used the wreckage for protection and unleashed waves of attacks on them. What made Go Changwendao feel like puking blood was that in this army, every single person had a star treasury as well. The Honorable Martial Continent's ordinary soldiers only knew that the Shang Continent had spirit objects, but Go Changwendao knew that the spirit objects of Shang Continent were the star treasures of Heaven's Road. The fleet made little progress, but Go Changwendao remained unmoved. Although the destruction of the 22 large-scale siege boats made him annoyed, he still had the advantage in numbers. Go Changwendao immediately ordered for everyone to disembark the boats to fight. The situation of the battle had once again caused Go Changwendao to be shocked. The enemies were actually able to be so agile in the sea of energy, and when both parties clashed, the honorable martial army that held the advantage in numbers actually suffered from a great quantity of casualties immediately. Go Changwendao's brows were pinched together. He realized that he had underestimated the Southern Alliance greatly. The battle that had been dragged on became a head-on clash. It was unbelievably difficult, and the other party would always have unexpected things that would catch him by surprise. It was different from any battle that he had experienced in the past. Other enemies would naturally have something that he feared, but to Go Changwendao, who held full confidence in "I hit you once, you hit me once, I hit you twice, you hit me twice," was never that affected by that fear. He was like a sharp blade that could only attack and not defend. He did not care how many times he was cut down by the enemy, but no one was able to stop his blade as well. But this time it was completely different. He felt that he was hacking down onto cotton or water. It was extremely sluggish. He was a maniac, but an intelligent one. He remained unfazed by the casualties on the battlefield, but he squinted his eyes and carefully observed the battle. The enemies were extremely proficient in fighting in the Sea of Energy. Obviously they had gone through special training to do it, causing Go Changwendao to be surprised. The Sea of Energy was where warships ruled, and without the protection of warships, the never-ending energy corrosion was enough to destroy an army. Even pirates would never train in the Sea of Energy and fight without ships. And comparing individual strength to a warship, there was no need to even talk about it. Who knew that Southern Alliance would actually train in this aspect? Could it be that they had long anticipated such a situation? Go Changwendao shook his head. The battle in front of him was just accidental. If not for the wreckage, facing the condensed attacks of the terrifying warships, the enemy armies would die in the blink of the eye. There was no place for cover in the Sea of Energy, as majority of the Sea of Energy was just a vast and endless chaotic energy flow. With regards to the enemy being proficient in using star treasures, Go Changwendao did not find it strange at all. Tang Tian's history and background were long clarified by the higher-ups of the Honorable Martial Continent. The Southern Alliance's proficiency in star treasures was truly one of the most ordinary things. The only thing that surprised him was the power of the star treasures in the Sea of Energy. They were actually able to pose a threat to warships. Go Changwendao personally saw a few of the warships being destroyed, and immediately had an uneasy premonition. He did not know that right at that time. At the other side of the battlefield, Crane was also recalling what Bing had said. You do not need to worry too much about army warfare and such, because the Sacred Saint Galaxy's fighting style is destined to change because of star treasures. Do not think that I am over-exaggerating the use of star treasures on this point. Just trust that this general has been through the most cruel and brutal war in history. The situation in a battle is not eternal, and instead, any change in variable can change the entire situation. And star treasures are exactly that variable. In Heaven's Road, because of the energy concentration, the power of star treasures are greatly weakened. But in the Sacred Saint Galaxy, with the boundless and infinite dense energy supplement, its might will rise unprecedentedly. Do you know what that means? It means that a new type of powerful army equipment has appeared. This appearance will most probably break the current Sacred Saint Galaxy army form. What I mean is not that the army will be pushed to the backstage, but it means that the future armies will be even more agile, more mobile, and focus more on individual strength. Currently, no one else has noticed this except for me. Pass down the martial techniques and experiences that you have from Heaven's Road. They themselves already hold some standard in war tactics. Once their individual strengths are raised, they will quickly form their own battle capabilities. The situation in the battlefield went according to what Bing said. Aside from the Aries constellation, the other four families of the five southern island families were under Crane. Crane did not hide anything, his profound knowledge from reading, although he did not train in them, but he knew of the many theories. The strongest was still Sagittarius constellation. Since the Empress was his aunt, he was viewed as the most possible inheritor of Sagittarius constellation. The four families grew up in the Sacred Saint Galaxy since young, and were outstanding in war tactics. Army formation and coordination had become instinct to them. And after their rise in personal strength, Crane was surprised to find that he did not need to guide them, and they would automatically think about new ways of coordinating, how to unleash even greater power.
In other words, they had started to think about problems regarding tactics on their own.
The great distance dragging training in the Sea of Energy continuously increased their strength, while the pirates they encountered on the way also allowed them to practice. So when the battle started, the 4 southern island families gave him a huge surprise. When every single one of them were equipped completely, it increased each and every single one of their individual strength to pose a threat to warships, and they also possessed the flexibility in which the warships did not have, and when the soldiers fought together in coordination and not single combat, their might instantly exploded. One after another, the warships exploded, and were engulfed by the flames. Watching from a distance, the battlefield looked to have many regiments of bonfires floating around. It was extremely majestic. This region that was filled with the wreckage and flames that never died out, became a death zone. The battle was intense and short, lasting about half an hour. But in this half an hour, Go Chang Wendao suffered greatly. He lost about 30-odd silver-grade warships, 123 bronze-grade warships, and the death count reached a whopping 15,000 men. There was a portion of them that were burned alive in the flames of the warships. Even for Go Chang Wendao, who viewed lives as grass, when he saw the report, the corner of his eyes could not help but twitch. What made Go Chang Wendao feel even more sullen was that they did not force the enemy to retreat, but they retreated on their own notion. What made him want to vomit blood was that they chose to retreat to the Ocean Guardian stronghold. It was practically in ruins. But, the stronghold ruins was like a hard bone. Xie Yuan's reconstruction of Ocean Guardian stronghold was extremely thorough. Including inside the reconstruction of its interior, everything changed, and became even tougher. Ignoring the fact that the outer layer of the stronghold was demolished, and all of their battle positions were destroyed, but the interior part was still completely intact. If there were still any more large-scale siege boats, it would be extremely easy to take down the stronghold ruins. But all of the siege boats had been destroyed. Go Chang Wendao suddenly realized that he was in a position that had no way of advancing or retreating. But, he never expected that the ripple caused by the battle had just begun diffusing out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 813, A Battle of Might. Chapter 813, A Battle of Might. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
Inside the shadows of the ruins of a large-scale siege boat, a faint and vague figure could be seen. Wei Tingting's gaze was calm like water, observing the movements of her enemies. Outside the stronghold, all the previously large and powerful monsters were currently burnt wreckages, quietly narrating the bitter battle. Now, all the wreckages had become their natural sentry positions. Wars were the best teachers, and in the continuous battles, it allowed Wei Tingting and the rest to realize that the densely packed wreckages were their best defensive locations. The complicated terrain was able to increase and unleash their fighting capabilities. The burnt remains of the warships were the strongest portions of the warships, and everything that could be burnt had turned into ashes. Any ordinary attacks from warships could leave terrifying scars on them, but were unable to destroy their composition. To completely sweep the entire area clean, the most possible way was to use warships to pull the wreckages away. To Go Chang Wendao, who had plenty of manpower, it was not a big problem. But as long as any warship got close, they would encounter attacks. Wei Tingting and the rest had snuck into the wreckages, and like ghosts, they were unable to be defended against. To such tedious and dangerous work, no one said anything about it. The surrounding became quiet, and many dark places formed where light did not reach. All of the rookie soldiers that had no experience initially maintained vigilance, but very quickly, they all fell asleep. Wei Tingting's face did not have the impatience of a rookie, but the stability of a veteran. With war bow in hand, which made her more comfortable, she had the unique black gold arrow hung on the bow. The arrow's body was made out of black gold, while the transparent feathers of the black gold arrow were made out of slices of black gold that were as thin as cicada wings, causing the entire black gold arrow to have dark gold lines on it.
It had a very unique name, God Gold Arrow, or its alternative name, Mental Arrow.
This unique and strange name had made Wei Tingting stupefied. She had heard it a few times, but yet thought she had heard it wrongly.
The logistics department's explanation was that the NNB
SP, Gold Arrow, was an abbreviation for godlike black gold arrow, and this explanation made everyone even more stupefied.
But its style and grade made people hopeful.
If not for the fact that the arrow was truly a superior product, Wei Tingting would definitely not use it. Wei Tingting's one hand subconsciously caressed the arrow. This exquisite and artistic arrow released a unique undulation like a star treasure. Every mental arrow was equipped with the newly produced spirits from the Shan continent, and was their newest secret weapon. Wei Tingting thought about the joke that was spreading around, and could not help but smile. The reason why the mental arrow was so powerful was not because of a spirit being added into the arrow, but the true reason being every arrow was embedded with a lunatic. The latest batch of mental arrows only had 10 of them, and Wei Ting was equipped with one. Maybe she had never thought that she would have a day like this. There were times when Wei Ting would think about her life previously, the life void of worries. But she did not wish to go back at all. Personally witnessing her ancestors and seniors sacrificing themselves, revenge became her #1 goal. She wanted to destroy the honorable Martial continent. The hatred did not make her lose her rationality, but made her look towards the enemy fleet with calm and stability. She had grown up. If we were to say that the torturous training of dragging in the sea of energy had grinded her willpower, it made her more firm and more self-confident. Then the battles had truly made her understand the brutality of war. She was glad that she had an outstanding officer. It was said that Master Crane was an amateur like them, but they could not see it at all. From receiving the call for help to moving out, Master Crane's firmness amazed everybody, completely making them unable to compare him to the usual calm and delicate man. When they arrived at the stronghold, it was earlier than expected. Master Crane suppressed everyone from helping out, but hid behind the Ocean Guardian stronghold like an experienced hunter, waiting for the best time to attack. Master Crane never spoke loudly, his voice was always calm and filled with self-confidence. He was forever steady and composed, he was elegant, and even in the time when he gave the order to attack, his peaceful stroll with sword in hand was so charming that it could make any lady fall heads over heels for him. Wei Ting's face immediately flushed red. Master Crane was the every girl's dream man. Although the battle was cruel, they were not disconnected to the outside world. At that time, there were countless of sentries prying at the Ocean Guardian stronghold, and the battle attracted the eyes of the entire Sacred Saint Galaxy. The entire battle process was recorded by the sentries of the various families. All of these recordings were like hurricanes, exploding in the Sacred Saint Galaxy in a very short time. What attracted the eyes of everybody the most were Xie Yuan and Crane. Xie Yuan was fine, since he had already made his name for being an extremely powerful defender, and there was nothing much more to say about the third best guardian under the heavens. If it were the other two, would they be able to hold on for 6 hours in such a desperate situation? This war had many unduplicatable properties, but under such a horrifying assault, to hold on for a full 6 hours, regardless of the standard of his defense or his determination, it had immediately pushed him to become the strongest defensive general in the Sacred Saint Galaxy, and his name had instantly shrouded over the two. But the true person filling the atmosphere was actually Crane. His decisiveness in timely support, his cool-headedness waiting for an opportunity, his powerful personal strength caused everyone's eyes to brighten. In a short span of time, he had acknowledged the value of the wreckage, showing his sharp intuition towards battle. With their orderly retreat and counterattack, their osmosis showed that they had a cool-headed military general. From Xie Yuan's surprise appearance to Crane's sudden invincibility, everyone then realized that the Southern Alliance was not weak like what they thought. Adding by you, the number of top-grade military generals had reached 3. Everyone was surprised that the Southern Alliance had talents gathering, and even felt that Southern Alliance was mysterious and unfathomable. Could it be that Southern Alliance were actually hiding even more talents? No one knew. But as the recordings of the battle were spread, it started revealing its might. In any other place, such a recording would have an explosive effect, and would cause people to be shocked and then nothing. But in the southern region, it was not only that. These recordings were like wildfire that started to ignite the dried-up oil of southern region. The honorable Martial continent's infiltration had struck an unprecedented fear in the southern region. The southern region's various powerhouses' terrible performance made the citizens feel even more despair. The honorable Martial continent's great armies were like a hot knife through butter, destroying rotten twigs. The southern region was like an old wooden hut that had decayed for a long time. With just a slight push, it was about to crumble. Even the Southern Alliance's performance previously was nowhere as good. Their defensive lines were all being crumbled. Other than Xie Yuan's only light, the other places were terrible. Baiyu had crushed Xiao Suhua, causing the southern region people to rejoice, but everyone knew that in terms of the big picture, Baiyu's victory, other than helping to stabilize the allied forces, there were no other changes. On the other side, Mo Xian's movements were unstoppable. The only good thing worth noting was that he required to take a long route to be able to threaten the Shang continent. But what use was there? It was just a matter of time. In such a devastating situation, everyone's hearts were filled with fear. It was an imbalance in power. The southern region was like a child, facing a grown man. They had no ability to resist. But then, the recordings started to spread to every corner of the streets. People who personally witnessed the 6-hour-long decisive battle were choked. Their eyes were fixated on the gigantic war machines, the explosions that shattered their eardrums and burnt their eyes. The terrifying energy chaos made the people feel despair. But then they watched as the Ocean Guardian stronghold, which was being drowned to death by explosions and attacks, fearlessly counterattacked. Their frantic and decisive counterfires, their desperate willpower to fight to the death, blossoming out fiery lights and explosions. But then they watched as the invincible reinforcements suddenly appeared, the fearless ambush, retreat, counterattack, seizing back of grounds, the sturdy determination and fighting spirit appearing from within Thurecages. It struck their hearts. Countless people cried, the fear and despair that had enveloped them were being burnt into ashes by the flames surging in their hearts. In the midst of the desperate abyss, sunlight shot in like a powerful arrow, piercing through the thick and dense dark clouds. Hope, what they saw was something called hope. They saw the courage they lost, the courage to face blood and fire. They were in Southern Region, their home. This burning flame burnt in every single Southern Region citizen. The Southern Region was on fire. The first to sense the change was Moxan. He suddenly realized that the enemies that he faced had suddenly become tenacious. They were like tenacious wrought tan, continuously entangling around his feet as he tried to advance. There were less and less collapses on the first encounters. All of the weak people seemed to have taken drugs, and fearlessly attacked them. The battles started to become more difficult and difficult, making him feel as if he had fallen into a swamp. Such low-grade battles were not enough to pose as a threat to him, but when they numbered to a certain degree, the entire situation would change. He had even met a few mercenaries who tried to ambush them. The situation had become far from normal. Mercenary armies worked for money. How could they attack them without any regard for life? Moxin knew that he was in trouble. The Battle of the Ocean Guardian stronghold had spread through the entire Southern Region, especially amongst the citizens. More than half of Southern Region citizens had recognized that only the Southern Alliance could stop the honorable Martial continent. That brutal and intense battle was the only convincing thing they needed. One after another, the small family businesses drew out their eye-catching flags with freshly made drawing offerships, and wrote down the words Shan continent. Countless people started to pack their luggage and step aboard the boats headed to the Shan continent. The ignited Southern Region started to display their determination and willpower towards the sacred Saint Galaxy. When Kong, who was back in Sindor, did not know the details of the battles that had just happened. He was immersed in his own information, while the entire sentry post became quiet. Everyone was stunned. Even if time had grinded away their will to fight, they were still soldiers, and knew far more on warfare than ordinary people. And it was because of that they were struck more intensely. Suddenly, a set of strange sounds shocked everyone, causing them to be awake from their stupor. What's that sound? When their eyes looked far out, everyone's pupils suddenly constricted. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 814, Sindor. Chapter 814, Sindor. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. In the distant sky, there were suddenly densely packed small dots. They were numerous, and looked like endless black hornets. The buzzing, trembling sound were like the bees' wings moving. After locating the source of the sound, it did not make them feel happy. Instead, a completely bone-chilling cold intent surged from the bottom of their feet to their heads. Their bodies quickly petrified, and became like frozen statues, unable to move an inch. Ka-ka-ka, the trembling of the teeth sounded out. When Kong, who was still talking with his glib tongue, was trembling like a sieve, his face was as pale as paper, his eyes left only with fear. How many people are there? Uncountable. They had never met with such a situation. It was something uncalled for. The passage to the Sin Door was called Death Path to Home, and was littered with corpses. The brittle bones had long become ash-gray due to the passing off time, and the Death Path to Home became a gray passage. In the initial years of being pushed to the Sin Domain, how many people had died on this path? Uncountable. At that time, the Sin Domain citizens were arrogant and unbridled. They did not fear death, and charged at Sin Door like maniacs. At that time, there were 2 armies garrisoned in Sin Door, not one. The blood stench suppression made the passageway littered with bones. The Death Path to Home's name gradually grew, and after that, the citizens who charged at Sin Door became less and less. In the years that when Kong and Therist had stood guard, they had only met a few stragglers. How could they have encountered such a majestic scene? Countless people were suddenly appearing in the clouds in waves, covering the sky. The initial buzzing sound surged closer like tides, and became much clearer. It was the sound of them flying. Amongst the trembling sound, came out accompanying battle drums. Dong, dong, dong. They then saw an army of 5,000 men in perfect formation, every single soldier unleashing NN. BSP, transparent vacuum plates beneath every step. 5,000 of them advanced at lightning speed by smashing vacuum plates in unison, making it sound like a heavy bass drum, and the flow of air around them was visibly being cut out. The choking suppression coming from them enveloped the Sin Door. Dooku looked at Null Division in envy. It could be said that it was a full-force assault. Not only did Tang, Tian and Dooku's armies move out, there were even a few recently and hurriedly built armies that followed alone. Tang Tian ignored them.
Dooku did not refuse them. Dooku did not even have the thought of using the mobs to battle, but the Sin domain was ultimately still his home. He hoped that the battle was able to bring about more change in the decaying Sin domain, and the best method was to have more people witness the battle. Very few people knew that Dooku had once barged to Sin Door, and no one else was clearer than him on the difficulties towards it. Even with Tang Tian's help, he still had set his heart out as it being his final battle, to live after victory and to die in defeat. Dooku, who had set his resolve, became even more calm, and saw many more times. He focused the most on the Null Division. The Null Division's display of standard far exceeded any other army, and Dooku was dreaming of the day his army would reach that stage.
Tang Tian sized up the Sin Door. The Sin Door was established from the features of a mountain. Its thick walls and location in the valley made the gigantic doors look like water gates cutting off the valley. The city walls were made up of some sort of snow-white metal. On its surface was the sculpture of Honorable Marshal Continent's sun mark. The sculpture emitted a dazzling white light like the real sun. The Honorable Marshal Stronghold. Zhong Li Bai's face turned ugly. Hearing that, Dooku asked, "What is there about it?"
"It's more troublesome," Zhong Li Bai whined.
The Honorable Marshal Group was the most feared existence to the 12 ecliptic palaces, and the most studied topic of the 12 ecliptic palaces. The other constellations focused more on the Honorable Marshal Group's martial techniques being different, but the Leo constellation, that was filled with talented generals, leaned towards the Honorable Marshal Group's warfare matters, and naturally one of them was the Honorable Marshal Strongholds. At the side, Niechio spoke out, "The Honorable Marshal Group, which is your Honorable Marshal Continent, their structured strongholds have a standard criteria. They are extremely prudent with very few weaknesses, and its most outstanding feature is that it holds a great quantity of auxiliary suppression."
Dooku was confused. Auxiliary suppression?
This so-called auxiliary suppression is not about directly attacking its target, but through a few supporting methods, it suppresses and weakens their targets. Niechio explained that large sun mark on its city gates releases a white light, called the Light of the Stronghold, and is a method belonging solely to the Honorable Marshal Strongholds. They can amplify the light attributed energy concentration around them.
Dooku muttered, "So it's like that."
He was the number one man of the Sin domain, and had deep understanding with regards to laws, and where Noon in Sin domain was his enemy. He quickly understood why people would fail every time they attacked. This mark has a sustainable feature, that as time passes, the light attributed energy in there will become denser. As they are located in a valley with a narrow terrain, it is even more beneficial for the accumulation of energy. This is the strongest point of Honorable Marshal Strongholds. Other strongholds will only become weaker through time, but Honorable Marshal Strongholds are the opposite. We have done some inference. If Honorable Marshal Stronghold is built for a time exceeding 500 years, their walls, which were continuously strengthened by the light, would crystallize. Any Honorable Marshal Stronghold that has been crystallized is impenetrable. Niechio spoke calmly, but everyone around him all inhaled in cold air.
Zhong Li Bai then added, "And furthermore, their auxiliary suppression is not only just that, the dense light attribute energy allows them to freely instill the suppression to their enemies.
These methods, mixed with the light, is not easily detectable. But, the sieging people will suffer a great decrease in strength.
For example, their physical strength will leave their bodies.
We tried it before. The light attributed energies might look gentle, but in truth after surpassing a certain degree of concentration, they will have an extremely repelling attribute. Other attribute energies would be suppressed, and from the looks of it, not only will the light attribute energies be affected, but loss as well." Upon hearing that, Su Yi and the rest around Tang Tian all had a change in their expressions. Niechio and Zhong Li Bai's strength had been recognized by everybody, but Su Yi and the rest were long used to them being competitive with one another, and it was their first time witnessing the two of them completing each other's sentences with perfect flow. Du Xianyu and the rest were also surprised, especially for the list of powerhouses experts. All of them tried inciting the power of their laws, but after that, their faces all changed.
They realized that there was something hindering their law surfaces from being produced. Dooku's guess was spot on, but he was not happy about it.
His understanding on laws was the deepest, but he was extremely foreign towards energy. The Sin Door emitted an aura that he disliked, and he thought it was because of the deaths that had happened. He never thought that the gentle white light would actually be the bane of the Sin domain. But, even if he knew of the reason for the white light, he did not know how to resolve it. His law domain was not affected as much by the white light, but he knew how strong and durable the walls were. The closer they got, the stronger the influence.
Dooku raised his head. "Do the two of you have any ideas?"
Niechio spoke up, "It's not that I don't have any, but whether or not it will be effective, we can only test it out. Takno. I heard that Mr. Du had once barged to Sin Door. I wonder if you can tell us about the situation." Tang Tian was extremely foreign towards controlling a battle. If Bing was here, he would have completed such things before moving out.
"No problem," Dooku said coolly.
Du Xianyu and the rest were shocked. They never knew that Dooku had tried barging through the Sin Door before.
When Kong and the rest suffered an initial panic but quickly calmed down.
At the start, for the sake of guarding over the Xin domain, their stronghold was built with extreme standards. And at that time, it was because of the great number of enemies, as there were too many people imprisoned in Xin domain, the reason being the stronghold was much weaker back in the days. Currently, the honorable martial stronghold that had been built for over 200 years, with the flow of time, had become much stronger. The Xin door was like a lock on the Xin domain's neck, tightening the more time passed. The two armies that had initially stood guard was lowered to one.
And the original main force army became an ordinary army.
Everything was because the stronghold was continuously getting stronger. The only thing that made them feel uneasy was the number of Xin domain people. When Kong and the rest awoke from their nightmare, and immediately reported the situation, the soldiers who were at a loss all started to head up the city walls. The intoxicated Wu Xian ascended the walls, and when he saw the large army below, he was awoken from his stupor. But when he saw the group actually start to retreat, he calmed down. Thinking about the powerful stronghold he was standing on, all his fear swept away. The Xin door had a long history and has held up for more than 200 years, although it still had another 200 years to crystallize, but it was already very powerful. For example, the light of the stronghold now enveloped an area more than 60 kilometers, when its initial area when built was less than 5 kilometers. And the initial level stronghold of the light had jumped to mid-level, its might increasing in quality as well. The light of the stronghold was not considered tyrannical, but inside the area that it encompassed, laws would be drowned by the dense light attributed energy, the sea of light attributed energy. Although Wu Xian was forced to be stationed here, he still had standard. He knew that as long as laws were affected, the army below them would be weak like chicken, and other than slaughtering them, they had no other way out.
Master, this is an opportunity. Wu Xian's adjutant suddenly spoke up.
Huh? Wu Xian did not understand.
The adjutant's eyes had a trace of excitement. Master, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. There are so many Xin domain citizens, how many years has it been since one has come like that? This is a real merit.
The past matters had gone by for so long, and maybe even the victims had forgotten about it. We should grab this huge merit and find people to talk about it. Maybe we can be brought back to the sacred Saint Galaxy. Wu Xian's body froze. He immediately released a fanatical laughter. That's right.
As long as we kill all of them, we will have done a huge merit.
The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. The more excited he became, the harder he laughed. He was long sick of the old and forsaken place. As long as he achieved a huge merit, he would have the excuse of leaving. Wu Xian sorted out his emotions and thoughts, thinking about what connections he could mobilize. Although he had sat on the fence for a long time, he could still find some connections. In the past, he had no excuse, and it was useless for him to use the connections, but now, the opportunity was right in front of his eyes. He did not even know that someone was staring at him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 815, Tactic Number 9. Chapter 815, Tactic Number 9. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
Niechio, Zhong Li Bai and the rest were discussing on how to handle honorable martial stronghold, but Tang Tian noticed Wu Xian who was standing on the stronghold walls.
That guy seems important. Tang Tian's mind suddenly thought of a brazen idea. I will get rid of him first.
Even the reckless Zhong Li Bai would never have such an outrageous thought. The honorable martial stronghold that was over 200 years old was definitely the strongest turtle shell. To get rid of a commanding officer under such a strict protection was simply impossible.
Tang Tian did not think that far ahead. The moment the brazen idea came out, he became eager to do it. Why not? Since even if I fail, I won't lose anything.
Tang Tian started to think seriously. The Xin door stronghold's light covered an area of 60 kilometers, and they had stopped right outside the area. In any ordinary person's eyes, the Xin door that was 60 kilometers away was like a small black dot. Tang Tian's eyesight was extraordinary, and to him, the 60 kilometers did not affect him. But to hunt a target that was 60 kilometers away, which was also in the protection of the honorable martial stronghold, the difficulty was unthinkable. Just by relying on one man's strength alone was impossible, and the only hope was to use the God Armor Army.
Let me test it out.
Just as everyone were in the midst of discussion, Tang Tian had already pulled his God Armor Army and quietly flew into the air. Dooku and the rest raised their heads and quickly retracted their eyes back. They thought that Tang Tian was definitely going to probe on the situation. And Wu Xian and the rest at the Xin door did not pay heed to him at all. Amongst the huge army, a small group of 200 men were like flies that were nothing out of the ordinary. Jizai and Fu Zhengji did not think much of it. They also thought that Tang Tian was going to take a look at the Xin door. Tang Tian, who had activated his awakened God army, immediately saw a different world. With the Sin door as the center, everywhere along 60 kilometers of radius around it was filled with a dense light attribute energy that surged majestically like a sea of white light. All the laws within this space had been drowned out. There was always energy that disappeared, as the repelling ability of Sin domain towards energy was still there, just that the Sin door had even more light energy, which was gradually strengthened by the sea of white light. The scene would have shocked everyone, but it did not even cause a jump in Tang Tian's heart. His thoughts were extremely clear. The relationship between laws and energy was extremely subtle. In theory, laws were the essence of power, and energy was a type of tangible output of power. In the Heaven's Road, martial artists who had gained enlightenment in laws were able to unleash their martial techniques and spirit techniques to saturation. Enlightenment on laws was viewed as an indicator of power, revealing that the person was well versed in his specific field. But dense energy was actually not a good thing for laws. The difficulty of gaining enlightenment on laws in the Sacred Saint Galaxy was far harder than in Heaven's Road. And for the Sin domain, gaining enlightenment on laws had become the most effective way, but there was no energy, thus the power of the laws was greatly reduced. Technically, laws would be the commander, while energy was the soldiers. Inside the commander's capable scope, the soldiers would be strong and have even stronger battle abilities. And when the number of soldiers exceed the commander's capability, the commander's use would fall greatly. Energy was a type of soldier, while the power of the physique was another. Suddenly, Tang Tian understood why the people of Sin domain were unable to succeed against the stronghold. The Sin door relied on energy, Dooku and the rest relied on the power of the physique. They were all like soldiers, but the amount and grade of soldiers were on totally different levels. Even for Dooku, a powerful martial artist who had gained enlightenment on the law domain, his strength against a 200-year-old honorable martial stronghold that had accumulated so much light energy was definitely not worth mentioning. The Sin domain, which did not understand armies, were forever unable to succeed in barging through Sin door. But the current them had the possibility of winning.
Prepare for tactic number 9. Tang Tian's clear and cold voice caused Jizai's pupils to constrict. Out of the many tactics, tactics number 9 is the strongest long-range single-attack tactic. Master is. A jolt flashed past his mind. The countless repeated training had caused his body to react instinctively. It was not only him, everyone's focus had reached their maximum, all of the complicated thoughts in their minds had disappeared, and everyone awaited for the next command. Their eyes focused, their bodies faintly stretching taut, all of them accumulating their power, waiting to pounce like wild beasts. Killing intent immediately pervaded the air. Niechio and the rest who were still discussing were shocked, and immediately stopped and looked up into the air. Probing attack?
Everyone had the same thought. Niechio and the rest opened their eyes even more widely. In the Heaven's Road, an honorable martial stronghold that surpassed 200 years was rare. They were very curious to what stage the Sin door's defense had reached.
Unlike the rest, Dooku's eyes were fixated on Tang Tian.
After witnessing the God Armor Army's training, he was extremely curious about the army Tang Tian had personally built.
It was the God Armor Army's first true battle. Tang Tian had no other thoughts. Tactic no.
9 was extremely powerful, but its difficulty was extremely high as well. Tang Tian's style of controlling the God Armor Army to battle and his one-man fighting style were completely on two different ends of the spectrum. When he fought alone, his style was extremely direct, but while controlling the God Armor Army, his tactics were extremely complicated. Tactic number 9 was the strongest tactic that produced the biggest might amongst the many tactics that the God Armor Army had practiced, but at the same time the most complicated tactic. The God Armor Army that had completed their interweaving positioning, formed an extremely sharp and precise triangle in the air, with Tang Tian positioned at the peak. In the middle of the triangle appeared a 2m wide vertical path, where Tang Tian was coincidentally placed right at the start of the path.
Begin.
The undulation of wind laws appeared from the last row. 22 whirlwinds formed as one, and was compressed into an extremely straight wind pillar that did not exceed 2m. The wind pillar revolved at an extremely fast speed but did not make any sound as it gradually flowed through the vertical path. From the second row, a cold aura pervaded out as minute-sharp ice crystals surged into the wind pillar endlessly, causing the wind pillar to shrink quickly and the revolutions to suddenly become even faster. The short wind pillar seemed to be pulled by invisible hands to 2m long, and the original 2m diameter quickly compressed to around 8m. Lightning flashed on the third row, as a lightning ring that was of different colors appeared in front of the hailstorm. These different colored lightning rings were all different: azure, green, silver, red, etc. It was extremely beautiful. The lightning rings' diameters were larger than the hailstorm. They formed uniformly in front of the hailstorm, and formed a pathway of different colors. The hailstorm that was gradually sliding forward entered the lightning ring's pathway. Every time the hailstorm passed through a lightning ring, the lightning ring would shrink and tighten itself on the hailstorm pillar. What surprised everyone was that the dazzling lightning rings would instantly dim down the moment it wrapped around the hailstorm. 25 lightning rings caused the hailstorm's diameter to shrink even further, but lengthen even more, obviously becoming an icy storm spear. The revolutions of the icy storm spear became even faster and fearsome, and at its center appeared needle-sized black dots. The third-row soldiers made their moves, intense flames covered the path. The gradually advancing icy storm spear moved straight into the flames. The minute ice crystals quickly melted, but the lightning rings prevented them from escaping. The icy storm spear became even more slender. Now it should be called an ice water spear. At the blazing path's tip was an extremely cold blue flame. The ice water spear that was being pulled gradually swept past the cold blue flame, quickly congealing into an ice spear. This ice spear was extremely beautiful. Its thickness was like a cup. In its transparent and sparkling body, a quick-flowing wind moved and formed ripples that caused half of the spear to become translucent. Jizai, who stood in the fourth row, slashed out with bewitching blade. A blood web appeared on the path, and at the same time, 2 rows of soldiers slashed out. One after another, blade auras and sword auras accumulated with laws flew into the blood web, and surprisingly, when these blade and sword auras touched the blood web, they were all stuck. 81 rays of sword and blade auras covered the blood web. The ice spear spun into the blood web, causing the soft blood web to be spun as well, as it wrapped around the spear body. The fine blood web was instantly absorbed into the ice spear, and the body became engraved with fine blood-colored web patterns. Between the web patterns, there were 81 intercrossed fine light dots, which were the sword and blade auras. The spear body became even more fine. Its originally cup-sized thickness became the thickness of a wrist. Jizai heaved a sigh of relief. Perfect. Even though the entire process looked to be extremely effortless, but only the soldiers knew how dangerous and difficult it was. If they had made even a slight error, the consequence would be dire. Tactic number 9 required extremely high coordination, and was the tactic that they failed the most in, and every practice, they had to raise their focus to 120%. Seeing the blood web ice spear moving forward, Jizai's eyes flashed with a tinge of excitement. Ever since Tactic No. 9 was created, they had never used it in a real battle. It truly makes one so excited. Fu Zhangji, who was on the 6th row, was already waiting. A strange color flashed past his eyes as the chief greenswords in his hands unleashed a burst of green mist, that upon touching the spear body, transformed into green flames that attached itself onto the spear. At the same time, the other soldiers made their moves, and multi-colored poison shot into the green flame like rain. The originally pale green flames quickly became dim, and became transparent. The cover of the green flames blocked out the revolving sound of the ice spear. The ice spear continued to become even more slender, and the green flames became even more transparent. The 7th row soldiers made their moves, and lines after lines of spatial law threads intercrossed in the air and formed a large web that covered the ice spear. The spatial law threads wrapped tightly over the ice spear, as the transparent green flames extinguished and transformed into flame patterns that covered the spear body. The spatial law threads had also disappeared. The current ice spear had become so fine it looked like an arrow. The transparent and sparkling ice arrow had circle after circle of engravings on it with faintly discernible dark red blood-like webs that were extremely terrifying. Between the lines of the blood web was light gravel that looked like stars, and the faint flaming patterns seemed to be flowing, like splendid nebulas in the night sky. It gradually flew to Tang Tian. Tang Tian's eyes was fixated on Wu Xian on the sin door, and he seemed to have sensed it, and raised his head to look over. When their eyes met, Wu Xian's face was covered with doubt and confusion. Tang Tian's eyes flashed with a light aura, and he suddenly shot out his finger. The ice arrow instantly disappeared. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 816, The Devastating Attack. Chapter 816, The Devastating Attack. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Wu Xian, who was filled with thoughts of obtaining an achievement and was mobilizing the troops, had never anticipated an attack from the start. The 200-year-old honorable martial stronghold had the light of the stronghold that reached out to 60 kilometers away. The light of the stronghold, which reached a radius of 60 kilometers, was not just able to nullify the enemy's attacks, it could also transform and become tangible. As long as there was a need, it could instantly transform into a defensive light. To want to attack the honorable martial stronghold, one needed to break through the turtle shell that was 60 km thick. At his previous attempt, Dooku was only able to attack to the Sin door because they were bored, and they intentionally led him to the Sin door for some entertainment. Even with Dooku's strength, it was definitely impossible to break the light of the stronghold. With the protection of the light of the stronghold, Wu Xian was naturally not worried about sneak attacks. He had never heard of any attack that could break through the 60 kilometers defense from the light of the stronghold. There never was one, and there would never be one in the future. That was the confidence the entire honorable martial continent had. Wu Xian raised his head was because he had sensed the undulation from afar. When he saw the 200-plus small team preparing for an attack in the air, he scoffed. Even if it was 2,000 men, they would never be able to pose a threat to honorable Marshal Stronghold. The only thing that aroused Wu Xian's interest was the leader. He looks too young that it might be overboard. Wu Xian could not help but be moved. The underripe face that had many years ahead of him made him think about himself when he was young. It felt so good. Wu Xian sighed in his heart, and was momentarily at a loss. He was drinking to intoxication day by day without anything to do. After thinking about his youth when he was filled with ambition and spirit, he could not help but feel bitter. His eyes was vacant, his expression distracted. Suddenly, an intense sense of danger shrouded his heart without any warning. He regained his composure, but was startled. After the long time of being muddle-headed, it had degenerated his fighting capabilities. When the caution arose from his heart, his first reaction was not to dodge, but simply surprise. Danger? How can it be danger? I am inside the stronghold, or can there be an attack that can break through the light of the stronghold? What a joke, how is that possible? Before the self-ridicule smile on his face had receded, his pupils suddenly constricted. A fiery yacht had suddenly appeared 200 m away from him. The vast and endless light of the stronghold was like a giant monster that was roused all of a sudden. It surged frantically and gathered towards the 60 kilometers dense of light of the stronghold had become intense. The dazzling white light congealed so much that it became tangible. The sea of white light roared. Borrowing spatial laws, the ice arrow that shot into the sea of white light had become thinner by half as comparetto before. The arrow's spatial laws had made it completely undetectable, and without hesitation, it shot forward like lightning and flashed out. The extremely dense white light pounced towards the ice arrow, and the surface of the ice arrow was also thawing at an astonishing speed. After the arrow appeared, a comet-like figure appeared. And it was moving extremely quickly. It was just a distance of 200 m, even in the extremely dense light of the stronghold, it was unable to completely melt and dissolve the arrow. The light aura that was no longer blazing resembled the tail of a comet. Bang! Wu Xian's brains exploded like a watermelon. The ice arrow that had not depleted its momentum shot through another 3 soldiers' body effortlessly, and embedded itself into the wall of the stronghold. By the time it touched the wall, it was only the size of a bean, but it left behind a hole the size of a bean, with apparent spider web cracks. Wu Xian's headless body was still standing in his original position. The raging sea of white light that had lost its target calmed down again. The honorable martial stronghold that was previously filled with discussions had quieted down. The large army standing 60 kilometers away from the stronghold also quieted down. In the large battlefield, the silence made it as though time had stopped. Nietzsche, Zhonglibai, Dooku and the rest all had their expressions frozen. The dead silence lasted for a whole 3 seconds before uproar surged into the sky and engulfed the entire battlefield. Dooku, who was extremely excited, instantly rushed towards Tang Tian and asked, "How did you do that? How did you do that?" Zhonglibai had both of his hands on his head and his face filled with disbelief, constantly saying in hysteria, "Impossible. That's impossible. Damn it. Damn it." He was already screaming when he reached the words "damn it." Nietzsche himself had lost his normal composure. He did not even notice that his hands were trembling out of control in his sleeves. His face looked as though he had lost his spirit. That's not logical at all. Unlike Dooku and the few who had lost their senses, Du Xianyu and her army had not recovered from the silence and loss. All of the list of powerhouses martial artists were all standing still like statues. In truth, all of these list of powerhouses experts all looked down on the Null Division. Every single one of the list of powerhouses experts not only needed extraordinary talent, they also required the tempering of countless battles, taking one step after another to reach the ranks of the powerful experts in Sin Domain. How could they look up at others just like that? They were convinced by Dooku. They also recognized the style of armies, but they firmly believed that as long as they grasped the crux of fighting as an army, the Null Division would be beneath them. But the attack that seemed to have surpassed their thoughts was like an ice bucket that had drenched them. They then realized that their cognition was truly a joke. The honorable martial stronghold completely exploded out like a nest of bees. There was nothing else as terrifying and scary to witness their commander be killed in front of them. It was chaos on the walls of the stronghold. The soldiers were like headless flies. Their faces were pale white, their eyes were filled with fear, and their mouths all screamed incoherent words. Many of them had instantly knelt down, attempting to conceal their bodies behind the bunker and walls. In the blink of the eye, there were no longer any standing figures on the walls of the stronghold. When Kang's lips were pale white, trembling and unable to speak out. He was trembling from head to toe. Not far from him, Lu Kai was crouched down behind one of the wall, his hands wrapped around his knees, his entire body trembling like a sieve along with his mouth repeatedly muttering the same thing. "We're done for, done for." That's right, done for, that was what every single person was thinking. Although Wu Xian did not do much for the past few years, but the army with him was personally brought out by him, his prestige and fame had been embedded deep into the soldiers' hearts. Although in the past few years, his actions were not praiseworthy, but he was still the core and glue for everyone. Whatever promotions or meritorious deeds in future had long been flung to the back of their heads.
Ah Kai, are we going to die?
When Kang's voice was trembling, he did not understand how the situation suddenly became like that. Death, it arrived so abruptly, and was so close to them. Lu Kai muttered repeatedly, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Despair filled the entire Sin door. Wu Xian's death caused the entire battlefield to change, and was an extremely decisive move. In contrast to the despair and low morale of the Sin door, Tang Tian's side was brimming with high morale. Previously, Duca still harbored the thoughts of failure, but now, he actually saw the victory of pushing the door open.
The one who died just now should be the main general of the opponent.
Zhang Libai was extremely agitated, he spoke at a very fast speed. Nietzsche had carefully measured just now, the Sin door's light of the stronghold had weakened by 15%. Only when the main general of the stronghold is dead can such a situation occur. This is also the unique point of the honorable martial stronghold, there is a very close relation between the main general and the stronghold. Although the ordinary soldiers are also able to mobilize a degree of the light of the stronghold, but in terms of scale and might-wise, without a doubt, they needed the main general to control it. Everyone was excited, and listened attentively. Everyone knew that no one had a better understanding of the honorable martial stronghold as compared as the two of them. Zhang Libai then continued, also, the 15% reduction in strength is only the surface, but in truth it does not just stop there.
The enemy's morale will definitely drop to an all-time low.
I am unsure of what the situation is at the Honorable Martial Continent, but the rules of the Honorable Martial Group is that when the main general dies and the soldiers are still alive, it simply means that the soldiers did not perform up to standard, so all the soldiers will be punished, and the punishment is usually very severe. Tang Tian spoke out, it's the same for the Honorable Martial Continent. His face was somewhat pale white, the attack just now was extremely powerful, but it had taken a great deal out of him as well. Everyone's eyes turned towards Tang Tian's face, they were filled with revere, respect and fear. This extremely young youth finally had convinced the elites and experts of Sin domain.
The enemy will definitely crumble.
Zhang Libai's gaze were as sharp as blades, his tone of speech also firm, with the death of their general, they will be at a loss.
With punishment in sight, they will not be able to see hope.
Despair and loss, they are at their lowest now, as long as we attack them, they should fall like snow, with a sound, they will crumble. So, we cannot give them a breather, we should immediately launch an attack and shatter Theme now.
Without hesitation, Duca stood out, let us. Duxianu also stood up, I hope my unit can engage this battle.
Everyone's eyes turned to look at Tang Tian, only Zhong Libai and Nietzsche revealed looks of thoughts.
Are they planning to join under the Master's faction? Without hesitation, Tang Tian said, alright.
Master, just wait and see us fight. Duxianu bowed towards Zhong Libai and Nietzsche, although her personal strength was not considered strong, but her foresight in tactics was outstanding. Although she had long settled the plans to join under Tang Tian, but they had not revealed any of the plan, only borrowing Tang Tian's might and victory to advance together. The list of powerhouses experts behind her had pondering looks, they looked at each other, but no one refuted. If we were to say that previously, they did not place Tang Tian and the rest in their eyes, then now, after witnessing the God Armor Army's terrifying and absolute power, they finally acknowledged that Tang Tian, whom they had looked down on, wielded a powerful strength. In the Sin domain, the strong was king, and by acknowledging Tang Tian's strength, the resistance in their hearts had greatly decreased. Although they had not completely accepted him, but at least they would not have too large of rejection. Duku and Duxianu looked at each other, both of them heaving sighs of relief in their hearts. They had worked so hard to build up the Sin domain army, but the reason for the disunity was this. But their expressions quickly became serious, as the following battle would be the real head-on clash. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 817, Everyone, I'm coming. Chapter 817, Everyone, I'm coming. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
Duca stood at the front of the formation, or he was the sharp spear edge of the formation. All of the lost powers would gather onto him, and the myriad of light auras made him look like a god of war.
This was where his control over his law domain was displayed to full saturation.
With the time it took to raise his hand, countless powerful laws were mobilized, and transformed into wave after wave of powerful attacks that struck against the white light.
Duxianu, who stood at the heart of the formation, had completely disappeared under Duca's light auras. She had become insignificant.
She worked extremely agilely, without any sloppiness, as she controlled the army thoroughly. She was the true core of the army. Under her meticulous and precise control, her own personality had gradually permeated through the army and influenced their fighting style. They were strangely tyrannical. Without any cautious probing, their first strike was already extremely powerful. Like a giant brandishing a large heavy hammer, every strike would cause the ground to shake. The Sin doors light off the stronghold continued to churn intensely, and continued to grow smaller and smaller. Through Du Xianyu's sorting and control, the powerful laws converged onto Dooku. Only Dooku, who had gained enlightenment on the law domain, was able to bear such astonishing power. Du Xianyu carefully observed how null division worked, but she did not attempt to imitate them, but instead specially formed up a brand new battle style for the Sin domain army. Du Xianyu knew that the soldiers of Sin domain army were unable to be as precise as null division, but they also had an advantage which the null division did not have, and that was Dooku. In the entire Sin domain, only Dooku had gained enlightenment on law domain. Their army tactics were structured revolving around Dooku. Tactics came in all different situations and styles, but the core logic and reason did not differ intrinsically. Going back to its simplest form, it was an BSP, simply gathering all the scattered power into one. Du Xianyu brazenly formed an extreme tactic, gathering everyone's power to Dooku, which allowed Dooku to launch powerful attacks. So powerful. Zhong Libai looked up with shock on his face. Initially, he was filled with disdain towards the Sin domain army. In terms of training of laws, he was never able to catch up to them, but in terms of army tactics and warfare, he had the qualifications to not put them in his eyes. When he heard about Dooku forming an army, he sneered in his heart, "Do they think an army is so easily formed?" But the strange army before him completely collapsed his thoughts, especially for Du Xianyu's performance, although there were still a few flaws, but she still displayed her astonishing talent. "It is slightly too extreme." Niacho spoke out. He had never seen such an extreme army. It could be said that this army was completely a one-man Dooku army. Other than the soldiers giving out their laws, they had no other uses. There was no coordination, no variations, and everything was handed over to Dooku to handle. If they lost Dooku, the army would be useless. You have to admit that this tactic suits them. Zhong Libai snorted at Niacho's words, his eyes filled with an excited light. It is simple, perfect, and strong. It has lessened any possibility of mistakes, and the power consumption is extremely little. By handing the power over to Dooku, is there any better choice? I think not. Other than Master, who else can compete against Dooku? Dooku is their strongest point. Du Xianyu had made that choice. She had placed all her hopes onto their strongest point to increase his strength. What a terrifying lady. Niacho had to admit that Zhong Libai was right. Dooku, who had gained enlightenment on the law domain, was a grade above the rest. His battle capabilities were something no one else had, and there were no secrets that could be hidden in his eyes. Du Xianyu did not hold anything back. All the power and decisions were casted to Dooku. This decisiveness and foresight was truly inspiring. But he felt that it was also a pity. The many experts had all given up their own style. Niacho shook his head. This style has no duplication possibility, unless you can find another Dooku. Which top-grade army can ever be duplicated? Zhong Libai scoffed. The two of them came from reputable schools, but had differing thoughts. Niacho enjoyed probing into the discipline and rules of a war, while Zhong Libai viewed efficiency, and focused more on winning. That's true. Niacho nodded. The Sin domain has Dooku and Du Xianyu, and combined, they truly had the qualifications to create a top-grade army. Dooku's performance was to be expected, because the battle was still in his most familiar style of fighting. But Du Xianyu was truly surprising, causing even Niacho to witness her outstanding talent. A newly constructed army was able to display such strength, proving that her future was limitless. With Dooku present, it had already decided the army's higher starting point. But Du Xianyu's high upper bounds also represented the upper bounds and the future of the army. Zhong Libai, on the other hand, was thinking about Niacho's null division and the Du siblings' powerful army, while his army still looked to be far behind. As long as we leave this goddamn place and return to the Sacred Saint Galaxy, there will then be the possibility of contacting the Ursa Major constellation, and then, we will obtain the powerful steel monsters. Niacho suddenly spoke up. The Sin door can't hold on for much longer. Zhong Libai retracted his thoughts and focused once again on the battlefield. He then smirked. Seems like Phenomy's morale was much lower than we had anticipated. Right from the start, the Sin door did not launch any counterattacks, and the defensive light of the stronghold was continuously being exhausted. Their initial thoughts of it being difficult to siege had become an extremely easy task. In the sky, Dooku smashed his palms down. The surging laws transformed into dazzling light beams that struck onto the layer of white light straightforwardly. Bang, dot. Amidst the gigantic explosion, the light of the stronghold dissipated, and the sun engraving on Sin door's gate split into pieces. The thick and dense turtle shell had finally been broken. Tang Tian cheered out loud. Then, right at that moment, the heavy stronghold gate slowly opened.
The enemy had surrendered.
After the momentarily silence, even more intense cheers came out, as though they wanted to shout the sky of his Sin domain down. Duke watched everything unfolding in front of him blankly. He could not believe his own eyes. His dreams of many years had finally been realized, causing him to feel as though he was in a dream.
Is this for real?
Niaqiao led the Null Division and rushed into Sin door instantly. After ensuring the safety, he then called for Tang Tian to bring everyone in. Tang Tian was extremely excited. They were finally returning back to the Sacred Saint Galaxy, and only by returning could he establish communications with Bing.
Duke's expression was queer. He looked as though he wanted to cry and laugh at the same time, especially when he saw the soldiers surrendering in front of him. He was filled with even more complicated emotions. All of these soldiers' fighting spirit had depleted, and when he finally realized their training schedule, he became depressed as well. The entire Sin domain was actually blocked by a group of degenerates.
Du Xianyu understood her brother's emotions, and said gently, "We won, we can start everything anew." Duke trembled, and the loss in his eyes swept clean.
That's right, we won, we are finally able to leave the Sin domain and start anew.
All of the lost faith, bravery and glory can be recovered. Duke, who had cleared his thoughts, upon seeing Master Tang Tian, who had begun interrogating the Honorable Martial Continent's soldiers, heard their reports, and was instantly ashamed. Tang Tian's face did not have any pride in the victory, his eyes still as clear as clean water. He was much older than Tang Tian, but compared to him, he was still lacking.
This increased his resolve to join under Tang Tian's banner.
Do not see that the victory was easily obtained. Duke was clear that without Tang Tian's strength, the victory would have been impossible. The interrogations were effortless. The Honorable Martial Continent's soldiers who surrendered no longer had any heart to resist, and gave up everything that they knew. The star door inside the stronghold led to the Desolate Continent. The Desolate Continent was not small, and could be considered a mid-tier continent. It was situated at the western extremity of the Honorable Martial Continent, but was extremely barren and desolate. No one knew if it was because of the Sin domain, but the energy concentration in the continent was much lower than average, and there was no valuable produce, thus no one stayed in that continent. In the past, the Honorable Martial Continent had stationed an army there, but following the rise in the Honorable Martial Continent's strength, and where they were a land that no one could pose a threat to, the Desolate Continent's defense was removed. As for the Sin domain, which was just a big jail, it had long been forgotten by the Honorable Martial Continent Shire-ups. They required to go through the entire Desolate Continent and enter Whitefield Continent to reach their first town. The good news was that Honorable Martial Continent's western side had no other powerhouses, thus the armies located there were extremely pitiful, and their strength was relatively weak. The bad news was if they wanted to return to Shan Continent, they had to go through the entire Honorable Martial Continent. It was impossible for them to move through the entire Honorable Martial Continent with so many people without attracting attention, as they were in enemy lands. The western region had no armies, but in the center, which was also the Honorable Martial Continent's most flourishing region, was where they had the heaviest of defenses. Especially Jia, one of the 5 Honorable Martial Tigers, who sat there. If it was just talking about Jia alone, adding his prestige for being proficient in defense, it increased the pressure on everyone slightly, but the amount of troops Jia could mobilize was enough to cause everyone's face to turn white. The southern expedition had sent out many elites, but the armies they sent out were the elites, and the majority of the ordinary armies were kept in the Honorable Martial Continent. All the different-sized armies numbered to over 600. One could imagine the big trouble they would be in upon being caught in the swamp of armies. These reports caused the joy of victory to subside, as everyone's faces turned serious. Quantitative change gave rise to qualitative change, and when numbers reached a certain high, it would be simple to drown them. Du Xianyu glanced at Tang Tian, who was still calm, as though he was not afraid of the number of armies.
Tang Tian noticed Du Xianyu's gaze, and smiled at her.
Du Xianyu was startled. She did not change her expression, but seeing him smile made the gloomy atmosphere laxen a great amount, and she could not help but feel respect for him. It was as though he never knew what fear was. Such a leader was someone everyone could rely on. Little did she know, Tang Tian had completely ignored Niaqiao's words. Upon hearing that although everyone was not in a good situation but were safe and sound, the huge boulder in his heart had dropped, and his thoughts started flying.
Everyone, I'm coming. Sacred Saint Galaxy, here I come. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 818, a request to definitely win. Chapter 818, a request to definitely win. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
In the stone forest sand continent, endless obelisks stood in place, forming a large gray forest. Tian spat out the sand in his mouth. His skinny face that was covered in smoke had stubble growing due to not cleaning up for many days. His entire body had no sloppy parts anymore, but looked more like a veteran, sharp and firm. He and his companion, who was 10 m away from him, looked at each other. Both parties gestured to each other, then gradually retreated and disappeared in the shadows. Returning back to camp, Tian sat straight down on the ground and took a water jug and gulped down its contents, finally allowing his blazing throat to feel better.
What's the situation? Aya walked over to him and sat down.
Her eyes landed on Tian's body, who had become much skinnier than before, but the black pupils in his eyes were extremely bright with a light aura. Personally, watching Tian transform had made Aya extremely happy in her heart. She felt extremely fortunate to have pulled the pig trotter's king over to her side. The Skull Unit's plan was completely formulated by Tian, and was extremely effective. Tian was an outstanding talent, and also gained the respect of the entire Skull Unit. To Aya, Tian was definitely someone worthy to stand beside Master Bing, and being pushed down to Skull Unit could be considered not fully utilizing him. The Skull Unit was previously a mercenary army, and although everyone were firm and unyielding on the exterior, they still harbored a lack of confidence with themselves, and always felt that they were lacking compared to a standard army. She knew the standard of everybody in Skull Unit, and if not for Tian, they would have definitely been defeated. She spoke to him with respect that came from her heart. Tian laughed. His cheeks were rather prominent on his skinny face, giving off a sharp personality, but he spoke extremely gently. Everyone performed rather well. There were some casualties, but it isn't huge. Compared to us, the enemies are not suitable for such warfare, but Go Changwon-dao has met a nail at the Ocean Guardian stronghold, and so I am afraid that the enemies on this side will become more anxious.
The next phase will be the true test. The attacks everyone will face will become even more intense.
Tian thought about the reports of the front lines, and still felt that it was inconceivable. Go Changwon-dao, who had 22 large-scale siege boats, was actually stopped by the Ocean Guardian stronghold. He did not know how that was achievable. He never truly conversed with Xie Yuan before, and his only impression of him was an honest and cautious man with a warm temperament. But he never expected him to be so powerful. He felt that it was natural for Master Crane to be powerful. That was a fact too clear for everyone to see. Compared to them, their battle achievements were much duller, but regardless of whether it was him or Aya, they were both convinced towards Xie Yuan's achievement. In truth, their battle record was relatively outstanding as well, and Bing had praised them on more than one occasion. Go Changwon-dao's subordinate, Cliff, and his army was delayed by them for a full 5 days. The vast stone forest sand continent had become their best battlefield. The complicated terrain had become the heaven for urban warfare. The Skull Unit moved through the battlefield like fish in water, while the enemies moved with difficulty. The stone forest sand continent became a mincemeat field that was not noticed by people, and when Cliff finally reacted, their casualties numbered over 3,000. What was worse was their morale. The mission for the Ocean Guardian stronghold's failure, and the enemies that appeared like ghosts continued to pile up their casualties, causing the soldiers' morale to drop to an all-time low. When the southern expedition was like hot knife through butter, no matter how large the casualties were, it never affected their morale much. But when Go Changwon-dao had personally made a move but was still thwarted, it greatly affected the morale of the soldiers beneath him. Go Changwon-dao was considered a war god in his army, and in everybody's hearts. As long as Go Changwon-dao was to make his move, they had already won. They had never even welcomed the thought of Master Go Changwon-dao ever failing in the first place. The tenacity of Southern Alliance caused them to suffer more than expected, to the point that they felt fear. They were truly more capable in urban warfare, but even with their casualties, they did not retreat at all. The Southern Alliance side lost about 1,000 odd people, but the 1-to-3 ratio was enough to make Cliff feel ashamed.
But the proportion of strength became even wider.
They had the numbers, and 3,000 casualties did not affect them. But the Southern Alliance only had about 5,000 men, and 1,000 casualties was a fifth of their strength.
A 20% casualty rate was enough to destroy any weak-willed armies.
But the enemy still performed tenaciously. That meant that the other party could be considered a high-standard army, but Cliff firmly believed that it was just that they had not reached a critical point. Cliff's conjecture was accurate. The Skull Unit's side had truly lost about 1,000 men.
Listening to Tian's judgment, Aya's face turned ugly.
This army was handed down from her father, and many of the soldiers in the unit were all like brothers to Aya. Upon seeing those familiar companions die, her heart bled. If the situation became even more intense, it meant that they would have even more casualties, and Aya's sword hand was clenched till it turned pale. Tian understood how Aya felt. Seeing his own companions fall, it was equally unbearable for him. He remained quiet for a moment before speaking. "De Xing Southern Rainbow Army, Mo Sang's Yuan Continent Army are already behind us, and can support us at any time. But, I do not advise for them to enter the battlefield. The enemy's strength has not been depleted, they are not even tired yet, and them entering now will not tilt the situation." Aya looked up and stared straight at Tian. Her sword hand was clenched so tightly that veins start popping out, and asked through clenched teeth, "You want the Skull Unit to fight to the death by ourselves, that?" Wuma Tian did not cower back, but spoke even more coldly. Only by doing so can we have the chance to win.
Aya swayed, her complexion pale, and after a long while, can we win by doing so? I do not know.
Wuma Tian muttered. A look of loss and pain surfaced on his face, but his gaze became sharp again, and his tone became firm and cold. It is the only way that I can think of now. Aya remained silent. She suddenly thought about the day when her father handed down the army to her. After that, their lives became extremely bitter. Their meals were periodic, they lacked weapons, lacked armor, and sometimes, and at times, for the sake of a few thousand cloud coins of reward, they had to give up their lives.
Aya calmed down. That's right, what's there to be unsatisfied about? What's there to complain about?
Our pitiful and petty lives have already enjoyed the pay and respect that we used to dream of. We are no longer starved, and were treated like Thebaist armies. We were treated as master's faction, and obtained respect and dignity.
It was all for today.
Everything led to our decisive deaths today.
Isn't this the day that everyone had been waiting for? Isn't this what everyone swore to do? Regardless of what happens, we will make it.
Aya stood up calmly. She raised the big sword in her hand, the wind blew and lifted her fiery red hair, that resembled a regiment of blazing flames that ignited in front of Wuma Tian.
I only have one request. Wuma Tian, who had lost his focus, asked subconsciously, what request? I request you to definitely win.
Aya suddenly turned her head and laughed. When you win, you must tell me.
Wuma Tian's vision turned blurry. The current Southern Alliance was basking in glory.
All of the various continents of the southern region were all on board warships towards the Southern Alliance. It was no longer alone and without help.
All the goods and manpower from every corner of the southern region were surging towards the Southern Alliance.
The recently established Southern Alliance had become the southern region's only hope. Only the Southern Alliance had the ability to resist the infiltration of the honorable Martial continent. This saying had long become the motto of everybody on the streets. The various aristocratic families and big traders of Southern region had all gathered, and endlessly supported all sorts of weapons and materials to Southern Alliance. But most of all, were the young and vigorous youths thirsting to achieve their goals. It was to the point that every recruitment drive of the Southern Alliance became overcrowded. Xiaoyong and Daishan rushed over from the distant southern stone continent. If not for the shipping route towards Southern Alliance being free, no one was able to bear the hefty road tax for the long journey. When they disembarked, their eyes were instantly shocked by the crowd.
Oh my god, there are too many people.
Xiaoyong's eyes went dull, he grabbed his head with both hands, his face stunned. Daishan, who was by his side, was instead extremely excited. The fiery scene before him made his blood boil with excitement. To protect his home, to obtain his goals, that was what a young man should do.
Daishan spoke with conviction, we must definitely be chosen. Xiaoyong was unsure, but there are so many people.
Even the best academy recruitments would never have such an explosive and crowded scene. The human flow wastes at least a few tens of thousands of people, and Xiaoyong saw the recruitment post. For the current recruitment, they were only accepting 200 men.
Should we change to another recruitment?
Xiaoyong asked with hesitation. Upon hearing his words, a young man beside him could not help but speak out, don't even think about it. All the other recruitments are the same, there will definitely not be any less people.
Daishan patted on Xiaoyong's shoulder and encouraged him loudly, we will definitely be chosen. Ah Yong, you must have confidence.
Right at that moment, the clamors suddenly disappeared. The two of them were startled, and looked up the stage. A pale man dressed in loose robes appeared on the stage of the recruitment area.
Xia Yuan.
Daishan stammered, his eyes flashed a look of disbelief. It was not only him, Xiaoyong was dumbstruck like a chicken as well. The entire field suddenly became silent as though they were stricken by some silencing spell. Xia Yuan's arrival was unexpected, he had decided to come over himself. Xia Yuan felt that his injuries were not too serious, and quickly left the hospital. The war was far from over, the swift army was practically exhausted, and he planned to quickly replenish the ranks, and quickly head back to the battlefield. He never expected that his appearance would cause an uproar.
Oh heavens! It's Xia Yuan. God of War Xia Yuan. Who wouldn't know Xia Yuan in the current southern region?
All the citizens that had stepped forward to participate in the war had all watched the thrilling 6-hour battle recording, and facing their own idol, everyone was stirred up. The entire field was so lively that it had become the hottest news to spread around southern region. Xia Yuan also felt satisfied, the soldiers that he specially selected all had rather outstanding strength and self-accomplishments. But what he never thought of was that his seemingly accidental actions were immediately caught by an unscrupulous man. In the command post, Bing waved his hands, aha, little Xia hasn't fully recovered, he is forcing himself too much, let us use this timely opportunity. It was on that day that Xia Yuan was appointed the ambassador for the Southern Alliance recruitment, and was in charge of the recruitment stands.
The number of warships and convoys on the shipping routes towards Southern Alliance exploded multiple folds on that day. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 819, Climax. Chapter 819, Climax. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Enemies poured into the stone forest sand continent endlessly like maniacs. Aya no longer remembered how many times they have fought. For 6 whole days and nights, the battles never stopped against the enemies that poured in like tides. Her big sword was covered with holes, her delicate face covered with ash, and only her unique fiery red hair blazed with dazzle. Finally obtaining the precious time to rest, Aya hugged her sword and gasped for breath. How many men do we still have? Triangle Eyes opened his mouth, but did not say anything, and Open reported after a moment, everyone's here. Aya froze. Around her, all the familiar faces were filled with fatigue, not one of them were completely unharmed and intact. Only a few hundred left. Aya's eyes surfaced with grief. She remained silent for a moment, then said lightly, I'm sorry, everybody. Big sister, don't say such words. Triangle Eyes chuckled, then with some self-ridicule, SS Pink Skulls from Bulu Continent, which one of us aren't prepared to die? How did we live in the past? Old he, do you remember the broken blade you used? You held it for 6 years, and it was so broken that it could be used as a saw? At that time, upon hearing that a nouveau riche was planning to buy an army, we went for it, since we were considered ourselves as one. Everyone had the same thought, by holding on to a rich gold mine, we will become stronger. Everyone listened quietly, their faces revealing heartfelt smiles, and could not help but think about the lives they led in the past. There will never be a boss like the master. He is rich and equipped every single one of us well. If not for the bitter training that made us feel like escaping, I think I would have become a fat goat already. But upon living this lifestyle, this old one feels somewhat empty. Why? Because the treatment was too good. Everyone knows for ourselves of our own standard. This old one did not have the face to tell master that we do not deserve such treatment. After that, this old one became scared. We were trading our lives, such good treatment, our lives would no longer be ours. And finally, we all know now, master is such a cunning man, we obediently traded our lives. Heh, but I still feel willing doing so. Everyone laughed. Someone spoke out from the crowd, you've earned it, third brother, your trash life is actually worth some money. Triangle Eyes raised his eyebrows, and said, so why do I say that we are all willing to do so? We threw our lives into this, so our lives are what we should give. Now that we have obtained some worth for our trashy lives, everyone, tell me, is it worth it? It's worth it. Little Boss Tang has nothing to say about it for sure. I feel that third brother's words are right. What? The training is so tiring that it makes us want to escape. Ha 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 ha. Everyone discussed lively, all of them spoke without any fear, sighing calmly without any sadness. Aya's ears moved, she took her big sword up and said coldly, prepare for battle. In the wreckage zone outside of the Ocean Guardian stronghold. The sharp warning sounds sounded across the entire plains. One after another, large warships formed a straight line and rushed towards the wreckage zone. Wei Ting Ting and the rest revealed looks of doubt. What were they trying to do? All of the immensely large warships moved extremely clumsily and in no way were they able to pass through the wreckage zone, only small-scale siege boats could pass through. Crane immediately sensed that something was amiss as an intense feeling of unease clouded his heart. Suddenly, he thought about something, and immediately revealed a shocked look. He ordered, Sagittarius Constellation, attack the first warship. The Wei family disciples all pulled on their arrows and unleashed the volley. In the moment, rain of light arrows shot at the first warship. But the large-scale warship had extremely dense defense. The light arrows that landed on the defensive barrier only caused faint ripples. The large-scale warships moved with unstoppable momentum, and at an astonishing speed that steered towards the wreckage zone they were in. Wei Ting Ting was the first to react. She shouted out loud, use the God Gold Arrow. The only God Gold Arrow in her hand was placed on her bow. Bang, the God Gold Arrow instantly disappeared. Roar! A furious roar that sounded like a tiger appeared on the battlefield. The God Gold Arrow in flight suddenly lit up with dazzling splendor in the air. The energy that it flew in was all frantically absorbed by the arrow. The arrow's body lit up with a mist-like light aura that continued to swell, like an ever-changing flower nebula. It continued to transform in the air unstably. When it landed on the defensive barrier of the warship, the defensive barrier trembled intensely, like a soap bubble that could break at any moment under a gale. Another beast-like roar appeared. Another God Gold Arrow that cut through the air arrived. The defensive barrier of the large-scale warship completely shattered. The third God Gold Arrow with its dazzling light mist shot into the warship that had lost its protection. Bang! A light aura that was even brighter than the sun suddenly lit up. Right in that moment, everyone's vision turned white.
The terrifying explosion caused everybody's ears to buzz, causing them to be temporarily deaf and blind. The shockwave released from the terrifying explosion was like a furious gush that swept in all directions. All of the extremely heavy and large wreckages from the large-scale siege boats were swept away from the intense shockwave. Only after the dazzling light aura dimmed down did everybody's vision gradually recover back to normal. The warship was completely destroyed, leaving behind a gigantic regiment of flames that appeared in a close proximity of less than 1.5 kilometers. Sigh. Countless sparks exploded out when the bow of a warship suddenly protruded out of the flames. It was the second warship. It actually did not dodge and barged through the flames head-on. Right there and then, everyone understood what was going on, and their faces all took a huge change. All of the large-scale warships were filled with explosive attribute energy, and upon being struck, would induce a large explosion. Go Changwondao planned to use these warships to explode a pathway through the wreckages. We have to stop him. Everyone immediately had the same thought in their head. After the few days of battle, everyone understood that if there was no wreckage zone, they would not be able to defend for long. And Go Changwondao also knew of this point, so he did not hesitate to sacrifice a few large-scale warships to open up a large enough passageway through the wreckage zone. Only then could their forces continue to advance. The large-scale warships were immensely huge and had difficulty turning, but their speed was not slow in the least bit. Bang, dot. The second large warship was less than a km away from the wreckage zone where it exploded. After the first experience, everyone's reaction became better. However, the other side was as valiant, as the warship behind rushed out from the prior warship that exploded. The distance between each warship was calculated to a meticulous level, causing people to witness Go Changwondao's meticulous and crazy planning. Even with everyone frantically attacking, the fourth zone struck into the wreckage zone. The heaven-astonishing explosion, with its powerful shockwave, immediately swept a large area of the wreckage zone clear. Crane stopped his subordinates from attacking. He glanced at the warships that were rushing through the flames like moths. The large-scale explosions and fireworks formed an extremely straight line. They continued to combust with rage, and then slowly extinguish. If the wreckage belt was lost, the following battles would not be easy to fight. As expected of Go Changwondao. On one piece of wreckage, Crane, who was dressed in black and holding his sword, stood straight with clear eyes watching the large army in front of him, and then turned and got his army to retreat. The meeting room was filled with smoke. The map in front of Bing had been covered with all sorts of symbols and arrowheads. His poker face remained unmoved, as if deep in thought. Xia Yuan's new job as a recruitment ambassador was just a brief interlude, and the intense battle situation had not subsided yet. If it were to be said that at the battle at the Ocean Guardian stronghold, Go Changwondao still had a strong self-confidence and disdain towards them, then now, he was clear of his own situation. The current Go Changwondao was like an injured wolf. Not only would he not retreat, but he would become increasingly crazy. Go Changwondao's continuous setback had made him lose too much time, but it also let Go Changwondao lose all of his burden. Other than burning his own boats, he had no other choice. The following battles would become the genuine rigorous tests. They needed to welcome Go Changwondao's fervent attacks, the attacks that ignored all costs. To Go Changwondao, such attacks was the most suitable form for his fighting style, and it was where it could unleash his true capabilities. To the Southern Alliance, they also had no choice but to hold on at the defensive lines, as they would occupy the advantage of territory. Someone suggested to retreat, and came up with a plan to lure the enemies deep in, but was overruled by Bing. Morale, the continuous blood war not only stabilized the defense lines, but also stabilized the Southern Alliance morale. The Southern Alliance's armies were no longer as weak as they were in the past, although the determination to win was out of the question, but the despair they held previously in their hearts was also gone. If they were tortured at such a time, the morale that they fought so hard to stabilize would quickly crumble. Now, both parties were holding onto their breath for as long as they could. Whoever was the first to let go would lose. The war finally entered its climax. There was no deviation away from Bing's anticipations, the continuous reports that flowed and caused others to feel shocked. He remained silent, his poker face shrouded behind the lingering smoke, becoming vague. He was suffocated with the familiar pain in his heart, causing him to tremble. There was nothing that could make Amon more anxious than seeing his companions leave one after another. But as the commander-in-chief, he was required to have a stable mind. So, he agreed to Wuma Tian's plan, which was at the current moment, the best plan. He thought about the captain, about Xin, about Screw, about all the familiar faces that had faded through the years. I am still too naive, Bing laughed in ridicule at himself. This little pressure has made me like this. If only crazy Tang was here right now. Bing suddenly had that thought. Suddenly, a thread of indescribable undulation surfaced in his heart. Hey, Uncle Bing, long time no see. He froze. That was a hallucination, right? Seems like I have been too anxious recently, and am having hallucinations. It sounds extremely weird, crazy Tang that weirdo, as long as there is something he dislikes, he would go and stir trouble. I never thought that after not seeing him for this period of time, I would harbor some longing. Enough is enough. I have been holding my hopes to win on him too much. When did I actually fall to this low? Bing laughed in ridicule at himself. He puffed out a smoke ring. I must definitely be under too much pressure. I need to take some supplements already.
Why does a spirit general need supplements? Why's there no reaction? Can he not hear me? Did something happen? That old antique from Southern Cross is truly not reliable. It's over, how do I remedy this?
That familiar whining spouted out a whole load of garbage. Bing was dumbstruck, the cigarette in his mouth dropped onto the floor, causing a bit of spark. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 820, I'm back. Chapter 820, I'm back. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Three Spirits City.
The familiar bronze door, which was still as imposing and dignified, had its walls slightly higher than before. The training grounds that were brightly lit were buzzing with activities, and the incessant shootings and chiding point one after another. All of the unbending faces that were covered with perspiration were all sprinting with all of their might, the deep resounding sounds produced when they fell, the least fanciful collision that ignited sparks between them. Under the light, everything was so clear.
There was not many changes from before. Tang Tian sighed with emotions in his mind. It felt that everything was a lifetime ago. Tang Tian released a brilliant smile.
It is still the same old familiar place, and the same old familiar scent. It sounded funny to him, and yet, it was real. His smile that was as bright as the sun, along with the heavy breathing undulations from his chest. Tang Tian bent his waist and laughed out loud towards the sky.
Ha 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 ha.
His laughter that resounded throughout the entire Three Spirits City caused everyone to stop what they were doing. Tang Tian's chest was moving up and down heavily, all the bitterness, danger, desperate situations that he had experienced, and to finally witness such a scene, how could he not feel emotional? All of the young soldiers training with perspiration pouring all over the training grounds under the light, their faces filled with determination and obstination, their eyes were blazing with flames. He saw fighting spirit, hope, he saw himself, he saw family. His chest instantly felt as if there was a regiment of flames burning, causing his blood to boil, welcoming the light, the training grounds filled with perspiration, welcoming the majestic bronze door. He started to run. The wind screamed in his ears, and amidst the exclamation of shocks, the young man acted as though there were nothing else around him. Through the training grounds, through the lights, he sprinted as fast as he could. Only by sprinting could he unleash NBSP, the excitement in his body. He did not stop, he jumped up the walls, and ran along the walls. He was like a gale, but more like a beam of light, sweeping through the dark clouds, sweeping through the hail and storm, through the mist, through despair. In one breath, Tang Tian reached the highest peak of the wall. The majestic Three Spirits City entered his vision. He gasped for breath, not from fatigue, but from excitement. He opened up his arms, as though he wanted to hug the entire bronze city. After taking a deep breath, he suddenly thought about the past when he was on the peak of the mountain outside Star Wind City, where he shouted towards the sky to encourage himself like what he was currently doing.
The young naive kid from back then is now a king.
The initial heart, determination and passion of the young man has never changed. The young man who had his arms opened up wide was like a kid back then again, announcing to the world,
"I'm back."
The exclamation lasted for a few seconds as it shot through the clouds. Winter had passed, and spring was coming. All the guests that had just arrived in Three Spirits City felt that way. Everyone on the road had an indescribable light aura on their faces. They were instantly filled with fighting spirit. Like many combusting flames, they released light and warmth.
The current Three Spirits City was like a volcano able to erupt at any moment. After slumbering for thousands of years, it had accumulated too much energy. It was as though this volcano was eager to release its voice, eager to display its power. In the mechanical weapons laboratory, everyone became excited. Master is finally home. Without Master here, everyone has been feeling uneasy. That's right, this is good. Now that Master is fine, who can fight us? I wonder what problems Master had encountered to disappear for so long. For this, we need Big Sister to come back, then we will know. Humph, those honorable martial group people are in for it this time. That's right, with Master's temper, they will definitely be beaten up so badly that their mothers won't even recognize them. Everyone started to discuss amongst themselves. Tang Tian's arrival had made them lose the stress in their hearts. The master had not established any communications for a long time, causing the big sister temper to become terrible. She was like an explosive that would ignite at even the smallest spark.
It was also normal, for in the entire Ursa Major constellation history, Tang Tian had not disappeared for such a long time.
For the master to finally return safely, it had shocked the higher-ups of the Ursa Major constellation, who at the first moment rushed to Three Spirit City.
The Ursa Major constellation was not in a good situation, everyone were feeling pressure, and although their master had just returned, the pressurizing atmosphere was instantly cleared, and everyone were filled with confidence towards the future.
Day.
The hurried sound of high heels caused everyone to tremble. Big sister is back. Everyone around instantly scattered like birds, and returned to their work. Sai Lei rushed in like wind, her face filled with confidence. She started to ask the moment she entered, "How many sets of monster do we have?"
"Around 900 sets.
Someone immediately replied. Everyone's attention instantly got attracted. Monster was the mechanical spirit weapon that Screw had modified for Colin. It was extremely ugly, and its bearing was far different from the mechanical spirit weapons they had designed. Monster's design was truly very different. For example, its structure was simple, with leather, its defense was rather low, but the crucial thing was that it was extremely suitable for martial artists that were weak with martial spirits. Monster had various originalities, but in Three Spirit City, it was actually not much in demand. It lacked the possibility to improve, and its changes in composition was far more difficult for the martial spirits to grow stronger. It could be treated as a good replenishment or substitute, but never able to form as the main force of mechanical spirit weapons. The laboratory was filled with a group of mechanical spirit weapons maniacs. All of them had studied Monster and benefited from it. But no one expected for the big sister to ask about it the moment she returned. "How long do you need to make 10,000 sets of Monster?" Sigh, everyone inhaled in cold air. 10,000 sets, that
will require us about 2 months. We have many more things on hand right now. Stop everything else right now, Sai Lei said without hesitation. The entire laboratory remained silent as they stared at Big Sister Head. "Do you have any opinion?"
Sai Lei raised her eyebrow, her eyes as sharp as sword.
No. Everyone awoke from their stupor.
"If all of our other projects are to be stopped, we will require about a month." The second in charge calculated.
"Too long." Sai Lei interrupted, "We only have 1 week of time."
"That's impossible." The second in charge shook his head.
"Don't tell me impossible."
Sai Lei suddenly turned, her face as calm as water. She said one word by one word clearly, "I want to hear how can you make it possible?" Everyone looked at each other. They finally realized that it was a suicide mission, and their hearts trembled. She wanted Tang Tian to see the Three Spirit City that had grown stronger, the power that it held. A strength that was unbeatable.
The desolate continent. This is Sacred Saint Galaxy?
Duca suppressed the excitement in his heart. He had dreamt of Sacred Saint Galaxy for so many times, and when it was truly right in his face, it felt unreal. The people beside him was extremely excited.
Back to the Sacred Saint Galaxy.
They were finally back to the Sacred Saint Galaxy. The dreams that countless of their ancestors had, the blood and lives they sacrificed to do so, they had finally accomplished it. You must all grasp the time to get used to it here. Zhang Libai glanced at them and reminded them, like how we were used to laws, our path ahead will not be the same. Duca took a deep breath, then did his best to control his excitement, and said respectfully, "We will all do our best." The desolate continent was extremely barren, and as far as their eyes could reach, it was just an endless plain.
"Which direction is it to Whitefield Continent?" Zhang Libai asked.
"There." When Kong stammered, while pointing in one direction, his face was pale white, his expression dispirited. The past few days had been a nightmare for him. They had quickly destroyed all the willpower that he had for years. Whatever he knew, he would say, and since he was familiar with the place, he became the perfect guide.
"How much denser is the energy concentration in Whitefield Continent compared to this place?" Zhang Libai asked. "Around 5 times. When Kong said. Duca's expression became gloomier. The excitement that he had upon arriving in Sacred Saint Galaxy disappeared.
The energy in the desolate continent was already considered low, but he was already extremely uncomfortable in it. The endless energy made him feel as if he was immersed in water, the sense of estrangement everywhere. If even he felt this way, then the rest would feel much more weaker. Without their fighting capabilities, they would not be able to have a footing in Sacred Saint Galaxy, much less catch up with Tang Tian. He needed to find a solution, and on this point, he felt that it was his duty. He was the number one in Sin Domain, and in terms of energy, he was probably the one who had the capabilities to solve it.
Duca's expression softened, he was confident in himself. Zhang Libai chuckled, he was reminding Dooku as a friend.
The Du siblings and their Sin Domain had just joined them for a short while, and both parties had not reached the extent of trust. As to whether this army would be left behind or would move forward, he and Niechio had discussed about it, but everyone did not care much about it. Although the Sin Domain army was strong and they had their trump cards, the God Armor army as well as Null Division were stronger, but the only weak one was Zhong Libai's Zhong unit.
Upon thinking about that, Zhong Libai immediately felt depressed.
Although he knew that this weakness was temporary, but as he was a prideful person, he felt sullen. The only thing he could do now, before Master could bring the mechanical spirit weapons over, was to continue training his trash army. What consoled him was that compared to Laws, he was much more familiar with mechanical spirit weapons.
Brats, your days are about to get better. Zhong Libai took large strides, his face sinister.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 821, Urgent Mission. Chapter 821, Urgent Mission. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Boom boom boom, loud knocks on the door was heard. Come in.
Paipa, who had buried her head in the books, her cheeks were no longer pale like before, but had the rosiness of what a young lady should have. Her body had turned for the better, but following with it came responsibility and work.
Master.
A young lady respectfully bowed and waited for Paipa's orders. Three Spirit City's fervent mechanical engineers and its great warlike features were practically governed entirely by Paipa alone. But as her work became heavier and heavier, she had to increase the number of subordinates, with Gue Yuan being one of them.
Bring this order out.
Paipa said without lifting her head.
Gue Yuan was somewhat surprised. Master, there is 2 more days to the new order.
This is an urgent order.
Paipa replied calmly. This subordinate will immediately get to it. Gue Yuan's heart trembled. She then asked, what grade of emergency is this order?
The highest. Paipa said without hesitation, still not lifting her head up. Gue Yuan's heart trembled. She only felt that the paper in her hands was scalding her hands like hot metal.
She then quickly regained her senses and said, this subordinate will get to it now.
Paipa, who was continuously writing, stopped. She lifted her head. The figure of the young man surfaced in her mind. Crazy Tang waved his hands, gesturing and talking about all of his experiences, while she listened quietly by the side.
In control of all the internal affairs of Three Spirit City, her senses and thoughts were far sharper than ordinary people.
Although they had lived in peace for the period of time, but the movements in the shadows and hands in play made everyone anxious, and everyone was just forcing themselves to be calm. The current war in Heaven's Road had spread everywhere, raising the ground in all directions. And the strength of Temple was unstoppable.
To subdue the end.
NBSP, 12 ecliptic palaces, they had combined into an unprecedented super constellation, the Honorable Martial Constellation, but in this tremendous plan, Clan Eldarin had started to take control over Temple, conquering all in Temple. Lu Yuji's Saint Blood Army, Shan's Winter Army, had become his 2 sharpest blades.
The ambitious Clan Eldarin had started to reform the Temple boldly.
In one sweep, the robust Temple became even more overbearing.
This situation became even more apparent when Temple swallowed the Aquarius constellation, the Taurus constellation, and the Aries constellation.
They attacked again and again, and in the short span of a few months, the continuous large-scale wars, they continued to win, showing the entire Heavens Road the power of Temple. But no one expected that the overbearing Temple actually had a brilliant play under the cover of all of these annexing. The Pisces constellation suddenly changed sides, and announced that they were joining Temple. Out of the 12 ecliptic palaces, a third of them fell to Temple. The continuous coup d'etat made the other 12 ecliptic palaces fall into greater danger, as Temple had countless insiders everywhere. Large-scale cleansing and inner struggles erupted in many of the ecliptic palace constellations.
And with the 4 palaces that fell under Temple, they announced themselves as the Honorable Martial Constellation.
The Honorable Martial Constellation that was formed by the 4 constellations formed an unprecedented energy concentration, reaching twice as much as the 12 ecliptic palaces. This terrifying energy concentration meant that the martial artists' training efficiency was multiple folds faster than the ordinary ecliptic palaces constellations. Given enough time, they would be able to produce many gold-rank martial artists, saints, and the strength of Honorable Martial Constellation would become far more terrifying. To everyone, the gigantic pressure that had enveloped their hearts, they all felt that the hatred between Ursa Major Constellation and Temple would never be dissolved. They watched as both sides continued to drag following the flow of time. The unprecedented danger enveloped everyone's hearts. Only when Tang Tian returned did the pressurizing atmosphere disappear without a trace. It was as though every single person had a blind trust towards him, that Tang Tian would have a plan.
Paipa knew that it was not like that.
No one felt that Tang Tian would have any idea, other than knowing the plan of everyone. Let us all go cut them up. The fool could never think of any other plan. But when they saw his simple-minded smile, hearing his babbling nonsense, the shadow that shrouded everyone shared would disappear without a trace.
With this simple man that never knew fear, fighting by his side, it was in truth not too bad. It is much better than making ourselves become braver. Pai Pa laughed, then continued to work. I can't fight with you, and can only use my own means to fight alongside you. How can we ever let you fight alone? The bronze hall of Three Spirits City was built with the style of Southern Cross. It had 12 extremely thick bronze pillars that spanned 30 m high, supporting a large dome. Its boorish and succinct decorative designs made it look extremely unique. The bronze hall was packed with people. Everyone had pleased looks on their faces. All of them were practically mechanical engineers. The current Three Spirits City was not easy to live in, like in the past. It was a land where mechanical engineers gathered, and the competition became extremely intense. And Three Spirits City officials had released the principles of mechanical spirit weapons, inducing a brand new change in the mechanical techniques. The addition of martial spirits allowed endless variations to mechanical techniques, and also gave the mechanical engineers a brand new world to explore. The various strange ideas, various different methods, various styles of mechanical spirit weapons appeared like spring bamboos after the rain. Currently, the birth of a brand new mechanical spirit weapon did not rouse as much attention as in the past. The mechanical engineers who all plunged into the new techniques naturally became much fussier. What truly attracted them were the brand new techniques released by the Three Spirits City officials. To mechanical spirit weapons, these techniques were not considered the latest techniques any longer, but to the independent mechanical engineers, it was sufficiently good improvements. And, although these techniques were free, not anyone could obtain them. The Three Spirits City officials had a very strict contribution calculation method, and only by reaching a certain value in contributions could people exchange for these techniques. This move instantly increased the number of workshops in Three Spirits City by 9 times. Ripe arts and works signified profits for any mechanical workshop. And when provided that their contributions reached a certain level, they could even listen to a grandmaster give a lecture. It was undoubtedly the dream angle that any mechanical engineer wanted. It was all the enticing power and lure, that was like an invisible web, that locked down all the mechanical engineers in Three Spirits City. Mechanical engineers were once looked down on, and they naturally saw the intention of Three Spirits City, but they still threw themselves into the passion without hesitation. The one who formulated this plan was the seemingly weak Pai Pa. Sai Lei and the rest were even more interested in researching mechanical techniques. As the current mechanical spirit weapon market was huge, it was not something that one business could supply. Three Spirits City only produced high-grade mechanical spirit weapons, and the profits from the high-grade market was sufficient, and where there was not a need for that much manpower. As for the mid-grade and low-grade market, it was pushed to other workshops in Three Spirits City. Using the contribution points, the other businesses could obtain new and marvelous techniques and strengthen themselves, and then use their own techniques and works to support their existing workshops and increase their standards, reducing their costs. In a sort of way, the mechanical engineers in Three Spirits City and Three Spirits City had formed some sort of relationship. After hearing the new task, all the various mechanical engineers from the various workshops ran over. Three Spirits City's tasks was usually set in place, but to suddenly notify everyone of the task, it was definitely an urgent mission. Such urgent missions gave more contribution points. I heard that the godlike young lad is back? That's great. We can celebrate tonight. Good that he is back, good that he is back. We survived the past few days with so much difficulty. Without godlike young lad around, I can never be at peace. Let us celebrate tonight, at my place. Let us see who will get the order tonight. He will host it. That's a good idea, then it's settled. Everyone talked leisurely in groups of 3 to 5, more of it was about the sudden return of godlike young lad. All of their lives had improved by many times compared to their past. The mechanical engineer profession was one that everyone used to look down on, but they were now hot and in demand. All of it was because of the godlike young lad. Many of them had long arrived in Three Spirits City early on because of that, and all knew the process of Three Spirits City getting stronger. A group of members walked in. The one in lead was Gue Yuan, and the clamor all quieted down. A daring mechanical engineer shouted out loud, "Miss Gue Yuan, what grade mission is it this time?" Everyone perked their ears up. The higher grade the mission, the more contributions there were. The highest. Gue Yuan did her best to maintain her calm speech, but she had to know what kind of reaction would the words attract. Everyone was stunned, and the bronze hall became silent. In the history of Three Spirits City, there had never been a highest grade mission. Everyone's eyes were immediately attracted to the mission plate in one of the martial artist's hands. We are purchasing the mechanical spirit weapon, Monster. There are no limits to the number. Duration, 1 week. Monster. Everyone was startled again. Monster was not some high-grade mechanical spirit weapon. After Screw produced Monster, it was never viewed heavily in the mechanical armies of Ursa Major constellation, but everyone else loved it, like the flower that somehow grew out of the wall.
It was not strange, the Ursa Major constellation's mechanical army was hailed as the palace for mechanical martial artists, not lacking of brilliant mechanical martial artists, and such a low-end mechanical spirit weapon did not have much use for those brilliant mechanical martial artists. But to any ordinary mechanical martial artist, this simple, cheap, and adequately equipped with outstanding fighting capabilities mechanical spirit weapon was truly the best armor. Other than it being uglier, it did not have many flaws. It was already weird for 3 Spirit City to purchase monster, and it looked like they required many. Duration for 1 week only, no wonder it is an urgent mission, But, how can such a mission be of the highest grade? Guiyuan observed the surroundings, and as though she did not see their skeptical faces, she said calmly, this mission was personally handed out by Master Tang Tian. The originally quiet hall became even more dead silent. It was the first urgent mission, and it already made them feel strange. Furthermore, it was the first highest grade mission that ever appeared, and even more, it was Master Tang Tian that released the mission. There's something going on with this mission. Master just came back, and he released such a mission? All the mechanical engineers were quick-witted people, and immediately, someone raised a question, is it related to impending war? Guiyuan did not reply. The other mechanical engineers then realized it, other than using so many monsters for war, there could be neither possibility. Although everyone did not know why the master required so many of the low-grade mechanical spirit weapons, but such a large request, with such a limitation on time made everyone feel unease. War. The Bronze Hall immediately flew into an uproar, everyone started shouting out loud. Someone wants to fight us? They dare to make a move on us. Are they tired of living? Everyone's faces was filled with unease, anger, and fear. Seeing their excited faces, Guiyuan was moved, she bowed, I plead everybody here. A short silence occurred once more, before the hall erupted into an uproar. The mechanical martial engineers who were usually calm and collected were currently extremely angered, all of their face and necks were flushed red along with their eyes. No problem at all. It's just, monster, right? How many you guys need, we will get them for you. Let's go. We shall start working now. Damn it, we must let those bastards see our prowess, Who's lacking in bronze, come and take from my warehouse, everyone, let's not delay any further. The bronze spirit nucleus are not worth much, I will push them out to my workshop's entrance, whoever has run out come and take it for yourselves. Xianxin stumbled out from the bronze hall, with the word war in his mind. He had his own mechanical workshop, Qianji Mechanical Workshop. Xianxin arrived to 3 Spirit City rather early, and at that time, the price of the shops was half of what it currently was. 3 Spirit City had become the sacred place for mechanical artists, and with 70% of the population being mechanical engineers. Almost all of these mechanical engineers had learned their skills from their own pasts. His son had accidentally obtained a unique alloy formulation once. It was due to this alloy formulation that allowed Qianji Mechanical Workshop to earn plenty of contribution points. And Qianji Mechanical Workshop exchanged these contribution points for a few good research projects and techniques that allowed their standard in mechanical spirit weapons to swell, along with their sales volume. Xianxin expanded his shop, and recruited more mechanical engineers, reaching to a total of 20 engineers in Qianji Mechanical Workshop. Although it was not considered a large workshop in 3 Spirit City, but it was rather well known. He took a deep breath, the cold air suddenly made him more awake. His face revealed a flush red, his fists clenched tightly. He suddenly increased his pace and headed back to his own workshop. Inside the workshop, a black-skinned young man was focusing on cutting the bronze armor piece. He was Qianxin's son Xianlian. Xianlian was extremely focused, his movements as fluid as water and was considered admirably skilled. Xianxin revealed a smile, Xianlian's talent was much better than his, and Qianji Mechanical Workshop would definitely bloom in his son's hand. He clapped his hands and shouted for everyone, spoke with an unprecedented seriousness, everyone stop what you are doing, from today onwards, we will focus on producing, Hans Monster, Pan class equals copyright obfuscation with. Then what about these orders, one of his mechanical engineer asked. Pay the penalties. Xianxin felt that he was extremely calm. Everyone looked at each other, is this still the stingy and tight Xianxin? When everyone realized what happened, their eyes turned red, and without saying a word, they buried themselves in the work. It was night, but the gray sky of 3 Spirit City was blushing red from the molten bronze. All the workshops were burning the midnight oil, working through the night, sparks flying everywhere. 3 Spirit City was extremely bright, and when the cold wind swept past the city, it would turn warm, like summer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 822, A Man That Is Resolved to Win. Chapter 822, A Man That Is Resolved to Win. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
We do not have much time. Once Temple swallows and digests the Pisces constellation, the disparity between both parties will increase.
We need to do as much as we can, as the further we drag, the more disadvantageous the situation will be for us. Tang Chao's face was serious. He was still used to calling the Honorable Martial constellation as Temple. He was stationed in Heaven's Road and was in command of the entire situation, and was in no way at a disadvantage even though he was against the Winter Army and the Saint Blood Army. But as time dragged further, he felt that it had become more taxing. Tang Chou was purely a military general, and had nothing else aside from his tactics for war. Staring at his opponents who looked to be leisurely completing their arrangements, where his own side's disadvantage was getting larger and larger, that feeling was extremely terrible.
Tang Tian turned his head and asked, "How do we move?"
"We attack and occupy one of the 12 ecliptic palaces." Tang Chao's eyes flashed with brilliant light. It was a plan that he had brewed for a long time.
To him, only by expanding could they restrain Temple's expansion.
He did not know much about arrangements, but in terms of fighting, he did not fear anyone. He had the ability to attack and occupy one of the 12 ecliptic palaces constellations. But he did not take action, and left the plan to Tang Tian. It was not difficult to attack and occupy one of the 12 ecliptic palace constellations, but it meant that the Ursa Major constellation's foreign tactics would completely change, and only one person had the qualifications to make that decision, and that was Tang Tian.
Out of the question. The one who spoke was Pai Pa. She shook her head. If that's the case, then how are we different from Temple?
At the current situation, Temple is the target from all directions. Regardless of how terrible the 12 ecliptic palace constellations are, they will still be our allies, and
BSP, once we behave like them, the alliance front will crumble.
Compared to the power of rallying supporters, we are still lacking.
Pai Pa had a calm expression. It was not their first time debating the question.
Then we will just pull further and further away from them. Tang Chou said gravely, "Their energy concentration is far higher than ours, their martial artists are training at a much faster rate than us, they will only become stronger.
Maybe we can consider an alliance." Pai Pa said, "Lion King Leong is doing it right now."
"Our prestige isn't enough, they will not listen to us." Tang Chou said coldly, "Compared to losing our initiative, I would rather start the fight with Temple right now."
Energy concentration. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. Talking about energy concentration, how could Heaven's Road compare to the Sacred Saint Galaxy?
An idea flashed past his mind. Tang Tian mumbled to himself, "I sort of understand it now. The Honorable Martial Constellation's energy concentration is high, so our training speed can't compare to them, right?
So in other words, if we can raise everybody's training speed, we won't be left in the dust? To raise training speed, let me think, energy concentration, inheritance and diligence.
We can't compare energy concentration with them, but inheritance and diligence, everyone is rather equal.
What other things are there to raise training speed? Energy concentration, I have an idea." Everyone turned towards Tang Tian with looks of anticipation.
Tang Tian became excited, his eyes gleaming with light. "Energy rooms, we have energy rooms."
When they were in the Lupus constellation, because the energy concentration was not high enough, they managed to build the ancient energy room under Bing's guidance.
After that, Sai Lei used the energy room's original idea, and improved it to develop the training clothes. And even the ultimate bear egg had borrowed the concept of the energy room. Following the continuous strengthening of Ursa Major constellation and the increase in energy concentration that raised to the standard of the 12 ecliptic constellations, the energy rooms gradually lost their uses.
"We do not have that many star rocks."
Tang Chou shook his head. Energy rooms did not have any complicated parts to it, it simply extracted energy from energy rocks, and increased the energy concentration in the air.
But to increase the energy concentration, they needed many star rocks.
If they wanted to obtain an energy concentration comparable to the Honorable Martial constellation, the amount of star rocks required was something that Ursa Major constellation did not have. Tang Tian said with a pleased look, "We don't have it here, but the Sacred Saint Galaxy does."
Everyone was stunned.
The Sacred Saint Galaxy's energy concentration is extremely high, there are extremely pure star rocks everywhere, all of their grades are extremely high and extremely cheap. The warships there use top-grade star rocks to move the bigger warships there consume at least a few hundreds and thousands of top-grade star rocks a day.
CEI, everyone inhaled in cold air, it was an unimaginable scene.
In Heaven's Road, high-grade star rocks were extremely expensive, and they were extremely few in numbers. To consume a few hundreds up to 1,000 top-grade star rocks was something they could not imagine. The sea of energy there is vast and endless, and is a large sea containing all sorts of different attributes of energy. I'll see if I can get a few people to bring them over when the time comes. The more Tang Tian thought about it, the more excited he became. Other than star rocks, there are star treasures. We can bring a batch of star treasures over, and absorb the energy and then bring them back.
Their power and grade will definitely increase. Everyone looked at each other. In theory, they could not find any faults about it, but was it truly possible? Tang was the first to react. He had been to Sacred Saint Galaxy before, but he had never thought of using such a method to resolve the problem. There was no strategy to it, no formation or arrangements, it was completely simple and crude, truly the style of the crazy young lad. We can try it. Tang said, but now you are at Honorable Marshall Continent, how are you going to get Star Rocks? I will definitely plunder them. Tian said, the Honorable Marshall Continent's warehouse is filled with mountains of Star Rocks, I can just casually plunder a few and we will be rich. And Bing's plan is perfect for me, to attack the Honorable Marshall Continent right at its heart, and we can win. The attack to determine victory still depends on this godlike young lad. Just by relying on monsters? Sai Lei could no longer hold back and asked. Three Spirit City had many more different types of mechanical spirit weapons as compared to Tang monsters. She never thought that Tian would actually choose such a mechanical spirit weapon. Now after hearing that he wanted to infiltrate into the Honorable Marshall Continent, she became even more worried. Became monster, hold such responsibility? That is the first step. Tian thought for a while, then spoke, temporarily we will not meet powerful enemies. By the time the Honorable Marshall Continent reacts, it will be late. Anyway, the Honorable Marshall Continent has everything, it will save us time. Tian was eager to do it. When he thought about the following battles, his blood began to boil. To penetrate deeply into enemy territory with a lone army, overturning them with surprise, such a magnificent feat will truly be a challenge to the limit. Such an overbearing matter can only be accomplished by me, the godlike young lad. All of you just watch, at this crucial period, the godlike young lad is the most reliable person, but he had initially planned to sweep through the Honorable Marshall Continent and return to the Southern Alliance to fight alongside everybody. But when Bing suggested his plan, he immediately threw that idea to the back of his mind. The wars of the Southern Alliances compared to Bing's plan was completely dull and boring. How can the godlike young lad waste time on such simple and uninteresting missions? Only by winning such a valiant battle, turning the impossible to possible, causing the entire world to focus their attention to it, is it something that the godlike young lad should do. Even the poker face that Tian looked at on Bing's face became much nicer. Tian had already decided to turn the Honorable Marshall Continent upside down. A man that is resolved to win. A man that is resolved for this powerful fate under the heavens. Oh my god, thinking about it already feels so good. What should I do? I can't stop thinking about it. Thinking about that, Tian's mouth could not help but grin. But the first battle is the most important. He used all of his strength to retract the smile, and said earnestly, please help me prepare as many, please monsters, pan class equals copyright obfuscation used as you can, the more the better. Sai Lei and Pai Pa looked at each other, and were filled with confidence. Don't worry. Sai Lei smiled with a trace of arrogance, it will not hinder your matters for sure. Then I will go back to first. Tian turned and asked Pai Pa, is everything prepared? Pai Pa bowed, everything is prepared and ready. Desolate Continent. Near the star door to the Sin Domain, the basic foundations of a city was gradually being formed. At the Sin Domain's entrance was a land of military background, the bridgehead fort that guarded the entrance to and from the Sin Domain. When Duexe and Yu and the rest thought that barging through the Sin Domain was already good enough, they did not expect that they could occupy and hold down the entire Sin Domain. When they were to hold on to the Sin Domain, they suddenly realized that they did not do sufficient preparations. This place needs to be guarded. Only by guarding the Sin Door could they truly hold on to the Sin Domain. Although their preparations were rushed, but the Du family of Sin Domain had plenty of resources, and practically the entire Sin Domain was mobilized. Countless materials and resources rushed out like the tide, everyone traveled through the days and nights to continuously send everything out. So when Tian returned, he suddenly realized that there was already a semi-completed stronghold in place. The speed and efficiency left Tian dumbstruck. Seeing the hard-working Sin Domain people, Tian could not help but be moved. Previously, he thought that the Sin Domain people lacked the tenacity and drive, and thought that many of them did not have the desire to return to the Sacred Saint Galaxy. Only then did he realize that was wrong. He could not even link the currently passionate and busy Sin Domain people with the previously coward and afraid Sin Domain people. Alright, it can be considered a good thing. Tian praised himself with please. When the Sin Domain citizens traveling saw Tian, all of them hurriedly saluted him. It was no secret that the Du family had become Tian's subordinate. In many people's eyes, the Sin Domain took the Du family as their head and guide, so the Du family joining as Tian's subordinate meant that the entire Sin Domain had become his subordinate. For them to be able to return to the Sacred Saint Galaxy, it was almost completely because of Tian, so nobody had any objections to being his subordinates. The Sin Domain had been suppressed for too long and had left the Sacred Saint Galaxy for too long.
Although they had finally returned, the current Sacred Saint Galaxy was a completely foreign place to them, which caused them to not have much self-confidence.
When Du Xianyu saw Tang Tian, she floated over and bowed, "Master, you've returned?" "Yeah, you guys sure move fast." Tang Tian coughed lightly. "Time is of the essence."
Du Xianyu said, "Master, this city has not been named, I hope that Master can give it a name."
"Oh my, this is truly a good opportunity to perform well, this young girl is truly a smart lass." Tang Tian seemed to be oblivious that he was around the same age as Du Xianyu. He started thinking of a splendid name, but after a long time, he could only say, "This is the desolate continent, then let's call it the desolate city." Du Xianyu nodded her head, "Okay." He looked at the young lady for a long time, feeling extremely depressed. Hey, all you can say is just an okay? Where's the applause? Where's the praise? Where's your reverence? Du Xianyu sensed Tang Tian's gaze and turned to ask, "Does Master have any questions?" "Too boring." Tang Tian coughed lightly, "Where's Dooku and the rest?" "They are researching on how to use energy." Du Xianyu pointed to the sky far above the city.
Tang Tian then noticed that around 10 li away from the city, a group of black dots were flying.
He then witnessed that around them, sudden bouts of lightning, then fiery bouts of explosions, then sudden gales would occur.
Suddenly, Tang Tian out loud. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 823, The Desolate Continent's Great Remodeling Plan. Chapter 823, The Desolate Continent's Great Remodeling Plan. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Dooku's confidence did not come from nothing.
Other than him, the Sin Domain army consisted of more than half of the elites of the Sin Domain, with half in the top 10 of the list of powerhouse. Every single one of them were geniuses who had experienced countless of brutal tests. When these elites gathered together and shared their thoughts, the effect they produced was extremely anticipatory. Their advancements proved that they were right, as they quickly broke through. The first thing they required was for Dooku to overcome the interference that the energy had on laws.
On this point, Dooku's conjecture had some deviations.
The energy that interfered with laws was everywhere, and the higher the realm of laws, the more influence there would be. But Dooku's comprehension of laws far exceeded anyone, and when he realized this special point, he pondered for a moment, and then understood the crux of the matter. The Sin Domain martial artists who trained in lower realm laws used the power of the physique to incite law threads, and law threads that were directly connected to the body received the lowest influence. And as for the Sin Domain martial artists who had gained enlightenment on law surfaces and used the power projected out from the law surfaces to fight, their law surfaces were not directly connected to their body, and thus the reaction from energy would be more intense. It was the same for martial artists who had trained on the law domain. Dooku and the rest quickly thought of an idea. They changed their style of summoning their laws. They first used the power of the physique to incite the law threads, and then used the law threads to evolve to law surfaces or law domain. And these brilliant elites started to consider how to have their laws to control the energy. This was a large undertaking, as the number of laws was as extensive as the seas, and the number of attributes of energies were equally as many as the stars. If we were to say that laws were a sort of key, and NB. SP, then they needed to find a corresponding lock. The desolate continent had extremely thin energy, and the interference was not as intense, so it greatly lessened their search time. As to not affect the construction of the stronghold, they moved to a distant place to train. For their initial steps, they could use the power of their laws, allowing them to float in the sky, but after thinking about how they used to be able to fly, they knew they had a long road. Floating in the sky, they were either meditating, or standing still, or dancing with their hands and legs, or muttering chants. All of them had their different styles. "I found it!" An exclamation came out, which instantly attracted everyone else. On his fingertip was a bean-sized light, which released a gentle orange light aura. When he moved his finger lightly, countless orange light dots would sprinkle out one after another. It was a pretty scene. The light dots that resembled rain kept on changing, causing people who were watching to be dazzled. The people around him could not help but feel envy towards him. This martial artist trained in laws relating to light, and his light energy was the densest in their location. It was not strange for him to gain enlightenment first. Everyone's morale became boosted. As long as one person had succeeded, it meant that the path they were taking was right. Tang Tian watched the energy undulation dissipating from the light, and could not help but scratch his chin. That undulation isn't weak at all, he thought to himself, then understood why. By controlling energy with laws, it took half the effort but double the results, and as their comprehension of laws was extremely profound, as long as they found the knack to doing it, their battle capabilities would soar. Tang Tian suddenly thought that the desolate city could be defended. Previously, he did not have that much of a good impression for the desolate city. Although its energy was extremely thin, it was still not the Sin Domain. The honorable martial continent's martial artists would not be weakened by much, but the Sin domain martial artists would be weakened much more.
Defending at the Sin door would be much easier, compared to the desolate city.
As long as they destroyed the honorable martial stronghold, the Sin door and Sin domain had practically no difference, and the honorable martial artists that went in would be seeking death. Most importantly, according to Bing's plan, he needed to quickly destroy the honorable martial continent from within, which required flexibility, thus they could not afford to defend a stronghold. But when he saw that the Sin domain army had a breakthrough, Tian started to consider the possibility. If there is a stronghold at the back, then there would truly be a needle in their back. The honorable martial continent will definitely be unable to tolerate it and will try to find a way to destroy it. That also meant that the desolate city would attract a great number of armies.
By attracting them, wouldn't that mean the inside of honorable martial continent would be even emptier? Tian scratched his chin, his eyes released a deceitful light.
He could not think of too profound plans, but all of this added up was something that he found relatively executable. How can I make the desolate city become invulnerable to attack? Tian, who had the deceitful light in his eyes while scratching his chin, racked his brains, crack crack crack. He then thought as though he heard countless gear teeth releasing the cracking friction sounds, and the rust falling like snow. But after he thought hard for a long period of time, luckily for him, the heavens never turned their backs on diligent people. He thought of a great plan: hand the problem over to intelligent people. He turned and looked at Du Xianu. How do you think we can defend the desolate city? Du Xianu had long considered the problem, and said calmly, it is actually not difficult to defend the desolate city, we only need time, and when brother and the rest finds the way to control energy, the desolate city will become harder and harder to be attacked. We have the advantage in territory, and behind us, we can obtain the endless support of the Sin domain, so we can rest easy without worries.
That's true. We lack in time. Tian spoke honestly, we will be moving out in a week.
Heaven's Road and the Southern Alliance are now facing immense pressure. Du Xianu was not surprised. As an outstanding general herself, she knew that losing a city was not important. The main point was to obtain victory in the overall situation. Once they move out and leave the desolate continent, they would definitely surprise the honorable martial continent, and the desolate city would enter the sights of the honorable martial continent.
Then we can give up desolate city and focus on guarding the Sin door. Du Xianu said calmly.
But I hope that the desolate city can attract the attention of the enemies. The more armies, the better.
Tian spoke honestly.
Du Xianu understood what Tian meant. She thought for a moment, then shook her head. It is not feasible. Without breaking through, we lack the capabilities to resist the honorable martial continent. The desolate city is a Sin domain type stronghold, although we can unleash some use for it, but its abilities are greatly weakened.
We are not in the Sin domain.
A flash of light suddenly flashed past Tian's mind. He spoke anxiously, say that one more time.
What?
Du Xianu was startled, but she repeated her entire sentence out one more time.
When Du Xianu said that we are not in Sin domain, Tian clapped his hands, his face revealing an uncontrollable joy. That's right, this isn't the Sin domain.
Du Xianu had a look of suspicion. She did not understand what it meant. They were truly not in Sin domain.
This isn't Sin domain, so we can make it the Sin domain. Tian's words were truly forever shocking. Du Xianu was startled. She thought that she had heard it wrongly, and asked, transform the desolate continent into Sin domain? That's right.
Tian thought that his miraculous idea was truly pleasing. Only the godlike young lad can truly think of such a genius idea.
That's impossible. Du Xianu shook her head as she regained her calm.
Tian replied with please, you will know when the time comes.
With that, he turned and walked towards the Null Division barracks.
Du Xianu followed him without hesitation. Seeing Tian so confident, she felt extremely curious.
How could such an absurd idea of transforming desolate continent into Sin domain happen? A group of people flew through the vast desolate continent.
In front of us is a valley, and it should conform to the request.
When Kong pointed ahead, the valley was faintly discernible. Let's go.
Liang Qiu did not beat about the bush and directly led his team over to the valley. It was barren without any signs of life. Who knew how many years had it been since the last human had stepped in the location?
Liang Qiu quickly chose a good location and took out a star treasure.
It was a silver star treasure of the Pisces constellation, and two vivid and lifelike silver fishes that were connected at their heads and tails started to move about. The star treasure suddenly lit up with a dazzling light aura, and the energy around started to surge into the treasure. In the blink of the eye, a large energy vortex formed, and all the rocks and sand started to move in the valley, causing the other members to be forced out of the valley. When Kong watched as the energy vortex formed like a tornado, and was at a loss for words.
Where exactly did this group of people come from? He was called to the Null Division to act as a guide. Since he had already surrendered, he did not have any heart to resist, and decided to act as the guide. But when he stepped into the Null Division barracks, it was as if he was struck by a spell and was dumbstruck. Spirit objects that were worth cities, released beautiful light auras in splendid undulations. And when these spirit objects, that were worth cities, appeared one after another in front of him, piling to the size of a mountain, the impact it had on him was something he had never felt before. In that moment, when Kong thought he was looking at a golden desolate continent brimming with radiant coins. His mind was in a blank as he watched as the pile of star treasures was handed to every single member of the Null Division. Each of them had one, causing Kong to lose the ability to think. It was not only him, his comrades that had worked with him for many years were equally lost. In the half hour, when Kong and them were stunned right in that spot, in the blankness and silence. When they gradually regained to their senses, the piles of spirit objects had disappeared, causing them to feel pain. Even they did not understand why they were feeling pain, when it was not theirs to begin with. The pain lasted for a second, when they were scared silly by Tang Tian's plan. Everyone only has one mission, and that is to use the star treasure in your hand, to absorb all the energy in the desolate continent. Not one bit of energy must remain. But, of course, relying on the star treasures in your hands alone is definitely not enough. But do not worry, I will prepare even more star treasures for you. 1 week, we only have 1 week, everyone is responsible for their own region, and there must be no corners left. Move out. The desolate continent's great remodeling plan caused Kong and the rest to be so frightened they started to pee in their pants. This is too preposterous. To sweep clean every bit of energy in a continent, oh my god, which maniac would be able to think of such a crazy idea, and would actually implement it? Even Du Xinu, who was initially calm, became stunned at that moment. The Null Division spread out like beans, bringing their star treasures to every corner of desolate continent. One after another, energy vortices formed in the vast desolate continent, appearing endlessly. The desolate continent, which had a thin energy, although it was the opposite of what the sacred Saint Galaxy usually had, but it still had more energy than any constellation of heaven's road. But under the crazy absorption of the star treasures, in just a day, the desolate continent's energy concentration dropped by 20%. It was too crazy. And when they thought it was crazy enough, the second batch of star treasures were brought over. Then the third, then the fourth. The desolate continent's energy concentration plummeted at a visible rate. Everyone was so scared to the point that they resembled quails that had been caught by their necks. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 824, Bus. Chapter 824, Bus. Translated by Berry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Did you say Tang Tian suddenly returned? And that he has ordered an absurd amount of monsters? Clan Elder asked. By his side, Luya Ji and Sean had serious faces. They obviously viewed the return of Tang Tian as extremely important. Luya Ji and Sean were extremely serious towards Tang Tian. Liang might be powerful, but the Lion King was old, and thus to the two of them, the future temple only had one enemy, and that was Tang Tian, the one hailed as the godlike young lad. The Ursa Major constellation wielded extraordinary power, but what made Clan Eldarin feel real fear was the enthusiasm and vitality displayed by the Ursa Major constellation, which other constellations never had. The 12 ecliptic palaces were lethargic and old, but the Ursa Major constellation was like a young man brimming with blood and energy, and could do anything. The old temple, which was the current Honorable Marshal constellation, never lost their cautiousness towards the Ursa Major constellation. So any reports that was related to Ursa Major constellation would be reported to Clan Eldarin at first notice. Yes, Master. According to the reports sent from Three Spirit City, Tang Tian suddenly returned the day before yesterday, and he shook his arms above a tower and announced his return. The manager in charge of the intelligence spoke respectfully. On the second day, Three Spirit City's Bronze Hall sent out the highest grade urgent mission to purchase monsters. Their time limit is 1 week. 1 week? Sean's eyes constricted. Could it be that he is about to take action? This subordinate is useless, and could not dig up anything further. The manager immediately replied. Everyone looked at each other. To have such a tight timing, it was for sure that they were about to take action, but why monsters? Luya Ji did not understand. I have studied on this model of mechanical spirits weapon before. Their fighting capabilities are rather unorthodox, and have their own knacks, but there are even NNB. SP, better mechanical spirit weapons in Three Spirit City. They have extremely high-quality mechanical martial artists as well. The manager started to perspire in cold sweat. He anxiously replied, this subordinate was also extremely curious, so I have sent people to probe around, but up till now, there has been no reports. At this time, the atmosphere in the meeting room had become rather stifling. Ever since Tang Tian went missing, the Ursa Major constellation had become more reserved and did not launch attacks. The temple only had to face the pressure given by the Leo constellation, and only with the pressure on them lessening did they dare to launch the brazen remodeling of the Pisces constellation. But now, Tang Tian had suddenly returned and even sent out such a large order, giving them an immense pressure. It was not their first time crossing swords with Tang Tian. To them, Tang Tian was far more dangerous than Leon. The Lion King was ferocious, but his actions were predictable. But for Tang Tian, he was unconstrained with style. Everything that occurred that had to do with him were inconceivable and unclear, but he always defeated his enemies. After that, only when the dust settled, would they realize that Tang Tian would end up being the victor. Clan Eldarin subconsciously patted the hand support on his chair and said, "This Tang Tian is extremely cunning and has profound schemes. He usually plans ahead and executes things at the last minute. His movements are definitely thoroughly planned out prior. Most probably, they have already completed their preparations and have definitely premeditated it for a long time. We must be on our guard at all times and be careful. Send out the order, cancel all the recent movements and get all the various armies to be on high alert." "Yes." Sean and Lu Yaji replied. "Intelligence Department, I want all of you to stay fixated on Tang Tian. Use whatever methods you have, I want to know what Tang Tian is thinking." Clan Eldarin said gravely. "Yes." The report manager immediately replied. "Leo constellation. Monsters?" The imposing Lion King's eyes flashed with a look of doubt. He thought about the mechanical spirit weapons that had left a deep impression in him. After the rage with the monsters, the military generals of Leo constellation had spent a great deal of time researching monster. Ultimately, they understood what category of people was the monsters aimed towards. But why monsters? That was what everyone was curious about. Tang Tian's great fanfare was definitely some sort of plot. Although both parties were to a certain degree allies, but they still acted independently. Lion King Liang or Tang Tian were not people willing to be under someone else. Liang and Tang Tian had crossed paths before, and Liang also had some restraining fear towards Tang Tian. "Go take a look first," Liang said. "Send a few people to ask around in Three Spirits City." "Then what about Plan Roar?" Andre raised his head and looked at his father. "Wait till we have clarify, Plan Ed on this." Liang did not hesitate at such a sensitive time. Plan to put it time, Plan Roar, copyright obfuscation insight into, Plan effect would incite a series of reactions which was predictable. Yes. Everyone complied, they all thought it was safer that way. Exactly how many monsters did Tang Tian need? How many sets of monsters could Three Spirit City produce in a week? No one knew about this, but it had attracted the eyes of everyone in Heaven's Road. Three Spirit City's manufacturing capability was directly related to the Ursa Major constellation's fighting potential. And to produce so many monsters, when placed in the hands of the best mechanical martial artists that resided in the Ursa Major constellation, the power that they could unleash cannot be looked down on. So who was Tang Tian planning to use Iton? The entire Heaven's Road had their eyes on Three Spirit City. The Heaven's Road that was masked in the flames of war actually landed in a temporary peace and calm. The various powers had stopped what they were doing and had raised their caution. With Tang Tian, the man hailed as, obtainedly godlike young lad, copyright obfuscation was, who had an astonishing perfect record, as long as he participated in any battle, regardless of how it had began, ultimately the one who would win and obtain the most benefits would still be him. The Ursa Major constellation wanted to use expansion to resist the honorable Martial constellation's pressure. That was the main talk of the town, which was viewed as the only viable option for the Ursa Major constellation. If Ursa Major constellation did not expand, and wait for the Honorable Martial constellation to completely absorb the four ecliptic palaces, then the Ursa Major constellation would lose all hope. The Ursa Major constellation only had one opportunity. The terrifying order that was sent out posed a question to the entire Heaven's Road, where and who was Tang Tian's blade aimed at? In time, Heaven's Road actually had everyone afraid for themselves. The entire Three Spirit City was in full operation mode, countless materials converged and flowed into the city. The fiery red furnaces had dyed the sky red, the incessant sounds of machines and labor at work filled every corner of the city. This is the fourth batch of star treasures. Paipa spoke with excitement. They have different ranks and different degrees of upgrades. The majority of them are silver star treasures with signs of turning gold. At the moment, 22 star treasures have completely become gold rank. 22 gold rank star treasures, that was an extremely alluring wealth. The military generals around Tangzhou all revealed looks of excitement. 22 gold rank star treasures accumulated a substantial amount of wealth that could influence the situation of the war. If they used the gold rank star treasures to refine spirit treasures, it would greatly increase the strength of the Saint unit. Saints possessed the highest level of fighting capabilities and could turn the tide on the battlefield.
There were very few gold-rank star treasures, and even in the 12 ecliptic palaces, they had very few themselves, and the gold-rank star treasures were viewed as the most powerful force in the various constellations, and were rarely used.
The more stable the constellation, the less they would use it.
Only all of the wavering constellations who could not protect their own gold-rank treasures would start using them. Tang carefully inspected the star treasures expressionlessly. But he was immensely shocked by the results. His eyes were not fixated or lured by the 22 gold-rank star treasures, although they were truly good things and could raise their fighting capabilities. But the entire situation could not be turned with just 10 or 100 gold-rank star treasures. What truly made Tang excited was that he saw that the plan that Tian had suggested, to use the Sacred Saint Galaxy to provide to the Ursa Major constellation, was truly possible. It was a plan that could truly deeply affect the entire situation. We can send these star treasures to the front lines first.
Pai Pa laughed and said.
The originally excited military generals became even more excited, they so badly wanted to pounce on the treasures. Tang suddenly shook his head. No, seal them up first, and increase the level of secrecy. The military generals were stunned, they could not believe their own ears, they received the biggest pressure as they were at the front lines, and the Honorable Martial Constellation armies were getting harder and harder to fight against. If the batch of Star Treasures equipments were to send to the front lines, it could greatly relieve their pressure.
Pai Pa was surprised as well, but she quickly understood Tang Chou's plan. General, are you planning to give the enemies a big surprise?
If we want to play, we shall play it big. Tang Chou's eyes revealed a look of craziness. When we have enough star treasures to completely equip the entire army, then we will change all of them. Sigh, all of his subordinates could not help but take deep breaths. The master is truly going big. But upon thinking of that majestic sight, all of them became immensely agitated. That's right, if they were to reveal their ability to increase the star treasures, not only would it increase the caution of their enemies, but it would affect their influx of star treasures. Although the Ursa Major constellation itself could produce many star treasures, it was not enough, and could not completely supply their armies. Once the other constellations obtained the information, they would definitely control the outflow of star treasures, and the price of the star treasures would increase.
Can the front lines hold on? Pai Pa asked with concern.
Don't worry about it. Tang said indifferently. Pai Pa then thought about something, then revealed a smile. No matter, very quickly, the pressure on all of you will lessen.
Why?
Tang asked, and the military generals were immediately focused on her.
Pai Pa laughed. Considering the time, Bell should have sent the letter to the Scorpio constellation? What about the Scorpio constellation? Tang started to think.
Asterisk 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 asterisk.
On the training grounds. Monster.
Screw was out of sorts, who knew what he was thinking.
But Colin was excited. Master, do you think we will participate in the war?
The news of the Bronze Hall releasing the urgent mission had long spread.
Although everyone could not grasp the master's plan, but they all knew that the astonishing amount of monsters would be used to fight.
When talking about monsters, their monster unit was known in the entire base. Ever since Colin managed to unleash the potential of Monster, 3 Spirit City had specially built up an army that used the monsters, and Screw was the one guiding them.
Colin was completely filled with excitement. When using monsters, how can they not include us?
Screw was startled, that question had quickly flew into his mind.
When using monsters, how can they not include us?
Us? That phrase seemed to have jolted his empty memories, and vague images continued to appear. The blurred faces, the faintly discernible broken mechanic weapons, the smoke that pervaded the air.
And the faint voice that seemed to come and go like the wind. It is familiar yet unfamiliar. Who is it? Spanner, where is the Spanner? Brat, you better not die, Captain, you better not die. Southern Cross Army, advance.
His body trembled incessantly, and tears flowed down uncontrollably.
Why? Why do I feel so terrible? I can't remember anything anymore, but why do I feel so terrible? Us, it was us together. Woo woo woo. But all of you, where are all of you now?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 825, We will forever fight alongside you. Chapter 825, We will forever fight alongside you. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
What? Dooku could almost not believe his own ears. By his side, everyone else looked at each other.
Tang Tian spoke forwardly, because I feel that only you guys have the ability to defend Desolate City. Dooku was speechless. If you guys follow me, then what will happen to Desolate City? They are definitely unable to defend and hold Desolate City.
Tang Tian, who knew of the circumstances, upon returning to Three Spirit City, immediately sought for Tang Chuan Pai Pa to formulate a plan for him. Tang Chao's standard had no need to be questioned, and Pai Pa's perspective in the general situation was rather outstanding as well. And what Tang Tian did not expect was that his thoughts actually obtained the praise from the both of them. Just because of this, Tang Tian was elated for a few days. The two of them improved Tang Tian's basic plan by a step, making it robust. They too felt that for Desolate City to attract the attention of Honorable Martial Continent, they needed to make a loud noise. And to do that, they required sufficient power. And when the Honorable Martial Continent reacted, they would definitely send out a huge force, and without sufficient fighting capabilities, they would not be able to hold the Desolate City. The Desolate City was like a nail pointed to the back of the Honorable Martial Continent. The more attention the Desolate City could attract, the more impact it would have on the overall situation.
After listening to Tang Tian's explanation, Dooku remained silent. He was unreconciled to it.
He had finally returned to the Sacred Saint Galaxy, and thought that he would able to participate in the huge battle, and compete with the powerful martial artists of the Honorable Martial Continent, but who knew he would be asked to stand guard in Desolate City. But he also knew the reason and logic of Tang Tian's arrangement, and thus did not know what to say.
Master, rest easy, we will definitely do it our all to an NBS. Defend Desolate City.
Out of expectations, Duxianu was the one to speak out. She spoke calmly with her calm face. Dooku raised his head startled, and looked at all of his men around him. All of them revealed looks of relief, and immediately understood. I am still not as calm as my sister, but blindly trying to show off my might to the generals of the Sin Domain army. The Sacred Saint Galaxy was an extremely foreign land, and the majority of them still had some fear towards venturing out. To be able to defend the Desolate City and with the familiar Sin Domain at their backs, with everybody around, Tothem, it was the best support. The Desolate Continent that had its energy withering up became even more advantageous for them. Thinking about that, Dooku cleared his thoughts, and the unreconciled emotions in his heart disappeared. He laughed. The Honorable Martial Continent better not come. If they dare to come, we will show them our power. The Sin Domain generals all shouted out in unison, their morale boosting up high.
Zhong Unit Camp.
Zhong Libai, who had a stub of mustache and beard with his hair in a mess and sunken eyes, stared at the square Zhong Unit with piercing eyes. Nietzsche stood beside him.
After the absorption of energy in the Desolate Continent, the Null Division had taken the responsibility of sparring with the Zhong Unit.
The Null Division's future was developing towards the warships, and in the Honorable Martial Continent, the only way they could replenish their warships was to steal it from their enemies. And Zhong Libai, who had decided to walk the mechanical spirit weapons road, became the crux.
Still not enough.
Zhong Libai spoke ferociously, like a wolf ready to devour them up. His ferocious gaze swept across the entire field. The Ursa Major Constellation's mechanical martial artist standard was hailed as tyrannical in Heaven's Road. The mob in front of him, although they wield extraordinary bodies, but compared to the mechanical martial artists of the Ursa Major Constellation, they were still lacking. For the past few days, he had not slept, and kept on training them. Their improvements is already very fast, since they have never touched upon these things before. Nietzsche said, compared to Zhong Libai's fervent prejudice, he was much calmer. You and I both have never led a mechanical army before. All of these tactics are just on paper. Whether or not they can truly be used must be experimented with real battles. Zhong Libai knew of his own problem, and spoke like a gangster. Everyone has to pay for their school fees, no one can escape from that.
Then do you know how they should pay for it?
Nietzsche was surprised. To grow battle after battle, the survival of the fittest. Zhong Libai said indifferently.
Nietzsche became worried. Will they have their own thoughts? Thoughts?
Zhong Libai laughed out loud, and said, they are not as obedient as your subordinates, they are all bandits, and this is the most familiar law to survive. In their world, only the strong has the qualifications to live. Nietzsche did not disagree. It truly makes one look forward to it. Everything else is prepared, only the mechanical spirit weapons are left. Zhong Libai looked at the training that was going on with passion, his sunken eyes revealing burning flames, but he spoke calmly. Have the sentries been sent out? I don't want to be blind when we move out, and make myself lose face. Nietzsche laughed. Although time is tight, and the information we have received is not sufficient, but it is passable.
We finally obtained an opportunity to turn the tides. You better not be soft.
Through the period of time, their relation had grown better, although the two still quarreled, but in truth, because of the situation, they had no choice but to help each other, but in terms of speech, they still did not let each other have it easy. Zhong Libai's face instantly turned ugly. He snorted, and without bidding goodbye, he turned and left. He had his worries. The tactics that he had formulated himself was directly linked to the number of mechanical spirit weapons. The more the mechanical spirit weapons, the more powerful the might they could unleash, and if they did not have enough mechanical spirit weapons, the power they could unleash would be limited.
How many mechanical spirit weapons can Master mobilize? Three Spirits City.
He Jill walked on the streets, his heart filled with worries as he moved about carefully. His identity as an honorable martial spy was concealed well, and his worry was not about revealing his identity. But in this city which he was once extremely familiar with, had become extremely foreign to him. It had become a maniac wild beast, or like a volcano that had erupted, filled with an indescribable and endless power. It surged on, burning every corner of the city. Every shop was open, but there seemed to not be any assistance, causing every shop to be empty. The roads were equally empty, and no one walked the streets. He passed a mechanical workshop, and the ear-buzzing sound of metal rubbing against each other attracted his attention. The doors of the workshop were wide open, and upon looking in, he saw a half-naked middle-aged mechanical engineer cutting metal. Countless of dazzling sparks were formed, and had covered the mechanical engineer's face. The only clearly visible thing was the pair of focused eyes on the metal that the sparks were jumping in. The sharp eyes that any spy possessed allowed him to see the entire workshop. In the corner where the shadows met, many sturdy and strong men laid down, sleeping comfortably. They were obviously very tired. 80 sets of completed monsters quietly stood in the empty courtyard. They had not been painted, their ugliness covered every inch of their bodies like scars, there were no smooth edges on them, their crude surfaces revealed barbs all over, making them look extremely ugly and strong. But under the ear-piercing cutting sounds, and under the light auras that flickered on and off, the monsters stood there quietly without making a sound. An indescribable fear suddenly pervaded in Hijo's mind, causing him to turn cold. At the 45th workshop. It was the exact same scene, the exact same layout, on this street with the workshops. It was his 45th time seeing the exact same thing. On the metal signboard of the workshop, it wrote, Main Street Workshop number 45. Hijo's entire body felt freezing cold. Suddenly, dang, the sound of a bell sounded out that could be heard throughout the city. All the mechanical engineers who were sleeping all woke up, and jumped up.
Is it time already? Damn it! If I had known, I wouldn't had slept. Quickly count, how many did we make? 85 of them, no, 87 sets. Are the carriages ready? Quickly load them up. Don't waste time.
All of these mechanical engineers clumsily started to load up the monsters onto the carriages that filled the roads. They were all brimming with excitement, and veins were visible on their foreheads. Their faces were covered with oil and dust, making them look sinister and ugly like the monsters. The carriages that were specially used to load cargoes were extremely simple and crude, without any roofs, only fences to prevent goods from falling. One after another, the ugly monsters were loaded up neatly in the carriages, like soldiers prepared to go for war. The mechanic engineers all yelled out loud. They were extremely excited as they sat on the shoulders of the monsters.
Move out. Time to hand over the goods.
The originally empty streets suddenly became bustling with activity. The sudden emergence of the countless carriages was like a flood that had gushed into the city. Hijo was drowned out by the number of carriages. He was at a loss, not knowing what to do. On a pagoda high up in the base, Pai Pa observed the bustling activities of surging carriages flowing and filling up the streets from above, her heart filled with pride and emotions.
Master, maybe you have accidentally created all of these, but your requests will always be our bugle horn. Your determination will be our glory. Wherever your sword points to, will be where all of us will fight for you. We will forever fight alongside with you. Pai Pa's expression turned stern at the endless carriages that was pouring in. Tang Tian, who had just returned to Three Spirits City, was stopped by someone. You want to come with me to the Sacred Saint Galaxy?
Tang Tian looked at Screw, who was standing in front of him in shock. He was completely blurred from the situation.
What is happening?
Yes, I am more clear of how the monsters should engage in battle than them. Screw said without avoiding Tang Tian's gaze.
No way. Tang Tian shook his head.
What sort of a joke is this? If Uncle Bing knows that I brought Screw to the battlefield, he will definitely take my life. Screw looked straight at Tang Tian, his pale face revealing a calm expression. Although I do not remember anything, maybe it is due to the long time that has passed. All of my memories are gone, and only my emotions remain. If even with the long flow of time, these emotions are not gone, I believe that it is the most important part of me life.
Tang Tian opened his mouth, but did not know what to say.
My life is badly damaged, my memories are a blank, and only these emotions exists in me. I believe that it is trying to remind me of my life's purpose.
He bowed at Tang Tian. I beg you.
Tang Tian did not know how he ended up at Sai Lei's place. He was still stunned. The words Screw said had impacted him too greatly.
Are you all right?
Sai Lei looked at Tang Tian with concern. She noticed that Tang Tian was at a loss.
Tang Tian awoke as though he was in a dream and spoke immediately. Yeah, how's the preparations for the monsters? Do you not believe in our strength?
Sai Lei raised an eyebrow and looked at Tang Tian with a bit of disdain, where Pai Pa chuckled at the side.
Aren't we in a rush for time?
Tang Tian was not embarrassed at all, and pulled a face at her. Sai Lei brought Tang Tian to a door and said unhappily, "Push open the door and you will understand." Tang Tian was startled. "This door seems familiar. Doesn't this lead to, He subconsciously opened the door. The familiar lights flooded his vision. The bronze door that stood in the distance remained as majestic as it ever was, and the shouts from the former days, the sprints and endless running figure from the former days, even the dust and the perspiration from the former days flooded him. One after another, sets of ugly and sinister bronze monsters stood under the light, quietly occupying every inch of space in the training grounds. As far as he could see. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 826, Bronze Flood. Chapter 826, Bronze Flood. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. After the Honorable Marshall Continent had unified a few various continents in the western region, the initial name of continent was removed and hailed as region. But they did not expect that everyone were used to the name of continent, and even the Honorable Marshall Continent people were too used to it. Very few people used the term of region, but occasionally there would be reports that would write the term region. The Honorable Marshall Continent was vast. Its eastern and center area was the most busy areas, while the west was the most barren. The Whitefield Continent was located at the most western area of the Honorable Marshall Continent, where everyone knew for it to be large. But, the western area could not be compared to the east and middle area, but due to their abundance in minerals, there were a few businesses that invested into the mining industry in the Whitefield Continent. The Whitefield Continent became a typical mining continent. Mines and or caves were found everywhere with scattered distributions, and occasionally, mining vessels would come and go. Only the large-scale veins would have large-scale camps, but the investment needed was astronomical, and only the robust businesses could afford such investments. Mining groups that drove small-scale mining vessels like hunters were more commonly seen, because they sought for small-scale ores in the wilderness to extract. The mining groups were not large, with about 10 people. Either they had some unique ability, if not, their fighting abilities were rather high. They were in the wilderness, and not inside a safe city. Fighting and theft were common occurrences. And digging up the precious ores would attract others in the same line that covet the minerals. Some make that a few of these mining groups would act together like bandits to plunder the loot. After working in this line for a certain period, who wouldn't have killed before? Lucky for them, the benefits from mining was good. If they were to encounter precious ores, a vessel of ores could be exchanged for wealth, allowing them to eat well for a few years. This was why, despite the risk, countless of people would still come to work. One mining vessel slowly flew in the sky above the wilderness. It was a small-scale mining vessel with a length of less than 30 m. Its hull was shabby and broken, which made it extremely ugly. A majority of the vessel was used to load and replenish ores. If it were to encounter danger, the people on board could abandon the vessel without hesitation and flee. Wright stood at the bow, as the vessel flew extremely slowly and calmly. His eyes lit up with a white light, and after a moment, he spoke out, "Head right 30 degrees. The mining vessel slowly turned into the direction given by Wright, and after flying for another 5 kilometers, Wright suddenly called out, "Stop!" The mining vessel stopped, and the people on board jumped down to a black mines. Damn it! We were late by 1 step. It's already been dug out by others. The members all started to scold. They were filled with disappointment, but did not go overboard. The shallow surface of ores buried in the ground was easily discoverable, and it was not a strange thing for others to find it first. In the vast wilderness, there were all sorts of ore caves everywhere, and some have even been built for a few hundred years. The abandoned mines were overgrown with weed and grass, some become pools, and as time passed, they became a part of nature again. Wright did not say a word. He stared at the ore cave. The white light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. Upon seeing that, everyone kept quiet. Although Wright was young, he was a good seeker for ores. Even the experienced captain was always full of praises for Wright. They were able to obtain good profits thanks to Wright himself. The white light in Wright's eyes was a unique martial technique. Glimmer Eyes, which could be bought for 1 million light coins from Arthur City. Wright's Glimmer Eyes was not bought, but taught by his grandfather. It was said that his grandfather had helped a clan elder, and gained his trust. When his grandfather was healthy, his family bloomed. But after his grandfather died in an accident, his family gradually declined. Glimmer Eyes belonged to the Glimmer martial techniques, and it was said that a few clan elders of the Honorable Marshall Continent had specially researched on it to benefit the rest. These Glimmer martial techniques were hailed as such due to their meticulous manipulation over energy, which opened a completely new style of martial techniques in the Sacred Saint Galaxy. There were many types of Glimmer martial techniques with elaborate systems, which the higher-ups actually released to the public, but very few trained in it. There were many reasons for that. Firstly, it was expensive. Secondly, it was too different from the current age style of martial techniques. Although it would usually lead to the person's eyes growing bright, it was unable to assimilate into armies, thus limiting the martial artist's use. All of the glimmer martial techniques were extremely complicated, from simple to profound. There were low to high level techniques, forming a huge system. There were many bad and good martial techniques mixed into it, and the main point of many of them were truly hilarious, such as to conserve energy. In the Sacred Saint Galaxy, where energy was extremely dense, such a silly reason to produce all sorts of techniques was something that everyone thought was pointless. And it was because of these doubts that obstructed the development of glimmer martial techniques. Wright knew more about it than others. He knew that glimmer martial techniques were not what the clan elders truly made, but came from a more mysterious background. He had always worked hard in training, glimmer eyes, persevering unremittingly, allowing him to observe the fine energy undulations. But he was required to focus and discard all other distractions, thus it was useless in battles and considered as a weak ability. Until he went for his first mine, did he suddenly realize that the energy undulations from the surface of the ground was somehow related to wars. Did he suddenly realize that his glimmer eyes could be used? The current Wright was locally known. Dig down here. Wright's words caused everyone to be alert. Without saying anything, the strong and sturdy members all jumped down into the ore cave. The group of them lit up with bright white light, and the man in the lead, who resembled a snow bear, suddenly lowered himself down and quietly placed his palm on the solid rock strata. Chi! The rock strata trembled, and fine rock powder started to fall. Another member moved his both arms. Whoosh! The minute fine rock powder were controlled upwards as though a hurricane had blown over, transforming into a black dragon. The fine rock powder flew through the man's arms and flew outside of the hole. They realized that there was a path that led to a 20 large hole, where the walls were cut out by what looked like blades. Everyone immediately jumped into the hole, and the miners started excavating without hesitation. They moved with extreme coordination. In the blink of the eye, they went deeper by 100 m. When a long line of blue crystals appeared in their vision, all of them could not help but shout for joy. Set blue topaz, it was a type of costly crystal, and could be used to smelt metal and strengthen worship hulls and other things, and could be easily sold. Although the ore vein was not huge, but with the most conservative estimate, it could produce 70-odd cubes of set blue topaz. It was worth a lot. Everyone, move carefully. The captain could not help but remind everyone. He was filled with joy and patted Wright. Same old rules, you get 20% cut. Wright's face revealed looks of joy as well. He never expected that they would be able to dig up set blue topaz. The members all took out their own equipment, and completely different from how they were digging previously, they became extremely careful, afraid to break the set blue topaz. Perfect set blue topaz was 20 times the price of shattered pieces of set blue topaz, so everyone had to be careful. Luckily, they were all experienced veterans. They dug extremely adeptly, and in half an hour, all of the set blue topaz was carefully cut out and moved to the mining vessel. When Wright checked once and announced that they did not overlook any more set blue topaz, everyone cried for joy. Right at that moment, the ground beneath them suddenly trembled, as though there were 1,000 horses sprinting. Everyone stopped what they were doing. The captain's face changed. If other people were to see the set blue topaz, it would lead to countless people trying to loot them. He shouted out, "Everyone on board now! We are leaving!" Everybody's face changed, and clumsily jumped up the boat. With its fastest speed, the mining vessel flew in the other direction. Rumble, rumble. The ground continued to tremble louder and louder, meaning that the distance between them was continuously pulling closer. The captain's face became terrible. He was regretting not choosing a faster mining vessel. Wright's face was pale white. He had been in the line for a long time, and he had seen his own share of fights, but he had never encountered such large movements before. What are those things? Wild beasts. If it were any other mining groups, the flight of the boat was extremely sharp and fast, the sound high-pitched and sounded more like shrieks, but the movements before them was truly a huge monster compared to other boats. The dense rumbling sounds pounded on his heart. Then he suddenly caught sight of the rocks on the ground jumping duetto the tremors to the point of half a meter high. All the members around him looked at the direction of the sound with scared expressions. What humans feared the most was the unknown. The rumble got louder and louder. The other party got closer and closer. The experienced captain could no longer leave it to the boat escaping. He took out his weapon and roared, "Prepare for battle!" He did not know what it was, but the strong sense of danger made him make the correct decision. Before he could even finish speaking, a line of bronze appeared in the distance. Wright, who trained in glimmer eyes, had the sharpest eyes, and he immediately cried out, "Those are mechanical weapons!" Mechanical weapons! The captain's eyes constricted. Gold continent people. The following scene made his shouts inaudible. Countless of mechanical weapons surged down the mountains like a gushing tsunami. The naked mountain tops was instantly drowned out by the bronze flood just like that. They finally understood what the commotion came from. The terrifying bronze flood surged towards their direction with astonishing speed, so fast that it caused everyone dumbstruck. The distance between both parties continued to become smaller, allowing them to see the mechanical weapons clearly. They had never seen such hideous mechanical weapons before. They had thick and obese figures without any sense of beauty. They were made extremely ugly, without any paint. The ugly centipede-like naked bodies without any proper cutting and barbs all around, looked to be sloppy and rough work that disregarded quality. But, even with the big boulders blocking their way, they did not even bother dodging or jumping over it, but smashed straight into them. The gigantic boulders were smashed out like ping-pong balls, instantly flying into the sky and forming an arc, heavily smashing a few hundred meters away. The gigantic boulders that fell to the ground would be met with the bronze flood again. The continuous assault caused the boulders to explode. The hideous and sinister monsters would rush out from the raining rocks. Everybody's head was swept clean of blood, and their eyes filled with fear. The bronze flood was unstoppable, pulverizing everything that obstructed them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 827, Moving Separately. Chapter 827, Moving Separately. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
Wright's hands were tied in a dead knot. The black rope that was made of an unknown material was extremely firm. Regardless of how he tried to get free of it, it was futile. By his sides, his other members were also tied up and huddled together on the mining vessel. A few mechanical weapons stared at them like tigers watching their prey. If they were to make any strange movements, they would be attacked. Wright secretly observed the mechanical weapons. The mechanical weapons had great differences compared to the mechanical weapons from the Gold Continent that he knew of. In the East region, the Gold Continent's mechanical weapons had meticulous style and were made with superior qualities, and were never as crude and sloppy like Theon's in front of him. They truly looked to be made out of random materials put together. It was his first time seeing truly ugly mechanical weapons. "Who are you guys?"
Wright could not help but ask.
No one bothered with him, as though the few mechanical weapons did not hear him at all. Their eyes were fixated on Zhongli, who had returned. They were afraid of making even the slightest movement that would attract Ba Xiong's attention, that was truly seeking death. Disorganized and ill-disciplined were characteristics of bandits, and for them to listen and be obedient was an extremely difficult task. But even the most evil person would have their demons, and meeting Zhongli, a person who was even more cunning and emotionless than them, all of them were brought under control. Although Zhongli was a wild card, he was still someone from the traditional academies, and viewed discipline as something basic. And after being mocked by Nietzsche, Zhongli's heart was filled with an evil flame, thus his strictness towards his army had reached a jaw-dropping level. Wright and the captain looked at each other, both overwhelmed by shock at the scene in front of them. They previously thought that they had met with bandits from the Gold Continent, only to realize that the bandits were far from normal, as how would bandits ever possibly be so strict and disciplined? Zhongli controlled the monster, rumbling forward as he made a round trip to inspect the area. What he controlled was Monster King, personally created by Sai Lei, which used plenty of new alloys, and its capabilities and endurance far surpassed that of Monster. Its entire black body with its stout stature looked to be extremely dense and strong, and its fiery red eyes declared to the world that it was an extremely dangerous monster. Zhongli fondly admired Monster King, as its way of fighting suited his taste completely. Its unstoppable assault and qualities for head-on clashes was wonderful to the point of addiction, made him content and unable to leave it. He licked his lips and controlled the Monster King, taking large strides as he walked towards the vessel. He looked down at the captives on the vessel. "I only need one guide, bury the rest." Whoosh, all the faces of the captives on the boat changed, and they flew into an uproar. Wright clenched his teeth and stood up. "Master, your army is so strong and powerful and so large, you will need more guides. In the Whitefield continent, we are familiar with every mine cave, including every city. Master, allow our petty lives to work for you, in exchange for our lives." Wright spoke respectfully yet not losing his bearing, causing Zhongli to be somewhat surprised, and he sized up the scrawny Wright again. To be able to maintain his calm at such a time is not easy. The rest of the captives kept quiet. Wright's words made them see a bit of hope to live. "That will depends on whether you guys are even worth it to let live." Zhongli's words was filled with unhappiness. "What is the closest city to here?" Wright did not beat about the bush and said, "Master, that will be Arthur City." Zhongli licked his lips. "I need warships, brat, do you have any ideas to tell me?" Wright's mind worked quickly and almost without hesitation. He replied, "The Daylight City and Red Soil City. You can buy warships there. Our mining vessels comes from either one of those two places." Zhongli scoffed, "We have no money, but..." Wright's heart trembled. He scolded in his hearts, "They truly are lowly bandits, but did not hesitate to speak. Then we can only go to Daylight City. Other than the few businesses that sells warships, the Daylight Army's warships are also docked there. Very good, I like intelligent people. I hope that all of you are as intelligent as him. Zhong Libai's tone of speech was indifferent, but the killing intent made all of them tremble. Zhong Libai carried right and turned to leave. Returning back to the barracks, Zhong Libai was about to report to Tang Tian, when upon entering the conference room, he was showered with curses. This is your standard? It is truly a waste for the monsters to be in your hands. I have never met such low-quality mechanical martial artists in my life before. If I were you, I would find some tofu and strike myself in the head to die. What kind of assault is that? It is truly dog shit. Zhong Libai was struck by the curses and scolding, causing a rage to birth in his chest, and a trace of killing intent pervaded out uncontrollably, but when he saw who was the man scolding him, he immediately quivered, and had his hands behind his back as he listened on earnestly. Screw was truly enraged, and scolded for a full 10 minutes before stopping. Zhong Libai maintained an extremely obedient front. When Screw had just come, he ignored him, but when he realized that Screw was the creator of Monster, his attitude towards him turned to 180 degrees. When he heard from Tang Tian about what Screw had lived through, he received an immense shock. 10,000 years was enough to cause metal to degenerate, and mountains and rivers to disappear, yet it could not extinguish the conviction of a shattered spirit. He was a true warrior. Everyone's face towards Screw was one of respect. Even Zhong Libai, an arrogant and unbridled man, had respect towards Screw. What made him even more submissive towards Screw was that Screw instantly showed him, a man who switched to a profession that he was not trained for, what was true professionalism in the fields of mechanical techniques. The tactics that he made himself were all evaluated by Screw and changed completely. The crux was that every change had an extreme purpose. Even Niechio would always run over and respectfully sit by the side and listen like a student. When Screw finished scolding, Zhong Libai then raised his head and spoke out like a deflated balloon. This assault could be said to be done quite alright to me. Quite alright? Screw had a look of ridicule. 1 assault, and 3 men were injured. Oh, the reason being their own teammates trampled on them. You call that quite alright? Niechio chuckled. Zhong Libai's face flushed red. He was so ashamed that he so badly wanted to find a hole to hide himself in. Ever since he came in, Wright was stunned. It was such a fearsome assault, but it was considered a failure to these people. Seeing Zhong Libai's ashamed expression, for some reason, Wright felt a cold intent jumping from beneath his feet. Niechio glanced at Wright, then coughed. Master has already moved out. He is heading to Red Soil City. Upon thinking about that, Niechio had a headache as well. The master liked to jump ahead of the rest. Although there were many bodyguards by his side, and with his own personal strength, but as the Lord and King, he had none to take such a risk. Niechio, who was innately cautious, felt that with their current strength, they could completely settle everything safely. Master has already gone to Red Soil City? Zhong Libai's eyes opened wide. That's right. Niechio replied. Master clarified. The Whitefields continent has 2 places that has warships, one is Daylight City and the other is Red Soil City. Daylight City's warships are mainly controlled by their local army. Master said that this problem will be handed over to you. Master is heading over to Red Soil City to see if he can booyah few warships. Buy warships. Zhong Libai had a look of doubt. Yes, people say that Master is experienced in this aspect. Niechio changed topic. Daylight City is the Whitefields continent's main city, and is also the most flourishing city in Whitefields continent. The Daylight Army that is garrisoned there is relatively strong, the crucial point being they are very cautious. I suggest waiting for Master to return, then we will change our plans accordingly. Zhong Libai knew that Niechio was not speaking blindly. As there were many mining groups spread across the wilderness, the mining groups became natural sentries. As long as there was any news, it would quickly be reported to the nearest city. This made the Whitefields continent spreading of news extremely quick, and Arthur City, which was closest to them, had most probably obtained news in them. Since they were advancing so boldly with such shocking momentum, people from far away would have most probably noticed them. If they were to head to Daylight City, it was impossible to not be caught by the enemies. What made them the most worried was not the Daylight Army, but the mining groups. As long as the Whitefields continent were to meet a large bandit troop, they would employ the mining groups to fight against the enemy. The mining groups themselves were relatively strong, with experience in battle, adding that they were extremely familiar with the grounds. If there were many of them, it was enough to pose as a threat to them. Knowing that Niechio's last sentence was being indirect, Zhong Libai snorted without hesitation. It's just a city. An army that has injuries by itself from an assault will definitely cause people to worry. Niechio said calmly. Zhong Libai became enraged. You want to fight? Wright was stunned. Screw did not bother listening to the two of them quarrel. His eyes was immediately attracted to the prize of wars that had been sent over. The blue crystals were cut into perfect squares, and were sparkling and dazzling. It was his first time encountering said blue topaz, but as the chief mechanical engineer of Southern Cross Army, who had seen countless of materials and had experimented with all of them before, he had an astute intuition towards new materials.
"What's this?" Screw suddenly spoke up and interrupted the two. Zhong Libai looked over and was surprised. "Set blue topaz, they are locally mined products. We need it."
Screw suddenly said, his eyes brightening up, "They can strength monsters."
Tang Tian and his group first arrived at Arthur City, which was a place they had to go through to reach Red Soil City. When Tang Tian saw Arthur City, he was surprised.
Arthur City was dull, its black walls looked to be extremely thick. But it looked like it was declining. Compared to the flourishing cities of the Southern Alliance, Arthur City looked like an ordinary small town. But upon thinking of Arthur City's location, Tang Tian somewhat understood why. The mining groups frequently moved in and out, and were often unbridled and arrogant, causing battles to occur frequently. And there were many bandits living in the area, causing Arthur City to raise its walls higher, with countless of lookout posts. Arthur City was a typical mining city, where the most common and flourishing profession was related to mining anders. The purchase and selling of smelted minerals was the main pillar for the city.
It was extremely clear after Tang Tian entered the city.
On the two sides of the streets were many smelters with blazing red furnaces that churned molten metal, which was an extremely familiar sight to Tang Tian. It was a small replica of Three Spirit City, the only difference being there were no mechanical weapons on the roads. The Honorable Marshall Continent and Gold Continent were at the east and west, and they being at the very west of Honorable Marshall Continent, they were extremely far from Gold Continent. All of the workshops had their smelted metal and ores placed neatly aside. Occasionally, mining vessels would dock at the backyard of the workshops and pour out the neatly dug uncut metals and ores at the back.
It was completely different from the barren wilderness. Arthur City was bustling with activity.
But there were not many citizens living there, as the majority of them were members related to the mining industry. Wen Kong was extremely sharp, and as long as Tang Tian revealed any interest to something, he would introduce it. Tang Tian's group did not look easy to provoke, thus people on the road made way for them. "Wen Kong, you still has the balls to come to Arthur City, but..." A sinister voice sounded out from the other side of the street. A strong man covered with tattoos all over his body brought a group of people and stopped Tang Tian and the rest. His gaze landed on Wen Kong, which was filled with flames. Wen Kang's face turned flushed white. The robust man's gaze moved away from Wen Kong and turned to Tang Tian, and knew that Tang Tian was the boss. He was skeptical. Wasn't Wen Kong supposed to be at the Sin Domain stronghold? Why is he accompanying people here? Could it be that they are guests from Wu Xian's army? But he did not fear Wu Xian's army at all. Comparing supporters, Wu Xian was lacking compared to him. He sized Tang Tian up, and could not make anything out from him. But when his gaze passed by the people around Tang Tian, his heart trembled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 828, The Western Traders. Chapter 828, The Western Traders. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Is there a problem? Friend. Jizai squinted his eyes and stepped forward.
The robust man and his men felt a cold intent swept past them, as though they were being stared at by a venomous snake in the shadows. Jizai's aura turned cold, the bewitching blade in his hand turned even more scarlet red, becoming even more bewitching.
The robust man snorted, "You guys want to put your heads out for this punk? He owes quite a big sum of money."
The power that Jizai was emitting made him feel fear.
Fu Zhangji then asked Wen Kong, "How much money do you owe him?"
Wen Kang's face was pale white. It was the thing that he was most worried about. There was a time where they finally obtained the chance to have fun and leave the Sin Domain stronghold, and while returning, he passed by Arthur City, and decided to gamble a bit. After losing a sum of money, he borrowed more, but he did not expect himself to lose everything. Being afraid, he escaped in the middle of the night back to the stronghold. No matter how powerful the other party was, they would never dare to go to the stronghold to ask for his debt.
But who knew?
Wen Kong knew that the people in front of them would kill without blinking. He did not dare hide anything, and muttered, 50,000 Litecoins.
50,000?
The robust man sneered, "That was the base sum, add the interests 20,000, and we will call Idavan."
Wen Kong was already trembling like a sieve.
The robust man did not want more issues to surface, he just wanted the money back. He was an experienced man, and knew that the people in front of him that were unknown could not be offended so easily. If they came from a huge backing, he would be in huge trouble. Not far from them, in a building, a middle-aged man stared at the two groups facing off. His gaze was fixated on the man wielding the scarlet red blade releasing the strange aura, and his eyes flashed with a look of desire. After working in the mining industry for so many years, he had seen and encountered all sorts of metals and materials. His eyes was extremely sharp, and from first glance, his eyes were locked onto the blade. That is a blade with life. He had never seen such a breathtaking weapon before. What kind of materials must be used to create such a sword? How miraculous is that? The desire in eyes grew more and more, and his breathing became even more rapid. Maybe I should get Akai to probe these people? In that instant, he made the decision. His eyes suddenly turned dark and deep, and he called for the servant beside him, and muttered a few instructions. Fu Zhangji looked at Tang Tian, who nodded. The light coins in their hands were obtained from the captives. They had 2 million cloud coins, where they obtained the most from Wu Xian. Since it was not his money, Tang Tian did not feel any pain in parting with the money. There was no need to cause trouble just for 20,000. We will accept 20,000 extra. Fu Zhangji said calmly. Just at that moment, someone came up to the robust man, Akai, and whispered to him. Akai's face immediately calmed, knowing he had a backing. The restraining fear in him swept away. He snorted, "My apologies, but it is no longer at that price." Fu Zhangji replied playfully, "Oh, what price is it now at then?" 1 million. Akai's face revealed a pleased look, then pointed to Jizai, "And that blade?" Fu Zhangji laughed. "You want this blade?" Jizai smiled at Akai. That was not a smile. Akai did not fear anything, and said haughtily, "That's right, my young master is interested in your blade, be smart about." A bewitching scarlet red light aura swept past. Akai's words was cut short. He became stunned. On his neck, an extremely slender bloodline gradually appeared, and in the next moment, blood spewed out. The robust man fell to the ground with his head looking into the sky, eyes still wide open. He was unable to believe that the other party would actually dare to make a move. "No one else shall do anything," Jizai said extremely coldly, his handsome yet bewitching face becoming extremely gloomy. He was not a kind man to begin with, already fighting his way onto the list of powerhouses at such a young age. He had arrogance all the way to his bones, so how could he tolerate the shame from some dog? Fu Zhangji reminded him, "Don't turn this place into a bloodbath." Before he could finish saying anything, Jizai's figure had already disappeared. The other parties seemed to have awoken from their daydream. They roared out and pounced at Jizai. Arthur City's western area had never been a kind and peaceful area. To survive in this place, one had to have their own strength to survive, if not they would be swept clean by others. All of the people by Akai's side were not weak at all. Previously, they never thought that Jizai would dare make a move, adding that Jizai's blade was too fast. They were unable to react at all. Akai was actually killed in front of them. And the people behind Akai was the Western traders. Upon thinking about the punishment they would receive, the fear immediately took hold of their hearts. All of them were fugitives in their own lives, and at that moment, they exploded with light auras. With bloodshot eyes, they pounced onto Jizai. Jizai was immediately in danger. The Whitefield's continent's energy was much denser than the desolate continent, and thus the people from the Sin domain were weakened to a greater degree. They had merely touched upon the technique on how to use Losto control energy. Jizai could only rely on his outstanding body and his familiar blade techniques to resist the group. Countless white sword auras filled the entire street. The defensive barriers of the shops on the streets activated, and the shop owners did not seem to be the least bit panicked about the situation, as they had long gotten used to the battles that often broke out. But very quickly, other people noticed the peculiarities of Jizai's bewitching blade. Regardless of how intense or tyrannical the energy was, the blade was able to defend against them. And they quickly noticed that there was no energy undulations coming from Jizai's body at all. That meant that he was completely relying on brute force to withstand the energy. This blade. More and more people were attracted to the blade. The middle-aged man in the building opposite the street had already decided to obtain the blade. "I wonder where did this country bumpkin come from, to carry such a treasure and send it to me. It truly is too easy. All of them have no energy undulations at all. These country bumpkins are truly naive. They think that they can stay in Arthur City merely by relying on brute strength?" Jizai's situation was truly difficult. The enemy's strength was stronger than what he had anticipated. And there seemed to be some unique pattern towards their advances and retreats. He thought about what the master had said before. The sacred Saint Galaxy worshipped armies as the #1 force, and it was his first time witnessing it. Even the citizens also knew coordinations. Jizai's state of mind was extremely calm. He did not panic despite the difficult situation. Although the power of laws were affected, the power of the physique remained free to use. Filled with the power of the physique, his movements were extremely monstrous. Every time it looked as though he was about to be hit, he would evade the attacks. Kill! The enemies roared out. 10 more sword auras suddenly erupted and enveloped the street, preventing Jizai from evading any more. Jizai's eyes turned cold. He lowered his body and slashed upwards with bewitching blade.
A perfect blade light bringing forth an extremely bewitching aura slashed onto one of the white blade aura. The white blade aura was slashed through, but Jizai's body trembled, he felt the numbness in his wrist. Jizai's eyes lit up, the blade aura formed by the convergence of energy is rather powerful and cannot be looked down on. He changed his blade to his left hand, and moved forward suddenly. The middle-aged man in the building finally turned his gaze from the bewitching blade to the young man in the crowd, trying to find out what backing he came from. To be so young and have so many guards, I wonder what family is he from? But, what matter does it make? His mouth suddenly formed a smile and he spoke out, "How do you see it?" Unknowingly, there was a bald robust man standing by his side. This bald-headed robust man had a scar from the top off his left eyebrow down across his face, making him look extremely ferocious. The bald-headed robust man was called Tang, and was the leader of his protection unit. When Tang was young, he had held the responsibility of a commander, and his superior of that time was Jia, one of Honorable Martial Continent's 5 great generals. Due to a severe injury in one battle, Tang had no choice but to be decommissioned, and an intense competition occurred to replace him as a subordinate of the famed general. But due to his dazzling achievements, he was a figure no one dared approach, but the middle-aged man had spent a great deal of wealth to personally visit. Tang did not disappoint his trust. With his guidance, the protection unit's strength became far stronger than any regular army. They encountered many bandits that were like tofu against the protection unit. The middle-aged man had a lot of confidence in Tang. Tang spoke forwardly, "His physical strength is powerful, and his blade technique is superb." The middle-aged man continued to ask, "Who do you think will win?" Tang, the bladesman. The middle-aged man did not say anything, then asked another question, "If it was the protection unit that you lead, can you win?" Tang, in a heartbeat. The middle-aged man revealed a satisfied look. Jizai was able to obtain a placing in the list of powerhouses at such a young age just by fighting. He had plenty of fighting experience that matched up to his fighting capabilities. He was bitterly struggling in circle of attacks, but gradually, he grasped the sacred Saint Galaxy martial artist's strengths and weaknesses. Energy auras were powerful to the point of being shocking, and if one were to sustain a head-on attack, the person would definitely be injured. But to Jizai, all of their attacks looked to be fearsome, but they were merely borrowing the power of the energy, and their own martial techniques were just so-so. The sacred Saint Galaxy's coordination might be stronger than the Sin domain, but their meticulousness and focus on martial techniques could not be compared to the Sin domain. After grasping their weakness, Jizai's eyes flashed with a bewitching light aura. With a flick of his wrist, the bewitching blade drew a halo of red scarlet light, and the intense barrage of energy shots that were incoming were like bulls charging into the sea, dissipated into the red halo. Jizai's body flickered, bringing forth a few afterimages, and immediately deflected the attacks of a few enemies, and borrowed the momentum to charge into the crowd. The scarlet blade light resembled red clouds that flashed and passed. Blood splashed forth, blossoming out like beautiful flowers. A few people gradually fell to the ground, all of them suffering the same wound, or a bloodline would appear on their necks. Everyone observing the battle all breathed in cold air, none of them had ever seen such a spectacular blade technique. He is definitely someone who has gained enlightenment on laws. I never expected that there will be people who have gained enlightenment on laws, but... Jizai retracted his blade and stood straight, his expression became normal except for the slight pants. Suddenly, a neat formation of figures appeared on the other side of the street, where a bald-headed robust and big-sized man took the lead. Killing intent pervaded out throughout the entire street, and the spectators all started to speak. Is Master Tang personally making a move this time? Definitely for sure, so many people have died, how can the Western traders leave it like that? These people won't be able to run. After walking closer, Tang stopped 30 m away from Tian and said expressionlessly, "Surrender or die." Behind him, the 200 red-armored martial artists all stood extremely still. Jizai's face changed, he could sense the power from the other party, all of the energy undulations from them were multiple folds stronger than the small-timers previously. Their tight and strict formation proved that they had training, and the killing intent they gave off. He understood killing intent too well, and their dense killing intent that seemed to be congealing meant that they had killed countless of people. Tian, who was long eager prepared to fight, was actually a step slower than another person. Sima Xiao revealed a bashful smile as he stood out. "Leave this battle to me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 829, Dangerous Man. Chapter 829, Dangerous Man. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Sima Xiao himself did not know how long had it been since he revealed such a smile. After entering the Sin domain, he had lost all of his arrogance.
Authority, power, everything had left him. He was no longer the Scorpio King that caused people to tremble. He did his best to adjust to his surroundings, picked up a humble pretense and worked hard to adapt to the Null Division's training. Since young, he understood the concept that worthless people would die first as cannon fodder. And his life that had lost color started to return to his world after stepping into the desolate continent. Magatama absorbed energy endlessly, and finally, on the previous day, Magatama regained consciousness. The charming face that looked to be able to confuse everyone, the handsome face that caused others to blush, and the power that was so powerful that it made everyone else submit to him, had returned into his world. He had once again become the Scorpio King who could call the wind and summon the rain from absolutely nothing.
Magatama, come out.
A light murmur dissipated into the air, the young man's soft and maroon short hair swayed with the wind. A sigh that seemed to spread through space and time arose without any omen in everybody's hearts, causing their faces to immediately change. Ao Deng, who had never revealed any expression from the start, finally had a change in expression. He did not sense any undulations, the sigh seemed to come from all directions, and seemed as though it had came from his heart. His pupils suddenly constricted. Unknowingly, a beautiful figure had appeared beside the young man. When did she appear there? I didn't even sense her at all. A cold sensation surfaced from Ao Deng's heart, and his fists tightened involuntarily. It was his first time that his steel determination in winning and his self-confidence had shook. The people before him started to feel extremely strange to him. Upon appearing, Magatama had seized all the splendor on the streets. All the lights had gathered on her. She stretched her hands out, then her waist, as though she had just awoken from her sleep. It was these extremely languid movements that brought about an indescribable undulation that quietly pervaded the air. Ao Deng sensed something was amiss. He felt that it was extremely comfortable under the sun. Something's wrong. He suddenly woke up, his face changed once more, he finally regained his senses, the energy in the air had become extremely lively. What did she do? He had never heard of such a technique before. He resisted the shock in his heart and asked, "Who are you guys? I think you will have never heard of us." The short-haired young man revealed a smile, his voice was warm as the sun. "What's going on? How can you be so rude to our noble guests? How dare you make a scene?" Suddenly, a roar came out, a figure dropped from the sky. It was the middle-aged man who was in the building. Harrowed in anger at Ao Deng. Previously, he had seen the confrontation, and when Ao Deng asked, "Who are you guys?" he knew that they had met with trouble. Ao Deng was a man who never liked to talk nonsense, especially when it was just before a battle. For him to hold back his troops and not engage in battle but asked about the other party's background meant he did not hold the confidence of winning. The middle-aged man reacted extremely quickly. He knew that Ao Deng needed to be helped, and appeared. Ao Deng heaved a sigh of relief, but acted like he did not know anything, and bowed to the middle-aged man. "Master." The middle-aged man turned his head and smiled. "My lowly subordinates have not been taught well, and offended all of you here under my watch. I hope that all of you can give me a chance to apologize. My name is Jonathan, and I am the clan elder of the Western Traders, and I am responsible for the area here. Everyone, you will all be my friends from now on. If you need anything here, please feel free to ask me." Sima Shao slanted his head, and looked at Jonathan with a smile that did not look like a smile. For some reason, the chestnut-colored hair young man in front of him smiled like the sun, but it made him feel an intense sense of danger. He forcefully calmed himself down. He had found the way out of the situation, but if the other party was not tactful, he was not afraid either. The Western Traders were not some random Tom, Dick or Harry, and he himself had confidence in himself. In the Honorable Martial Continent's western region, no one dared to act wantonly in front of the Western Traders. As the top business in the entire Honorable Martial Continent, the Western Traders possessed many relationships with the officials of the Honorable Martial Continent, and monopolized the mining industry of the Honorable Martial Continent. Furthermore, the Western region was considered their land, so they did not fear anyone. The reason why he got his subordinates to probe was to see if the other party was strong, and if they were not, he could just eat them up. And if the opponent was troublesome, he would jump out and find a way out for them, and placed the blame on his subordinates. It was a technique he had tried and tested multiple times. Those who did not have a strong backer would naturally be eaten up by him. For those with backers and were troublesome, he would throw the blame to his subordinates, and then with a nice attitude, he would give them a way out, and the other parties would always give him some face. Who would dare to cause trouble with the Western Traders? Did they want to leave the city alive? In such a barren place, it was normal for people to fall to accidents. Sima Shao could see that the Ao Deng felt secure with his own backing, which did not surprise him. But the man behind him. Sima Zhao's smile became even bigger. That is a truly undisciplined and out-of-control maverick. Kill him. The wind blew on the young man's chestnut-colored hair, as well as his words. Jonathan was startled. He thought that he had heard wrong.
Kill him? Is his mind still functioning properly?
Suddenly, a sigh sounded out by his side, and a cold wind blew down his neck. All the hairs on Jonathan's body stood up straight, and he sensed something ominous. Before he could even react, a pain spread from his chest.
How audacious! Stop!
The group exclaimed out along with Ao Deng's roar, but they were all too late. Jonathan looked down at his own chest. A jade-like slender hand had protruded out of his chest. It seemed as though the hand had some unique technique, preventing the blood from tainting the hand, without a trace of blood.
It seemed to have an indescribable charm that prevented him from looking away.
The beautiful hand disappeared once more, and his blood started to flow out, staining his upper body. The voices around him seemed distant, his consciousness became hazy. Jonathan just stood there blankly looking at his chest that was covered with blood. Even when the darkness engulfed his consciousness, he did not know why the other party dared to kill him.
Why?
Ao Deng's head buzzed, his face was ashen green, as an invisible fear covered his entire body.
Jonathan was killed.
His life had been sealed the moment Jonathan died in front of him. If he dared to run, his family would be massacred. After working under Jonathan for so many years, he knew how powerful the Western traders were, and how terrifying they were. They were able to influence the Honorable Marshall Continent's plans, and were able to monopolize the mining industry in the Honorable Marshall Continent without relying on their wealth.
This will be my grave. To die here, at least I will not implicate my family.
Ao Deng recognized that point, but instead grew calm. He stared at the group of people standing in front of him. They were definitely people with some powerful history. They were not afraid of the Western traders at all, which was already not normal. Ao Deng knew for himself that the number of families larger and more powerful than the Western traders could be counted with one hand. Even the 5 great generals would not be so reckless as to quarrel with the Western traders.
Could they be enemies of the traders?
Ao Deng immediately flung that thought out of his mind. The Western traders had their enemies, but none of them would brazenly run into the Western traders' territory and under the eyes of so many people, kill a clan elder. That would only incite a war, and to fight with a big powerhouse like the Western traders would cause harm to the entire Honorable Marshall Continent.
No one would dare incite such huge commotion, and the Honorable Marshall Continent would prevent such a thing from happening. Then who can they be? Such a powerful spirit general. Magatama had unknowingly returned back to Sima Zhao's side. Her beauty caused people to choke, and looked Astha that everything that had just happened was not linked to her. Ao Deng was filled with despair. He knew that he had encountered the legendary top-grade spirit general. She did not reveal any power, which simply showed her control had reached an extremely profound stage. If not for him personally seeing her kill Jonathan, Ao Deng would never have thought that she was dangerous. He had never heard of someone's spirit general being so strong. Just the female spirit general was alone to kill all of them. Ao Deng could not resist but to ask once more, "Who exactly are you guys?" Sima Zhao revealed a bashful smile that was as bright as the sun once more. "Magatama, kill all of them." Magatama's body disappeared again.
Ji Zhe and the rest were completely stupefied. They were all shocked beyond their skin.
Sima Zhao's gentle demeanor and feeble look made him almost non-existent, and no one had any impression on him.
No one had ever seen Magatama, who appeared all of a sudden.
When Sima Zhao volunteered to take the battle, everyone was still skeptical about him.
But when they saw how Magatama struck the enemy, they were all stunned. Magatama seemed to be become invisible over and over again like a spirit, and no one was able to touch even her clothes. But the most terrifying thing was her pair of untainted hands. It seemed as though that whatever those pure white slender beauties touched, which would make people worried about breaking them, could destroy anything that she touched. Her movements were extremely graceful as she floated around like mist. Ao Deng's eyes flushed red. He realized that he was unable to lock down the terrifying spirit. Her movements defied logic. All of their attacks were unable to even touch her. Wherever she went, people would fall, everywhere flowed with blood, and lives were cut down. It was the first time he felt helpless.
Kill him. The unprecedented fear made Ao Deng go crazy.
A sigh that seemed far yet close suddenly sounded out at his ear. Ao Deng quivered, and instantly used his killing technique to strike behind him.
Nothing hit.
He felt a pain at his neck, and what he saw was a headless corpse beneath him falling to the ground.
Is it finally over?
His face actually revealed a look of freedom.
The smile on Sima Zhao's face became even brighter. Magatama became even stronger. 3 minutes.
Blood dyed the streets red, bodies littered the ground, the heavy and pungent blood smell pervaded the air. Other than the snow-white figure, no one else was left standing. It was dead silence. Everyone were experienced fights, but the massacre and rain of blood before them made them feel cold, and their faces white.
My apologies, I might have gone slightly overboard. Sima Zhao was somewhat embarrassed, revealing an embarrassed laugh. Magatama floated beside him like a fairy.
Everyone immediately turned their heads away, as though they had all seen a venomous snake. I must stay away from this guy from now on. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 830, New Metal. Chapter 830, New Metal. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
Aside from the blood all over, Tang Tian did not have much of an opinion.
Sima Xiao was not his subordinate, but considered a partner. But even if it was his subordinate, Tang Tian would rarely impose his own ideas onto others. From that point, Tang Tian was not very qualified to be an overlord. Of course, Tang Tian did not think of himself as an overlord, it was the bearing of the names that made him feel happier. But what made him even happier was his own nickname of godlike young lad. For the Western traders to not fear anything made Tang Tian rather unhappy. He felt that he should have more qualifications to be unrestrained and fearless, but they were actually more arrogant than him, which was something he could not tolerate. Cautiousness and prudence can never be related to him.
Suddenly, a group of people flew over. They were the city guards of Arthur City. But when they saw the scene off blood, their faces all took a great change, and a few weaker ones instantly puked. The captain's face was the first to change. Arthur City's law and order was not stable, but the fights that occurred were always minor. His gaze swept the entire street, and his face became whiter and white. How many bodies are there? Corpses piled all over the street, and there was still blood flowing, causing the entire street to look as though it was flowing with blood. A river of blood. Those 4 words instantly came up in his mind. There had never been such a huge fight in the history of Arthur City. What made him even more afraid was that on the bodies, there were emblems of the Western traders. It would be a huge matter for the Western traders to suddenly have 200 men dead. And when his eyes swept across one particular body, the familiar face made his hands tremble.
Ao Deng. Oh my god, that's Ao Deng.
He had sparred with Ao Deng many times, although the majority of them were bad memories, but when he saw Ao Deng's body, he was stunned.
Ned.
Ao Deng did not have a good temper, and was not a good human being in all aspects, but in terms of strength, he was someone almost unbeatable around the few continents.
Wait a minute. That's Ao Deng's personal protection unit.
It was as though the captain of the city guards had received a punch in the head, causing him to turn numb. Jonathan was able to act as a tyrant was because of Ao Deng and his protection unit. This protection unit was filled with specially selected elites. All of them were powerful with staunch and unyielding personalities. Having gone through tough times with Ao Deng, they were all strong in their own rights. It might not be weird for Ao Deng to die, but Ao Deng and his entire protection unit was killed. As the captain of the city guards became more and more afraid, he completely turned numb when he saw Jonathan's body.
This will blow up.
Jonathan was an important clan elder, and his position held high authority. For such an important clan elder to die, the Western traders would definitely not leave it to rest. The rage of the Western traders would drown out the entire Arthur City, and he naturally would not be able to escape. But right at that moment, he no longer cared about that. No matter how terrifying the Western traders' rage was, it was a matter to worry about in the future. What he needed to face right there were the bandits in front of him. No, not bandits, but butchers. He saw that they had already noticed him, and the gazes they had towards him was not one of kindness.
He immediately regretted, why did I rush over upon hearing the commotion?
He did not even have any thoughts of resisting. If Ao Deng and his protection unit were not even able to fight them, then they, the city guards, were definitely not enough. And what he saw was that the butchers that saw him immediately flew into a formation, instantly scaring the spirits out of him. Plop. He dropped down from the sky like a rock. Upon landing, he immediately sprawled onto the floor and begged, "Good masters, spare me." But the other city guards only reacted after hearing him. They flew down in a panic, and with all the plopping, they all knelt down, begging to be spared. The fresh blood flowed on the ground like a river, and the heavy blood stench that entered their noses had spread fear to every inch of their bodies. The people before them were butchers that did not even blink when killing.
Oh my god. Not even one was left alive.
They were like geese hung by the neck, their bodies trembled like sieves, awaiting the judgment for their lives.
Tang Tian and the rest jumped in shock by their actions, almost taking action when they flew down.
And the other shop owners that saw them instantly ran away in panic. The street had instantly become empty, and the shops all closed shut. "It is not difficult for us to spare you,"
Tang Tian said. "Where is the warehouse for the Western traders? Bring us there."
Since they already had grievances with the Western traders, Tang Tian might as well take it on step further and be a bandit. The city guards all trembled. If they did not agree, they would be killed. If they were to bring the bandits over to the Western traders' warehouses, then the Western traders would look for them in the future, as they would not care if they were forced or not.
Alright, who can care about the future right now?
The captain of the city guards clenched his jaws. This lowly one will bring master over right now. Upon opening the doors of the Western traders' warehouse, everyone were stunned by what they saw. All sorts of metals were laid out neatly and orderly. The different colored metals formed piles of various colored mountains, all of them not less than 20 m tall. The pure, sparkling and transparent crystals were even more lustrous beneath the lights, dazzling everyone to the point that they could not open their eyes.
Every 3 months, the Western traders would have a fleet to transport the ores and metals away.
What made Tang Tian even more excited was the large quantity of star rocks piled up in the corner of the warehouse. The Western traders were truly overbearing with their wealth, as all of the star rocks were considered the highest grade star rocks in Heaven's Road. All of them were used to resupply the mining vessels.
2 words sprung up in Tang Tian's mind: we're rich. 3 Spirits City.
The commotion of spending all effort into building mechanical spirit weapons in Free Spirit City was over, and upon talking about it, everyone would become pleased and proud.
Whenever the citizens gathered, they would discuss and guess on which constellation would the master lead the large mechanical army to trample.
But after the endless nights and days through the week of manufacturing the mechanical spirit weapons, they were all overdraft with their physical strength. After the large movement that stirred everybody's hearts, everyone's standard and eyes increased, thus the former orders that could excite them no longer stimulated them like before.
3 Spirits City actually became even more lazy.
Tian was the same. It was not only him, the mechanical engineers of his shop were all not excited with the new orders.
For some reason, everyone kept thinking about and longed for the urgent mission, the blood-boiling time, the feeling of unity.
Mechanical engineers was never a mainstream profession, and the uprise of their position had only occurred in the recent years. Everyone was adapting to the changes. With the rise in their profession, they had more money, but always felt that they lacked something. It was until the urgent mission that everyone got together when things started to change silently. Tian did not think about it too much. He was just a mechanical engineer. Although he had a profitable small business, he could not be ranked at the top within Free Spirit City. Those are things that the major figures will think of. As for myself, I should just stick to my workshop. But seeing everybody's lazy bearing, he did not urge them.
For that period, everyone was too tired and fatigued.
Father!
His son, Shen Lian, rushed in anxiously. Didn't you go for class? Xianxin immediately frowned, his face becoming dark. Why did you come home?
To be able to hear the better mechanical engineers teach was an opportunity hard to come by, one which he had spent countless of efforts to obtain.
Is this kid skipping classes?
Initially there was a class, but in the end, the teacher said that master wants to give everyone something, thus has stopped the class. Shen Lian was perspiring all over and gasping for breath as he told his father.
Give everyone something? What thing? Xianxin's eyes lit up.
Upon hearing that, the few lazy mechanical engineers all roused up and came over.
Yeah, little Lian, what is it? Anything that comes out from master's hands is definitely not ordinary. Shen Lian shook his head. Teacher did not say.
He only said something about master wanting to thank us for the support. For those who had accepted the monster mission, they can all go to the Bronze Hall. Hearing that, Xianxin rushed out of the workshop without saying a second word, and rushed to the Bronze Hall.
By the time Xianxin had arrived, the Bronze Hall was already filled. Master is too loyal to us. We will definitely not lose anything by following the master.
Compared with the other constellations, and you can tell, master never took anything from us, and is even giving us things.
Yeah, but I wonder what is master giving out?
That's right. The Bronze Hall was like a bustling wet market. Everyone was filled with excitement and anticipation. When Gue Yuan and a group of people appeared, everyone kept quiet.
Their gazes all landed on the gigantic and heavy wooden chests brought in by the men behind Gue Yuan. Is that for everyone?
Everyone's curiousness were quickly caught in a suspense. Walking to the main stage, Gue Yuan revealed a smile and looked around. She then spoke out. In the urgent mission the last time, everyone gave us all your support, and master is immensely moved.
Other than the rewards from the mission, master is giving out some unique gifts for everyone.
Everyone will have a share, so do not worry. As for the quantity, it will follow accordingly to the output everyone gave in the mission.
Everyone became even more curious. Miss Gue Yuan, what's that? An anxious and more brave person could not resist but ask.
Gue Yuan smiled. This time, what we are giving out are 2 unique type of metal materials.
Metal materials? Some revealed looks of disappointment, but there were many who revealed even more anticipated looks.
These are 2 newly discovered metals, and are different from any metals that are presently known. Everyone sounded out with exclamations of shock. Even the mechanical engineers who were initially disappointed were all surprised. Mechanical engineers were all extremely sensitive towards metals because the properties of metals directly affected the properties of mechanical spirit weapons. Everyone knew what the value and endless possibilities from the two new metals meant. They all revealed looks of excitement. According to Miss Silei's research, these two metals can greatly improve the performance of alloys, and most importantly, they are far more compatible towards energy compared to any currently known materials. I believe everyone knows what this means. This sentence was like a bomb that exploded in the Bronze Hall. The Bronze Hall immediately flew into an uproar. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 831, St. Crystals. Chapter 831, St. Crystals. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Tian laid on the floor, not wanting to even move his fingers. Pai had gently reported to him, "We are mainly broadcasting the deadwood silver and paired star iron. We are unable to digest so many materials, as Miss Silei's main interests lies in research. By taking out a portion of materials and giving it to everybody, we can allow the relationship between the mechanical engineers and us to become more intimate. For our future plans, Miss Silei's workplace will be more focused on research. As for the manufacturing side, we will delegate it more to the various workshops. Thus we need to increase their standards and strengthen the relationship between us. That is the main point that the Three-Spirit City Internal Affairs is placing importance on." So sleepy. Tian, who was extremely tired, felt his eyelids growing heavier and heavier, and after a moment, he was snoring. He was the only one who could move through places. That also meant that only he could move everything alone, relying on his own strength, and transferring all of Arthur City's Western Traders' warehouse materials made Tian feel like a human transport ship. Even for his extraordinary body, by moving everything, he was instantly fatigued. The Aquarius cabinets could greatly decrease the weight, but in truth there were too many items, to the point that even with the decrease in weight, it did not help much. Pai carefully covered Tian with a blanket and quietly left. She had too many things to settle. Deadwood silver and paired star iron then became the hottest subject in Three-Spirit City. The two brand new materials exploded the passion of all the mechanical engineers in Three-Spirit City. Almost all of the mechanical engineers had participated in the urgent mission the last time, thus almost everyone had a Shirito the new metals. The heart of the mechanical engineers to seek and discover new metals would never stop. Each and every person obtained different quantities of the deadwood silver and paired NN. BSP, star iron, but everyone had the same enthusiasm towards new materials. All the various workshops started to research on these two new metals, and tried various methods of mixing. Very quickly, the mechanical engineers who had obtained lesser quantities were shocked to realize that unknowingly, they had consumed all of their two new materials. Along with that, there would be new information spreading in the market from time to time. Someone's newly researched mix of alloys would be purchased by the government. Somebody had used the new materials to create a mechanical spirit weapon, which was extremely powerful, and were bought at sky-high prices. The hottest information in the market were related to the new materials. When the mechanical engineers wanted to purchase them from the market, they realized that no one was willing to sell the new materials. Someone even tried to ask the government to purchase, but was rejected. The two new materials were not sold to public, and were only given as a reward for missions. Immediately, the Bronze Hall was once again packed with people. Any new mission that was pushed out would instantly be grabbed by someone. The enthusiasm of the mechanical engineers in Three-Spirit City completely exploded once again. Maybe, a new age was about to arrive. Tian was pulled up and dragged out by Silei in a blur. Hey, what are you doing? I want to sleep. Tian subconsciously struggled. Sleep? You still can sleep at such a time? Silei's sharp voice pierced into Tian's ears. Breakthrough. We had a breakthrough. We are able to open up a new age. Do you understand? A new age. Tian forcefully opened his eyes due to the sharp voice. His face was down and his eye bags were huge. Oh, let me sleep a bit more. As long as I sleep sufficiently, I will give you a new stone, gnome too. Silei completely ignored him and said excitedly, "We have already researched out a new super bronze. It is completely new. Never seen before. Revolutionary. It surpasses any currently known bronze alloy. Do you know what it means?" Tian, who was still sluggish, subconsciously nodded his head. I know, a new stone, with... That's right. A new age. Silei was completely riding on the wave of excitement. Super bronze, a brand new super bronze. As long as we have sufficient amounts of it, we can create unprecedented mechanical spirit weapons, unstoppable. We will earn so much money that our hands will go cramp. Maybe it was because he heard the earning money part. Tian finally became slightly more awake. Super bronze? Don't toy with me. Just by adding the word super, do you think you can sell the stone? Sai Lei took a deep breath. She resisted the urge to kick Tang Tian and explained, "The materials that you brought from the Sacred Saint Galaxy, we have specially analyzed them. They have a similar unique trait, where both of them are extremely compatible with energy."
Do you know what it means? Know what it means? Tang Tian was at a loss. It'll smell better? Pai Pa, who had just entered, chuckled.
Sai Lei completely ignored him, and continued to immerse herself in the excitement. Our current mechanical spirit weapons follow our meridians and the energy paths. But these energy paths are extremely crude and simple. It can only allow simple energy to revolve. That is why our mechanical spirit weapons are unable to reach the grade of saints. Saints are able to directly form a communication with the natural energy in the world. If they control mechanical spirit weapons, the mechanical spirit weapons will not only be unable to help the saints but instead hinder them. But with this super bronze, it is completely different. The energy can freely flow without being stopped or suppressed. Sai Lei took a deep breath. Previously, we had been researching on mechanical saint weapons, which are mechanical spirit weapons for saints. Now that we have the super bronze, as long as there is an adequate quantity of it, we can truly create a mechanical saint weapon.
This allows saints to use mechanical spirit weapons. This is a new era, a new age, that has never been seen before. Mechanical saint weapon. Now, Tang Tian was completely awake.
Sai Lei's ultimate goal had always been mechanical saint weapons, which were mechanical spirit weapons that could be used by saints.
He finally sort of understood what Sai Lei meant by a new age.
If the mechanical saint weapons could truly be realized, it was definitely the rise of a new age.
Tang Tian also became excited. Have you made one yet?
No. Sai Lei regained her calmness and shook her head.
What problem did you encounter? Tang Tian asked with concern.
We don't have enough super bronze,
Sai Lei said.
Without saying a word, Tang Tian waved his hands and said tyrannically, "Make more of it then, don't worry about money, I now have plenty of money." Sai Lei revealed a smile that Tang Tian was extremely familiar with, instantly making him sense that something was wrong. Super bronze requires a unique material, called a saint crystal.
Sai Lei said uprightly, "Oh, it is a name I gave." Tang Tian already had a bad premonition, and asked cautiously, "Is it very expensive?" "It is all right,"
Sai Lei said, and just as Tang Tian faintly heaved a sigh of relief, her tone of speech changed. "It just requires slightly more effort. Saint crystals exists in almost all the materials in the Sacred Saint Galaxy, but they are extremely faint in each material. We require a lot of time to be able to extract the pure saint crystal. We do not need many saint crystals. For 100 kilograms of bronze, we are required to add 100 grams of saint crystal."
"Just a 100 grams, that's peanuts." Tang Tian completely relaxed. "Then just go and purify a few more."
"We purified all of the materials you gave us from Sacred Saint Galaxy,"
Sai Lei said. That's rather efficient," Tang Tian said happily. "I just moved everything over recently, and you have already refined them? Not bad, not bad. Seems like you guys are not skiving. What about it? How much saint crystals did you purify?" 15 grams. Sai Lei smiled. It was as if a lightning bolt had struck Tang Tian. He stammered, 15 grams? It was rather easy to find the method to purify it.
Sai Lei spoke up. "That's right, deadwood silver and paired star iron has been given to everybody. These two materials do not have high amounts of saint crystals, but they can greatly increase the toughness and hardness of the alloys. It might not be of much use to mechanical saint weapons, but they are suitable to improve the current mechanical spirit weapons."
"All that I brought over. You only purified out 15 grams? Tang Tian looked as though he had seen a ghost.
"That's right, we definitely did not waste any,"
Sai Lei said uprightly. 100 kilograms of bronze needs 100 grams of saint crystal? Tang Tian looked as though he was talking deliriously. How much bronze does a mechanical spirit weapon need?
"If you are talking about the line ones, about 10 tons.
Sai Lei gave a professional answer.
Tang Tian turned dumb. He had transported so much materials, but it was only 15 grams of saint crystals? That amount can only manufacture 15 kilograms of super bronze. One mechanical saint requires 10 tons of super bronze, which means 10 kilograms of saint crystal. Suddenly, he saw an endless warehouse, endless of shelves, endless piles of metal mountains. One small figure, carrying a hill-sized chest, walking alone in the dark, one trip after another through days and nights. Suddenly, he felt that his life had become extremely dark.
"I think you already understand the situation."
Sai Lei suddenly took out a plate apparatus, and threw it to Tang Tian. "This is specially used to weigh the density of saint crystal inside any material.
I just made it out. Take it, rememberto, bring more back. I also heard that you only robbed a trading business in some city?" Sai Lei's eyes sparkled. "You cannot let the rest go. You can't let any city go. Do you know how much money we will make, as long as we manufacture them out? Pai Pa, who was by the side, added in, Master, please do not just look at the amount of the same crystals. Although other materials might have lesser same crystals, but they can substantially increase our fighting standard capabilities. The pressure on the front lines have always been immense. If we can strengthen our mechanical spirit weapons, our fighting capabilities will increase as well. So, Master, regardless of anything, do not let any materials go. Please. Pai Pa bowed respectfully. Tang Tian did not know how he returned back to Arthur City. He called everyone back into the warehouse. When the captain of the city guards saw the swept-clean warehouse, he was immensely shocked. The piles of materials inside the warehouse had disappeared overnight, and not even a speck of dust was left. They have insiders inside Arthur City. If not, how can they move all the things away unknowingly? The captain's heart trembled. Is everything ready? Tang Tian said weakly. Is the bandit head still unhappy? The captain trembled. He resisted the fear in his heart and spoke out, reporting to Master, everything is ready. There are a total of 122 trading businesses in the city, offering 580 tons of all sorts of materials, none privately stashed. I hope Master will let the old and young of our city go, and our entire city will be grateful to Master. 580 tons. Tang Tian's lips twitched, he almost fainted hearing the number. My world is so dark. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 832, Addicted to Plunder. Chapter 832, Addicted to Plunder. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Uncle, are you alright? I heard that you were oppressed by others. Terrible. You must work hard, uncle. Don't be beaten to the point of trembling like a sieve and throw my face. Hee, you still have a face? Who gave you that confidence? And, who did you hear from that I was beaten up to the point of trembling like a sieve? It is nonsense. Could it be that the news was wrong? It was clearly Crane. Crane, as the main commander-in-chief, uncle, you actually did not take it upon yourself. I have misjudged you, but it is fine. The great flag to decide victory can only be handled by me, the godlike young lad. Count on you? Ha, I would instantly admit defeat. The scene is too perfect, I dare not look at it. Crazy young lad, go, oh my god, where's this? Oh my, little Susu, why did I encounter you? Let us go together. Why are you lost again? I'm so sorry, the battle is already over, but you guys are still lost. Uncle, you want to fight? Come then, come, if I'm afraid of you, then I'm not a spirit general. The mutual spraying of words over the half-hour of routine formalities with Uncle Bing finally stopped. Listening to it, Crane looked as though he was in a difficult situation, but the rest looked fine. For some reason, although he was angry at Uncle Bing, Tang Tian's mood was strangely relaxed, the fatigue from the continuous days of labor swept away. He subconsciously clenched his fists tight, and shouted in his own heart, hey godlike young lad, do your best. Outside of Arthur City, everyone had assembled completely. Move out, Tang Tian shouted out with high spirits, everyone leapt into the air and disappeared into the sky. Arthur City became quiet for a moment before erupting in thunderous screams. Countless of them were so joyous they were crying, weeping disconsolately. The news of Art. Her city being swept clean by a group of fearsome bandits had quickly spread through Whitefield's continent like a storm. The group of bandits were ruthless and unprecedentedly brutal, and even the big figures of the Western traders were unable to escape their slaughter. Rumors said that Arthur City became a city with a river of blood. Out of 10 homes, 9 became empty, where the bandits slaughtered for 3 whole days before stopping. The lucky survivors offered all their wealth to preserve their lives. Arthur City's 100 years of accumulated wealth was swept clean just like that. Arthur City is just a small city, and the rumors spread are overly excessive, but a pretty young girl could not help but whine to the old man beside her. She was roughly 17 or 18 years old with smooth gold hair draping over her shoulders. She was dressed in a white lace princess dress, making her look virtuous and peaceful, with only her bright sparkling eyes revealing a tinge of shrewdness and wisdom. The old man's face became serious and shook his head. Melissa, do not look down on these group of savages. Yes, Arthur City is not huge, but the Western traders there have a powerful force. The man stationed there should be Jonathan. He is a crafty and greedy man who is extremely sly. The subordinates under him are not weak either, especially for the protection unit head called Ao Deng. But he is just a protection unit head, why do you view him so heavily? Melissa was surprised. You do not know of Ao Deng's background, thus you look down on him. He worked in the military for many years, and was once the direct subordinate under Master Jaya, and was forced to retire due to severe injuries. The old man said. He was Master Jia Ye's direct subordinate? Melissa was shocked.
The 5 honorable generals of the Honorable Martial Continent hold extremely high positions, and Melissa was ignorant about Ao Deng was because she had never heard about him, but after hearing his position as one of Master Jia's subordinate generals, she was instantly filled with respect for him. Yes, I do not know what conditions Jonathan gave to actually recruit such a fearsome general. The old man said, although Ao Deng is injured, but he has plenty of fight experience, and although the protection unit he personally trained up is not big, they wield astonishing fighting capabilities, and the bandits and rogues destroyed by them include all the infamous ones as well. Melissa somewhat took joy in the calamity, who asked the Western traders to be so unrestrained. This time they have truly kicked a steel bucket. The old man did not express his opinion. The Western traders will not leave it lying like that. The Western region is their territory, to have their Arthur city bathed in blood. If they do not take their enemy down, then the Western traders will be in trouble. They will give their all to kill off those bandits. No matter how strong they are, they will be destroyed sooner or later.
That is true.
Melissa nodded her head, but her expression of joy in their calamity did not lessen. But there will be a show to see, so it will not be so boring. But where did those powerful bandits come from? The old man seemed to have thought of something, then said indifferently, the Western traders have antagonized many people lately. I think that some people might have seen that Master Go Changwendao is not doing well, thus were eager to take action. Melissa seemed to be enlightened. The Western traders had an extremely tight relationship with General Go Changwendao, and it was no secret to the superiors. As Master Go Changwendao was leading his troops in the southern expedition and was actually being thwarted, many of the higher-ups were rather unsatisfied with him.
No wonder.
Suddenly, the warning alarm sounded out. The sharp warning alarm sounds caused the entire fleet to be in an uproar. I'll go take a look. Melissa rushed out in a hurry. The old man was unable to sit still as well, and stood up and headed over to the deck. After walking to the deck of the transport ship, the old man's face turned white. In the distance, there was a group of black dots flying towards them at an astonishing speed.
Sima Xiao leisurely watched Tang Tian guiding the rest. Don't be disturbed by the energy. After getting used to it, you will actually find it quite nice. Use the power of the physique. Have you forgotten how to insert law threads?
Yes, just like that. Laws do not exist alone here. You need to find the connection. Yes, that's the energy you need.
Upon Magatama's revival, Sima Xiao's situation took a heaven-toppling change. Flight and battle, Magatama took care of everything for him.
The rest were still in the abyss of suffering. The Whitefields continent's energy concentration was far higher than the desolate continent, and the energy disturbance on the laws were rather powerful.
Ji Zhe and the rest felt extremely uncomfortable. Duca's theory had already resolved their problem between laws and energy.
But no matter how perfect the theory was, reality was cruel. After decades of getting used to an environment, they were plunged into a completely different place, and regardless of it being mental or physical, they needed time to adapt. Although Tang Tian was anxious, he had no choice but to suppress it down. The battle situation of the Southern Alliance was far better than he had imagined. Although they had a few downs where Crane was beaten up very miserably, but in the overall situation, they were gradually pulling out from the disadvantage. Tang Tian was not worried for Crane at all. He was a determined and unwavering man, and a minor setback was not a problem to him. As for the lost Ling Su, that would depend on luck. The only thing that made him sad was the misery from the heavy losses that Swift Army and Skull Unit had suffered for the achievements they had produced. In Bing's words, the most difficult time had passed. The current Southern Alliance was already gaining back its strength, and their battle potential was continually being replenished. There was no need for Tang Tian to worry about the Southern Alliance, thus he placed all of his focus on his current location.
Tang Tian favored Bing's concepts extremely, but they themselves had many problems they required to solve.
For example, the monster army that Zhong Libai was leading, they required time to adapt to their mechanical spirit weapons, and they were far from building up a substantial fighting strength. But at the moment, their current task was to obtain warships. Without warships, the Null Division was useless. That was why Tang Tian did not do what Sai Lei and Pai Pai had begged him to do, to sweep every city, and spend days and nights transporting the goods, but used the fastest speed to pounce at the Red Soil City. For the God Armor Army, Tang Tian did not have many qualms, they only required more time. Regardless of what aspect it was, everyone was working hard. As for safety, with him and Sima Xiao around, as long as they did not meet any large-scale armies, they had no problems. Sima Xiao observed Tang Tian, who was patiently guiding everybody, and a light flashed past in his eyes.
The current Tang Tian had matured compared to the past.
His growth was always surpassing everyone's expectations. If one were to spend all their days with him, the feeling would not be too apparent. But to disappear away from him for a period of time, and to see him again, one would be greatly surprised.
There's a group of traders below. Someone suddenly shouted.
Everyone all stopped, and a few eager people immediately whistled out. It was easy to get addicted to plundering. Tang Tian laughed. For the sake of reaching Red Soil City faster, they chose a straight path, and did not stop at any city, naturally missing the chance of clearing out the cities. I hope they are slightly fatter. Tang Tian whined. He truly sounded like a real bandit head. He waved his arms and shouted, full speed ahead. All sorts of weird sounds came out from a group of people's mouths. They followed behind Tang Tian tightly, like an eagle pouncing downwards. Sima Xiao could not help but laugh, feeling that it was interesting. Magatama, let us go as well. The few days of training was not wasted, although Jizai and the rest have not completely recovered their fighting capabilities, but they have already grasped the knack to it, and had recovered about 75% of their strength. The God Armor Army's training was extremely harsh. Under the awakened state, Tang Tian's face was emotionless and expressionless. He did not talk about feelings, and was a true monster instructor. The highest intensity off-training made them feel that even though they had not recovered their strength, their formations were maintained harmoniously and perfectly. The wind whistled past them as they soared down like lightning. It was just 200-odd men, but the momentum they displayed caused Melissa and the rest who had just arrived on their decks to have a change in expression. Tang Tian, who was flying at a fast speed, suddenly took a deep breath, and the power in his body surged. Clenching his fists tight, he suddenly erupted with dazzling light auras. The moment the dazzling light auras blossomed, the sky seemed to become white. Melissa's vision was instantly enveloped by the white, and could not see anything. Suddenly losing her sight made her feel fear. But the white light disappeared as quickly as it came. In the next time, the white light receded, and her vision returned to normal. What Melissa saw next was something she would never forget for the rest of her life. In the air, there was a young man with his fist raised, his fist enveloped by a bright light. The dazzling light aura shone so bright that reflected his statue-like face, the grave and stern light and shadow accumulating in indescribable harmony. Under the white dazzling light, his robust and strong body looked like it was dressed in dazzling light armor. The young man, who resembled a god of war, released his breath, and his fist. A sun descended unto them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 833, Blood Tear Gemstone. Chapter 833, Blood Tear Gemstone. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. The endless of dazzling white light instantly spread through the vast plains. The white light covered everything between the heavens and earth. Under the violent burst, all the sounds were annihilated, all colors were destroyed, only the boundless light and the bone-deep fear remained. After an unknown period of time, the colors of the world gradually came back. The sound of the winds slowly returned. A burnt pit that had a diameter of over 2 kilometers emitted black smoke that rose in spirals. By the edge of the black pit was marks of extreme high temperature, the traces resembling glass. Facing this heaven-shocking fist, many of the fleet's members lost their courage. All of them melted like snow under the sun, disappearing to who knows where. Melissa and the few remaining brave and righteous members all had looks of respect and reverence. Melissa did not have any bad reactions. She was still immersed in the shock and was unable to get out of it. She had seen many of the legendary famed generals, and met many armies with meritorious achievements, but she had never met someone with such terrifying power. Its direct explosion was not as complicated with eye-dazzling variations like the army, but it was extremely shocking. The moment its light aura blossomed, one would forget to breathe and forget to resist. The god of war's cold and stern image occupied every corner of her mind, and she lost the ability to think. Why is it so poor? Tang Tian's face was as black as a pot, his tone unkind. He had flipped through the entire transport fleet, but there was not much money or minerals. To obtain nothing after plundering made the godlike young lad unhappy. Melissa was awoken from her dream. Wait a minute, is he plundering us? This god of war-like martial artist in front of me is actually a bandit? The idol in her mind instantly turned sluggish as she looked at Tang Tian blankly. It is still the same face, but with the disappearance of the deity-like prez. Ince, why does this face look so loathsome? And that ignoring expression. Wait a minute, ignoring me, Melissa was startled. There had never once been a person who would reveal such an expression in front of her. Since young, regardless of where she was, whenever someone stood in front of her, they would be smiling with love and affection. Ignoring me? I'm actually being ignored. She then noticed that the other party had his eyes on her face, as though he was sizing her up. Melissa puffed up her chest and lowered her chin. She was extremely confident with her own appearance. She had seen countless of young and handsome talents that would do anything for her the moment she smiled at them. He definitely did not see my face clearly. Melissa was brimming with confidence. She was awaiting for the other party to be dazed by her beauty, waiting for him to be convinced of her looks. What is with your expression? Why are you still so proud when you're so poor?
Do you know you're wasting everybody's time? How can you be like that, so insincere? Tang Tian was filled with rage. Melissa was completely dumbfounded by Tang Tian's words. Boss, we can't leave empty-handed. If they have no money, we can take their flesh.
Jize said sinisterly, this last looks is of some standard, she is rather beautiful. Jize was no good man, in Sin domain, he was a grade A infamous man.
Beautiful? Tang Tian looked at Jize with disdain, you call this beautiful?
Jize, pay attention to your taste in girls, don't embarrass me. Tang Tian truly thought that Melissa was not beautiful at all, as his eyes only had Qian Hui. Compared to Qian Hui, there were no other beautiful girls. In Crazy Tang's eyes, there were only two types of ladies, Qian Hui, and the rest. The term beautiful only belonged to Qian Hui, as for other ladies, no matter how beautiful they were not as beautiful as Qian Hui. Jize and the rest were stunned by Tang Tian's words. Could it be that Master's paramour is an outstanding beauty who is unparalleled? They had followed Tang Tian for a considerably long time, and already knew how Tang Tian was as a person. His words were as honest as it could get. He was a complete smug. Oh no, he was completely confident in himself, one that stemmed from the heart. To them, Melissa's features were definitely uncommon. She might not be the most beautiful person in the world, but she had the qualifications to be grouped with the few most beautiful ladies. Could it be that there is an even more beautiful lady in the world than her? Everyone's gaze towards Tang Tian was filled with reverence, as expected of Master, he is our idol. Basking in the revered gazes of the men, Tang Tian was pleased. He waved his hands. Let's go, time is precious. Unknowingly, Melissa's face was flushed red. Since young, she had never been that humiliated. Not only was she chided for being poor, but she was ignored by him, and even called ugly. Her fists were clenched extremely tight, her face was filled with hatred, an unprecedented hatred. You, hold still. Melissa blurted out with rage in her mind. The old man's face changed. Right from the start, he had not spoken up, but was secretly observing the people. He was equally astonished by Tang Tian's devastating fist. No, it should be shocked. His knowledge of the world was more extensive than Melissa, and he had seen countless of experts, but there were never one that was able to unleash such a devastating fist. The fist had completely broken his common knowledge of the term power. Such a degree of attack could only appear from an army, and not an individual. Melissa did not know that the old man also had the same thoughts on the man in front of them. A god of war has descended. But after that, when Tang Tian and the rest talked about plundering, the old man calmed down. Melissa's strange idolizing thoughts had crumbled, but the old man did not. Ignoring the plundering, even if the other party were extremely eccentric and weird, he would find it normal. Geniuses were always different from the others. It was normal for them to be eccentric, and abnormal for them to not be. After looking for benefits, and the words of the other party confirmed the old man's guess. If they truly were bandits, why would they leave us alive if there was nothing on board? What sort of joke is this? That was why he remained low profile, although he had thoughts to make friends with the other party, but he knew that experts were often temperamental. If he was not careful, they would truly be killed. If he wanted to find out about them, he could slowly take his time. But when Melissa shouted you, hold still, the old man's scalp went numb shit. He immediately shouted, Melissa, do not be rude. Melissa was immediately jolted awake by her grandfather's shout, but unknowingly, the emotions of being wrong surged in her heart, and her eyes started to turn red as she started to weep. Esteemed master, Melissa has no intentions of offending you, it is because she was spoiled since childhood. Melissa, why are you not apologizing to the master? The old man became strict. Melissa's tears dropped. Since young, her grandfather had never scolded her. But she knew that her grandfather was doing it for her own good, and spoke while sobbing, Master, I am sorry. Tang Tian was baffled. He turned and asked Jize, I didn't even touch her, why is she crying? Jize squinted his eyes, he looked at Melissa with a cold glare, and then spoke with disdain, maybe it is because Master didn't touch her. Fu Jiangji and the other men's eyes also turned unkind. In the first place, the Sin domain had always been a chaotic land, plundering was as normal as eating rice, and it was a world where they had to kill or be killed. To them, the Master's actions were too gentle and kind like an angel. In Sin domain, if the bandits plundered but could not obtain anything, killing to vent the anger was the most fundamental thing to do to display their professionalism. The old man knew that the situation was turning dire, and immediately begged, various masters. Tang Tian suddenly interrupted him, and pointed to the pendant necklace on Melissa's neck, bring that here. Melissa's face turned pale white, she understood that her own actions were beyond wrong, her so-called pride was nothing in front of absolute strength. Regret surged in her heart, she knew that she had to die, but she had implicated her grandfather. Before Melissa could say anything, the bewitching blade in Jize's hands moved. Melissa only felt a faint wind breezing past, and the pendant necklace at her chest had disappeared. Tang Tian took the pendant. It had a red gemstone inside which was as red as blood, which made it look pretty. In his hand, Tang Tian felt an indescribable undulation. He suddenly had a thought, and took out the apparatus that Sai Lei had given him. The pointer of the apparatus immediately had a huge deflection. Saint Crystal concentration, 0.2%. Tang Tian's eyes grew wide. Inside the most ordinary of materials, the concentration of Saint Crystals were extremely low. Tang Tian had transported a full warehouse worth of materials only to purify out 15 grams of Saint Crystals. It was a full warehouse of materials. Even by using the Aquarius cabinets to transport them, it took a toll on him, proving how numerable it was. A total of 3,000 ton. On average, it was 0.0005%. What material is this? Tang Tian took out the red gemstone. Melissa looked at her grandfather, then said, "Blood tear gemstone." "I've changed my mind." Tang Tian pointed to Melissa, "Use blood tear gemstones to exchange for her." What a joke! The amount of Saint Crystal in this one blood tear gemstone is much more than the materials. Ignoring the fact that the amount of materials wasted just for the Saint Crystal is a pity, I had to move everything like a dog, behaved to get this material. The old man heaved a sigh of relief, but without changing the expression on his face. "Okay. I wonder how many beads does master require?" His reply was straightforward, because the other party's tone was equally firm. Although the blood tear gemstone was expensive, but to use it to preserve Melissa's life, it was worth it. He then recalled the apparatus that Tang Tian used. He knew that the other party had checked the blood tear gemstone for something, and knew that that was the key to the issue, but does the blood tear gemstone have some secret that is unknown to others? Blood tear gemstone was a type of expensive and extravagant gemstone. Its attractive blood red color made every lady fall in love with it, thus its price. The old man had never heard of any other reasons for the value of the gemstone. For the other party to see it so importantly, the secret must definitely be extraordinary. 100 of it then. Tang Tian thought for a moment. Since it was a gemstone, it must definitely be expensive. No problem. The old man agreed without hesitation. Tang Tian was stunned. Damn it, the starting price was too low. After struggling for half a day, he gave up on increasing the price. This godlike young lad's saliva is expensive. Quickly go obtain the blood tear gemstone, and find us at Red Soil City in exchange for her. Tang Tian took Melissa and was about to leave. The old man and Melissa revealed a strange expression, and only after hesitating for a while did Melissa speak out. "Is master prepared to go to Red Soil City?" "Yes," Tang Tian said as a matter of factly. "But, Red Soil City is not in this direction," Melissa said weakly. As though he was struck by lightning, Tang Tian and the rest were completely stunned. Tang Tian, who was as dumbstruck as a chicken, face turned green, then white, and then the memory of Bink's ridicule smile surfaced in his mind. "Crazy young lad, go go go, oh my god, where's this? Oh my, little Susu, why did I encounter you? Let us go together." Why are you lost again?" "I'm so sorry, the battle is already over, but you guys are still lost. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 834, Interrogation. Chapter 834, Interrogation. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. I do not care who they are, and I do not care where they came from, I only want to see their heads. The stern and furious voice seemed to resonate at his ears, causing Sidney to come back to his senses. He looked around at his soldiers. Their morale was high, as he revealed a satisfied look. Long-distance raids had never been a simple thing, but as it was an emergency, the master had given them the best transport ship, to prevent them from feeling the pain from rushing around. Sidney understood the severity of the matter. The master's anger was not at Arthur City being plundered, but the Western Trader Post being plundered. Clan Elder Jonathan was killed, and all of the Western Traders Guards stationed in Arthur City were killed, and their warehouse was completely empty. Sidney himself was also immensely shocked by the viciousness of the other party, but even more shocked that they actually dared to provoke the Western traders. In the Honorable Marshall Continent's Western region, how long had it been since such a powerhouse had appeared? In the barren and desolate Western region, no one had the thoughts of going against the Western traders. The armies of the various Western regions' continents and the Western traders were tied in all sorts of relationships, and it was a normal occurrence for the armies to appear to help the Western traders to resolve conflicts or protect their transport ships. Sidney knew that his own captain had a unique relation with the Western region armies. Even he would usually receive a portion of expensive gifts that came from the Western traders. The Western traders were never stingy with money, and everyone liked to do business with them.
For example, the operation they were conducting, if they were able to get rid of the bandits, the Western traders would definitely reward them heavily. Thinking about that, Sydney's mind could not help but burst with flames. But Sydney was not rash and impetuous. Many of the reports regarding the bandits from Arthur City was sent to him, and a rarely seen seriousness flashed in his eyes. Although Jonathan was a greedy man, his subordinate Ao Deng was an outstanding military general. Sydney knew for himself, if not for Ao Deng's injury, Sydney would never be able to fight against him. But even when Ao Deng was heavily injured, his wits and experience was still present, and the protection unit that he had trained up personally was far more outstanding than its peers. But they were all killed by one spirit general. Sydney was no fool. The person who could wield such a powerful spirit general was definitely someone with a huge backing, one that he should never provoke. But the captain's intent was very clear. Regardless of who the enemy was, he only had one task, which was to kill them. Yes, Sydney had restraining fears, but he was not afraid, as the Western traders held an immense power in the western region of Honorable Marshall Continent, that no other tyrants and aristocratic families around could ever imagine. The other party might be even stronger than the Western traders, but they chose to fight in Whitefields Continent, which was their most fatal mistake. In this barren and infertile land, there was no one that could ever sway the rule of the Western traders. "Master, there is a fleet of transport ships ahead." A scout reported. Sydney replied calmly, "Send a few people and go check on who they are." From the reports, the chances of them encountering the bandits was very low in their current location, but being cautious, Sydney still sent out a small group to investigate and interrogate them. His gaze returned back to the map of Whitefields Continent. Melissa stood on the deck, her eyes on the group of maniacs outside the ship. Yes, to her, they were a group of maniacs. A group of maniacs that struck fear in others. Halfway of being forced to head to the Red Soil City, Melissa no longer had any anger. It was the same at all places. People revered strength. Her previous inexperience and naivety almost cost her her life, but also made her become wiser, and completely removed her spoiled temper. She made some mental preparations. Even if she had to suffer, it would not matter. Even her grandfather was respectfully treating them. But what surprised her was that not one of them actually boarded the boats. Regardless if it was rain or shine, strong winds or not, the bandits moved by themselves with determination. At the start, Melissa thought that the other party despised their boats, but after that she realized that they were actually undergoing some special training. Melissa was stunned by that, but it was not only her, the entire crew was completely stunned. These bandits moved weirdly, stumbling and falling, sometimes floating, like children who had just learned to walk. The leader of her guards had revere in his eyes, and even her grandfather had specially ran over repeatedly to warn her not to aggravate them. The experts beside her all now enjoyed sitting on the deck and watched the bandits train. All of those clumsy movements would occasionally induce a few chuckles, but most of the time, the deck would always be filled with a respectful and stern calmness and silence. Contrasting with this stern atmosphere on the deck, the bandits themselves were in extremely difficult situations, their faces covered with perspiration, their bodies covered with dirt and dust. They were like dirty tofu. The noisy group would occasionally make others think that they were a group of refugees. Based on this point, they seemed to look to be the most typical bandits, fierce and ruthless, always emitting an aura around them. But these bandits in front of her, from the day they met, had always been rushing and training without stopping for 3 full days and nights. Melissa had never seen such a group of bandits before. The young man that she despised was always moving up and down in front of the group, continuously shouting with his thunderous voice, allowing the people on board to hear him clearly, with the most incomprehensible content. "Is this how you use laws? How many times do I have to say it? Are you all determined to be even more stupid than I am, Oli? Too slow. Too slow. Use your laws to control the energy." That's right, the word laws came out the most, to the point that Melissa became baffled. In Melissa's memories, laws was a high-grade word that was only related to peak martial artists. Since when did laws become so common? And they were a group of bandits who could not even control their flying properly? She posed this question to the leader of her guards. Although Johnson was not as strong as the young man, but he was still at a respectable level, and he was more knowledgeable and earnest. He must have definitely gained enlightenment on laws. Johnson said, "It is impossible to unleash that fist attack without enlightening laws, and his enlightenment on laws seems to be at an extremely profound level. This sort of martial artist has never been seen or heard of before." Johnson's voice was filled with reverence towards Tang Tian. He then continued, "But with regards to this training of theirs with laws, this subordinate does not understand either. But after watching it for a few days, their strength seems to be increasing extremely quickly. The feeling they gave this subordinate is extremely strange. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "It seems like their strength is sealed, and is slowly being unlocked and are recovering." Strength can be sealed? Melissa was dumbstruck. It was her first time hearing such a thing. This subordinate is only taking a guess.
Johnson also felt that he was thinking too much. He then said, "One's strength can never be sealed."
But their rate of improvement is truly inconceivable.
This subordinate noticed that the number of people able to fly now is already half.
Furthermore, what is even stranger is that once they grasped flight, their strengths instantly erupt.
He suddenly lowered his voice, and some of them are not simple at all. His gaze turned to Jizai. Ever since the bewitching blade had learnt to fly, it was as though he had unlocked something, and became extremely dangerous. Occasionally, he would turn to look at them, and just by his eyes, all the hairs on Johnson's body would stand. Johnson knew that it was not a wrong feeling. He was an experienced fighter, and his sense to danger was not something any new soldier could compare to. Melissa's face revealed surprise, but it quickly disappeared.
Just then, the training bandits suddenly stopped.
It was their first time stopping for the past few days. Noticing something was strange, Melissa and Johnson noticed that a fleet had appeared in the distance.
It was the standardized transport ship fleet used by the army. A few black dots flew over.
Melissa noticed that the formation of the bandits started to change, causing Melissa, who was already familiar with them, to become tensed. She sensed a trace of danger. She lowered her voice and said, "We should go and stop the other party and prevent them from fighting."
Johnson immediately understood, yes.
The more he understood the bandits, the more he felt that they were unfathomable, and the more respect he had for them. At the start, he was still harboring hopes for an army to save them, but very quickly, he threw that joke of a thought away. After the past few days, he knew that no ordinary army could resist the power of the bandits. As for the elite armies, that was a level that they could not mobilize. If something were to happen, they would definitely be involved, and most probably the enraged bandits would use them to sharpen their knives. It would be stupid to speak logic with bandits. Tang Tian's hearing ability was extremely outstanding, and he heard Melissa and Johnson's conversation, and did not stop them. Although he wanted to test how strong the honorable martial army was, but after thinking about the null division requiring warships, he decided against it. Johnson flew over and shouted loudly, "This is Macefield Tradings and Miss Melissa. Who are you guys?" The leader of the interrogation group was surprised. Why was the Macefield Tradings here? But he quickly calmed down. Although the Macefield Tradings was not as powerful as Western traders, they were still a big business and rather known. The leader checked on Melissa's documents, then relaxed. "We are from the Ratchet Army, and were sent to investigate on the Arthur City tragedy. If you discover any suspicious persons, please report to me."
Arthur City tragedy.
Melissa was surprised. "I have heard about Arthur City tragedy. I never expected for you guys to come so quickly."
"That is the Western traders we are talking about."
The leader shrugged his shoulders. "But just pay attention, this group of killers number to about 200 men, one of them is said to have an extremely powerful female spirit who is very beautiful but is merciless. Another man wields a curved blade with an extremely bewitching aura."
Men numbering up to 200 men, a beautiful female spirit, and a bewitching blade.
Melissa and Johnson looked at each other, the two of them realizing the fear and shock in their eyes. The leader thought the two of them were still immersed in the shock of Arthur City, and spoke, "If any organizations are to find out anything about them, please head to the closest city and inform the city lord." Melissa and Johnson wanted to turn their heads and run at that moment.
A strange silence suddenly descended.
"If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 835, Kill Them. Chapter 835, Kill Them. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Do you have any questions? The leader noticed Melissa and Johnson's bizarre expression and asked them.
Melissa quickly calmed down and revealed a pained expression. "I am very saddened to hear Uncle Jonathan actually met with a calamity.
I was actually about to visit Uncle Jonathan, but I never expected." The leader suddenly thought about it. It was understandable. How could the Macefield Tradings and Western traders never met before?
It was normal for Melissa and Jonathan to be acquaintances. The leader was about to lead his team away when his eyes suddenly swept towards the guards around the transport ships. They looked to be in terrible shapes, and did not look like protection for a convoy.
The leader suddenly asked, "These people are?"
Melissa reacted very quickly, "A mercenary group we hired. We did not bring enough guards, and heard it was not safe, so we could only employ them." The leader's suspicions immediately disappeared. The Arthur City tragedy had made many traders escape. It was so sudden that the organizations would not have enough time to gather manpower, and with the concern of safety, they could only employ mercenaries. Seems like Macefield's Tradings reacted rather slowly, and could only find these ordinary mercenaries to hire. Other than the famous large mercenary armies, the majority of the mercenaries were poor and weak.
For the sake of living, they would usually hold other jobs, like how many of the mercenaries would be miners as well.
Those killers also plundered the Western traders' warehouses. They should be equipped to a standard army, and not as terrible as these people. Please rest assured, we will quickly handle those killers. The leader puffed out his chest. He had the desire to protect the beautiful Melissa. He was like a proud ox, and patted his chest. Melissa replied earnestly, "Thank you for your bravery." The leader was reluctant to leave, but he did not have anything else to say. Although the Macefields Tr. Audiobooks was not as powerful as the Western traders, but it was not a social ladder he could afford to climb on.
Tang Tian watched the army that left without any pause.
When he heard about the information of a man with a bewitching blade, he tacitly hid Jizai amongst the crowd. Sima Xiao did not summon Magatama. As a man with high goals for himself, he did not wish to rely on Magatama too much, and trained without holding back. You guys were the culprits of the Arthur City tragedy? Melissa's face was pale white. She felt that she had been too foolish to not even be able to link such a thing.
Only such powerful bandits were able to kill Ao Deng and his unit. That's right. Tang Tian had his usual expression, then said, "Inform the rest, we are holding up here." Holding up? Melissa was confused. Why does he want to hold up and rest here all of a sudden? Tang Tian did not say anything. He pulled Jizai, Fu Zhengji and Sima Xiao to one side. Melissa did not dare go against his words, and could only return to the convoy. When she arrived, a brazen thought suddenly flashed past her mind, and she was stunned by her own guess. A bone-chilling intent spread through her entire body, causing her to be fixated there. Are they going to take down the Ratchet army? Tang Tian spoke softly to the three people. I've changed my mind. We will make our move tonight and get rid of them. The Null Division doesn't have a warship now. If we were to face off against them, we would be in trouble. Wayne to get rid of this army first. Sima Xiao, you stay behind and guard this convoy. As though they were on adrenaline, Jizai and Fu Zhengji said in unison with killing intent, "Kill them all." They had just left Xin Domain and had not crossed path with any Sacred Saint Galaxy armies, and were extremely curious towards them. Adding that they had broke through with their training, they were even more eager to test themselves out. Sima Xiao looked at Tang Tian and said, "I have no problems with that." He saw Tang Tian's stern gaze that flashed with a cold glare, which was unlike the usual noisy and unsophisticated young man, as if they were two different people. Only at such a time are you able to show off the majestic and outstanding demeanor as the king of the Ursa Major constellation. Sima Xiao did not forget how Tang Tian stepped onto the throne, which was through battle after battle, victory after victory. What made Sima Xiao startled was that he was actually faintly disappointed, as though he was regretful about not participating in the battles to come. So powerful. Sima Xiao had always thought that his ability for self-control was more outstanding than the rest, but he never expected to be influenced by Tang Tian. But he quickly regained the clarity in his eyes. The God Armor army is his own. If I were to go, I would only affect them. Tang Tian's allocation is right. But, he is truly the king of the Ursa Major constellation. Sima Xiao was filled with admiration. Get everyone to rest up as much as they can. We will move when it gets dark. Tang Tian ordered. It was the first rest that the God Armor army had since the start of training. Everyone sprawled onto the ground all around, and in a few seconds, snoring could be heard. On the transport ship, Melissa watched the sight dumbstruck, and thought with self-ridicule, maybe I thought too much, they are just too tired. The old man's face remained serious. No, they are truly about to take action on the Ratchet army. Ah! Melissa was shocked, but, from the way they are now, they are just recovering. The old man said. The frowns on his face became even more obvious, but deep in his eyes, a light aura seemed to blossom. Melissa, in the future, no matter what happens, do not become their enemies. Why would I become enemies with them? Melissa was shocked by her grandfather's words. She had never thought of becoming enemies with the strange bandits. After the past few days, she understood how terrifying they were, but the intent in her grandfather's words also shook her. After hesitating for a moment, she could not resist but ask, "But, they have offended the Western traders." Western traders? The old man shook his head slowly. They are just but a small portion of this legend. Melissa was dumbstruck, and even the usually calm Johnson had a look of disbelief. The Western traders, it was an immensely huge organization. Countless of martial artists crawled at its feet, and it was like a monster with endless vines that firmly occupied the western region of the honorable martial continent. Even the Macefield's tradings looked up to them. Night time. Melissa had not slept. Her mind was constantly going through the words her grandfather had told her in the day. If it were any other person, she would snort and ignore them, but since they were spoken by her grandfather, how could she disregard it? Johnson, what do you think? Johnson was also equally heavily affected, but his thoughts were much simpler. Young miss, do not overthink it, just wait and see. If we are truly able to witness this legend, it is considered our honor. Melissa was struck. That's right, why am I worrying so much about it?
I have no relation with these bandits, I can't just watch by the side. Suddenly, Johnson and her were attracted to the movements close by. The bandits who were sleeping soundly all stood up. They started to move and prepare quickly. Although Melissa and Johnson did not understand what they were preparing to do, they could tell that they were very disciplined. Jizai swung the bewitching blade in his hands, while Fu Zhengji kept moving the position of his chief greenswords. All of them moved very aptly, none revealing any looks of confusion, they were all thorough and precise. In the entire process, no one spoke, the indescribable sternness pervaded in the night air.
Are all of you prepared?
Tang Tian's face did not reveal his usual naive smile, but was strangely serious. No one spoke, but they all stopped their movements, their eyes sparkling in the night like stars.
But the lingering killing intent made them look like wild beasts ready to strike.
In the night, the group of wild beasts laid sprawled to the ground, all revealing ferocious glares.
A person flew into the sky. Tang Tian.
Bang, an extremely low and bassy explosive sound erupted, the 200 men all released their strengths and leapt off the ground at the same time. Whoosh, all of them disappeared. In the sky, 200 black shadows rose at a fast speed, like a flock of black eagles soaring into the sky. There were no commands, no orders, only the sound of them cutting the air. The 200 men gathered as one, and with extremely fast speed, 200 afterimages streaked through the air.
Suddenly, they disappeared.
In the next moment, they appeared around Tang Tian. The sudden change in extreme speed and calmness brought upon an intense visual that caused people to hold their breaths. A small light aura suddenly blossomed amongst the group, like the sun rising out of the ground, the light piercing through the darkness.
Melissa and Johnson were overwhelmed with shock as they stared intently at Tang Tian's fists.
Tang Tian's fists was like the sun, his overbearingness like a god of war once again descended unto the plains.
That is.
Melissa, Johnson, and the rest were all stunned by the heaven-descending fist once again. The terrifying scene of the sun plummeting into the earth made it look like the apocalypse. The weaker guards were at the moment completely petrified as though they were lost in the light.
The dazzling light aura flashed in the night sky.
The light aura on the fist dimmed down like iron that was heated until red, but the most inconceivable scene occurred. It suddenly became lifelike, and like flowing molten metal, it flowed along Tang Tian's body and stretched out, many streaks of light and darkness intercrossing across his whole body. Melissa covered her mouth tightly with both hands, afraid to even make the slightest sound, her entire body trembling with fear. When the liquid metal light aura substance reached Tang Tian's head, it flowed down, and with a speed visible to the naked eye, it quickly covered Tang Tian's face. In that moment, all they saw was a pair of eyes that gave off the indifference of a god, the extremely intense pressure enveloping the world. Plop. One of the soldier that was trembling from head to toe felt his knees give way, and he knelt down. Many more plops came out, all of their minds were blank, they knelt down on the ground, trembling like sieves. Melissa could only persist so much, and reaching her limit, she fell down on the deck. Only Johnson and the few other stronger guards were still bitterly resisting the force. In the dense air of the night, it seemed as though a fiend god had appeared in front of them. The air around him seemed to be distorted, as many invisible threads extended out. Beside Tang Tian, Jizai and Fu Zhengji's body suddenly lit up with light auras. Following that, the light aura started to spread out. The 200 men in the sky were like 200 lanterns lighting up one after another. When the last person lit up with light aura, the god armor army in the sky were like stars that condensed together, the overwhelming aura and pressure they gave off extremely substantial. All of their aura seemed to form as one, becoming boundless. It felt as though an ancient beast that was stuck throughout time had walked out. The overwhelming and overbearing aura caused the wind to stop, the moonlight to lose its splendor, the sky to crawl beneath their feet, the stars their wings.
God armor awakened, the army had arrived.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 836, Unexpected Attack. Chapter 836, Unexpected Attack. Translated by Barrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
Only when Tang Tian and his army disappeared did the intense and terrifying pressure enveloping the fleet disappear. Everyone gradually recovered from the shock and fear, the blankness in their eyes gradually recovered, and blood started to flow back to their faces.
But the transport ships remained silent, they could not remove their eyes from the direction that Tang Tian and the rest disappeared.
Melissa awoke from what seemed to be a nightmare, gasping for breath with her entire body drenched in perspiration. She had never thought that one man and his army was able to produce such an imposing aura. Footsteps surprised her, she subconsciously raised her head, noticing that Sima Xiao had already arrived on deck unknowingly. Sima Zhao's face revealed a smile as warm as the sun, causing the tension in her to untangle.
"Who exactly are you guys?" Melissa asked with difficulty. Sima Xiao could not help but smile. "Who are we?" That question is slightly complicated. He then sat down next to Melissa very naturally, and said, but I'm more simple, I am Sima Shao. Footsteps came out again, and the old man's voice from behind, Macefields Trading's clan elder Franks greet Sima Shao. Sima Shao stood up and bowed. If I did not see it personally, I would be unable to imagine that there would be such a powerful army in the world. Franks was filled with admiration. The impact on the wise old man had made him lose his senses momentarily, and his tone had a trace of fear. It is definitely a ridicule to let you see that. Sima Shao revealed a bashful smile, as though he did not feel right hearing the compliment. The God Armor Army's fighting capabilities have not recovered even half of their strength. They are not able to live up to your compliment. Sigh, everyone drew in a breath. Nearby, Johnson's expression looked like he had seen a ghost, and Melissa's face took a great change. To have such fearsome fighting capabilities, and it was not even half of their strength, then how strong would they be at a 100%? The two of them were somewhat skeptical of Sima Zhao's words. The God Armor Army's display of strength had already exceeded what they thought was the limit, and if it was only half of it, then their full strength would far surpass the limits of humans. How could there possibly be such a powerful army in the world? Seeing the suspicions in their eyes, Sima Shao smiled, but did not say anything. But Franks caught another detail. God Armor Army? I am sorry for my ignorance and narrow-mindedness, but I wonder where is this noble army from? Sima Shao laughed, but did not reply him, as though he did not hear the question, and asked, I wonder if your business is familiar with Red Soil City? Franks did not know what Sima Shao meant, and replied carefully, our business has a shop in Red Soil City. Then, can I ask if your business can help us with something? Sima Shao spoke gently, making them feel as if they were bathed in the spring wind. Frank's heart tensed. That is a natural. As long as we are able to do it, we will not refuse. But Sima Shao could hear the leeway hidden within Frank's words for themselves, but he did not care. There was a huge difference in strength between both parties, and if he was not even able to grasp the tempo of the conversation, he would not be the Scorpio King. He laughed. Then I would hope that your business can buy us some warships. As for the price, it will be easy to handle. Warships? Franks heaved a sigh of relief. That isn't a problem. My business also operates with warships. You can't pick out a few with ease. We will definitely give you a good price. It was different for where they were. The Honorable Marshall Continent was extremely strict on businesses that mixed with the southern region in terms of warships. Of course, that was where the Honorable Marshall Continent held more control. The western region was a different matter. The western region was barren and desolate, and security was extremely terrible. Mining groups would always equip with weapons on their own transport ships to ensure their own safety. These mining vessels equipped with weapons were seen all around the western region. And there were a few luxuriously equipped mining vessels that reached the criteria of warships. But, all of the businesses that operated with warships in the western region were all huge businesses. Sima Shao was surprised. I never thought that your organization would be so strong. Franks replied hastily, for a living, for a living. He did not want them to see him as a big fat sheep, as that would just be trouble. Sima Shao smiled. He did not care about them, and the deck immediately became quiet. Melissa suddenly asked, is your army about to attack the Ratchet army? That's right. Sima Shao admitted generously, for the sake of preventing those armies from giving us trouble, it is better to get rid of them first. The deck became quiet again. Sima Zhao's nonchalant confidence made them feel a cold intent. The other party did not even place the Ratchet army in their eyes. The wind whistled past their ears. Tang Tian, who was advancing at full speed, closed his eyes, his mental state maintained strangely calm. The dense and vigorous energy made Tang Tian have déjà vu. His familiarity towards energy made him unaffected by it. He could effortlessly control energy by using the laws as if he was lifting his own fingers. Everything was just by a thought. The energy revolving around the army was extremely vigorous, forming a unique wind of energy that propelled them to move at a faster speed. Compared to controlling energy, it was far more difficult to control the God Armor army, and most of his focus was used to sort out the law threads. Everyone was not performing well, and even connecting everybody could not bed one, as he could only barely connect them with his God Armor. Tang Tian's was not irritated by it. He methodically arranged and sorted out the law threads, as though he was immersed in the other world. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. His gaze, that was as sharp as swords, pierced through the darkness ahead of him. In that moment, the ghost-like God Armor army that was moving silently woke up like a wild, ferocious beast hunting for prey. The fleet flew steadily forward. Sydney was just about to rest. After thinking for a full day, he felt mentally fatigued. He viewed the mission extremely heavily. Not only was it a death mission given by the captain, more importantly, if could obtain the favor of the Western traders, it would not be difficult for him to rise in his career. More importantly, the mission could be said to be difficult, but it could also be said to be easy. The difficult part was to find the location of the other party. As they only numbered around 200 men, they could easily hide anywhere, and finding them would prove a challenge. And as long as they located them, half of their mission would be completed.
Sydney recognized that the other party was powerful, but their numbers differed too greatly. With such a huge disparity, the other party's only feasible plan was to borrow the terrain and engage in urban warfare. If they were to encounter them in a wide open plains, the enemy would not even be able to resist one attack off theirs. Right at that moment, Sydney suddenly sensed an invisible undulation, causing his face to change. Without even thinking, he shot forward and arrived at the window.
Ian.
Right after he pounced to the window, he roared out, wanting to alert everybody. But at the next moment, his voice stopped abruptly, his eyes dilated as he looked outside, his face filled with fear. He actually could not see anything around him. A green mist had pervaded out all around them. Even when he extended his 5 fingers ahead of him, he could no longer see his hands, and along with its intense danger, he instinctively activated his energy barrier.
Not good, poison. Chi.
A shocking scene occurred right before his eyes. The energy barrier that he activated immediately had needle-sized prick holes that were constantly growing larger. He had never seen before poison that could corrode energy barriers. In the blink of the eye, the dense needle-sized prick holes covered his energy barrier.
A dazzling light aura flashed in the green poison mist. Bang! One of the transport ships exploded, transforming into a gigantic orange ball of flames. The lucky survivors frantically jumped out from the deck and windows. Not good. Sydney's face changed.
Screams and wails came out endlessly. All the soldiers were covered with grain-sized holes, their bodies were corroding away into sand by the green mist. That shocking scene caused Sydney's hands and legs to turn cold.
Get out! Get out now!
Sydney's eyes immediately turned red, as he used all of his might to shout. He did not know what the green poison mist was, but he knew that if they stayed any longer in it, they would definitely die.
Only by getting out could they survive. Bang! Another ship exploded.
The gorgeous flames that contrasted with the green mist made it look as though they were in hell. Hearing their companions scream, the soldiers inside their own transport ships did not dare leave. All of them huddled together, and only after hearing Sydney's voice did they wake up.
Only by getting out did they have the chance to win.
All of the transport ships frantically headed out of the poison mist. For the sake of separating the enemy attacks, they rushed out in different directions. One after another of fiery lights blossomed out from their vision, and the figures that were engulfed by the flames caused every soldier of the Ratchet army to feel fear. The only thing they could do now was to break out. Break out frantically. A quarter of the transport ships became fiery balls and fell to the ground. And another quarter of the transport ships suffered from severe injuries. Their hulls were irreparable. The immense damage was a ghastly sight. In less than 3 minutes of time, they had turned out crude and charred. It was an extremely miserable battle.
Sydney's face turned sinister. He was like an enraged ox, his eyes turning bloodshot.
Personally watching his own transport ships explode, and seeing his own subordinates being burnt alive, the unprecedented pain took over his body and soul. Only then did he see his enemies, and his face immediately froze. In the distant sky, 200 men quietly floated there, as though the ambush was not related to them at all, as though they were calm and cold bystanders.
Arthur City tragedy.
Sydney had thought of all sorts of possibilities, but never expected for him to suffer from their sudden ambush. To him, the enemies would never dare to directly clash with the Ratchet army that held the advantage.
I never thought that. Suddenly, countless of dazzling light auras lit up around the enemy. Ice blue, blood red, silver lightning. Tactic number 43.
The cold and indifferent voice that seemed emotionless suddenly came out in Sydney's ears. Countless of dazzling light dots suddenly lit up. In the blink of the eye, all of these light dots seemed to condense into a torrential rain that shot towards them. The multicolored rain revolved in the air between them, and transformed into multicolored vortices. The multicolored vortices formed and frantically absorbed the energy around them, and started swelling and expanding rapidly, becoming the size of millstones. Light scars started to appear due to the high-speed friction, causing a beautiful halo to form around the vortices.
Spread out quickly. Sydney wailed out in despair.
Before his words could even spread, the light halos shot down like comets, with extremely thick and dazzling light tails. It whistled into the fleet.
Bang bang bang. The transport ships all split into pieces like paper. Before they could even explode, they were engulfed by flames, transforming into regiment of flames. Countless beautiful sparks blossomed out in the sky endlessly.
Sydney's face was as pale white as paper. There were no blood left in his face, his expression sluggish.
What kind of tactic is that? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 837, Tian makes his move. Chapter 837, Tian makes his move. Translated by Berrybuns. edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
Many regiment of flames blossomed in the night sky, reflecting Tang Tian's face that flickered in and out. The young man's face was as cold as stone, his pupils revealed his indifferent attitude, the flying scattered pieces, chaotic streams of air, were all unable to incite any emotions in him. The chaotic battlefield did not affect him in any way. The young man who was in his awakened state seemed to be pulled away from all emotions, yet pushing his fighting instinct to the maximum. The large battlefield was in his hands.
Sydney roared out twice in anger, also causing Tang Tian to immediately notice him.
Ji-Zai.
Hearing Tang Tian's roar, Ji-Zai rushed out without hesitation.
A regiment of wind blades appeared beneath Ji-Zai, forming what looked like a bridge. 20 of his Windlaw's comrades moved out at the same time. Ji-Zai held the bewitching blade, and like a demon, he stepped on the wind blade bridge, disappearing into thin air. Sydney was unaware that he had been targeted as the battlefield was extremely chaotic. The transport ships that had rushed out of the poison mist were all facing different directions, and also causing the distance between each of them to be wide. The transport ships were like headless flies, all of them unaware of what to do. It was also the most important time for the soldiers to draw close to each other. Sydney was not a man without ability. He was the first to react, and shouted out with all of his might, "Disembark, everyone disembark and gather to me." All the soldiers woke from their dreams, disembarked their boats, and rushed towards Sydney. A few of the quick-witted soldiers also shouted out loud, "Disembark, everyone disembark and gather to master."
Everyone gather to master now.
All of the soldiers found their backbone, calmed down, and started heading towards each other.
Sydney calmed down. The transport ships were two large targets and easy to attack.
And upon being attacked, with their weak defenses, they would
be destroyed.
The enemy's surprise attack was undoubtedly successful, but they had not won completely. Even with their heavy losses, they still held the advantage in numbers.
As long as they could arrange themselves into battle positions, they would have the opportunity to strike back and win.
Sydney bit his lips. From time to time, explosions would blossom out from amongst the crowd. The blazing and high-temperature flames were like terrifying beasts that devoured the soldiers.
An ice-cold sharp blade would sweep away their lives from the darkness.
Wherever the thick and solid electric snakes passed, people would die. He had never seen such a strange way of attacking before. That's right, he had never seen anything like that. The sacred Saint Galaxy's armies emphasized on synchronization, and the greatest use of soldiers were to supply energy while moving in unison with the unit, and the attacks that they could unleash would be guided by the military general. In other words, it was pooling the energy of all the soldiers to gather at the military general, and forming an even stronger entity. But the army before him completely capsized his knowledge. He had already realized that there were a few different attributed energy attacks, which also meant that this mysterious army's attacks came from the soldiers. If he did not personally see it, he would definitely snort at such a tactic, and he would deem it as a failure.
Without the strengthening through synchronization, the might of the attack would be greatly weakened, and they could only coordinate their attacks but not merge any of it. To think that I would beaten up so miserably from such a tactic.
No, I was ambushed by a sneak attack. As long as I stabilize myself, I can definitely turn this around. Sydney calmed himself down. He still held the advantage in numbers.
As long as I do not mess it up, I will definitely win. Right at that moment, the soldiers protecting his front suddenly froze. An unprecedented danger enveloped Sydney, and he almost blurted out, "SS."
Soldiers started to fall one after another, as a black figure suddenly appeared from behind the soldiers. Feeb-witching and blood-red blade aura suddenly slashed at them from an inconceivable angle.
Immediately, two soldiers roared and pounced forward, using their bodies to collide with the blade aura.
The bewitching blade seemed to slice through tofu as it cut through the two soldiers' bodies. The bewitching blade seemed to be eating their blood, its red light becoming even more vigorous. The bewitching aura became even more intense, to the point that it started to release buzzing sounds. The blood-red blade body suddenly turned soft, transforming into a boneless blood snake that swept through the soldiers' bodies, transforming into a blood web that pounced towards Sydney. Endless roars surfaced, as all the soldiers around him rushed towards the blood web, disregarding their lives.
Chi chi chi.
The fine blood web dismembered the soldiers like sharp blades in a moment, causing the place to rain blood.
But right at that moment,
Sydney was already hidden amongst the crowd, as even more soldiers ran forward to protect their general. Ji-Zai's face became ugly. The chance that he took to attack actually failed, causing him to be angry. He snorted, and like a ghost, he disappeared and appeared at the other side. His blood-colored blade lit up, and a few heads flew into the sky.
"Defense!" Sydney urged.
The Ratchet Army's training finally displayed their fruits of labor. The soldiers all lit up with light auras. The surging energy resonated in their formation.
Sydney took a deep breath as a gigantic energy barrier protected them.
A bewitching red-colored blade aura slashed onto the energy barrier.
Clang!
The energy barrier trembled, but quickly stabilized itself. Sydney heaved a sigh of relief. It was his first time successfully defending against the enemy attack since the sudden ambush. What made him rejoice even further was that it confirmed his guess. The enemy's strange tactics were more agile and random, but at the same time, more scattered. He believed that now that they had formed up, it was time for the enemy to be defeated. The soldiers beside him all cheered, their morale greatly boosted. "Stabilize yourselves!" Sydney shouted out loud, "Everyone, gather on me!" At that moment, Sydney was filled with confidence. It was not strange for an army to plunge into chaos after encountering such a fearsome ambush. But as long as he found his foothold, he would survive, and the army would not fall. The enemy were all individually very powerful and strong, but they had a fatal weakness: they were too few in numbers. In terms of numbers, they were unable to block his soldiers from regrouping. As long as he stabilized his army formation, every soldier that returned to him would increase his victory by one step. As expected, when they saw their general gaining his foothold, the ratchet army soldiers who were about to crumble greatly boosted their morale, and fervently rushed towards Sydney's position. Tian remained expressionless. Jizai's attack that failed did not surprise him. Jizai's strength recovery was not as great as Fu Zhengji, which was because of the laws they trained in. Jizai trained in blood laws, and due to the dense energy of Sacred Saint Galaxy, he was unable to influence the blood of his enemies. As for Fu Zhangji's chief green swords, it walked the path of spatial laws and poison, which was less influenced by the energy. But for Sydney to be able to become steady and calm again surprised him. As expected of the honorable martial continent, any military general of their army have standard. Jizai was completely infuriated. His consecutive attacks were unable to break the turtle shell, causing him to become furious. He was innately arrogant, with his eyes aimed for the top. Other than losing to Tang Tian, when had he ever lost? To be suppressed by his enemies the moment he stepped into the Sacred Saint Galaxy, how could he ever tolerate that? His berserk character revealed itself. He attacked fervently, his speed reaching his peak. The sky filled of blood-colored blade auras struck the energy barrier like rain. Clang, clang, clang. The dense sounds of attacks caused people to feel numb in their teeth. Sydney's face changed, his eyes revealed disbelief. How can a person's individual strength reach such a terrifying degree of power? It was exactly half a minute of fervent attacks that came down on them like rain. Sydney's body trembled. Every blade light that attacked would cause the energy barrier to tremble, and would pass a portion of power to his body, although it had been filtered and its intensity was not strong, but there were too many of them. But when he saw how Jizai was drenched with perspiration as though he was pulled out from a well, gasping for breath heavily while staring at him fiercely, Sydney laughed. "That's right, Even if you are strong, but you will just exhaust yourself, you can't last for long." And when he noticed that his soldiers were pouring in like waves with the closest soldier less than 10 m away from him, the smile on his face became even more vibrant. Suddenly, a dazzling light aura that felt like the sun pierced his vision without any warning. Following it was an indescribably horrifying aura that enveloped the entire battlefield, as though a ferocious monstrous beast that had been sleeping for 10,000 years had awoke from its slumber and opened its eyes. Even the energy in the air became quiet, as though it had been shocked. The smile on Sydney's face froze, his entire body froze in his original position. The group of soldiers running towards him suddenly turned sluggish, all of them looking towards Sydney's direction with shock in their eyes. A fiend god that seemed to have existed throughout the passage of time had unknowingly appeared outside the energy barrier. A gold armor enveloped him tightly, revealing only a pair of eyes, which revealed coldness that seemed to have seeped for over thousands of years. But everyone's gaze was firmly locked onto the fist that he held that looked as though it was holding onto the sun. The young man, who looked like a fiend god covered in armor, bent his waist and raised his arm. Time seemed to have slowed to a crawl. His movements were extremely slow and clear. Following the movement of Ofi's fist, the energy in the air suddenly woke up, and fervently surged into Tang Tian's fist. The fist aura that was as bright as the sun dimmed down visibly. Sigh, 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 as though 10,000 snakes were slithering forward, the sound produced by the high-speed flowing energy. Tang Tian's fist was like a bottomless pit. The fervent energy absorbed into his fists continuously grew more and more, and the more it absorbed, the more its light aura dimmed, releasing a heart-palpitating undulation. One after another, black lines surfaced on Tang Tian's fist aura, looking like spatial cracks formed that led to endless voids. The young man's body was like a bow that was pulled to its maximum, brimming with explosive force. His cold eyes flashed with a cold glint. When he exhaled, it was like a monstrous beast breathing. The low resounding voice seemed to contain thunder. The figure that was bent seemed to be filled with a violently surging power, as his fist suddenly disappeared. Crack! The thick energy barrier cracked like a dry biscuit, and the fist shooting in until his wrist. The scene seemed to half froze, and on the surface of the energy barrier, a fearsome fiend god stood there with his fist unleashed. A scorching golden crow, which was enveloped with black web lines, descended down onto them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 838 Energy Storm. Chapter 838 Energy Storm. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
Time passed by slowly as the night air grew denser. Melissa stood on the deck, feeling slightly cold. Sima Xiao remained relaxed, always giving off the vibe that made others want to go up to him and punch his face. He would indifferently talk to Franks, and they could tell that although this young man called Sima Xiao was relaxed, he was extremely confident. After listening to him speak for a while, the unhappiness in Melissa's face disappeared, and what replaced it was respect. Melissa was not just a spoiled and narrow-minded young lady, although she was young and naive in certain aspects, but she had worked hard to work and operate in the business. Compared to her peers, she was more experienced and intelligent. With a better judgment ability, she could gauge another person's rough standard. This guy is unwittingly leading the conversations. Despite his languid tone, he was always able to say something spot on, and always point out the crucial points. With a few sentences, he would cause people to marvel or ponder at his words, which always contained a deeper meaning, and proved his intellect. Whether or not he was deliberately being mysterious or was a natural, it made her grandfather Franks filled with respect. "I wonder what opinions does your sire have with regards to our future?" Franks could not resist to ask, his face filled with sincerity. Melissa was startled, her face was filled with shock. She never expected her grandfather to actually seek help regarding such a big problem with Sima Xiao. The Macefields trading situation was not considered good, and was declining day by day. Although everybody was diligently trying to make new plans, but the results they yielded were always small, and they were slowly but surely rolling down into the abyss. In the past decade, their profits were always lower and lower year by year, and in the past year, their business actually yielded losses for the first time. Many of their shopkeepers left them and others schemed against them, causing the business to NBS. Grow weaker and weaker. She could not help but look at Sima Xiao's face, always feeling that the young man in front of her, that did not look much older than her, was unfathomable powerful. Her grandfather was the person she trusted the most, and it was only because of him that they were able to hold firm and prevent the business from crumbling. Sima Xiao chuckled, he stretched his waist and spoke languidly, "What benefits do I get?" Melissa thought she had heard wrongly, and immediately revealed a furious look, "He is truly rude." Franks was startled as well, it was the first time he had met someone so direct. But he was after all a businessman who had been in the line for many years, and his subtleness and breadth of mind was unlike average people. He spoke cautiously, "Whatever sire needs, please feel free to tell us." Sima Xiao could tell the cautiousness of the other party, and laughed. He was not surprised. If someone met a stranger on the road and trusted him so easily, he would sooner or later be devoured, or even his bones would not be spared. But he was not one to divulge his intentions easily. How could someone easily comprehend what the Scorpio King wanted? Suddenly dazzling light auras lit up from the distance, the pitch-black dark sky became extremely bright. It was as though the sun was about to leap out from the ground. Sima Xiao stood up, and focused into the distance. Unknowingly, Magatama appeared behind him, her enchanting beauty emitting out. What a powerful undulation. Sima Xiao's expression turned serious. Even with such a huge distance between them, he could still feel the intense energy undulation. One could only imagine how earth-shattering the power was in that attack. Magatama appeared in her own accord because she had sensed the undulation as well. Hi's seriousness turned into a bitter smile. As expected of the godlike young lad, the intensity of this attack was far stronger than before. Unknowingly, he had already started throwing us further and further behind. This completely terrible feeling made the arrogance in him disappear without a trace, making the young man with chestnut-colored hair feel bitterness. Before arriving in the sacred Saint Galaxy, Sima Xiao had always placed Tang Tian at the same level as him, giving him the resource and confidence to be on par. The Scorpio constellation was one of the 12 ecliptic palaces constellations, and was stronger than the Ursa Major constellation. In terms of strength, why would Sima Xiao, who wielded the Magatama, fear Tang Tian? But after arriving in the sacred Saint Galaxy from Sin Domain, their difference in strength started to pull apart. Even after returning to sacred Saint Galaxy, Magatama's strength not only recovered fully, but it was stronger than before. But Tang Tian's improvements were far larger. Strength was the basis for everything, and they were in a world where the strong ruled. Sima Xiao was extremely clear about it. We won. Looking into the distance, when the light auras dimmed down, and the night regained its darkness once again, Sima Xiao spoke out faintly. Franks and Melissa froze, their faces filled with shock. That counts as winning, not. They were skeptical about it. The Ratchet army was not some cannon fodder army. How could they lose so quickly? They were a full 5,000 men strong army. How can 200 men defeat 5,000 men? They were unable to imagine the situation with their poor imagination. Johnson's face suddenly changed. He shouted anxiously, "Embark!
Everyone get on board now. Raise the defensive barrier. Quickly."
Everyone was somewhat in a blur, but they still obeyed orders and boarded their boats, and all the transport ships raised their energy barriers. Right at that moment, a heart-palpitating weird whistle suddenly came out, sounding into everybody's ears. It was a whistling sound that started from a low pitch to a high, as though it was closing in on them. Everyone opened their eyes wide, trying to see what it was, but all they could see was darkness. Johnson's face became anxious as he roared out, "Honorable Marshal Bullet." Many white lights shot out from the boat into the sky, rising high up into the sky, the intensity of the light continuously becoming stronger. The dazzling white light illuminated their entire surrounding. Everyone could finally see clearly what was ahead of them, and all of their faces changed. On the flat plains in the distance, there was a transparent white line, which was continuously enlarging in their eyes. The whistling in the air became even more terrifying, and from its previous sharpness, it suddenly became extremely low-sounding. After a while, everyone finally saw what it was. It was a large shockwave spanning across 20 kilometers long, stuck closely to the ground. It was zooming towards them at an astronomical speed. The air was distorted, the shockwave containing countless of energy flows, like a school of fish chasing the tide, making the shockwave become even more imposing. Wherever it swept, the grass and trees would turn to dust, and rocks to sand. It showed its immense pressure and might. Everything was lifted off the ground, causing crevices and cracks to form all over. Even the sturdiest of boulders were shattered into smaller rocks that flew all over like comets, but upon being touched by the energy flow behind the shockwave, they would instantly crumble. Fiery lights, lightning, thunder, ice hails, faintly appeared in the shockwave, producing beautiful light auras formed by the collision of the different attribute of energies. It resembled the end of the world. Energy storm. Melissa's face turned pale without any trace of blood. She suddenly realized that it was an energy storm produced by the dazzling light previously. Just a storm would definitely not have such a terrifying power. Only with an intense energy undulation would cause an energy storm. Even the energy in the air would be roused, causing a huge disturbance everywhere. It did not even give them time to think. The shocking rumble immediately appeared in front of their convoy. Boom! Everyone's vision darkened, the boat beneath their feet all trembled incessantly, and they could not stand still. Countless dazzling fiery lights and thunderous lightning flickered everywhere outside the energy barrier. They felt as if they were in the eye of the storm, the energy barriers trembling incessantly. The sturdy boats released creaking sounds, as unprecedented fear enveloped every single person. The sharp and squealing shrieks screamed in their ears. The stifling and choking scene in front of them caused Melissa to become dumbstruck. No one knew how long it was. It might have been a few seconds, or maybe a few minutes, but the heart-palpitating rumbles and shrieks gradually went further, and the swaying boats all gradually calmed down. Everyone slowly regained their senses. Plop, plop, plop. All the guards dropped their butts on the deck, their pale white faces covered with perspiration, their eyes that were in a daze regained focal length, as they gasped for breath with bodies trembling uncontrollably. Johnson was much better. He did not sit down, but both of his hands held onto the railing, his face equally as white. After 2 minutes, Johnson finally relaxed his hands, which was still trembling slightly. He looked around in a daze. The ground beneath them was in a mess, with many radioactive scars extending into the distance. The entire fleet was flung out a few hundred meters, and was scattered in all directions. They did not suffer much damage, and luckily, not many losses. Energy storm, that was an energy storm, the energy storms of the legends. Legend said that only the top great armies, only by unleashing a devastating attack that disregarded everything else, could produce energy storms. They actually witnessed it personally. It was as though everyone had survived the calamity and had a new lease of life, suffering from post-traumatic stress, and were at a loss as well. That's right, at a loss. Even Johnson himself was at a loss. They never underestimated the bandits' strength, but the energy storm completely changed the way they saw the army. How many armies in the entire Honorable Marshal continent could have the ability to cause an energy storm? Only 5. That's right, only 5 of the top great armies of Honorable Marshal continent, belonging to 5 Honorable Marshal Tigers. An army of 200 men were actually not inferior to the 5 Honorable Marshal Tigers in the moment, regardless if it was the experienced and wise Franks or the battle-experienced Johnson, or the astute and sharp Melissa. They were all at a loss. After the sense of loss, they felt shocked, fear, respect. And then, hope. In the sacred Saint Galaxy, where armies were the overlord, where the strong ruled, where the strong were hailed as kings, what better opportunity could arise? Compared to it, the situation that the Macefields Trading Company was in was considered nothing. As long as they could grasp this thread of hope, then all of Macefield's trading's problems would disappear, and they would only have an even brighter future. Regardless of where this army came from, whether or not they were from the Honorable Marshal continent did not matter. As long as it existed, its might was enough to shake the world. Maybe this army might not be able to seize the world, but their business organization could take shelter under this army. Franks who became emotional knew that regardless of anything, they could not miss out on this opportunity. The Macefield's tradings could not continue on their same path. If they did not change, they would be walking slowly into decline and destruction. Now, his only worry was how to obtain the trust from the other party. Even the friendly and bright Sima Xiao was definitely not a person easily coaxed. If they had no benefits, they were unable to move the other party. Maybe he needed something much more enticing. In the darkness, Franks started to ponder quietly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 839, Return. Chapter 839, Return. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. They returned as quietly as they left. When the God Armor army returned, they did not have any intention of hiding themselves. The 200 men sped across the barren and desolate plains, cutting through the air. They swept past the dense clouds, bringing forth a rumble and glimmer of light that entered everybody's vision from the horizon. The God Armor army was displaying an aggressiveness that disdained everything under their eyes. The rumbling of their high-speed flight caused the ground to tremble, as though the earth was welcoming its heroes back. The closer they got, the more intense the oppressive feeling got. The people on the boats all felt their vision go black. It was the God Armor army that suddenly stopped in front of the convoy, and in that moment, everyone fell into an unprecedented choking situation. It was just 200 figures, but the sensation of them enveloping the sky felt as though an ancient humongous dragon had walked out and expanded its wings and casted a shadow that covered the entire convoy of transport ships. The rumbling sound continued to linger in the air. The members on the boats had eyes filled with reverence. The descent of the God Armor army revealed the unconcealable fatigue on every soldier, but they were bloodstained from head to toe, all of them lingering with killing intent. It was evident that the battle was intense and not relaxing at all. That's right, it was not relaxing at all. Tang Tian's heaven-shocking Godfist had completely swept Sydney and led to the fall of the Ratchet army. Tang Tian's plan was not to defeat the enemies, but to kill all of them. He did not want the matter to be blown out of proportions before the Null Division had obtained their warships, and caused the Honorable Martial Continent's eyes to turn to them. Attracting their attention to Desolate City was a plan for the future. With that, the brutal hunting began. Previously, the ambush attack had caused the Ratchet army to lose more than half of their fighting strength, but after Sydney's death, they still had 2,000 strong men. And for Tang Tian's side, they only had 200 men, which meant that every one of them had to hunt for 10 people. It would not be difficult, if not for preventing the enemies from escaping. The defeated soldiers were like headless flies, and to prevent them from running, Fu Zhangji had to break their hopes. Tang Tian did not do anything after killing Sydney. It was an absolutely good opportunity for the members of the God Armor army. The majority of them had not recovered even half of their strength, and there were a few like Jizai, whose laws were greatly weakened in the Sacred Saint Galaxy, and required a new suitable way of fighting. To them, it was undoubtedly grasping new skills, but regardless of how one wanted to grasp and learn, nothing could be better than grinding through real battles. Tang Tian could not help them grasp their new way of fighting. In the process of hunting, it was an extremely bitter battle for them. Their disadvantage in terms of numbers became extremely evident. But they never discounted themselves to have it easy, especially towards Tang Tian's orders. From their initial start of clumsiness, Jizai and the rest started to understand coordination. Rushing, splitting, chasing and hunting, all of these tactics immediately transformed them into experienced hunters. After that, they also understood how to use traps with laws to secretly kill the soldiers, and their efficiency in hunting increased. But even so, the battle took them exactly 2 hours, and all of them were extremely tired. They were all spent, but were still extremely excited, as it was their first battle after entering the Sacred Saint Galaxy. The victory itself was a huge morale booster for them. More importantly, every single one of them obtained many benefits from the battle. For example, Jizai. Jizai was previously extremely unhappy with his own performance, but following the hunting, his performance completely transformed. He gradually found the knack of fighting in the Sacred Saint Galaxy and his strength increased substantially, and at the end, his bewitching blade was like a death god that took lives wherever it went. It was not only him, many others obtained humongous benefits. In the battlefield where they had the possibility of dying, the effectiveness and experience was different from training. After going through a few more battles, the God Armor army's strength would take a qualitative leap. Tang Tian himself was also extremely tired. After removing the God Armor, he sat down on the ground. His face was pale white with perspiration trickling down his face quickly uncontrollably. In the blink of the eye, he looked completely drenched, as though he had taken a bath, but in sweat. Tang Tian gasped for breath, his head was numb, and he almost fainted.
After a moment of recovering, he regained his senses. Although he felt extremely tired, he was strangely excited. The fist that he had unleashed was definitely the strongest attack he had ever produced in his life. Even Tang Tian himself was shocked at the might that his fist had produced. Of course, the shock lasted for only a second before he became elated. Godfist's might was unparalleled, to the point of collapsing everything before it, so how powerful should the man who created it be? Oh my, the godlike young lad, is that powerful? I almost cried because of my own suaveness. What should I do? Luckily Tian Hui did not see it. The young man gazed at the sky and did not say anything, feeling how life was cruel and emotionless, for him to look so cool when Tian Hui was not around. The young man who was immersed in his sadness did not notice that someone was walking over to him. Sima Xiao asked casually, "You killed all of them?" Tang Tian awoke to his senses and nodded his head. "Yeah, we got them all." Sima Xiao's footsteps turned sluggish, feeling terrible. He pondered upon his own strength to bring 200 of his most elite men, and regardless of what methods he tried, he was unable to eradicate an entire army of 5,000 men strong. 200 against 5,000, what kind of joke is that? It must definitely be a joke. You really killed all of them? He could not help himself as he repeated the question. Tang Tian looked at Sima Zhao's expression weirdly, then replied in a matter-of-fact way, "Of course, I can't let them run, right, I could only kill all of them." Tang Tian displayed a fierce expression and waved both of his fists. To even speak like that. You make it sound as if you have no choice but to get rid of all of them. You can truly make people fall into a bad mood with how you talk. And your childish actions as well. Sima Xiao, who was quietly hurting, frowned, like having a tangled ball of yarn on his forehead. All of them killed. Melissa and Franks, who were behind Sima Xiao, acted as though they were struck by lightning, dumbstruck like chickens. An army of 5,000 men was wiped out by 200 men. This. Franks, who was initially thinking of making up a plan on taking the opportunity, immediately became blank. He opened his mouth wide as he looked at them in shock. He already found it difficult to accept that the bandits were initiating to find the Ratchet army, since when were bandits ever so ferocious? Only when Sima Xiao said that they won, followed by the energy storm, did he fully understand how powerful the bandits were. But no matter how powerful they were just 200 men. Could a 200-man army truly eradicate 5,000 men? It was a difficult thing to swallow. Frank's planned-out thoughts were all scattered because of it. Then what about the ships? Sima Xiao asked. They were all broken. Tang Tian felt pain saying that standardized military transport ships were expensive, and if they were to purchase warships at Red Soil City, it would cost a lot. Tang Tian muttered, "We have no money, seems like we can only steal some." Franks was the first to tremble. Since they had met, it was his first time hearing proper bandit words coming out from Tang Tian's mouth. "Alright, they are bandits, they really are." Franks gritted his teeth, then cautiously asked, "Can I inquire, what kind of warship does Master need?" Tang Tian could be considered rather knowledgeable on warships already. After thinking for a while, he replied, "Silver grade, equipped with mainly blade-type weapons on the warship. It must be fast and agile, and have outstanding fighting capabilities in terms of a long battle." Franks nodded his head. "From that, it will be difficult for the defense to be strong. We have no choice, we are not pursuing defense." Tang Tian knew that they had to be realistic. It would be odd if finite regarding their defense, but he added, "But it cannot be too bad." "I understand." Franks nodded his head. "According to the warship that Master requires, I would recommend the White Wind warship. It is an outstanding silver-grade warship within our operations. It is fast with strong offense. It is a standardized 200-men cruise ship, which coincidentally fits T." Hearing that, Tang Tian interrupted him, 200-men small warship? I need a big warship." "Big?" Franks was startled. He then advised, "Master, if you have insufficient men to reach the standard criteria required to operate the warship, it cannot form a substantial fighting force." Hearing that, Sima Xiao immediately understood why Franks thought like that, and laughed. "The warship is not for us." Franks was startled. Then how big of a warship does Master require? His heart was already trembling. Could these bandits have companions? He subconsciously realized that he was still underestimating the bandits' strength. That's right, how can such powerful bandits be alone? The bigger the better, best that it can hold 5,000 men. Tang Tian judged. Tang Tian was clear that the bigger the warship, the easier and more convenient it was for Nietio to control. The Null Division had outstanding bodies with high discipline and unmatched coordination, perfectly suited for warships. If they had one warship that could completely hold the entire Null Division, with Nietio as the commander, then the warship would be a true mobile stronghold. But Tang Tian also knew that a warship that could accommodate 5,000 men was already the largest warship. To any powerhouse, this level of a warship could not be bought with money. But a silver grade warship accommodating a 1,000 men was more commonly seen. If that was the case, Null Division required 5 of such warships. Frank's mouth was wide opened as he looked at Tang Tian in a daze.
5,000 man warship. Could it be that they have another 5,000 companions?
The 200 men bandits in front of me is enough to wipe out the Ratchet army, 5,000 of them. Cold and fear sprung up from beneath his feet. It was as though he could see a 5,000 men strong terrifying monstrous beast sweeping through the entire honorable Marshall continent, with fists aura that lit up like the sun and bringing forth destruction, armies after armies being slaughtered beneath them. Rivers of blood would flow, and the land would be covered by calamity.
Heavens, is doomsday here? Where did all of these people come from?
A 5,000 man warship is unlikely, and it cannot be bought even if you wanted to. I think it is better to temporarily consider the 1,000 men standard.
In reality, it is not that feasible as well. I can do with 800, anyways they will be practicing. Tang Tian's blabbering woke Franks up.
Franks, who regained his senses, spoke as if some demon had possessed him. It is not like there isn't a 5,000 man warship.
The surrounding area quieted down.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 840, Legendary Warship. Chapter 840, Legendary Warship. Translated by Barrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
A 5,000 man warship was hailed as an ultimate army warship, meaning that it could accommodate an entire army, and was currently the largest scale warship. In every type of warship, they would be graded to bronze, silver, and gold, but the ultimate army warship only had one grade, and that was the gold grade.
All ultimate army warship were gold grade warships.
Such warships were so rare and scarce that the honorable Marshall continent itself only had a few of them. Only the direct subordinate armies under the 5 great generals had the possibility of being equipped with the ultimate army warships, or as the chief ship of the commander-in-chief. In total, the honorable Marshall continent had a total of 5 such warships. That was why when Frank said that there were 5,000 man warships, everyone was startled. Melissa could almost not believe her own ears. What's wrong with grandfather? Why is he making such a silly mistake? Tang Tian's expression became serious. Hey, old man, if you think that I am that easy to cheat, then the Mace Whatever Tradings of yours has no reason to exist. Mace Whatever Tradings, some people who heard it actually chuckled. Tian, in Chinese terms, Mace Fields Trading is called Mace Fei Erda, while Mace Whatever sounds like Mace Mead, which is coincidentally the same as nothing, which pronounces as Mace Mead as well. It is just a play with Chinese characters. But Franks and Melissa did not laugh at all. Tang Tian's words did not contain any hint of laughter in it. His indifferent words actually revealed killing intent, which caused them to tremble.
Tang Tian isn't joking.
When Ji Zhe, who was initially meditating, heard Tang Tian's words, he opened his eyes and stood up quietly.
He was already holding onto the bewitching blade's hilt. He squinted his eyes, revealing a killing glare. As long as Tang Tian gave the order, he could immediately slice off Frank's head. That indescribable killing intent pervaded the air. Frank's face turned pale white. The intense killing intent had struck him, causing him to perspire in cold sweat. Heck knew that as long as he replied wrongly, it would mean his death. It was not only for him, the entire Macefields Tradings would fall along with him. But right at that moment, it was too late for regrets. He hardened his skin. Aide replied, Master, this lowly subordinate is not speaking foolishly. Oh. Tang Tian replied with an indifferent attitude.
Sima Xiao glanced at Tang Tian, feeling that something was out of sorts.
The Tang Tian in front of him was completely different from a second ago.
The previous Tang Tian was childish and pure, like a growing young man, but the current Tang Tian was extremely serious and stern. There was no joy or anger in him, showing his distinctive dominance and ruthlessness.
Could it be that this guy only becomes serious at crucial moments?
Beads of cold sweat dripped down faster on Frank's body, and his 2 legs started to tremble involuntarily. The intense killing intent that had enveloped him made him choke. Is this who he truly is? It was as if a god of war was standing in front of him with his overbearingness, and all Ophi's doubt and suspicion about the man in front of him completely disappeared. He lowered his head and said respectfully, This lowly one is talking about the legendary warship, Honorable Marshall's Roar.
Melissa and Johnson could not help but exclaim out loud at the same time. Legendary warship? Honorable Marshall's Roar? Tang Tian became alert.
He had noticed Melissa and Johnson's reaction, and knew that the old man was not speaking blindly.
And hearing the name legendary warship, he immediately became excited. For a warship to be hailed as a legendary warship, it will not be any ordinary warship,
The Honorable Marshall's Roar is the first-generation Ultimate Army warship. It has many outstanding military achievements, and was decommissioned about 200 years ago. But because of its huge contributions, it is placed in the warship cemetery with a unique place of its own, to honor it. The worship cemetery is right in the Whitefields continent.
Hearing that, Tang Tian frowned and spoke unkindly. Old man, you want to die?
A worship that has been decommissioned for 200 years, it is already rotten to its core.
What? You think that just because I am young, I will accept rotten goods, but...
Young man Tang was truly infuriated. He initially thought that they would have something, but it turned out to be a 200-year-old garbage.
He thinks I am easy to fool?
To take a 200-year-old garbage and toy with me, he's truly sick of living. What made Tang Tian even angrier was that the old man believed his taste to be bad.
This cannot be tolerated. Tang Tian's eyes flashed with anger as killing intense sword in the air. Master, please listen.
At this moment, instead of panicking, Franks actually calmed down. Honorable Marshal S. Roar is the first-generation Ultimate Army warship, and also the first Ultimate Army warship ever made. At that time, for the sake of creating an unprecedented Ultimate warship, the Honorable Marshal Continent specially designed this Honorable Marshal's Roar. Many of its designs are already out of date now, but at that time, the Honorable Marshal Continent gathered its entire workforce to build it, and did not consider the manufacturing costs, thus all of its materials used to build it are of extremely high grade, and could be said to be the highest grade warship in history. After that, everyone realized that Ultimate Army warships' lifespan cannot exceed 50 years, and 50 years is enough for techniques to build warships to take a qualitative leap. Thus, many parts need not require expensive materials, and the costs of Ultimate Army warships dropped substantially at a quick rate. But up till now, the Honorable Marshal's Roar is still the most expensive warship to date.
Hearing that, Tang Tian became interested, and said, carry on.
By this time, Franks had completely calmed down, and continued explaining. After 200 years, many of its designs are out of date, and that includes many of its parts are rotten.
But the main composition of the hull are definitely and absolutely intact.
The Honorable Marshal's Roar's keel was made out of the Honorable Marshal Continent's 100-year-old Honorable Marshal Origin Stone, that was refined with star metal, and it was one of the strongest alloys of the Honorable Marshal Continent's warehouse back then. The rib of the ship was made up of 500-year-old silver wafer wood, and they are considered immortal. At that time, the Honorable Marshal's Roar's decommissioning led to many quarrels, but it was completely different to the second generation's Ultimate Army warship standard, thus it could not be used, and they could only decommission it and send it to the warship cemetery. At that time, all the valuable parts of Honorable Marshal's Roar were stripped off, but its highest value was still the rib and hull, because at that time, they used a technique involving an integral whole crystal, thus its entire body became as one and was unable to be stripped off, thus they could only leave it.
What's an integral whole crystal? Sima Xiao could not resist but ask out of curiosity.
The hull's main composition is completely intact as one, and became one huge crystallized form that cannot be ripped apart.
Franks explained, its advantage is that it is extremely strong, and I cannot stress how strong it is, but warships made with that method far exceed other warships of the same grade. But once any part of it is broken, the entire hull will completely crumble. Which also means that there is no scrap value for the hull.
Tang Tian did not understand. Isn't that good? The hull's firmness is more important. It is a matter of costs. It is extremely costly, and at that time, the Honorable Marshal Continent spent all of their effort to make the Honorable Marshal Roar, and was unable to make a second. One Ultimate Army warship has limited use, and the Honorable Marshal Continent required far more than one.
Another problem is the repairs. If a hull is not sturdy but suffered damage, it can still be repaired.
But an integral whole crystallized warship hull that sustains damage will crumble, and are unable to be repaired. Franks knew that Tang Tian and his group did not have in-depth understanding towards warships, and explained it rather clearly.
You mean, we are to obtain the remains of the Honorable Marshal's Roar, and then equip it with other things? Tang Tian pondered. Master is brilliant.
Franks took the opportunity to flatter him, then continued, although only the main hull of Honorable Marshal's Roar is left, but it is still the strongest hull of all Ultimate Army warships. As long as you spend some time and effort on the repairs, it will still be an outstanding warship. And furthermore, it is the only way that we can obtain an Ultimate Army warship. The corner of Sima Zhao's mouth blossomed a smile. Frank's speech contained the word we, which contained the intent of defecting.
That's right. Tang Tian's eyes lit up.
With Tang Tian around, the weaknesses of the Honorable Marshal's Roar did not matter.
Not compatible with current times?
No problem, at most we can throw it to Sai Lei to design one.
Too high in costs?
Anyways, we have none to make any other Ultimate Army warship. As for sustaining it, it was no concern for them. Since it was something they picked up. Ultimate Army warship, it was something that they had no other ways of obtaining. Even if it was an old generation Ultimate Army warship, when facing against any ordinary warship, they would hold the definite advantage. Furthermore, they would not be able to compare with it.
Tang Tian stood up and spoke with overbearingness. Where's the warship cemetery?
Just as Tang, Tian and them were about to head towards the worship cemetery, they received news of Zhong Li Bai. There was a group of bandits with mechanical weapons that appeared in the Whitefields continent suddenly, who were suspected to be from the Gold Continent. They numbered over 10,000, and were extremely ferocious. They were called the Gold Continent Bandits, and it was said that they controlled a never-before-seen mechanical puppet which was extremely ugly. 3 days after the news of the Gold Continent Bandits were spread, an even more surprising news spread out from Whitefields continent. The Gold Continent Bandits suddenly ambushed Daylight City, instigating a huge and intense war that was extremely miserable and lasted for 3 full days. The Daylight Army was destroyed, and less than 50 people managed to escape. The Whitefields continent was shocked. The people that traveled to and from the Whitefields continent were businesses or mining vessels. All of them were immensely terrified and shocked from the news. The Arthur City tragedy was still present in their minds, but the Gold Continent Bandits, consisting of an even bigger number, had appeared. How could they not fear? Even the Western traders, the biggest organization, had suffered huge losses. How could the smaller businesses stay calm? The Arthur City Bandits only consisted of 200 men, the Gold Continent Bandits numbered to over 10,000, and even the Daylight Army, a standard army, were almost decimated. Who could protect them? The Whitefields continent never had such a serious problem with bandits, and in time, everyone felt that they were in imminent danger. When Franks heard Melissa's report, he instantly felt bitter. If those people knew how the Ratchet army was completely destroyed, I am afraid that the Whitefields continent's people would run even faster. Reports and intelligence were handled by Melissa. All of these were implemented by Franks for Melissa to gain experience. Master, we need to be careful of these Gold Continent bandits, and it's best that we stay away from them, Franks said with concern. A bandit troop that had over 10,000 men was rarely seen. Bandits were arrogant and unbridled, and moved where and when they wanted. For a bandit chief to be able to amass such a huge number of people who remained together without crumbling meant that the bandit chief was an extremely powerful character. Tang Tian laughed when he heard Franks' concern, and even Sima Shao could not help but smile. Just when Franks was oblivious of the situation, he heard Tang Tian laugh to Sima Shao. Seems like Zhong Li Bai is doing well. He is held back for too long. Sima Shao laughed. Frank's eyes widened up. As though lightning had struck him, he became petrified. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 841, Worship Cemetery. Chapter 841, Worship Cemetery. Translated by Barrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. If one were to say that Franks was previously filled with worried about his choice, then now. Alright, even Franks would be unable to describe his own emotions, as he was still completely shocked. The Gold Continent Bandits were actually Master's subordinates. That Gold Continent Bandits that just destroyed Daylight Army is actually Master's subordinates. It was the first time Franks felt as if he had been living for nothing, not thinking about comparing between himself and the Master. The Master was a genius, and Franks believed that the Master was far different from mortal men. And he started to doubt his own foresight. Franks had always been extremely confident in his own foresight. His years of accumulated wisdom and abundant experience made him have extremely sharp insight, and it was where he was the most responsible in. But to suffer from a setback on his most responsible part for the first time on the Master, it was either a poor sense of judgment or it was truly out of his expectation. For the first time, Franks felt that he was truly unfathomable. No one will ever know how many trump cards he had, and every time when one thought that they had already witnessed the Master's trump card, not long later, one would realize how shallow and stupid he was. Franks only managed to come back to himself after a long while of shock. I am glad that my decision was not wrong, that was Franks' greatest joy. The power that the Master had displayed was definitely not simple. Franks, who had calmed down, could afford to think. Maybe Master comes from the Gold Continent. That was undoubtedly the most natural thought process. The Gold Continent Bandits were numbered over 10,000, and used mechanical weapons. That was definitely not something any organization could do. To the Honorable Martial Continent, the Gold Continent was definitely very foreign. The Gold Continent was situated in the east and the Honorable Martial Continent was to the west, with a distance of approximately 100 thou. San Li. As for the Whitefield Continent, which was even further west in the Honorable Martial Continent, it was a place too far from the Gold Continent. Their understanding towards the Gold Continent stopped at knowing the Gold Continent was the largest continent in the eastern region, and the overlord there. The only thing that made them feel interested was the spirit puppets of Gold Continent. The spirit puppet was a tradition of the Gold Continent, and with over 10,000 years of history, it was an entirely different system. It was said that the martial techniques that the Gold Continent martial artists trained in were completely different from the Honorable Martial Continents, as they required a long time in order to gain control of the spirit puppets. If Master comes from the Gold Continent,
When that thought came out, he did not know what to do.
Franks did not care about the hostile relationship with the Honorable Marshall Continent, as he did not have many positive feelings towards the Honorable Marshall Continent either. To the outside world, the Honorable Marshall Continent was unified and powerful.
From the top down, everyone was a whole as a strict organization.
But the Honorable Marshall Continent's unification of the western region's various continents was done extremely quickly, in just a few hundred years. Compared to a long history of over 10,000 years, the Honorable Marshall Continent was just a new ruler. As for the various continents' royal families and aristocratic families, they were all thrown into the Sin domain.
But all the various continents still had a bad reaction towards the unification.
It was just that the Honorable Marshall Continent adopted high-pressure policies towards the continents that made them unable to do anything but hold the rage in their hearts. There was no doubt to the Honorable Marshall Continent's strength, but against the intangible history and culture, it was still helpless in some aspects. Franks was one of the most typical cases. Their homeland was conquered, they were powerless to resist, and lost their faith. They did not dare rebel against Honorable Marshall Continent, but the anger and hatred in their hearts could never be resolved. The Honorable Marshall Continent also understood this point. That was why Honorable Marshall Continent's benefits were always given to people like the Western traders, who were under them, and not the Macefields tradings. To Franks, the family's interest would always be prioritized higher than the Honorable Marshall Continent.
If they had to leave Honorable Marshall Continent and go to the Gold Continent to allow their family to expand, why not?
Behind the master was an immense force that was definitely powerful and huge, and most likely was one of the tyrannical aristocratic families of the Gold Continent.
Franks also believed that the master's strength was just the tip of the iceberg. Franks became even more excited.
Previously, he had decided to defect to Tang Tian was because of Tang Tian and the God Armor Army's might.
If the Macefields tradings had a top-grade army to protect them, it would be extremely beneficial.
And for this top-grade army to have another huge organization behind them, its power being 10 to 100 times of them, that was something that far surpassed his imagination.
It was a completely different level. It was a different future for them. Franks became extremely energetic. The warship cemetery was very isolated, thus the Macefields tradings fleet quickly left.
The God Armor Army no longer traveled outside, but entered the boats and trained. The benefits they had obtained from the battle far exceeded their time of training, especially since the God Armor Army already had profound foundations, and only needed to adapt.
Tang Tian and the rest listened to Frank's talk with interest.
The Honorable Marshall Continent has more than 10 warship cemeteries, and most of them are situated in the western region, where there are 8 of them. Since it is desolate and the land is vast and the population sparse, they easily found any land and built the cemetery. When many warships are decommissioned, they will directly fly to the warship cemetery, and after removing some valuable things, they will be thrown into cemetery.
That's such a waste, to throw the big boats away. Tang Tian said emotionally.
He did not forget about the bitterness he had to live through in the past, where he had to throw his face just for a few $1,000s. The tyrant Tang used to be poor as well, and knew how tough it was, and he could never bear wasting such resources. What he could not bear even more was that tyrant Tang could not afford to waste such things. Tang Tian would never be able to throw such things away. It was not like him to do such a thing. Just wait for me there, the young man muttered furiously in his heart. All of these warships have basically made full use of their lifespan, and are not worth much, and scraping them also requires a lot of cost. It is different from the past now. The materials for warships that go through sorting cannot be perused, and naturally are unable to obtain any value. Weapons would be heavily damaged, and adding with the advancement in techniques, no one would want them. Such weapons are to preserve their lives, and naturally buying a good one is more worthwhile.
Franks explained. Everyone else nodded their heads. Franks was right.
Everyone were fanatics to battle. As long as it concerned their lives, they would never be stingy on such weapons. When Franks was young, he had traveled the world and gained experience for himself. He was eloquent and had all sorts of interesting items, and thus their journey was not tedious and boring at all. 2 days later, they finally arrived at the warship cemetery that Franks was talking about. Tang Tian and the rest were shocked by what they saw. Pile after pile of wrecked warships resembled mountains. They were packed closely together, expanding out over 10 li, with their same gray color. There were no other colors in the place. It was a gray cemetery, the home of the warships. There were all different sized warships with traces of battle and damage, and many of them had rotten and were extremely dilapidated. Spider webs could be seen all around, with the occasional wild beasts appearing. How many warships were there? Nobody knew. Facing the gray world in front of them, it made everyone deeply feel the strength of the Honorable Marshall Continent for the first time. Only after a long while did every regain their senses, but all of them had respect written over their faces. The dilapidated warships were piled up like bones. Every single warship was badly damaged, some clearly gone through the flames of war. they were like old veterans quietly sleeping. Their past valiant bearing could no longer be seen under the sunlight, the howls of the wind no longer brought forth the bone-chilling roars that made their enemies squirm. The years had taken away their companions, and also made them age. They slept in here quietly, slowly passing away. Regardless of their standpoint, in front of these slumbering veterans, everyone was extremely serious and respectful. Tang Tian did not have his usual laughing face, he was stern and serious, as he stared at the grey cemetery. The hundreds of warships made him think of Bing and the Southern Cross Army. He thought of himself, of Ursa Major Constellation, and of the Southern Alliance. They have never yielded, and fought side by side, defending their dreams. They walked the paths of their ancestors, into the blazing flames of battle and blades, amongst the roars of the warships, they fought side by side. With the flow of time, they would get old as well, they would have to leave as well. At that time, would humans still remember them now? Tang Tian suddenly laughed, regaining the clarity in his eyes. Even if their names will go down in history, even if they did not succeed in any great undertaking, but everyone is fighting alongside each other, and us being by each other's side is the proof of it. All of our emotions are true, and our dreams in our hearts will follow everyone for the rest of our lives. To live one life is enough. What does an eternity have to do with me? Tang Tian took a deep breath. He suddenly bowed down towards the countless of old warships. The God Armor Army people behind him all bowed in unison. Melissa was shocked by their actions, and subconsciously blurted out, "Aren't you guys bandits? Aren't you guys enemies with them?" "Yes." Tang Tian said without looking back, "Is it wrong to respect our enemies?" Melissa was speechless. Sima Xiao fell into deep thought. He looked at Tang Tian deeply, and finally had some understanding on why Tang Tian was able to create one after another of miracles. Frank's eyes revealed a look of admiration, and said, "Master's bearing is out of the ordinary. How can bandits ever have such bearing?" Tang Tian turned and stared at the old man for a long time. Frank sensed that the master had caught whiff of his underlying meaning. "Are you looking down on bandits?" Tang Tian looked unkindly at the old man, although he had been a bandit for a short time, but he still had to protect the profession's dignity. Franks was startled. Seeing that, Sima Xiao could no longer tolerate it and laughed out loud. Franks knew that the Honorable Marshal's roar was parked in the cemetery they were in, but unsure of its actual location. The group of them started searching the entire cemetery, and after looking for an hour, they finally found their goal. A gigantic ship skeleton the size of a mountain laid there quietly. It was right in the center of the cemetery, and was unlike the other casually placed warships. All around it, in a 200 radius, was empty space. Even in the cemetery, it still remained like a proud king, preserving its overbearingness. It was as if all the warships in the cemetery were protecting its side. The legend of the past, once the ruler of the skies, the Honorable Marshal's roar. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 842, Master Screw. Chapter 842, Master Screw. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Only after they boarded Honorable Marshal's roar did they further experience its immense size. The hull was completely swept clean, with only its main body left, but the keel was truly, as what Franks had said, extremely durable. Most of them tried various methods, but were unable to leave a mark on it. Even Tang Tian Escotfist was unable to shake it. Tang Tian finally revealed a smile and said, "What are all of you standing around for? Quickly clean it up." After thinking about it, Tang Tian felt that the battle between warships was much more intense and stronger than humans fighting. And as the strongest designed warship, the Honorable Marshal's roar's keel had used the most expensive materials to be built. How could it be so easily destroyed? Previously, everyone only believed Franks to a certain extent when he told them about the durability of the keel, but after personally testing it out, they then realized how powerful Honorable Marshal's roar truly was. Upon hearing Tang Tian asking them to clean up, they all got to work. It was not a small job, as the size was truly immense. After 200 years, it had become extremely unrecognizable. Large vines coiled around the skeleton, making it look like a green veil. Inside the hull was the playground for beasts, and there were feces and pea stains of wild beasts all around. Spider webs were formed in every corner, and all sorts of worms lurked around. Luckily, none of them were squeamish and worked extremely hard. Franks was too old, and could not afford to undertake the heavy manual task, thus he sat near Tang Tian. Unfortunately, Melissa had to follow along to help with the cleaning. With her ashen and dirty face, Tang Tian never knew what was being tender towards the fairer sex. Tang Tian, who was working, suddenly asked, "This is such a good keel, why doesn't anyone want it?" "Anyway, it's free?" Franks chuckled. "Who said that no one wants it? It's just that no one dares to." The ultimate army warships are strategic weapons, like large-scale siege boats, and no business organization or family dares to extend their hands out to take it.
Unless you and NB. SP, want to fight against the Honorable Marshal Continent?
As long as anyone dares to extend their hand here, they will definitely come and have a heart-to-heart talk with you.
Tang Tian was enlightened, and laughed. That's true, that's true.
Then we have truly profited. Anyway, we are bandits, so sooner or later, we have to find them to talk. But
Frank's expression turned sluggish. Master, do you truly like being a bandit?
But finding them to talk to them, such tyrannical words.
Does Master have any ideas for its refurbishment?
Franks asked with a look of concern. There are a few shipbuilders in Red Soil City, but I am afraid their current ability isn't enough to handle such a grade of warship. He did not want to give false information. Ultimate Army warships were top-grade warships, and the only ones with the ability to refurbish or repair such warships were definitely Grandmaster-grade shipbuilders. The Macefields Trading Company definitely did not have one, but even the Honorable Marshal Continent only had a few of them. Frank started to talk aloud. The Honorable Marshal Continent should have 3 Grandmaster shipbuilders capable enough to repair and refurbish Honorable Marshal's Roar. Master Willow is far away in Willow Continent, which is very far. Grandmaster Cameron and Grandmaster Frederick are in Temple. Are we truly supposed to look for any shipbuilders? What a pity. Previously, he did not think it through, and spoke in a moment of excitement. Now that they have truly obtained the remains of Honorable Marshal's Roar, he realized that he neglected the most important part. Even he found it a pity to randomly find a shipbuilder, as it would waste the good ship keel.
Don't worry about it. Tang Tian waved his hand, and said, I'll take care of it. Franks was startled. Does Master have a Grandmaster shipbuilder?
He immediately denied that guess. Grandmaster shipbuilder was not a level easily attainable. The Honorable Marshal Continent and the Southern Region had the highest standard in building ships, where the Southern Region was proficient in trading ships like transport ships, while Honorable Marshal Continent was more proficient in warships. The Southern Region had 2 Grandmaster shipbuilders while the Honorable Marshal Continent had 3, with 5 Grandmaster shipbuilders. They were all famous and prestigious. Tang Tian did not bother trying to explain, and buried his head into the work. After 2 days and nights of continuous cleaning, the Honorable Marshal's Roar's wreckage looked as good as new. The crystallized wood was glossy and dazzling, and was actually beautiful to the point that it stunned them. The alloy that was mixed from the Honorable Marshal Origin Stone and Star Metal would release a gentle white light at night. Even for Franks, who was a veteran who had heard of the legendary Honorable Marshal's Roar, when he finally got to witness it, he was still stunned by the extravagance of the Honorable Marshal's Roar's materials. If the entire crystallized body could be peeled off even slightly, one piece would be worth a huge sum of money.
And even now, when everyone saw the transformation of the body, they were all drooling.
Suddenly, everyone caught sight of a fleet of ships flying from afar. Franks was old, and could not see clearly, but he heard Johnson shout out, "The Daylight Army!" Although the insignia on the warships were torn down, but Johnson was extremely familiar with the Daylight Army's warships, and recognized it immediately. Wasn't Daylight Army eradicated by the Gold Continent bandits? It's them! Johnson became serious. Frank's muddied eyes flashed with a light, while Melissa stood by the side with a curious look. The Gold Continent bandits were currently known throughout the Whitefields continent, and the trading ships that escaped Whitefields continent described them as demons and ghosts. When the fleet was above the warship cemetery, a group of people jumped down, with Zhong Li Bai in the lead. It wasn't easy to locate this place. Zhong Li Bai whined, his expression somewhat weak and ugly because of sitting in the warship for the past few days. It was not only him, the members beside him all had weakened expressions as well. Upon getting used to the monster HS sprints, they were not used to sitting on warships. The feeling of doing nothing made these valiant generals all uncomfortable and restless. Especially since the ones controlling the warships were all amateurs. Rumble! A warship's anchor dropped down and accidentally struck a pile of ruins, causing dust to be blown up. Hey! Zhong Li Bai used his hand to cover his face, and revealed an angsty expression, then turned back and spoke outrightly to Tang Tian, "Master, I feel that we need more distance to practice our ambushes. We can use such a method to move rapidly. Its results will definitely be substantial." "Master, you don't have to worry about this group of weak rabbits." Even if he was beaten up, he no longer wanted to sit in the warship. It was truly torturous. Only controlling monster and flying was considered being a real man. Zhong Li Bai finally blew off his steam. Before entering the Sacred Saint Galaxy, he had always been suppressed by Niechio. But after obtaining Monster, their fighting capabilities were finally unleashed. Their first battle caused everyone's eyes to dazzle as they destroyed the entire Daylight Army. The warships that the Null Division were currently using were all plundered by them. After looking at the swaying warships that looked as though they were intoxicated, Zhong Li Bai was filled with a sense of superiority, but even more determined never to sit on Niechio's warships ever again. But on the contrary, Tang Tian was not unhappy about the Null Division's performance. Warships were complicated control, and even he did not have any clue on it. The various generals of the Null Division appeared in front of Tang Tian. All of them had ash-gray faces with awkward expressions. To perform so terribly in front of the master was truly too embarrassing. But Niechio had an indifferent expression, as though he was not bothered about it. But, when the generals saw the Honorable Marshal's Roar's remains, they were all shocked and revealed looks of surprise. Right from the start, Franks was secretly observing the master's subordinates. He inspected all of them, where every single one of them had an extraordinary presence, and from one look, he knew they were all powerful. Crazy Tang, is this our warship in the future? Mo Li's eyes lit up, as though he had seen a huge toy. If it can be repaired. Tang Tian said with please. He turned and asked, where's Screw? Master Screw is there. Zhong Libai's face immediately turned respectful upon talking about Screw. The current monster army all called Screw Master Screw. The crowd parted like the Red Sea, revealing Screw's presence. Screw looked up at Honorable Marshal's Roar's remains blankly, as though he was out of sorts. Screw! Tang Tian shouted. Ha! Screw turned and looked at Tang Tian. Can this be repaired? Tang Tian asked with anticipation. Franks and the rest immediately turned to look at Screw. They were filled with shock. Could this dumbstruck spirit general truly be a Grandmaster shipbuilder? I don't know. Screw shook his head. I do not know much about warships. For some reason, Franks heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. If a Grandmaster shipbuilder spirit general suddenly appeared, he sensed that he would go crazy. A spirit general which was a Grandmaster shipbuilder. Master isn't Ruth a Temple Plan Elder's son or something, right? But Franks, who had focused on Tang Tian, suddenly sensed something. Why isn't Master disappointed? Could it bet he has other ways? As expected, Tang Tian spoke up. Then can you survey and map it out? We can have Sai Lei and Mo Lang research it carefully. Sai Lei? Mo Lang? There's still a Sai Lei and Mo Lang? Who are they? All of these questions spun around in Frank's head. Tang Tian was filled with confidence. That was his trump card. With the three mechanical grandmasters collaborating, with sufficient time and materials, even he had the confidence in rebuilding the Honorable Marshal's Roar. Compared to any great masters in the Sacred Saint Galaxy, Tang Tian's ability to grasp ideas and his accumulation of wealth was terrifying. A very long time ago, Tang Tian had sent a few materials from the Sacred Saint Galaxy's warships over to Sai Lei, but it was just that they did not have the materials for Sai Lei to build the warship. He believed that it would not be a problem, with Sai Lei's crazy nature to study meticulously, which would bring out all sorts of ideas, along with Screw and Mo Lang's support. The only thing he was worried about was time. The destruction of the Ratchet Army and the Daylight Army was news that would definitely spread. With so many trading ships escaping the Whitefields continent, the neighboring garrisoned armies and the Western traders would have definitely received the news. Who knew if suppressing armies were already on the way, so the sooner the Null Division could become a fighting strength, the more advantageous it would be for them. Right. Screw did not beat about the bush and nodded his head. He turned his head to Zhong Libai. My toolbox. I'll bring it over right now. Zhong Libai immediately turned and sprinted without saying a word. Tang Tian was baffled. Zhong Libai was an arrogant and rampant man. He never expected Screw to subdue him, and it truly surprised him. In a few moments, Zhong Libai carried a 1.5 m tall metal chest and ran over. In front of Screw, he gently placed the metal chest onto the ground. His cautious attitude made it seem as though he was carrying a priceless treasure that would break upon impact. The bronze chest did not have any other engravings except for the mark of the Southern Cross Army. Tang Tian could not help but look at Screw. The Southern Cross mark has long been engraved into Screw's spirit already, right? Screw remained emotionless, and stretched his hands into the bronze toolbox. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 843, The Reveal. Chapter 843, The Reveal. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. When Screw touched the bronze chest, the 1.5 m tall bronze chest opened like a blossoming flower. Countless bronze components of various shape and sizes flew out, causing everyone's eyes to dazzle. In the next moment, a complete bronze workstation appeared in front of Screw. Franks, Melissa, Johnson and the rest were dumbstruck. Who had ever seen such a magical mechanical technique before? The bronze station had all sorts of tools that came in different shapes and sizes, but all with peculiar and elaborate workmanship, making it a dazzling lineup, which even Tang Tian was shocked to see. He never expected that the seemingly ordinary bronze chest would actually be able to fit so many things. Screw, who stood behind the bronze workstation, seemed to have a completely different aura, as though he was a different person. His blank face suddenly became alive and brimming with energy. His pair of eyes that were vacant at the start became extremely focused, like stars lighting up in the night sky, releasing a dazzling light aura that noon could ignore. Everyone held their breaths, and Zhong Li Bai and the rest revealed even more revere towards him.
Tang Tian finally understood why Zhong Li Bai and the rest were so respectful towards Screw. But Screw's following actions stunned Tang Tian.
Screw took out a small and delicate silver rack. That familiar undulation made Tang Tian realize that it was a star treasure. But what Tang Tian felt difficult to understand was how Screw was able to know how to use star treasures.
Since when did that happen? Pictor constellation? Tang Tian asked, unsure of what it was.
Pictor constellation was an extremely desolated and small constellation, one of the southern sky constellations, and its use was extremely unique, usually for professional members to use.
Silver light rack, Sai Lei gifted it to me.
Screw said without even lifting his head. Oh, Tang Tian was enlightened, but in the next moment, he saw another tool in Screw's hands, and his eyes could not help but widen. BSP, again, it was a delicate and small silver compass, like a spinning top that spun round and round on Screw's palm without stopping.
Cercinus constellation? Tang Tian blurted out, its characteristics was too obvious.
Cercinus gyroscope, Pai Pa gave it to me. Screw replied. Tang Tian did not know what else to say. Cercinus constellation was also one of Southern Sky's 42 constellations. Like Pictor constellation, it was a typical sideline and small constellation where very few martial artists would go to or use their star treasures. Screw then took out a silver ruler that was flowing with rainbow lights. On it were countless of tiny marked scales that seemed to keep changing.
Norma constellation, now who gave that to you?
Tang Tian was sure of it. He was relatively familiar with the constellations. Jinghao had trained in this constellation's inheritance. But Jinghao broke out of Norma constellation's cage and entered an even bigger and broader world.
Flowing light set square, Bell gave it to me. Screw's tone remained indifferent.
Tang Tian was now brimming with curiosity. Screw had taken out 3 silver star treasures, which made him extremely excited about how Screw would check the Honorable Marshal's roar. Screw's knowledge on silver star treasures had surprised him greatly, but what surprised him even more was that he had taken the 3 out fairly quickly. The silver rack shot out a beam of light that expanded right in front of everybody's eyes, transforming into a light screen. The gyroscope in his other hand transformed into flowing light that shot into the remnants of the Honorable Marshal's roar, where after that, the light screen had a black p, which started to move around, forming a black line. Screw then threw the flowing light set square into the light screen, which transformed into another flowing light, where countless of marked scales appeared on the light screen, like little fine red needles flying about unsteadily. Inside the light screen, the Honorable Marshal's roar's outline was drawn out, and numbers started pouring out like a waterfall from the right side of the light screen. Tang Tian's eyes blurred. He was already surprised by the fact that Screw could use star treasures, but he could even combine the use of star treasures. That's too powerful. Screw looked to be slow and dumb, but upon touching mechanical-related things, it was as though he was a completely different man, filled with life. As expected of the chief mechanical grandmaster engineer of the Southern Cross Army. Zhong Li Bai, who was standing by the side, was not surprised. They had long experienced the depth of Master Screw's powers. It was normal for Master Screw to be powerful, and abnormal for him not to be. In the past few days, their monster army was reborn. In the first few days, Master Screw was completely immersed in researching various materials, thus Zhong Li Bai did not notice him much. But after the next few days, when Screw started to improve the monsters, Zhong Li Bai was completely shocked. The strengthened monsters increased over 30% in strength. Zhong Li Bai finally understood why the Ursa Major constellation could become stronger the more they fought, and finally understood what a mechanical grandmaster engineer truly was. The Leo constellation had studied Ursa Major constellation for so long. If only they knew the truth, who knows how they would feel. But Zhong Li Bai did not have the mood to care about what the Leo constellation thought. He was a military general off the Ursa Major constellation already. Furthermore, with the rise in strength of monster, it made Zhong Li Bai, who had finally let off some steam, feel an immense pressure. A mechanical martial artist's rise in strength could not keep up with the rise in strength of their mechanical spirit weapon. If that was leaked out, he would lose all of his face. Zhong Li Bai never relaxed at all, and trained his subordinates even more harshly. Franks was dumbstruck. Everything that happened in front of him was completely out of his understanding. Those are spirit objects. A spirit general with 3 spirit objects, and 3 powerful spirit objects, these completely surpassed his imaginations. Wait a minute, spirit objects, a name suddenly flashed past his mind, which he blurted out, Southern Alliance. Recently, it was said that Southern Alliance had become famous in Sacred Saint Galaxy due to spirit objects. Upon saying that, the old man immediately felt that it was a mistake, and his face flushed white. Melissa and Johnson reacted upon his words, and their faces immediately changed. Everyone had all wondered and thought of their background, but they never guessed it to be the Southern Alliance. The Southern Alliance eyes engaged in an extremely heated battle with the Honorable Marshall Continent, and they were said to be at a disadvantage. Why would they appear here?
This is Honorable Marshall Continent's most western end. Could it bet the Southern Alliance had traveled across the Honorable Marshall Continent just to come to his wasteland? But when Franks blurted out the name Southern Alliance, they were all enlightened. Tang Tian laughed, but did not say anything. Upon seeing Tang Tian's expression, Frank's heart dropped, his face ashen as he trembled in fear.
Previously, they felt that it would not be much if they relied on Tang Tian, since the Macefields trading was not any important figure in the Honorable Marshall Continent. So if they were from the Gold Continent, there would not be any problems, since the Gold Continent and the Honorable Marshall Continent were too far apart, and they could disregard any conflict of interest. But it would be different with the Southern Alliance. The Southern Alliance was at war with the Honorable Marshall Continent. If Macefields trading were to defect to Southern Alliance at such a moment, the Honorable Marshall Continent would wipe them out. Franks felt as if he was plunged in ice water, his lips trembling. Previously, if he had suspected that Tang Tian and his group was somewhat related to the Southern Alliance, he would have never chosito defect to them.
He should not even have revealed it.
But they no longer had any path of retreat. Even with Tang Tian's smile, if they chose to leave, none of them would be able to leave alive. In the past few days, he had seen how the master would look harmless normally, but in crucial moments, the master would become extremely ruthless and scary. Countless of thoughts swept past Frank's mind, and in that moment, he made a decision. In truth, they no longer had any choice to do anything. Even if Tang Tian did not kill them, he had given the Southern Alliance the Honorable Marshal's roar, and if word spread, Temple would definitely not let them go. Temple's position was always the highest in the Honorable Marshall Continent's internal affairs, and with such guilt, Macefields trading would cease to exist.
I am truly blind.
Franks was filled with self-ridicule, but his expression immediately turned serious as he spoke solemnly. Macefields trading will only follow master from now on. Melissa was stupefied, while Johnson heaved a sigh of relief.
Maybe to Macefields trading, it was a gamble, but to Johnson, it meant that his life could temporarily be spared. Tang Tian happily waved his hands. I won't let you be at a disadvantage. Macefields trading was a local business organization. With their help, their entire plan's success rate would greatly increase. Franks hesitated for a moment, then asked carefully, I wonder what position Master holds in the Southern Alliance. I am Tang Tian. Tang Tian did not hide anything and spoke blatantly, the Southern Alliance's head.
The three of them were instantly dumbstruck and became silent.
The three of them made no reaction for a long time, making Tang Tian slightly awkward and furious. Do I not look like one?
He did not know how shocked the three of them were. It was already an inconceivable thing for the Southern Alliance's army to appear at the western region of the Honorable Marshall Continent. But the one to lead the army was actually the head of Southern Alliance, that. They suddenly remembered that right from the start of the Southern expedition, there were countless of reports from the front lines, but there never was news of the leader of the Southern Alliance, as even the Spirit General Commander-in-Chief of Southern Alliance was reported to appear many times. Tang Tian had actually led an army to appear at the most west side of the Honorable Marshall Continent like a ghost. Even the dumbest person would understand how this would affect the entire situation. The Southern Alliance had actually silently laid such a fatal move. It was their true killing technique, with three of the great generals out, and Mu Jixia guarding the savage continent. The large Honorable Marshall Continent only had Jia in it. It was Honorable Marshall Continent's weakest moment. They had personally seen the God Armor Army's fighting capability, and the only army that could induce an energy storm in Honorable Marshall Continent was Jia Ya's direct subordinated army. If Tang Tian were to revive Honorable Marshall's roar, adding the mechanical army of the Gold Continent bandits. Sigh, the three of them inhaled in a breath at the same time. They suddenly realized that Temple was in danger. As long as Tang Tian took action, the immense advantage at the front lines would be helpless, as they were too far to do anything. The situation of the battle had plunged into an extremely subtle dangerous step. When that happened, it would truly be the crux of the entire battle. Whether or not Jia could defend against Tang Tian would become the fatal move to determine victory. If he could delay until the three great armies destroyed the Southern Alliance, or for the front lines to return for reinforcements, then Tang Tian, who was deep in the Honorable Marshall Continent, would be trapped in enemy's territory. And if Jia was unable to defend against Tang Tian's army would become the fatal hidden dagger to plunge into Honorable Marshall Continent's heart. It was undoubtedly the most brazen, dangerous, and intense plan. But regardless of how one looked at it, it was an extremely outstanding plan. In theory, it had an extremely large success rate. And the only one who took the risk to move without fear and implement the plan, Tang Tian, was definitely a leader worth respecting. A leader worth following after. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 844, The Discussion over Honorable Marshal's Roar. Chapter 844, The Discussion over Honorable Marshal's Roar. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Three Spirits City. Sai Lei, Mo Lang and Screw were seated in a circle, discussing and quarreling over the Honorable Marshal's roar for an entire night. Tang Tian had brought Screw back to Three Spirits City, then got Sai Lei and Mo Lang to stop all of their work, and face the Honorable Marshal's roar together. Fortunately, at this period of time, with Tang Tian's return, Pai Pa had guessed that there would most probably be a large movement. So she had specially requested for Grandmaster Mo Lang to return to Three Spirits City beforehand, to prepare for the highly probable needed assistance. Initially, Grandmaster Mo Lang was reluctant to put down his work on hand, but it was under Pai Pa's moving request that he came to Three Spirits City. This was where Tang Tian appreciated Pai Pa the most. She always managed things to perfection. The gathering of the three Grandmasters made Tang Tian extremely confident. Sai Lei was a crazy researcher. Back when she obtained the warship materials from Sacred Saint Galaxy, she led the mechanical workshop to undergo thorough research and analysis. Her mindset came from the thought that after the Southern Alliance won, they would have endless of beneficial materials. She could then produce a warship for the Ursa Major constellation. In Heaven's Road, a warship was definitely a huge killing machine, and with its horrifying destructive capabilities and its defense, it would simplify the battle. The thought of the Southern Alliance losing had never crossed her mind. What Screw brought with him was not only the data retrieved by analyzing the Honorable Marshal's roar, but information of all sorts of materials from the Sacred Saint Galaxy. When Zhong Libai destroyed the Daylight Army, he swept clean the entire Daylight City. The benefits from it far surpassed what was expected. But Screw was not moved with the abundance of resources that they had obtained, but threw himself into the different tests and research on all of the various characteristics of the materials. His first H. And information was extremely precious. When Sai Lei and Mo Lang saw the information report, the both of them became so excited they almost jumped in agitation. Even for Mo Lang, who was always as extremely calm, had become extremely excited. Sai Lei was already pulling on her hair, wanting so badly to enter the Sacred Saint Galaxy. Mo Lang did not waste his time as well. His base was completely different from Sai Lei's, as well as his direction of research. For the Mo family, he was more focused on researching how to excavate the performance potential of ordinary materials, how to structure mechanic weapons so as to increase their performance and lower costs. He came up with many robust theories, and in the past few years, the Mo family's mechanical spirit weapons also became more and more famous. The Mo family's mechanical spirit weapons performance would never be at the top, but would always be placed at a relatively good point, but their mechanical spirit weapons would forever be the most comfortable and easy to use, with the lowest learning curve, and were the most cost-effective mechanical spirit weapons. The three mechanical Grandmaster engineers with different expertise produced an intellectual fire in battle far surpassing anybody's imagination. But, watching the three of them go head-to-head against each other, it still sent shivers down Tang Tian's spine, even for someone who had seen death. These spars. It's too much. Tang Tian had no choice but to interrupt the three almost crazy people, with a rarely seen sternness. Hey guys, watch the time. We don't have much time. You guys need to come up with an answer as soon as possible. The longer you delay, the more disadvantageous we become. By today, I need you guys to come up with a solution. We still need to do factor in the refurbishment and repairs timing. We are extremely tight on time. There is a very high possibility that the other armies in Honorable Marshal Continent are coming towards us. We have no time. I do not need a perfect solution, I just need a solution that works. The three of them were stunned by Tang Tian's strict and serious voice, and the room became quiet again. After a moment, the fervent in their eyes gradually receded, and they managed to calm down. That's right, Tang Tian is right. Sai Lei looked at Tang Tian with shock in her eyes. Tang Tian did not have his usual smile and naiveness on his face. His eyes were strangely deep, and he was emitting a strong bearing. His strong and unyielding tone produced an effect that made them unable to resist. She was somewhat startled to realize that the originally crazy young lad who loved to boast had already grown to become an outstanding leader. She quickly recovered her calm. That's right, we need to hurry. The three of them quickly went back into discussion, but this time, they were not against each other, and spoke with extreme calm and haste. Considering the environment where the Honorable Marshal's roar would be in the future, being surrounded will be a normal occurrence. We must first increase its defense. The Honorable Marshal's roar's strongest point is in its main hull. We need to protect it, and the defense of the entire warship should revolve around it. For this, we would need to have a few diverting courses, forming an energy-diverting defense around the hull. By doing this, other than being able to have an energy barrier, the Honorable Marshal's roar will have an internal energy diversion defense. With this double protection, its survivability will be very powerful.
From the layout of the warship, its hull should have its own circuit loop, although the circuit's energy exploitation will not be high, and it is rather old-fashioned, but it has a good advantage. It can endure an astonishing amount of energy. This way, we might as well increase the energy flow, since the star rocks in the Sacred Saint Galaxy are not worth anything, and we can use star treasures. We can treat it like a stronghold. We do not have much raw materials on hand, and a large part of the main hull of the warship will require them. I suggest that we embed them purely into the main hull. This way we can greatly strengthen its durability, and then use scattered and loosened building materials to form the exterior. This way, even if it suffers from damages, the loosened parts will be able to absorb some energy, and the main hull will not suffer that much damages. The three of them spoke sentence after sentence, completing each other at extreme speed, causing Tian to be unable to comprehend anything, only feeling that it was extremely impressive. Just as the intense discussion was conducted in Three Spirit City, Zhong Libai's monster army was traveling through the night, towards the Red Soil City. Their guides were Melissa and Johnson, who sat on a transport ship and watched the monster army sprinting beneath them. To prevent their identity from being exposed, the transport ship they were using was an extremely old boat they dug out from the warship cemetery, allowing both the ships and monster army to look similar as Addisguise. Macefield's trading that was hidden in the shadows was proving to be even more beneficial to Tang Tian's plan. Zhong Libai's ferocious roar could be heard from the distance. More haste, brats, all of you better be serious. Run well, this is our training. Unless you still wish to sit in the Null Division's warship in the future, otherwise, you better run well. With that said, the monsters beneath all started to increase their speed, as though they were giving it their all. A warship isn't that scary, right? Melissa was flabbergasted. Johnson also felt that it was inconceivable. He had seen many armies, and knew the personalities of soldiers. All the ordinary soldiers would always rely on transport ships to mobilize, and only a few elite army would use such training to improve their endurance. He suddenly remembered about some rumors regarding the Southern Alliance. One of it said that the armies of the Southern Alliance like to conduct resistance training in the Sea of Energy, and even the other powerhouses were incapable of understanding why. It must be some sort of tradition. Johnson said without completely sure, they have the tradition of resistance training by running in the Sea of Energy, and I think they use this method to grind the determination of the soldiers. Melissa was stunned. Resistance training in the Sea of Energy? Yes. Johnson nodded his head, and they travel extremely far. I heard that there were people at the edge of the Honorable Marshall Continent that saw a mysterious army, and many of them reckoned that it was an army belonging to the Southern Alliance. That's preposterous. Melissa exclaimed. If the monster army beneath them that were traveling a long distance already made them feel tired, then resistance training in the Sea of Energy would not only be even more tiring, but extremely dangerous. There was the endless energy corrosion, and the sudden appearance of energy vortices, where even warships were unable to assure complete safety. Melissa could not resist to ask, are they not afraid of dying? Johnson waved his hand. It is a terrifying tradition. Isn't it said that the Southern region people are all immersed in pleasure and extravagance? Melissa asked with suspicion. Macefield's Tradings was ultimately still a large-scale business organization, and had done business with the Southern region countless of times. It was only because of the war that the trading stopped. The Southern region is the Southern region, and the Southern Alliance is the Southern Alliance. Johnson shook his head. Look at them, do they look like people who are immersed in pleasure? Melissa was speechless. It was true, after seeing and watching them for the past few days, they were definitely not people who were addicted to pleasure. They dressed simply, and even the master, Tang Tian, was not eye-catching at all. Comparing them, the aristocratic disciples of the Honorable Marshall Continent dressed even more luxuriously. The mechanical army beneath them also had extremely ugly spirit puppets, with barbs and thorns all over, without any paint, asked how they were garbage picked up from the trash. But when they ran, no one thought of them that way anymore. They were sprinting like thunder, wild, fearsome, crude, unstoppable, made people know for sure that anything that tried to stop them would definitely be trampled into dust. Why is the disparity so big? Melissa muttered. Johnson looked at the full-force Bronze Tide. He hesitated for a moment, then said, they are not Southern region people. They are not Southern region people? Melissa opened her eyes wide. She was shocked, and only regained her senses after a while, and spoke with a low voice. Are they from the Gold Continent? No. Johnson spoke softly, and pointed to the sky. There is a saying that spread from the higher-ups, saying they might be from another place. Melissa was startled. What other place? I do not know. Johnson shook his head. I only know this much, only the higher-ups will know. There is a saying, that temple had long known of that place, and is thinking of conquering it. If it were in the past, Johnson would never reveal such information to anybody. Macefield's Trading had employed him, but it was merely just an employment. But now, everyone was in the same boat, a boat that they could never leave. Everyone was now companions. That was why Johnson dared to speak of the shocking rumors.
Melissa suddenly thought of a rumor of Temple, and revealed a look of shock. Could it be that the news of Temple starting the Southern Expedition was for the Southern Alliance? The reason for the Southern Expedition was publicly announced to be that the Southern Alliance had offended the Honorable Marshall Continent's interests, but no one believed that. Even the citizens of the Honorable Marshall Continent felt that the true reason for Southern Expedition was to devour the Southern region. But who knew? As long as you know about it and do not spread it. Johnson spoke softly. The silhouette of Red Soil City ahead of them appeared from the horizon. Zhong Libai became excited. Red Soil City that had no armies for protection and was simply a huge fat meal for the monster army. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 845, Without Drawing Blood. Chapter 845, Without Drawing Blood. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. The rumbling of the ground woke the slumbering citizens of the Red Soil City, who got dressed and flew out to the sky. One after another, the figures all flew out, and turned their eyes. The faces of the densely packed people in the sky all revealed shock. When the deep and gloomy bronze tide, followed with the glimmer of light auras, appeared on the horizon, the entire Red Soil City became silent. After a few seconds, a few people lost control and screamed at the same time. Gold Continent Bandits. The Gold Continent Bandits are here. Their ashen gray faces pervaded with despair. They had thought of the possibility that Gold Continent would commando Red Soil City, but they never expected it to be so fast. Rumble, rumble. The monster army advanced with unison strides, causing clouds of dust to rise. The heavy monsters moved with heavy steps, the momentum of 10,000 monsters stomping down together to cause the ground to tremble. Even with the distance, every rumble from the steps they took beat like a drum in the hearts of the citizens. The sand and dust that rose into clouds made the sinister bronze figures faintly discernible. These were the Gold Continent Bandits, infamous and impressive, the Gold Continent Bandits at their zenith. They did not move fast, like a bronze mobile jungle, but slowly approached Red Soil City. They were calm and unruffled in the chaos they produced. The heavy pace formed a powerful current like 10,000 heavy hammers striking down onto the ground towards Red Soil City. All of their willpower to resist and their determination, after each hammer strike, were slowly tearing apart, until they crumbled. Red Soil City erupted like a beehive. Countless of people rushed out from the city without any aim. The people who moved faster had their belongings with them, exiting via the opposite entrance from where the Gold Continent Bandits were coming from. The bronze current flowed with the gold sand to Red Soil City, and suddenly stopped. Whoosh! A huge wind blew the sand. One after another, the sinister faces of monsters finally appeared in front of everybody. Time seemed to have slowed to a crawl. All of the guards and citizens who had their eyes glued to the monsters all held their breaths, as though invisible hands had choked them by their necks, causing them to be unable to breathe. Their minds were in a blank. Surrender, or not? Suddenly, Zhong Libai's aggressive and thunderous roar erupted in the dead silence, filled with restrained killing intent, causing everyone to instantly tremble. Before they could even react, the sinister monsters outside the city walls all stomped down at the same time, making it seem as though the ground was a heavy bass drum, the dust on the walls all puffing into smoke. Surrender or not? The 10,000 voices came out at the same time, like a powerful current striking into the hearts of the citizens, with a lingering buzz that slowly pervaded away. Killing intent that could shift mountains and topple seas surged forward. The atmosphere instantly changed, as how Red Soil City was about to be destroyed into smithereens. All of the remaining resistance, before they could even erupt, were swept away by the current. All of their boiling blood, before it could even cool, were completely smashed apart. Dead silence, a bleak future. Red Soil City surrendered. Melissa and Johnson, who were on the transport ship, were completely shaken. Both of their expressions were petrified, with their mouths wide opened in expressions in shock. Their minds were in a blank. It took them half a minute to regain their senses. Everything that had happened had completely exceeded their imaginations. They knew that Red Soil City's defense was weak. They had never thought that Red Soil City was able to resist the monster army's momentum, but they had never thought that the monster army would be able to take down Red Soil City without even drawing blood. They were in the Whitefields continent, where vicious people run amok, the western region where bandits wreaked havoc, and any city guards were not weak-spirited people. The businesses inside the city, as long as they were somewhat known, would have hundreds of guards who were all brave and good at fighting. For a top-grade business organization such as the Western Traders, it was not strange for them to have all sorts of guards numbering to 1,000. Adding the various mining groups, mercenary armies, Red Soil City's population far exceeded the monster army. But they surrendered. The unthinkable had happened right in front of them. But even for Melissa, who personally witnessed it, was unable to be furious at the weakness portrayed by Red Soil City.
No one would be able to maintain their willpower to resist in the face of such power. As a comrade watching by the side, Melissa herself was stunned by the power, thus she could imagine the amount of fear that had overwhelmed the citizens in Red Soil City. They were a group of real monsters. Along with their ferocity, courage, craziness, this disciplined metal army would only bring despair and death unto their enemies. Johnson's expression was sluggish, his face pale white. But after a moment, he muttered, "Psychological warfare." He had once led an army before, and naturally could see that Zhong Libai used psychological warfare to win over the Red Soil City. But, to be able to implement it to such a degree proved that Zhong Libai was an outstanding military general. In all of Johnson's experience, he knew he had never met any military general able to replicate such a skill. Truly a terrifying military general. This battle, no, it cannot be counted as a battle, had completely toppled his previous impression of Zhong Libai. Previously, he did not have a good impression on Zhong Libai, crude, rude and impetuous, with a trace of craziness. He made others feel uneasy, and Johnson felt that Zhong Libai was not one that could do something good. Compared to him, the other military general, Nie Chou, had an impressive aura, who seemed to be calm no matter the circumstances. Johnson knew that he was extremely wrong. Under the crude, impetuous and reckless layer, Zhong Libai had a profound sophistication. The Southern Alliance is definitely not normal. Johnson was emotional. When the Honorable Marshal Southern Expedition had just started, the entire Honorable Marshal continent were extremely excited and their armies moved with uplifting beats. At the initial phase of the war, the reality was in their face. Regardless of it being the Southern region or the Southern Alliance, they were definitely losing. But as the battle continued, although the Southern region was able to form a resistance, there was no threat to them. And as for the recently established Southern Alliance, they had unexpectedly stabilized the situation and displayed astonishing toughness. In the past, Johnson did not think too much about it, but after getting up close to them, he finally knew how powerful they were. Every single one of them had their unique traits. The master was actually able to gather so many talents under him, causing Johnson's heart to become heated towards the longing for their future. Upon seeing Zhong Libai, Melissa greeted, "Congratulations, General." Zhong Libai shook his head. "There's nothing to congratulate." Melissa thought that Zhong Libai was being modest, and chuckled. It was still a victory. "You call this a victory?" Zhong Libai said matter-of-factly, his face filled with disdain and slight disgust. "A group of trash, and you think they are worthy of being my enemies? You guys better be quick, and not waste time." With that, he turned to leave, leaving behind Melissa and Johnson, one who was stunned, the other who was filled with respect. The Red Soil City's various families had their doors shut. They hid behind their doors trembling in fear. If any city were being sieged by bandits in Western region, murder and plunder was a common occurrence. Even massacring the entire city was not strange. Zhong Libai brought his personal guards and patrolled the streets with killing intent. Zhong Libai, a knowledgeable general, was filled with the aura of a bandit, but he abided towards discipline heavily, almost to instinct. He only had one criteria for discipline, and that was to obey his orders. He was very clear on what kind of people his men were. They were true blue bandits, and decades of habits and nurture was not easily changed. Zhong Libai's face was gloomy, as his personal guards had captured more than 10 soldiers, all of them crying and wailing, begging to be spared. "Do not spare any of them." Zhong Libai's tone was cold without any threat of warmth. "Hang their corpses on the highest point of the city. Whoever betrays me must die." He could put up to the fact that his soldiers were once bandits, and could tolerate that they were still bandits, as long as they obeyed his orders. As for their future, they had to first live under his rule. Regardless of how one looked at it, Zhong Libai was not a good general that took care of his soldiers as they are his sons. He knew of his own limits and was proud of it. When Melissa saw their corpses hanging, her face turned pale. She had never seen such a cold military general that was actually so ruthless towards his own soldiers. Is he unafraid that his subordinates will rebel against him? But Johnson's respect for him grew even more. Military General Zhong is extremely strict and serious, far more than I can imagine. The two of them were extremely familiar with Red Soil City, and under the guide, they quickly found the inner warehouses of Red Soil City, including the Western traders' big warehouses. Zhong Libai and the rest moved too quickly, thus they did not have time to move their inventory out. Loot their boats, loot their workshops, loot their materials. Zhong Libai suddenly felt that his actions had no difference with bandits, but he still urged his soldiers to make haste. Seeing the scene that was bustling with activity, he was rather satisfied. The soldiers did not encounter any resistance, regardless of it being the government warehouses or the business organization's warehouses. All the guards did not risk their lives, since the inventory did not belong to them. That was the reason why Zhong Libai did not plunder from the citizens, and not because of some old-fashioned rule. Plundering from the citizens' wealth which they had accumulated through hard work would definitely cause them to fight with their lives on the line. Zhong Libai was not worried about the sudden shed of blood, but despised low efficiency. As to why he had killed his own soldiers, it was not because they plundered the citizens, but it was because they had gone against his orders.
Move faster, we will retreat in 10 hours.
Zhongli suddenly said. Melissa was stunned, seeing the warehouses that were filled. She could not help but cry out, "We can't move all of them in 10 hours,
If you can't move all of them, then don't,"
Zhongli said straightforwardly.
But Melissa became panicked.
Zhongli waved his hand and said coldly, "No buts, it is an order." Johnson immediately stopped Melissa. He knew that once Zhongli had made a decision, he would not retract it. Zhongli did not care about the two, his eyes fixated on the map, planning for time in his mind. He had an outstanding view of the general situation, and knew that before the Null Division had formed their fighting strength, he held the responsibility of attracting the enemy's attention.
The current scale of the monster army and its fighting strength should be mostly grasped by our enemies now. Now, the enemies are definitely gathering their armies and preparing to destroy us.
But it requires time for them to do so.
This time will be my opportunity. Zhongli's eyes flashed with a glare.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 846, Bing's Strategic Plan. Chapter 846, Bing's Strategic Plan. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
The gigantic fleet moved like a black mob of birds, flying into the distance. Zhongli gazed out far. The Null Division was responsible for escorting, and the powerhouses of Whitefield's continent were almost swept clean by him, thus there were no need to worry about being attacked en route. Seeing the Null Division fleet flying steadily, he could not help but reveal a smile.
Seems like they did not waste their time.
He turned his thick and dense bronze monster, a surge of heroism in his chest. In the past, he was extremely jealous of Niechio leading the Null Division. The members of the Null Division were all of good qualities and wielded powerful individual strength. Their steel-like regimentation and discipline, and their absolute compliance, along with the outstanding individual strength of Han Bingning and the rest, made them outstanding. They were the soldiers that all military generals dreamed of. Compared to them, his subordinates were made up of bandits and thieves, a mob. But now, he was no longer jealous of Niechio. The Null Division still remained a powerful army, but his monster army was in no way inferior to them. Looking at the mob in front of him slowly transforming into brave and fearsome mighty troops in his own hands, he was lost in the achievement. No, we are still in the embryonic form, we are still far from being true mighty army, and we have a long way to go.
Zhongli was brimming with confidence.
Upon thinking about the next step of the plan, the fighting intent in him suddenly combusted, the intense raging flames surged throughout his body. The thorny danger in his journey ahead made him extremely excited. He was extremely addicted to the stimulation under the struggle for life.
To be able to infiltrate into the enemy's hinterland to destroy and wreak havoc, to be able to plunge into the enemy's backline and be surrounded by them and fight, this was the life he wanted, the battles he desired.
This truly makes my blood boil.
Move out.
His low resounding and powerful voice came out as he ordered his troops. The monster army rumbled and took action.
Slash.
The inside of the warship cemetery in Whitefield's continent had become an extremely lively workground. The majestic Honorable Marshal's Roar's Hall was filled with people, all of the smiths working like ants. In the empty space around the Honorable Marshal's Roar, there were all sorts of materials piled up. With a myriad of colors, all of them emitted different colored light auras, all of which were the spoils of war that the monster army had obtained from Daylight City. Frank's gaze stopped at Screw for a moment, feeling bewildered. When Tang, Tian and Screw brought back a pile of papers, he had some apprehension in his heart. It was not that he did not believe in Tang Tian, but he knew deeply the difficulty of building up an ultimate army warship like the Honorable Marshal's Roar. Although they no longer need to consider the most difficult part, which was its hull, but even its other parts were not easy. The newly announced warship plan immediately confirmed Frank's worries, which were necessary. The new warship plan was extremely strange. It looked to be made up of a group of bubbles, and he was worried that they might fall off. What kind of weird ship is that? He was initially dumbstruck. Fine, as long as it can fly, he could only console himself like that when he regained his senses. Initially, according to his thoughts, if they were not able to find a Grandmaster shipbuilder, they would have to find a high-level shipbuilder. He did not expect for the master to actually hand the work over to Screw, and he finally understood Screw's profession, mechanical Grandmaster engineer. To be able to obtain the title of Grandmaster was something that everyone would respect, and the mechanical Grandmaster engineer was no exception. But for a mechanical Grandmaster engineer to take up the role of shipbuilding, much less seeing it, Franks had never heard of it. It not only depended on techniques, but more on the engineering. How large could a mechanical puppet be, and how many people would it require to build one? But even the smallest warship would require a team to complete it. and for an ultimate army warship like the Honorable Marshal's Roar, it required more than 10 teams, almost up to 100 teams with coordination to be able to complete it. That was how harsh the criteria was. But after the course of the next few days, he was surprised to find out that Screw's command was thorough like an expert.
Could a mechanical Grandmaster engineer be so powerful?
Frank started to have suspicions. He was in charge of managing the materials, and understood that the process was not limited to its appearance. And regardless of what standard of warship they were trying to attain, Screw's performance and management was definitely on par with the experts.
But when he thought about it, he sort of understood. How could a mechanical Grandmaster engineer be worse? Tian was communicating with Bing. Screw wanted to go.
Bing was quiet for a moment, then said, "That's good too, regardless of life or death. The battlefield will always be our final destination. You must help me take care of him." Relax, I am not that stupid to send him to the front lines."
Tian said happily. "He is building a warship, an ultimate army warship, Honorable Marshal's Roar. Have you heard of it before?"
"The Honorable Marshal Continent's first-generation ultimate army warship. It only has its hull left now, and we plan to use some of the trash."
"Without a Grandmaster shipbuilder, we can only rely on Screw. Don't worry about it, there will not be any problems." Bing was extremely confident of Screw. "Remember our base?
There is the army warehouse and the various large projects, all of which were done by Screw.
At that time, he was our #1 foreman in the army. Everything that he builds can still be used even after thousands of years. I have confidence in Screw too." Tian pledged, then added, "Anyway, we have no other choice."
Bing did not linger on this topic, and changed the subject. "Zhong Libai should be attacking already, right? His plan is good, just that the risk on himself is larger. But he is still rather crazy, and is suited to such a life. Talking about it, we still have to thank the Leo constellation, to send these two great generals to us."
Bing whistled. Tian could imagine Bing's happy and pleased look. "Are you able to hold up on your end?" Tian asked with concern.
Bing thought for a moment, then replied with one word: worrying. Tian whistled, imitating Bing. "No way, the Southern Cross Army's remaining famed general is actually beaten till the point that he is unable to retaliate, to the point that he no longer has confidence in holding up. If Tang Cho were to know, the man he is chasing after is only to such a standard, it is definitely worth crying over." But Bing laughed and said nonchalantly, "Truly a sad fellow." His tone changed and became serious. "Go Changwondao has already gone crazy. Do you know how many of his men has fallen? More than 60,000, but he did not even frown. The Honorable Marshal Continent's reinforcement is already on the way, with more than 200,000 men. 200,000 cannon fodder. Adding that maniac, the front lines will be at its most critical state soon." Tian did not expect for the situation to be so terrible. "Then what do you plan to do?" Bing scoffed. "Don't you think this is a good thing for us? Unable to defend is a good thing? Uncle, did your brains get fried?" Tian frowned. Oh, I forgot about your intellect. It is impossible for you to see the marvel of this opportunity." Bing whistled again. "The reason why we defended the Shan continent in the past was because it had the pathway leading to Heaven's Road, and our path of retreat. But now, where does the crux to our victory lies? Congratulations, young lad, you have become the most crucial move to the entire battlefield." "I know that Tian did not truly understand what Bing was hinting at. "After our key to victory became you, our battle plan needs to revolve around you, and holding the Shan continent isn't of utmost importance anymore. That pathway requires going into the Blue Sea, and they will be unable to find it in the short term. Furthermore, we have Barbara and their awakened army, which holds the superior advantage inside the Blue Sea. They might not be able to stop the big armies, but disturbing them and delaying them from finding the pathway is not a problem. That also means, in this short time, even if Go Changwondao were to occupy the Shan continent, he can't go to Heaven's Road." Bing spoke extremely calmly. "Since you have become our key to victory, that means we have two goals that must be realized, one of it being time. What time do we need to achieve? For you to move. The other goal is for us to delay their speed of reinforcements. That also means, before you stab into the Honorable Marshal Continent's heart, delay them. Give the Shan continent space, that is our goal." Bing spoke calmly and coldly without any emotions, while Tian was completely immersed into his plan. "The first thing they need to do after occupying Shan continent is to hold it. I will give him ruins, and then, I will launch continuous attacks on him. Go Changwondao holds the advantage in attacking and not defending, with a terrible environment all round. To truly hold the Shan continent, the other two great armies must definitely come towards the Shan continent at the same time to defend. And then our main focus of attack will be their resupply routes. As long as we cut off their resupply routes, it will greatly pressure them." Bing suddenly chuckled. "They will definitely think about this. For example, this time, their replenishment will be more than usual. The Shang continent is extremely far from the Honorable Marshall continent. For them to secure the resupply route, their strength will be greatly dispersed. For the sake of ensuring the safety of their resupply route, they will ask the Honorable Marshall continent to mobilize more armies. With that in mind, the Honorable Marshall continent will become even emptier, and it will be easier for you. And we only need to focus our strength and break down their resupply route. But that is not our true goal. Our true goal is to delay their reinforcements back to you, and give you the opportunity to launch a fatal attack.
That sounds incredible. Tang Tian muttered. He had to admit, Bing's train of thought was extremely outstanding. More importantly, it was realistic and feasible. Under the situation that they did not know Tang Tian's whereabouts, the Honorable Marshall continent would definitely be unable to guess their true intent. Bing remained unmoved, and he emitted an even more intense aura as he spoke. For the sake of duping them, we will not give up so quickly. Instead, I will order Little Crane to hold the lines with all of his might, and even increase the support there. Not only that, we will retreat one step at a time, to give you more time.
Your task is not simple either. This time, after crossing swords with the three guys from Honorable Marshall continent, I realized that they are truly powerful. Although Honorable Marshall continent only has Jaya left, but he will definitely not be easy to fight against. You cannot give him time to react. Jaya is proficient in defense. Once he has decided to hold up inside his shell, you will no longer be able to resolve the battle quickly, and the situation will become disadvantageous for us.
Furthermore, young man.
Bing stopped for a moment, and became extremely serious. You must grasp the time tightly. Now, every second off yours is obtained by other people's lives. Tang Tian's entire body trembled, his killing intent instantly became dense, his eyes revealing a strong light aura. His expression became extremely gloomy and serious without his normal appearance. He nodded his head firmly and spoke, "I will."
Bing, for victory. Tang Tian clenched his fists tightly, for victory.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 847, The Western Traders Counterattack. Chapter 847, The Western Traders Counterattack. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
The West Sea continent was an important continent of the Honorable Marshall continent's western region, where a quarter of the metal transactions of the western region were conducted. The West Sea continent's metal production and transaction market was the most important out of the four, allowing the West Sea continent to become the most flourishing continent of the western region. But currently, inside the conference room on the West Sea continent, the atmosphere was extremely tense.
Our organization has suffered the attacks of bandits.
Clan Elder Jonathan and his faithful guard, Ao Dang, were brutally killed by the bandits. The Ratchet Army and the Daylight Army suffered from extreme attacks, while Red Soil City was looted clean.
What are the local governments doing?
Oh my god, such a powerful bandit troop has appeared in the western region, and no one actually knew about it. If these bandits are not quickly resolved, the losses we will sustain will not be able to be procured back, and our western traders' ability will be questioned. We're actually unable to secure and ensure the safety of our wealth in our own territory. Lance sat below with his chin supported, under his dazzling gold hair, portraying a sleepy expression. Beside him, Norman reminded him softly, "I don't think it's right for you to look like that." Lance opened his eyes lazily. What's not right about it?
I can guess what they want to say. I'm not even the guard of the Western traders. Furthermore, the Western traders have strong soldiers, they are all equipped well, but our army's equipment isn't even worth their shoes.
But it is not beneficial for us if we offend them. Norman spoke softly, the Western traders are going on the offensive now, who knows if we will be mobilized. He sighed, what a pity though, for Ao Dang, he's strong. Lance remained quiet for a moment, then spoke out indifferently, that's right. The current Ao Dang had long been forgotten by everyone, all of them had difficulty remembering him, even when young Ao Dang was young, he was in no way inferior to Lance in terms of strength or prestige. But a pity, one attack was enough to kill the outstanding military general. Dying to bandits was undoubtedly a humiliation to a military general who once dominated the battlefield. General Lance. An angered voice broke Lance's train of thought. He raised his head and looked at the Western traders' representative, and spoke indifferently, what? Catching on to the eyes that depicted to joy or anger, the flustered Western traders' representative's expression turned sluggish. He suddenly remembered that Lance was not an ordinary military general. The Honorable Marshall Continent's highest-ranking generals were the 5 great generals, and beneath them were 12 lieutenant generals, and the 17 of them made up the core force of the Honorable Marshall Continent. The Honorable Marshall Continent's vast land was able to run smoothly thanks to the 12 lieutenant generals stabilizing their own areas. The 12 lieutenant generals were all feigned generals, with relatively equal outstanding strength. If there was vacancy in the 5 great generals, the next great general would be chosen from out of the 12.
Young Lance was viewed as the next in line to take up the position of one of the great generals. Even for Go Changwondao, who was Western traders' backer, would definitely not offend Lance, an authoritative figure with a bright future, but would instead rope him in. Previously the Western traders' representative was heated for a moment, but he gradually calmed down and immediately spoke up. Master, this subordinate is furious at the arrogant bandits. Currently in the entire Western region, everyone is afraid, and the trade routes are interrupted. Master, the Western region's billions of citizens are looking around with expectation, waiting for Master to make your move, and destroy those goddamn Gold Continent bandits. Lance sneered, I heard that only the Whitefields continent suffered their siege. Furthermore, your noble organization has its elite guards, and with the Blood Fox stationed, how can the mere bandits try to do anything? The Western traders had an extremely powerful army, the Blood Fox army. Right from the start, the selection for the soldiers for the Blood Fox army was of an extremely high criteria. They were equipped with elite armor, which were much more extravagant compared to Lance's army. The Blood Fox army's training standard was extremely harsh, and it was said that they had obtained specialized guidance from Go Changwondao, and the name Blood Fox was given to the general, Elvis, who was cunning and crafty like a fox, with his own unique strength. Master Elvis's location is far from the Whitefields continent, and it is difficult for him to resolve. The representative also understood that it was impossible not to shed blood. He gritted his teeth. 20 silver-grade warships. As long as Master is willing to send your forces out, I am willing to compensate you with 20 silver-grade warships. I heard that the price your noble organization proposed to General Oliver was different. Lance said leisurely. The Western traders' representative never expected Lance's intelligence to be so astute, but as long as the other party was interested, it would be easy for him. He spoke without hesitation. 30 silver-grade warships. General Oliver got the same price. Lance, I need the Scorching Sun warships. The representative scolded Lance in his heart, and spoke through his gritted teeth. Deal. Lance smiled, which still had his sneer present. Although they had to fork out a huge price, but it still resulted in something they desired, thus the representatives left satisfied. Norman looked at them leave, then heaved a sigh of relief, and here I was, thinking that you would reject them. Dude, it's good. Why would I reject them? Lance shrugged his shoulders. A strong dragon is not afraid of the snake. The Western traders have been in the Western region for so many years, and have deep roots everywhere. If they truly did something, I reckon we would have to move. For us to move after staying here for a short while, we would lose face. I just wanted to let them know that we are not so easily swayed. When you talked about the Scorching Sun warship, his face was already black. Norman laughed. He was excited. 30 Scorching Sun warships was definitely a huge profit for them. Silver-grade warships had differing standards, and their prices had disparities as well. Scorching Sun warships were high-end products amongst the silver-grade warships. They had astonishing fighting strength, but along with it was its astonishing price. Every ship was worth more than 200 million Litecoins, which was why the representatives were unhappy. Right at that moment, a soldier suddenly rushed in and handed over a report. Lance looked through it. The Gold Continent bandits have left Whitefields continent, and people found traces of them in the Giga Atri continent. Norman laughed. Seems like they are faster than our Scorching Sun warships. Lance shook his head. The Gold Continent bandits are not so simple. You found something? Norman asked curiously. I do not know, it is just a feeling. Lance said, their actions are completely unlike bandits, as though they have some sort of purpose. Purpose? Norman started to think, could it be that they are trying to strike it big? But you don't have to worry, Oswell. With Oliver, it is a double insurance. Lance shook his head. I am not worried at all, just a little curious. When we capture those bandits, I will interrogate them well. How did they appear here from the Gold Continent? Could it be that there is a star door to the Gold Continent? That will be a huge matter. Norman nodded his head, his face turned serious. If the Honorable Marshal Continent's hinterland had a pathway to the Gold Continent, then that would be an extremely terrible matter for them. They were very clear of how weak the current Honorable Marshal Continent's interior was. The repairs of Honorable Marshal's Roar continued through day and night. With the arrival of the boats obtained from Red Soil City, the restoration became much faster. When the workers saw the overall Honorable Marshal's Roar that was completely different, they were completely shocked. Honorable Marshal's Roar, oh my god, they are trying to revive Honorable Marshal's Roar. Maniacs. When they recovered from their shock, the strange Honorable Marshal's Roar before them made them not know whether to cry or laugh. They had never seen such an appalling warship before. That's right, it was appalling. The Honorable Marshal's Roar before them looked like a hull that had all sort of colorful garbage hung all over it. A warship to display their garbage? All of them belonged to some sort of trading organization. Carrying their worried thoughts and afraid of their own fate, they were also worried that the bandits would force them to build warships.
If the bandits were destroyed, they would also be dealt with as helping the bandits. But upon seeing the honorable marshals roar, they calmed down. As expected of bandits, many of them thought with disdain. But they did not advise the other party. Not only that, they decided to completely respect and go according to the bandits' wishes. For amateurs to want to build such a large ship, it is truly a waste. All of them secretly laughed at the bandits, who had somehow obtained information regarding Honorable Marshal S. Roar, and arrogantly thought of reviving the legendary warship. So when Screw delegated their work to them, none of them refused, and did according to Screw's requests. When they started to work, they felt that the bandits were even more messy.
What's all this nonsense?
The loose parts that were used to build the exterior dangled everywhere, causing people to be vigilant against them, feeling that they would drop at any moment.
How are they not placing more beams for support? This goes against the safety of the ship, against the basic discipline of shipbuilding. There are too many mistakes. Oh my god, is this a battle position? Are these bandits retarded? Do they think that by piling up all of the warship weapons, they can increase the might of the ship? The head of the shipbuilders watched them carefully. Their workload every day was immense, but no one dared to slack, as the other party were bandits who killed without blinking. No one wanted to die.
The shipbuilders worked extremely hard, but when it was time for rest, they would ridicule the chief bandit and the other bandits, which became their only amusement. In truth, these workers were not as one mind. Some of them could not take it anymore, and ran to Screw and tried to get Screw to understand the silly mistakes he was making.
Screw ignored them.
Right from the start, they never planned to restore Honorable Marshal's Roar, but planned to build a brand new warship. Aside from using the Honorable Marshal's Roar's hull, the other parts were completely scrapped. Silay had researched the warships of the Sacred Saint Galaxy for a long time, and understood the strengths of the warships. The strongest point about the Sacred Saint Galaxy's warships were their hull designs and materials used. The Honorable Marshal's Roar's keel was made using the most outstanding materials. Its durability was something that could never appear in Heaven's Road. As for the other designs, Silay did not bother about them.
For example, the warship weapons had too low an energy efficiency to Silay.
It was mainly because the Sacred Saint Galaxy was not lacking in energy, to the point that it could cause others to be jealous, thus they never considered the problem of this. Overall, the Sacred Saint Galaxy's designs were the same as their techniques, which were simple and crude. As for Silay, who was used to being meticulous, she could not tolerate the crude designs. Molang would simplify her fine designs, to shorten the work time. Even so, it still made the shipbuilders complain without stopping.
But regardless how one looked at it, the techniques used to construct the new warships were something the ordinary shipbuilders were incapable of comprehending.
The new warship required time, and it was not a short time.
Tang Tian brought the god armor and quietly left.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 848, Inescapable Net. Chapter 848, Inescapable Net. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Zhonglibai needs protection, young lad Tang thought.
Zhonglibai did not inform Tang Tian, neither did Bing. It was what Tang Tian had thought of it himself. The western region was not the most flourishing place of the Honorable Marshal Continent. There were not many enemies around, and the Honorable Marshal Continent did not position many forces around. Out of the 12 lieutenant generals, only 2 were garrisoned in the western region, which was easily noticed.
Tang Tian had been bitterly pondering for the past few days.
When Uncle Bing told him to make haste, and that all of the time they had was obtained by the exchange of their people's lives, it had impacted him greatly. He felt that he had to do something. Must I watch time crawl past me while sitting here and waiting for Honorable Marshal's Roar to be restored? Watch as lives are taken for nothing. Tang Tian could not do that. He felt that he needed to do something. After fighting so many battles, he was not the same naive young man he was in the past. In the vast space of the western region, the thin defense was the perfect battlefield for the small but powerful bandit force. After racking his brains for so many days, he did not think up of any intelligent plan, but thought of a simple and effective plan.
Johnson was filled with anticipation. Tang Tian's previous display of strength made Johnson completely revere Tang Tian. When he heard that Tang Tian needed a man who was familiar with the western region to act as a guide, Johnson volunteered without hesitation. Especially when he saw that Tang Tian was in a state of thought for the past few days, he became even more excited. He is such a powerful man, I wonder what kind of idea he have planned. Facing the generals and Johnson, who was filled with reverence in front of him, Tang Tian maintained a calm look and then spoke out with his general bearing. Go and fight everywhere. Ji Zhe and Fu Zhangji were startled. Oh, the point of petrification. When Johnson heard those words, he almost vomited blood, almost clutching his chest and falling to the ground to die.
He was once a military man with outstanding personal strength, if not he would never be employed by Macefields Trading to be the head of security.
But, to go and fight everywhere. Such an irresponsible plan.
Oh, no, this plan that could never have a name to it. Johnson swore on his life as a military man, it was a plan that could never have a name to it. When Tang Tian said those words, before Johnson could react, Tang Tian waved his hand and said straightforwardly, "Move out."
Move out. We're moving out just like that?
Johnson was carried by Tang Tian for a long time, and was flown in the chaotic winds for a long time.
A few days later, Tang Tian was pleased with his plan on grabbing Johnson to use as a guide.
It had to be said, Johnson proved to be very reliable and useful. For example, he had suggested for everyone to disguise as a small-scale trading group, thus not attracting any attention. Johnson had worked in the Macefields Tradings for many years, and was extremely knowledgeable towards the various business organizations, and continuously changed their logos. By doing this, even if they were cited by anyone, they could quickly throw them off. When other people tried to investigate them, they would find nothing. He kept on advising Tang Tian to give up on all of the unimportant goals, to prevent revealing their identities. Only the important targets, upon success, would cause a commotion and attract the eyes of the entire Western region.
Bad news.
Johnson, who had just obtained information, had returned to the courtyard with a bad expression. He spoke. Lieutenant General Oliver and Lance have announced an allied order, requesting for all various continents raise their guard, and to apply stringent checks on unfamiliar people, and requested for the armies to increase their security. As long as they detect anything regarding the Gold Continent bandits, they do not need to engage but to keep their eyes on them.
Everyone's faces changed.
The monster army's scale of over 10,000 men was difficult to be concealed. The entire western region had been mobilized because of the two lieutenant generals' orders, and the situation immediately went south. Once the monster army was revealed, what would be waiting for them would be a trap, as they would be heavily surrounded, since they were in the hinterland of the Honorable Marshall Continent. Johnson knew that everyone were not familiar with the Honorable Marshall Continent, and said, "The Western traders have thrown in a lot this time. The two lieutenant generals have been mobilized. It is not strange for Lieutenant General Oliver to move, as he has close ties with the Western traders, but I never expected for General Lance to be moved as well."
"Is this Lance very strong?"
Fu Zhangji asked.
"Extremely."
Johnson said without hesitation, "Master Lance is the youngest lieutenant general with astonishing talent. He is hailed as the next in line to be one of the honorable great generals. It is a pity his background isn't good, and did not obtain the opportunity that he so deserves.
If not, I think Master Lance would not be pushed to the western region."
"Sounds powerful."
Tang Tian touched his chin, somewhat excited. "It was right for us to come.
If not, the monster army would be in trouble. We have to make a commotion, and pull the eyes of that Lance guy." The rest nodded their heads. The God Armor army was only a 200-man army, and could easily pose as guards of a trading organization. No one would ever think of them as an army, thus it would be easy for them to conceal themselves.
"Then we can go for the Western traders."
Johnson thought for a moment and said, "The Western traders are rather big in Blue Wind City. If we are to suddenly launch an attack there, the probability of attack will be quite high."
"The relationship between Western traders and their local armies should be good, right?" Tang Tian asked.
"Extremely good." Johnson said, "The Western traders are deeply rooted in the Western region, and after so many years, they have become close to practically all the armies in the Western region, other than Master Lance. Master Lance had been mobilized into the Western region not long ago, and I doubt the Western traders have managed to notice Master Lance yet."
"Then we can do that." Tang Tian decided, "We will first sneak into Western traders, more importantly their warehouse.
Then we will set a trap, as the Western traders will definitely seek help from the local army, then we can give them a huge attack."
"That's a good plan."
Ji Zhe was the first to support him. There were no fanciful tricks, it was simple and effective, and the enemies would never expect them to be so brazen. Fu Zhangji, Johnson, and the rest all nodded their heads.
"Brother Fu and I will go and find out the location of Western traders' warehouse whereabouts."
Johnson initiated the offer, where Fu Zhangji stood up as well.
Ji Zhe's bewitching blades was too obvious. If he moved, people could easily tell him out.
Johnson and Fu Zhangji left quietly, while the rest sat down and meditated. They were currently held up in a large-scale courtyard that they had rented. It was specially constructed for business organizations to use, and easily accommodated a small-scale fleet, with high walls and sentry towers at the four corners to scout. For transport vessels to rest outside was an extreme taboo to interact with others, as it could easily cause disturbance, and it was not safe as well.
Throughout their entire journey, Johnson kept on reminding them to retract the killing intent from their bodies as they acted as a trading group. Thus even when they stumbled into Blue Wind City, it did not attract other people's attention.
There were many other trading ships like them everywhere. Inside the courtyard, everyone was either recuperating or sharpening their weapons, waiting for night to approach. Zhong Libai had met with trouble. The few black dots in the distance made him feel uncomfortable, as though they were flies. He finally realized the shortcoming of monsters, that was when facing against aerial opponents, they lacked the ability to reach them. Zhong Libai bit his lips, his face downcast. As a military general, he knew what the fate of a lone army that was in the enemy's hinterland was if they were to be caught by the enemy's scouts. There was a possibility that the Honorable Martial Continent's armies were being mobilized, and it was as though a big net was waiting for them in front. I need to get rid of those disgusting flies. Zhong Libai squinted his eyes. For the past few days, he had been racking his brains on how to handle the scouts. They flew extremely quickly at a high altitude, always maintaining a distance, leaving Zhong Libai helpless. Monsters were a battle-type mechanical spirit weapon. Although it had flying capabilities, its speed and height was not satisfactory. Instead, the enemy's speed was fast and they were extremely cautious by flying at an extreme height. With the monster's pitiful flight capabilities, they were unable to handle the enemy scouts. To handle them, I need to rely on other things. Zhong Libai waited patiently, although he knew that the longer they dragged, the more trouble they would be in, but he was like an Arctic fox enduring patiently for his chance. The monster army rumbled onwards on the ground. He had specially chosen a route where the land was vast and desolate without any cities. In this case, if he were to encounter any enemies, he had ample space to move. Furthermore, after considering the results he needed to obtain time against his enemies. He did not forget his own responsibilities. Although he had not met with the enemies yet, he was able to sense the danger in the air, and continuously change directions while moving without any warnings. It was his sixth sudden change in direction. The dark clouds rumbled, zitzi-la-la, thick lightning bolts forming webs of lightning rumbled across the thick clouds. These heart-palpitating lightning bolts would envelop the entire ground. The sacred Saint Galaxy's energy concentration was higher than Heaven's Road, thus the power of the lighting was much stronger. When he saw the flies dropping altitude in the sky, Zhong Libai sneered. Whoosh! A torrential downpour came down. The vision became so dim that when one extended their hands out, they could not see their fingers. Zhong Libai's smile became wider and wider, the bestial-like killing intent leaking out of his eyes became denser and denser. Ahead of them was a large valley. The rumble from Monster Army was drowned by the torrential storm. They quietly entered the valley in a line. The 5 sentries who were chasing them realized that the Monster Army had entered the valley, and immediately gave chase. As one thought had flashed past their minds, the Gold Continent bandits wanted to escape. The valley was called Bill's Great Valley. It was extremely steep and magnificent and extended continuously for 1,000 miles, with many connecting tunnels. If they were careless, they would lose the Gold Continent bandits, and would lose traces of them as the terrain was truly too complicated. Damn the thunder and rain, ... The 5 of them were scolding, their vision had been impeded, and that meant that the difficulty of catching the bandits had increased. The Gold Continent bandits were taking the chance to escape. The 5 of them moved extremely quickly, forming 5 streaks across the sky. They shot into the Great Valley like 5 arrows. Upon entering the Great Valley, the eyes of the 5 scouts constricted. The densely packed bronze monsters had welcomed them, and looked as though they were sneering. Over 100 monsters leapt into the air from the walls on both sides, like artillery shells. Under the sound of the torrential rain, the vision of the 5 scouts darkened. An inescapable net. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.